yourself in the opportunities, because the goal was to make Nigeria a medical tourist a country where we cut off India.
India,
yeah, for cheaper. We can do it for cheaper in Nigeria. People come from UK to get surgery.
I told you Nigerians have beef with
educational
Indians.
Educational it's like in my state.
Can I chime in? Can I chime in?
Yeah, let me just finish. It's like in my state where the governor of my state, when Amazon was expanding, they have to give them taxes for 20 years for them to create like a lot of warehouses in my state.
That's the point. You do what you have to do to get what you want. That's the point I'm making to you.
Because
so you can't tell me, our ego is too big. We want you because we want to do. You must take exam, dude. It's bringing money. What are you talking about? And it has over 10 years of experience.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is it not funny? Is it not funny when I talk about Nigeria? Segment, you must bring links, you must bring something. But when another Nigerian says the same thing, shoot out here, yes, brother, booty clapping sound. Yes,
no, I don't say yes, but I have to do find it. I mean, I have to relate with what he's saying, not just you that you just talk. But one man, go ahead.
You can say it if you don't like me.
One man, go ahead. One man. You were asleep yesterday. I'm about to go to work.
Sorry. Apologies. You know what happened yesterday? I was actually going to remove myself from the stream and let you guys carry on.
We didn't have any. We didn't have any admin. I was working.
I was just going to abandon it.
Because one man.
Kaizo, when
you are unfair to me. You know I'm on call, and your program is what keeps me awake when I'm on call at night. So you just
I don't know, but you don't pay for services, do you? But then you know you're a tight word.
He doesn't sound so
wow, really?
Well, really, but that's by the by, because your contributions far exceeds any super chat, because of course you're one of the favorite voices online. I just wanted to add that medical tourism, in terms of IVF and things like that, Nigeria is one of the main hubs for that sort of space.
Correct.
Yes, and I know that from personalized experiences, from anecdotes from people that I know. So man. You won't believe who's calling me. It's Rational Mind. Rational Mind, I'm online with BT and the rest of them. Let me call you back in 5 minutes. So I just wanted to add that Nigeria is fast becoming a medical tourism hub.
But woman, but my idea of providing waivers, if you have 15 years of experience in the UK as working for the NIH as a Nigerian doctor, you should have waivers to come and practice in Nigeria. You don't need to go through the rigor anymore. There should be, if you are bringing in money to build all these hospitals and investment, like you talked about in that OBGYN, for instance. I know they do it in cardio too, but you have nephrology, you have urology. These are areas that for a black person is very big for me, because we have as a black person, we are prone to PA issues. That means you're prostrate.
That medical tourism is a frontier that I feel that Nigeria is about to happen upon. And hopefully my state or your state, because I think
the issue is, you guys will have to champion a couple of things. Nigeria has some weird laws about tourism. You have to apply for visa, and the visa might reject you. Other African countries, you just apply, you get it. Nigeria, you guys will have to now.
We don't want all these black Americans coming to.
They only find out to white. I mean, that medical tourism is only open to white.
No comment.
Guys, stop making dusty arguments. That's what I mean. You two making dusty arguments. You right here.
No, let me finish, right? Because I know a lot of Americans that are looking for cheaper medical. Like I know someone that I think had a liver transplant and could not pay the bills in America. Went to one of these African countries because it was cheaper. That's what one man is calling medical tourism, right? Instead of going to India for medical, you now go to Nigeria. But does Nigeria?
No, they don't go to India for medical. By the way, they go to India to die. I off the top of my
is that bad?
Come on. People
they go to India for liver operations, and they bring them back in body bags.
No, oh my, do you know what's happening when you do any transplant? Post-transplant treatment is as important as that procedure itself, because your body will tend to reject that organ, and you must take the meds, they must do labs, so there must be a checkup almost every 3 weeks, every 2 weeks. You must sometimes you have to be in the hospital post surgery. So I think what happens is even when you do your transplant, when your body rejects it, does Nigeria have enough?
Yeah, but why does your body reject it though? When they go to India, the Indian DNA is not genetically
no. One man. That's not the way it works now. Even if you do all the blood tests prior to surgery, your body naturally will build up antibodies against
He's trolling.
You cannot put.
okay.
You cannot put.
No, he's not trolling. He actually doesn't know. Come on, man.
Body in a fufu body. You can't put curry DNA into a fufu body.
That's why one man, chill. We love. We here at Kaiser love Indians. All Indians are welcome. Just wash your hands.
So okay, guys. On a more serious note, even if you have the perfect organ, so your body will naturally build up antibodies against like graft. When you do graft, like a HLA, antigens will build up. How you manage that post surgery is very, because if you don't, guess what? Your kidney will go down, your heart goes down, and your lung. That's how it works. So what I think is happening is that they do the surgery successfully, but the post-surgical treatment is what is lacking in Nigeria for organ transplant.
I have a question for you, PT. Right?
Yes.
A really quick, easy way to revive the Nigerian, I don't know, like medical tourism industry. Why don't you guys offer organ transplantation? I'm sure there's a lot of Nigerians who
they do.
Okay.
They do heart.
They do, but it's not reliable. That's why.
No, it is. Stop. Like I said, depends on the specialty.
Sorry, I beg your pardon, the BT. But who is your doctor? What nationality is your doctor where you are?
He is his own doctor. He doesn't.
It's from Benin. It's a Benin man.
No, my medical doctor is a Nigerian.
Yeah, no. Edo man. Yeah.
Kaizo's medical doctor is a Nigerian there in Kenya.
Right.
Babati, he is a medical doctor. So who is your medical? The whole of the medical doctor, whatever it is entirely globally Nigerian. What are you talking about?
Okay.
No, what I'm saying is these guys. Okay. What happened to the senator that was going to Europe because he did not value the medical or the facility? Even most Nigerian presidents, they value.
What was the procedure, Judy? What was the procedure?
Oh, be careful! You're asking for facts. Judah hates facts.
Now when you talk procedures, what do you mean? What were
because I said in Nigeria. If you notice in Nigeria, when it comes to cardio transplant, they have mostly UK folks that have this kind of stuff in Lagos that they do go through that. So it's like a UK kind of version. But for cardiac, they've been able to do well. But for liver or kidney, I will not trust
Nigeria
the Nigerian for now. Not yet. So it depends on the organ that you're talking about here.
Exactly. Heart, the one man was talking about. Oh, okay, all of this.
No. Not yet, though. No, they do, but they're not good yet with their post-transplant treatment. That's the issue.
So that's why Nigerian president and even senators will not value that. That aspect, right? That those hospitals yet.
Yeah, and to hide from the public. African politicians don't like disclosing their health challenges to the public like Americans will do. We don't.
The doctor. You guys don't have ethics in medical field. I think the medical doctor is supposed to be.
You don't have HIPAA in Nigeria, do we? Kaizo, do you have HIPAA in Kenya?
Even if they had people here.
Everybody will know, right?
Everyone will talk.
But you can sue them, though. You can sue them.
It doesn't work. They'll say it got leaked. Everything is analog.
No. You want to sue the guys that operates on your body.
Yeah, exactly.
But even in America, medical record got leaked. I remember one time Donald Trump medical record got leaked. A lot of things got leaked in America.
You can lose your license.
Your license. In Africa, why can't you do the same thing? Why can't you lose your license?
But that's the accountability. Yeah, I think he's wondering why don't we have a similar system the Jude. Also, it's just a culture, right? In America, it's really seen as a bad thing to lie on the stand. You know, if you go to court, people don't always lie, right? In Africa, that people just lie. No, there's no accountability as long as the lie is not so bad. No one is even afraid of perjuring themselves in Africa. I'm just giving you context today. In Africa, these systems
Kaiser, HIPAA, you know what HIPAA is, right? HIPAA
yeah,
is
I know
like
it is. Yes, hypocritical.
okay.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
I'm saying whether you have Jude, even in court, Africans lie all the time, and no one is even scared for a second to lie. You think they'll care about these people and these other things? No, Jude.
Somebody say, Kaiser, I saw your brother at the hospital. His leg was broken. They gave him A, B, C, and D in the middle of the street. Like, what? Yeah. Shut your mouth. What are you talking about? They would just sit like open, like it's nothing. Like, dude, what are you talking about? Who told you to say that? They say, I saw him on bed. He's in the hospital. I saw him just now.
Yep. And also, Jude, also in Africa, I don't know, people believe rumors and stories. So I'm just talking about the average person. So if someone tells you, Jude, your brother, they saw your brother stealing something. This person did not see that. This person was told that, but they would tell you as if they saw it themselves. You get this why witchcraft. Oh, my brother saw this witch. Nobody saw the witch. If you go back down, nobody saw any magic, but they all just say it as if it's true. You get it? And then the Chinese whispers or African whispers.
But these guys, we came to the conclusion. Some African countries are actually doing it. Shout outs to Nigeria. So the rest of you savages must follow our lead, so we can go forward and enrich Africa.
Of what country is that?
Like Somalia.
Follow the lead of Somalia?
No, follow the lead of Nigeria.
Okay. I'm like,
yeah.
Follow
and the rest of you savages.
Nigerians make this country feel as if it's a yardstick to major, world, top.
We don't.
Let me finish now. Come on, is this guy gonna? I mean, Nigeria most of these guys make the Nigeria to be like as if it's that. Yeah, I was listening to Nigeria one time, even saying that we have to even put our military bases in some of these African countries. I'm like, who is this guy? I mean, come on, Babati. Why have your guys gone so low to make as if Nigeria is like that superpower?
It is our duty. Jude. Listen. Jude, it's our duty to watch over our as the big brother of Africa. We're the big brother. It's our job to look after you guys. That's just it's our responsibility. That's just the reality. I know.
I find it very, a country that is not yet there with a lot of things, problems, bottlenecks, all these. I mean,
am I lying? Kenya. Hold on now, Kaizo. Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt. Is our job to look after all these countries. Am I lying?
Oh yeah, of course.
It's our job, like all this Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa. Is our job to look after you guys. I don't know why that's
Kenya, a country where flooding almost killed almost like 200.
Is Nigeria, and then a long pause, and then Egypt,
South Africa,
and then a longer pause, South Africa, and then you wait till tomorrow, and then you mention Kenya. What do you mean Kenya?
Babati, did you watch that? There's a photo where they say even Ukraine at war is still donating 25,000 tons of wheat to Nigerian.
By the way, we know Nigeria does supply armor tanks, right?
Where?
You didn't know that?
Where?
We produce in my state. They produce armor tanks in Ogun State. Did you know that?
And supply to where?
Okay, let me bring it up because you have to see
your country.
You say supply. Okay, yes, you guys produce it, but you say supply. I'm asking, where do you guys supply it to?
And I answered that to your country.
See this one boy guy. You come and throw jab and leave because you are scared of being hit in the face. I mean, come on, buy.
Okay, no. Let me hold on. I have to go look it up now. I don't want to. So Nigeria.
Yeah, no, but you say supply.
Hold on now. Hold on. Yes, wait now. Nigeria actually supply to Ukraine. Yeah, Pro Force. Look it up. No, hold on. Stop being emotional. Yes, ammo tanks from Nigeria by a company called Proforce to Kiev. Yeah, look it up.
Why
are you surprised? Why are you surprised?
No, because very easy.
Stop being emotional now.
No, BG, let me explain. He uses dusty countries and compares them with Nigeria. That's why I say Judah uses a big Negro argument. In his eye, we are all the same. And I told those guys multiple times, different African countries are on different levels. We cannot use a universal thing. And they don't believe me. They don't believe me.
Can you allow me to ask Babati? Babati, are you kidding me? Or I did not say the Nigerian does not produce ammo.
I put the link there. You will see.
Can you
It's called Proforce now. It's in my. Wait a minute. It's in my state now. Proforce is in the.
Judah, you are the only one here. You are the only one
here.
Why
are you getting emotional? Like, why are you getting emotional?
Judah, you are the only one here who never dropped the link.
I'm not disagreeing. The point.
Still, you're the only one here. You're the only one here who never drops links. We Nigerian always drop links.
Babati, I'm not disagreeing. The point that I'm making is, how can you be supplying ammo cars to Ukraine? I mean, how many do you produce a day?
How many are you? That's not the argument. Stop moving the goalposts.
It's sufficient enough to have a stop loss to
But one boy, stay quiet now. Let me talk. I don't talk on your show anymore because you guys don't allow non-Nigerians to come in and talk. But on this panel we
don't allow empty heads. We allow non-Nigerians, but not.
See this guy. I actually respect Babati because
more guys.
Now you want to go ahead and use
But seriously, there's a company in my state. It's called Proforce. They actually make damn good ammo tanks. I'm telling you.
But really I agree with you. I've watched videos of that guy on YouTube. I was also watching other cars that have been produced in Nigeria. Proforce, I've seen the cars that they produce, the ammo cars. But the question that I was asking is, what is the capacity? Wait now.
This is all
the produce ammo tanks in Cameroon.
But can you keep this? It seems like one man.
Relax now. He's just trolling you now. Relax. You know what? We just.
I mean, the guy is some kind of mumbo.
Relax.
Relax.
Okay, relax.
Judah, it's okay. Okay.
Now,
Cameroon. After 200 years, Cameroon will produce their own. No fear. Just give it time.
Kaizo, seriously, when is that guy leaving their president in Cameroon? When is he leaving? Seriously, how many years has he been there now? 45 years.
That Proforce guy. Did you know where he actually studied? He actually studied in Europe. Europe made him who he is today.
That is not the point. Stop moving the goalposts. Where is he producing the ammo tanks? It's in Nigeria. So why are you moving the goalposts?
Most of his parts are coming from Europe.
Why are you moving the goalposts? Why are you moving the goalposts?
We should stop celebrating mediocrity, Babati. We should stop celebrating mediocrity.
Mediocrity? Really?
Are coming from China.
It's made in Nigeria now. What are you talking about?
Because
they are in Nigeria, but they are not produced there. They produce those parts in China and assemble it in Nigeria.
Do you make any ammo tanks in Cameroon?
We don't make it, but let's talk.
So what's the point? What are you arguing for?
Very easy. He makes it big.
What do you make in Cameroon? Do you make anything in Cameroon?
Yeah, bananas.
I'm gonna be done, man. If this wanna be a Nigerian,
relax, man. Relax. Come on.
How can I relax when I'm getting bite by a snake and you ask me to relax?
But you asked a question.
Because you always move the goalpost. After you lied and we prove you wrong. But what about this? Okay, let's pull up the link and then later, what about this? What about this? Judah, why can you not bring up a link with facts and discuss that? Why you always must lie? Why you always must move the goalpost?
So let me so this is what I really want Africa to work on, like Nigeria, for instance, on a more serious note. When it comes to medicine, not Western medicine, because we do herbal medicine, and I feel like for chronic disease management, we can also invest in our own herbal herbs that has been proven to work for chronic disease for a long period of time. Like we use those kind of herbs to manage arthritis. They use it for migraine. They, as a matter of fact, we were discussing about last year. We have a particular leaf in my area. That leaf cures most form of STDs. It's a leaf.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you can invest in your.
Agree with the of the
What did you
YouTubers.
say?
This is not my opinion. This is the YouTubers' opinion. We are not a medical channel.
Okay. There you
none of us here.
Okay. All right.
There
Okay,
you go.
we get it.
Because there was one president in Africa that was talking about using herbs to cure coronavirus, and they almost,
Hold on.
I am not saying that it's a cure for it. I'm saying at least let us research that. If I say it was for me, Kazorian, it was for you. We need what is called evidence-based practice, right? So let's go through the research, the studies, the quasi studies, so that we can actually put this on paper. Let's test this thing. I know it works. I've seen it work, but we need that study to actually know, because Kazorian, I have two. I have two issues with that, which I know it works, but there are two major issues. Dosing. African herb has issue of accurate dosing. You don't know how much is enough.
Exactly.
When you mix with water or gin, you just drink one bottle. Nobody knows how it affects your skin.
Enough is when you are healed, though. When you are healed,
but it's wrong.
We should test it on the Cameroonians.
Wow. Okay. All right.
But why do we have this guy on the panel, man? I mean,
actually, I have some friends in my visa.
But guys, seriously, my thing is dosing and lab checks. So I would do your CBC BMP, your kidney function, your liver function, because your livers will produce like a PY450. That is what binds into whatever you take in your body in terms of medication. So I want to see the level of toxicity taking these herbs, because I have seen Africans that I see that will come, they have blood pressure of high blood pressure, and they are taking all this herb. Next thing you know, they have stroke, because somebody will send them something from Africa. They put it in a bottle, they will soak it up for something, they start drinking it. So you don't know what is the drug interaction with herbs for that particular herb. Do you know? You don't know. So I give you something for blood pressure. You're taking that blood pressure medication with the herbs. Do you know the interaction with those herbs? Let's look at the herb. Let's study. That's why I took interest in it for my African patients, because they will take like all this okpang. Do you know what it's called, Kaizo? They call it in Nigeria butashi. It's like a sex enhancement herb now. I'm sure in Kenya. Yeah. You can't take those things if you're on a blood pressure medication, but it's not good. Like it's not safe. Heart medicine. Because it's supposed to expand your arteries so you can have more blood flow. Yeah. So that's why
it's a good point. We need evidence-based practice so that we can have safe administration of these herbal medicines. Otherwise, some things like, let's say, if you're taking something that dilates your blood pressure, and then you actually take another medicine to help you keep it smaller, you're already contradicting the two medicines you're on. So yeah, that's a great point.
The fact is that Africans do not have a mindset of exploring and coming out with inventions or things that can make things for the better. That's why when Babati is talking about, let's go into herbs. We have herbs in Africa, but we are not scaling it. If the white man comes in Africa today and acknowledges it,
they are already, is my point. They are coming already.
The white man has to acknowledge it, accept it. That acceptance criteria have to come from the white man for it to be legal. And then Africans will start going ahead and doing it. But if not, if the white man doesn't accept it, then it's always going to be a thing that might not even come to the open sphere. That's just it.
Jude, Ethiopian teff, right? That's basically their version of wheat. That they grow and eat that stupid little bread of theirs, right? Which I really hate, called injera. You know that stuff. Imagine these guys were so low IQ that they have done. Okay, think of wheat, right? Wheat. Italians have made pastas and pizzas and all these kind of thing, right? There's so many products from wheat. You can make chapati, you can make everything from wheat, right? Same thing with corn. Wazungus, Kenyans, even Africans. We can make 1,000 products. Africans, we just pound it, okay? But that's the only thing we do. Everyone else creates so much value for them, right? Mexicans, tortillas, everything from corn, right? But here's the issue with Ethiopia. Ethiopia has teff, right? It's a variety that literally only grows there. These people did a deal with the German government to try to do experiments to find out other uses for teff. Guess what happened to the Germans? The Germans actually set up a patent to own teff. So right now, legally speaking, I don't know if the issue was resolved. A German company owns the rights to teff, meaning if Ethiopians try to do and make similar products with it, they will have to legally pay, obviously pay royalties. If they especially
from their own stuff, they have to pay them
from their own stuff.
Wow.
Because they're too stupid to sign a contract saying we will own all the patents. You can get royalties on our. They never even thought about it. See, this is the issue that's going right now. Let me get another example. In Kenya, Kenya and mostly Kenya, right? But they grow a drug called cat, right? They also grow it in Ethiopia, actually. Now, cat is it's a drug that kind of
it's a stimulant. A stimulant. Yeah.
So now here's
we have some chunkies here.
Oh no, bro! Somalis love this shit, man. They're always chewing it all day, man. Anyways, so we export it mostly to Yemen and Somalia, and they used to export it to the UK for Somalis, but they make it illegal now. It's now Class A drug in the UK. So imagine this, right? Africans are in Kenya. It's illegal to smoke shisha, but it's legal to chew a drug that the UK government. Now you could say it was a trade deal. They didn't want Kenyans making money from exporting this, but if the UK thinks it's a Class A drug, and Kenya right now, things like shisha is illegal, but everybody can just chew this thing. Even a child can chew it, right? Because remember that it's legal, completely legal. Even children can chew it. Anyway, that's a separate issue. My main point here was this: Kenyans try to remove the active ingredient in cat. Now they found out that unfortunately, when the ingredient is removed from the leaf, it's no longer active. It only remains active for like a few hours. So they left that. Now, you know what Europeans would have done? They would have done a whole PhD, sponsored 3 PhDs to go and figure out how to stabilize it once it's left the leaf. But the African is so low IQ that they think we cannot be done. Eh?
Do you know that wheat right now as we speak? Do you know that medical? Do you know that marijuana right now as we speak in America is now considered, so in some state is now considered medical?
No, Jude. We use, by the way, Jude, we use weed for cancer patients, by the way.
There you go. So Africans have not been capable of using that stuff that Kaizo is talking for a lot of different things.
I suppose it's all of Africa or the only dusty Kenyans.
Do you know, Emo, do you know what happened 7 years ago when a Nigerian man in diaspora came back home to run for office in Nigeria? It's part of Nigeria. They grow the best weed in the world. Show worry. And the guy said that was before America approved it. Though he said, "Listen, this is a very hot market in Canada right now and America. Let's make this thing legal so we can make money off it." It was laughed off the stage. Now they are regretting that the guy said, "I told you almost 7 years ago. I told you 7-8 years ago. You laughed me off the stage. See, now everybody's not going towards it now.
Even Germany just legalized it."
Yeah, it sounds like Snake Man telling you something, Jude, and you don't believe it. And then years later.
But why don't we see Kaizo? But America here, the monetary incentives is what pushes a businessman to want to invest in the medical products. Don't we have enough people that say, you know what, there's opportunities in this thing and I can make money off of it? Why don't we have enough people like that in Africa to say, I see the monetary the opportunity in this thing, like the value in these products. I can make money
But
off of
see,
this stuff.
the people that can actually do these things are people like you that have, find, solace in American, the Western world, that you have taken on medical, European medical system, and
Right.
kind of look down on any majority of us, even if you don't. But I've seen, like most of these guys on the panel will tell you, oh, I don't believe in African cultural religion anymore, or herbs, and I believe in all these things. So we are acquainted with the lifestyle that we are, and, and have become more acceptable in European, dressing and culture than we Africans. In years to come, all of these things that we are even talking about will be obsolete. Only Europeans and American stuff will now be things that we'll be doing in Africa. And we are seeing it on the ground,
I would
man.
say Chinese.
value,
I would say Chinese.
Yeah, look at this, guys. Just to
many years,
show my receipts, because you guys always come for me saying, perhaps understandably, many Ethiopians are annoyed that a Dutch company holds a patent on the processed teff flour. Ethiopia doesn't even technically.
Why didn't
right
the government step in before this happened? Don't you have people in government to step
how
in?
would they step in when they don't have the amount of money to actually follow up things in that?
No.
I mean,
Wait. Kaizo, what was the government thinking? Why didn't the government step in before this happened?
See, the government is the one who did the deal with the Dutch government to
Wow.
exactly,
do research.
exactly. So that is the nuance. It's not that they didn't think of it. It's just they wanted to have quick money, and they did a deal with the European.
Somebody got bribed, right? Somebody got some hush money then.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Somebody got money.
Because you see, like right now, if you know, everyone in UK, everyone in the West is having allergies with gluten and things like that, right? All these antigens and gets exposed for certain, things like gluten. This is one of those things like cassava. Cassava is also gluten free. This product here, teff, is gluten free, and this one is like a wheat product. You can process it like wheat. So meaning you can make anything else you can make with the wheat product. So that means, right, if this company exports anything that they use to process teff, I'm talking about all the bioengineered foods that they sell in the market, Snickers bars, whatever it is, that, because remember, the issue with Africans, we haven't really added too much value to our foods because we're not exporting things like candies, confectionaries.
Exactly.
So this Dutch company will be exporting all these products that can replace their wheat with a gluten-free product, and they will not pay royalties to Ethiopia. Now if Ethiopia tries to do the same, they have to pay royalties. This is insane. Right, so they've taken them to court, but still, this is one of those things where I'm just
hold on. How can they make a contract? Hold on. How can they make a contract, be it even underhandedly, bribed, and then later on go to the court and try to fuck? Like, come on, man! Ethiopia, don't be like you.
Let's read it. Ethiopians find it particularly pernicious or perfidious, whatever, that the Dutch company in the question started by conducting research on teff together. See, here's a problem. Instead of you paying your own researchers, you start going into an agreement that is weak with the Ethiopian state.
What I told
you see, that was the government, right?
No, what I told you, the government is too lazy. The government is too lazy to do it on their own. What I told you.
With the Ethiopian state, remember that guy, it wasn't a company, no, it's the government of Ethiopia, and agreed to share the genetic information obtained for commercial use. But in 2004, it filed a patent alone, and now the European Patent Office granted it a monopoly on a wide range of products made from teff in Europe. And again, like guys, remember this, right? There's a lot of the Dutch, Germans, these are manufacturing hubs in Europe. Now, what they do is, like I mentioned, don't just think of it like selling wheat to Dusties to make their bread at home. I'm talking about actual things, any food product that's been processed. They use these sort of products in there. Or cassava, that's another one. Nigeria also has a lot of cassava. They need to start processing it. Anyways, that means Ethiopia does not own rights to its own flour. And if they try to now make products to export that's been value added, the Dutch will sue them, and those products will not be allowed to be sold in the European market. So this is now the issue with Africans.
What I don't understand,
unbelievable, man. This is unbelievable. I can't believe that.
What I don't understand is how many years must we endure this bullshit? Do not trust the European. How often should I? You already must have a dagger in your hand to backstab them at the first sight. I don't get it. Every time it's the same shit. Yes, let's us do a co-work, let's work together on something, and later on they'll fuck you over. That is, God, Man. Some Africans are just straight up
Kaizo,
stupid.
let's be sincere. The white man knows how to do things right. That is a fact. I mean, just being a black man in the world is a crime. It's a sin. I'm telling you, we are mediocre in everything. It's what unfortunate we don't want to agree, but let's be realistic. If it was Ethiopians that actually have, they have that stuff, but could they metamorphosis? Could they transform that into something bigger? No, they don't have that mindset. And giving it to the white is okay for me because as years
It was
goes
not
by,
given
even if
to
the white man
it was
owns
not
it,
given.
as
It was
years
taken.
goes by, it might end up still developing that country because they might end up hiring most of these guys to do
Also
the
down.
cultivation of that crop. No, why did you say we won't? Because the people cultivating that crop are
Okay, tell me.
So my point is Africans in general, they have to be another transformation, a mindset cleansing in Africa. If not, and then the Europeans we
Okay,
keep taking our
can we ask you then? So then that means you must get rid of that religion. Those two, you know what I'm talking about.
Of course,
So
all those
if you're
religions
really
have to
serious
go.
about that Kaisorian, get rid of Christianity and Islam on Africa, the African continent. That's the only way you can change your mind. There's no other way, man. I'm sorry.
No, but Kaiser, tell me, is that Dutch company? How many employees does it have in Ethiopia?
They might have only one employee, but the people cultivating the crops are Ethiopians. Come on, man. That's what I'm saying. It's like you have coffee in Africa, but the people that produce the coffee stuff are Europeans. The people cultivating are Africans. What you mean? So you telling me we Europeans are the one cultivating that stuff in Ethiopia?
No, but there's a whole world full of South Americans, Eastern Europeans.
No, that is only present in Ethiopia. That particular crop
Indians,
is only
Indians like there are a lot of workers, South Asians.
Babati, I want to ask you a question though. Do you think we will ever get it in Africa, bro? Because it just seems like the same problem comes in often and often, and we just keep
getting fucked over because we trust European. Yes, that happens a lot. I don't know why.
But what?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, those things that reinforce those beliefs it comes through religion. That's where it reinforces that the need to not do for self. The need to be dependent on an imaginary being that you cannot see. So you are left open.
So
walking.
Another issue I have.
They sell you hope. Go ahead.
The problem is, I honestly believe Africa, we lack some. I don't know, man. We lack something because even Ethiopia right now, teff. These guys make injera. Injera is fermented teff, right? You have to now ferment it for a few days before you can even cook it, right? Why can't they think of fermenting it, then drying it up and maintaining that fermentation, and then like sourdough bread, right? Like make it so that it can be instantly made instead of wasting time every day, 4 hours. Some woman has to prepare it so that they can now use that time to create something else. I don't know. I think Africans they call it culture, but I call it backwardness. We don't want to transform things because it's our culture, exactly. So shout out to Kofi. Kofi says, tell him to explain what does he mean that a lot of Africans have adopted the Western world or American ways. Yeah. So what do you guys mean by that? That's what Kofi asked.
What is the guy talking about? The guy lives in. Go ahead, Babati.
No, that was
but the guy lives in America and he's asking dumb questions. You speaking English or writing in English. Come on, Babati. Those are. He writes in English and he asks me.
Let me explain it. Let me explain. Let me explain it.
Just going to their school studying in English. You forgo your own culture and take on the white man's culture. The acceptance.
Let me explain it.
Let me finish now. Let me finish.
You're babbling again. Let me
explain. Having a European man coming to Africa and you look up to him, from that inferiority complex glance, and you say, just your system of government is all Europeans and stuff.
That is not his question.
Let me finish. You just being in their common. Oh, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Not his question. He talked about Africans. Most Africans don't go outside of Africa. To answer your question, also Negropeans and also Western blacks, yes, they will become very Western. But also Africans, the dusty Africans, the farmers that stay in Africa until they have the culture. That's it. So the majority, what will happen is the intelligent minority will be Western. The majority of Africans still will be traditional, but that means they will be backwards too. Answered.
Man, it's early morning in my place, man. I did not want to, increase my volume, but there's this Fulani guy on the panel, man, who wants to be known. This Al guy. These are the kind of people that you remember.
Jude, by the way, so before I believe that maybe Kazi can also chime in. Our so-called democracy has to change. We cannot practice
democracy.
Government of the people, by the people, for the people. It's not an African way to address.
No,
you don't need dialogue. It's not going to work. Yeah, go ahead.
Babati, let me say something, right? I told someone that the best form of government in Africa is communist. He said, why? I said, because look, copying a system, a democracy system that was given to us by the Europeans, right? Now they have built their economy. In a democratic system, if they pass laws, the other people can say no, and that law can take up to 2 years for it to come to the limelight. But their country is already built. The things are working.
Is communism not a westernized idea?
A young man, one man, just because you can flow in the Queen's language doesn't mean you have an upper hand.
Is communism not a westernized idea?
I did not say let's copy China. I say if we can create our
communism is a German communism is a German ideology. It has nothing to do with China.
That's the West, isn't it? I don't think you heard what
Western. I don't think
you
listen enough.
Can you guys allow a Bantu high IQ guy to actually make a point? Then this Niger Delta,
I think the thing is you like the sound of your own voice. That seems to be the thing. So
one man, don't let me bring Namizi on this panel because you talk more on your panel. Also allow other guys to flow on different panels.
What do you mean? Just let other guys? We've never stopped listening to you. Just listen to what Babati said to you.
He asked me a question. I'm asking back.
Yeah, but you don't understand the question because you're approaching it from the wrong prism.
Oh wow! Okay, you don't understand. Go ahead and emphasize on your democracy stuff. Let's get it.
No. Hold on. Just talk.
Listen, Judah. Listen.
Look. No, I don't have to listen to this guy. What the hell you talking about? What the heck? Go ahead.
You know that 90% of the art of conversation is actually listening.
Oh man, pass your point, man. Babati was talking about us forgoing democracy.
No,
so
why don't you just
what
be
did I not get it? Go ahead.
Listen. Are you capable of that?
Man, shut the fuck up. Go ahead, man.
You listen and then the person stops and then you speak. It's not a battle of rat-a-tat.
No, it's a battle of this Nigerian guy claiming to be an upper hand. You have an upper notch, or you want to pass a watered down information.
I know.
But the guy want to pass a watered down information like it has to come to me. I'm the Mr. Right here. Come on, man.
You don't understand what Babati said from.
Go ahead and make your point.
Why don't you just be quiet?
One man.
Hold on, Snake Man.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care.
All right.
He doesn't care.
Why don't you just be quiet for a microsecond, listen, and then understand what is being said to you so that you can give a more informed response? You don't have to agree, but understand what's being said. It's not all the time. What's all this nonsense? Settle yourself down. What BT is saying to you is that the African landscape might not necessarily be suited to a westernized form of governance. So it's not inviting an alternative between capitalism and communism.
Baba T made a different
Can you
point
be
from what you
quiet?
are talking
Guy,
about.
I
No,
have
you
this
keep quiet because
okay, I give up, man. Yeah, just to
you have to give up, man. I mean,
relax.
you have to be that rank and fight, that low rank and fight to give up.
Judas, the guy you tried to
Relax
protect
now.
tries to talk to you. Shut up.
Relax.
Baba T,
I
Baba T,
know.
I
Okay,
cannot relax, man. How can a
I
guy
know.
coming from this top down, like, oh, I have to listen. Oh, you said something. Oh, you ask a point. We have to forgo democracy, and he wanna come in and twist it.
Jude, please.
You know.
Hold on.
Do you see what I mean, Judas?
Hold on. Let me. What I'm saying is that we need to forgo any form of communism, democracy. It has to be a system that we create ourselves, not communism, not an alternative to democracy. Or
No, I did not even say bring in communism. I said
just
create
African,
something that can suit us.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Help me here. You are an African. What kind of system do you think will work best for Africa?
Baba T, me as particular, a dictatorial kind of a communist, like where you have to even enslave people to do the job. That's what it is. Like at this point in time, you have to enslave your own people.
Can you hold on now? Can you clarify what you mean by enslave? Because you know we are very
an authoritarian, the same time enlightened, right? Like you remember back in the days, you used to have
enlightened
despot in Africa.
Sorry,
enlightened, like people that can actually rule, have that mindset
because,
of
you said enslavement.
But you have to enslave to build that community that you wish for it to be built, right? When America was built, it was built by people that were enslaved, and most Europeans, they enslaved their own people, the rank and vice, to build their communities. And this is what Africans have to do. You cannot just sit down and have people roaming around not doing anything and claim you're going to build Africa. It's not going to happen. Certain people, like one man went to Mo, have to be enslaved for the job to be done in Africa.
Do you see now the stupidity?
This kind of people have a mindset of liking Europeans, going to Europe and want to speak like the white man. We don't need this in Africa. And this kind of people, man.
Jude,
Come on, man.
Yeah, Jude is retarded.
Okay, you say okay.
But BT, I have a question, right?
Yes,
So,
sir,
question here: why are there zero? And I say zero, I mean zero. There are 0 countries in Africa that have somewhat an African system. Yeah, you could say Botswana tried, but like, okay, I'll give you an example. In Kenya, the Oromos, they had the Gada system, right? That's their own sort of social political system. So even Somalis had something, right? I forgot what they call it. The Wangas, obviously, we had our own system as well, right, of governance. A lot of different African cultures had these, right? But and again, I'm not talking about these dusty kings that was, Europeanized and that. No, they just follow European laws with some culture around it. I mean, a proper, management system. Why didn't we develop it and actually have proper conversations about applying them? I'll give you an example, right? One of the reasons why prison system is so bad in Africa is because it's so anti-African, right? We are temporally restricted beings, right? We don't understand time. So when you put a being like that inside a time constraint that's linear, you actually end up doing more damage, right? Africans used to banish you, or there were certain African systems and sort of ways of interacting with social dynamics that were never explored. So why are there 0 African countries that have explored, really explored it and developed it? I say again, the other part, added value. We don't want to go backwards and be dusty either. That's stupid. Why are there no value added social systems created by Africans?
That's a very good question. But let me take it from this angle. Like Nigeria, for instance, you have many kingdoms that morphed into regions and before we became a country. So, like Western Nigeria back in the day, they used to have something that they took away from, even in democracy, or that they had in the 60s or the early 40s and 50s. They borrowed from the culture, from the tradition, from the old Oyo Empire, the House of Chiefs, right? So they took that out. They used that as a model to govern for a while before we got independence, right? That was adopted. So I think it's because of different cultures that have been forced to become a country. can you go ahead with your, because they said you should be enslaved, so I want you to go ahead.
No, I only wanted to add to the. Oh God, this
I'm
guy.
kidding. Go ahead,
Forget
Oman.
this guy,
No,
Baba.
no,
The guy
this
just come
guy-
in and
this
boom and
this
just
guy should
talk
be
down on
caged
people.
and locked away
The
somewhere.
old
No, he
done.
just come on and talk on people.
I can't be
Come
here.
on, man.
Judah,
Hold on now.
stop,
Hold
stop,
on.
stop.
Hold on, Jude.
No,
Okay.
I'm not hold on this guy,
Okay,
man. This
it's
guy is
done,
a
it's done,
baboon,
it's
man.
done.
I mean, Babati, let me say something, right? The guy comes in and want to have a conversation with a Nigerian, but he want to talk down on, like, I mean, who's this guy? I live in the state, man. This guy cannot even, one of the cars that I drive, I don't think he can own it in. I mean, who's this guy? Come on, man. Just because you own a platform doesn't give you an upper hand to come in and bully people around or something. It makes no sense to me. You want to hold a conversation, come here and let's hold a conversation. Do not come here and pass down an information and leaves and come back again and anchor on your point. Come on, man. I mean, you're not my dad. I'm not gonna listen to a rank and file or a nincompoop. Who is he? He doesn't pay my bills. Why should I listen to him? Come on, man.
Just did the African.
I mean, you should go and talk to Nigerians, not me, man. I mean, who is the guy?
You just did the African. Oh, Nigerians are arrogant. Oh.
No, the snake man. Come on, slow down. Come on, man.
Nigerians are arrogant. What do you think Nigerians are? Well, why Nigerians are so arrogant? Just it's African.
Can I go back to answering?
Yeah. So sorry if we've caged the baboon for a moment. I was going to say that Kaizo's poser. There's a.
Man, go ahead and take care of your kids, man.
Oh,
Come on, bro. Can't be on the platform where your kids are crying
around. About my kid, I'll
man.
ban you for life from here. You
go ahead and ban me for life then. I mean, stay on the background.
He has access for this show.
Yeah, I don't mind, man. I mean, I don't mind. Does this platform feed me? It doesn't. Come on, man.
Jude, come on, you don't be in your feelings.
Yeah, but I mean,
no. It's this point, Kaizo. It's this point. No. Don't block Judah. But at this point, Kaizo, you have to pay Judah $1 per month.
Wow. $1. The man lives in Utah. I don't survive. They can't pay for anything with $1 in Utah.
No, because Kaiser is too cheap. Kaiser is too cheap.
I mean, why should a guy living in America chill, man? I mean, I have that upper hand over this one boy. Come on, man. I live in America, number one. Come on, Babati. I mean, you shouldn't be condoling certain things. I mean, because it's coming from your Yoruba guy, of course. But I mean, this guy should not tell me anything that I should accept it. I mean, this guy doesn't pay my bills. I mean, who's this guy, man? There's no way I should be looking up to him.
We must do tribalism. You're non-Nigerian, so we stand with one man.
All right. If we can cage the savage for a moment, I was just going to say the poser that Kaizo put forward. There's a country called Somaliland. And that country, I think they have an evolved African system because I think they govern that country via some sort of ethnic council rather than an overarching presidential sort of system. So that's all I wanted to add before your monkey.
No, let's not do that. By the way, I used your old empire from Oyo, the Council of Chief system that they adopted. That maybe we should bring that back in, maybe for the West.
You mean the Council of Thieves since it's in Africa?
Of Chief. Wow. Why am I defend your empire? They just labeled the chiefs. No, it came from the
council was reigning over more people than your football-sized kingdom, Kaiser.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
One man, you guys are talking about Oyo Empire. Oyo Empire that was one of the weakest. They allowed the Fulani to take over Kwara State. I mean, they couldn't even go beyond the boundaries of Oyo. Wait. Come on.
Hold on. When Bashanu guy died, the prime minister, when he fell, the kingdom became weak. We are discussing what they had prior to his death, what made it so you must look at what made the kingdom strong and what made it weak then you can then adjust.
Yeah, it make it weak because
only
the Yoruba
people-
people were divided. The one in the
No, that was no why. Stop now. That was no why now. Go and study Bashanuga. You know what we're talking about. Bashanuga, it has nothing to do with weakness or whatever. It was more of a greed, but okay, that's not the point. Let's stay in today's world. Let's not go back to 300 years ago. I'm saying that I believe that I can't give you the exact formula or the exact system that I want in place, but I believe that there has to be an African system that we together, when we have this conversation, we can actually create one for ourselves that actually works for us. That takes into consideration our own peculiarity as a people, right?
I have a question, BT.
That's what I'm saying. I'm
Because
not saying
that's
that,
I have a
Yeah.
question, BT. In that African system, are there different classes?
that has to be discussed. There will always be a class system in any society. That's just the reality. You can never, let's say, parity in anything. There will always be class system in any society. That's the way it works. You cannot
Now, because most of those guys who talk about the African system are just low life hoteps most of the time, who use Western ideas and try to hammer it in.
they still want to fight one. No, I'm saying that, okay, for instance, now in the north, now they are more into what is it called, the feudal system. Even in the democratic dispensation, you will still see that they still follow one. You can campaign to 10 million people. If the emir says this is the person we are voting for, that's what they're going to vote for. So they still have that system in place in most part of the north, core north, by the way, not all north, in the core north.
Baba
So,
T,
Go ahead.
what happened in Malaysia is when Malaysia, after independence, they create some kind of sultan. Like in most of their, like you see the second type of government in Nigeria is state, right? You go to Malaysia, they have the people that control most of their state are their kings, or sultans. So they gave them that power. And those are the kind of system that I wish Africans can actually sit down and take a good thing about about the European system, African system, strengthen it and create some kind of government that can work for Africa. That's just it. Instead of like copying everything and pasting it in Africa, it's not working. We have for how many years? 60 years. It's not.
Do you know what we do in Nigeria? We will copy A from America, B from UK, C from Japan, D from Germany.
There you go.
We're surprising them like, oh my god, it did not work. I wonder why.
It did not work. Exactly. Then you ask yourself, but you do not implement everything, right? Okay, but Batimi and you live in United States. We know how things runs in the state.
Yeah, but do you really wonder why, though, BT? Because
this guy is gonna mute me.
What they're actually trying to do is to evolve a best fit. Because we say we want an African system, but the African system has always been monarchical and patriarchal historically, and
Right.
it's always conservative. It's always an overlord sort of a system.
Right.
So that overlord sort of a system does not vest any currency in the populace. So the people don't have a say on how they're governed in our historical backdrop, and that doesn't really serve for purpose. It doesn't make for the best fit for rulership. So some form of democratized sort of system is really the best fit.
No, man.
Governance. Yeah.
Let me come at it from this angle. Even in that old system, you see have chiefs that come from different households, right? That are part of that king. It's not like the king is an absolute ruler.
You're talking about your system with your message,
right? Where you have your message, where they still have a say on behalf of the people. In some ways, it's not an absolute, it's not a perfect system, but I'm saying that find a way to modify or just to improve that system out. Let me use
because the system can never work if the people don't have a say on who governs them.
The ruling houses can have
the
ruling houses can have elections like the ballet. We can have a ballet voting system where we vote for the ballet or our rep or the balogun or whatever. Just You can merge.
Yeah, but that's still a hybrid of the democratized system.
Right. Yes, hybrid version of it. A hybrid version. That's my own suggestion, Woman. Do you have?
Yes, but it's not the total abandonment of a democratized
No. But I'm saying,
but it's not a reverse back into our monarchical overlord system either.
Right.
That's really where the conversation is. So a hybrid of all of the systems are already known.
Yeah. So that way, it's not too liberal for people to misbehave, and it's not too stringent for people not to comply. You see my point? There's a balance between your freedom of expression.
I have a question.
Exactly right. Yeah.
I have a question for you. Maybe Nigeria is different, but okay. If you come to Kenya, when you do like African history, you learn African history, and yes, it is good, but there is a lack of African innovation and cultural discussions. The Europeans debated democracy for the last 1,500 years. They've been debating it, trying different systems. The Roman Empire, they tried that. They tried the French. They had the revolution where they perfected what we use today as the modern, democratic system, right? But we haven't done any of this, right? I think for us to really figure out what works for us, we're going to have to go through a long, bloody battle of ideas, and unfortunately, like I mentioned earlier, first of all, we have a few problems. The average African is not fluent in any language. Regardless whether it's his own mother tongue or English or French, they are not fluent in a language. So if you can't even speak a language, not even your language, how can you have these complex ideological conversation? I mean, tell me the word for ideological in or something to that effect in Yoruba, right? It probably isn't. It's probably just I don't know. You see, I got no one else to
understand Yoruba probably better about that. The Yoruba language is the most nuanced and probably the richest language known to mankind. So
it might be. It might be. You're right. It might be. But you see, some of these words are very technical, right? Some of these words that we use in conversations, like actually require someone to have thought up about them. Yeah, it might be nuanced for conversationalism, but we need to develop these languages or just use English, right? Because the average Kenyan, I can't say for Nigerians, right? But I think you guys speak English better than us, just with a funny accent. But the average Kenyan can't fluently speak English. They get tired. They have to now speak a bit of Kiswahili, and they can't speak fluent Kiswahili. They get tired, so they have to mix English. So we're stuck in this limbo state of incomplete expressions. So we can't even come up with these new concepts. You must be able to speak English at the level of this panel for you to actually be able to add any value to any social political systems. Otherwise, you can't even agree on what you're talking about.
Kaizo, Kaizo, the moment you link this your channel to this one man's channel having the capable of just muting.
So sorry, let's just have a conversation. Look, today you have to settle it down now.
No, man, I don't have to settle it down. I mean, you just mute people at will.
You have to just let conversations take place now. You've had your moment, so just settle it down and let the conversation flow. Nobody is bothered about you going through your period or whatever it is you're going through. So just settle down and let people speak.
You don't have to treat people like that just because you have the upper hand too. I mean, I'm telling you, you have a platform. Let me finish, man. I mean, there's freedom. I mean, he has an upper hand in his platform to sway the discussion where people want to talk. I mean, you come on this panel and you want to still use the same pretext of just, bashing people and muting them and putting them in the back. Come on, man. That does not give you. That does not make you. That does not make you a stronger person. That's what I'm saying. I mean, don't feel nobody.
All we're trying to have is a nuanced conversation. To
didn't I say earlier that African men have the ego?
Don't keep. We already get it. You hate one man, you hate
Nigeria.
So yes, we take that as given. So let's move on.
Yeah, go ahead, Jude.
One man. I'm gonna
I'm not
move on,
interested.
but
Just drop it. Just drop
yeah,
it.
I'm gonna move on, but look,
I
man,
have
I'm
no
gonna
interest in anything you have to say.
stay quiet.
Let us
You,
go.
you don't have no interest. Stay quiet. I mean, we don't even follow. I mean, come on, man. I
What
mean,
about
don't make me
Kaizo?
disrespect.
On country level?
Yeah. I mean, we have been coming. Look, the one thing that we comes on Kaizo's platform is because Kaizo allow us to flow. We other Africans. You don't allow non-Africans to come on your panel and actually say anything.
Well, that's
That's
fair.
the
So don't
difference.
come
So
there.
when we
So
come on
let
this
the
panel and we are
conversation
talking, allow us to talk and do not use your Yoruba
yeah,
fanatics
Judah,
and trying to share your information on this panel.
I make it easy
You
for
know,
you. Judah, I make it easy for you.
Snake
Just
man,
to
go ahead and
nobody
question your guy,
cares.
man.
Don't
I'm not
come on the
talking
one
with
man
you.
platform. It's good
yeah,
for
I
you,
try to help
but
you,
let the
Judah. I try to help
conversation
you,
flow.
Judah.
For goodness sake.
One man. When Judah now says, "I'm sorry, one man, I'm low IQ," I understand. Would you leave him alone?
No, I'm not even bothered by. It's going to jump on me now, but I'm not even bothered by him. I'm more interested in the conversation because we
But
were
he
having
is.
quite an elegant
He don't care.
conversation, but he will come in and start to turn it into some pedestrian level, jibba jabba. You know, just let people speak. That's all I ask.
I mean, that's what Judah is. Do you think Judah discusses high IQ
But yeah,
shit?
guys, let's move on for Judah, so that we don't stick on the conversation. Yeah, so we
Yeah,
were
Kaiser.
talking about African systems. Go ahead, Judah.
Yeah. I mean, the system that when people come here and still condone, a kind of a democracy, I'm confused. I mean, Baba T make an exact point, but because they want to twist it and say let's bring in all the other form, it's actually is actually not good, man. Like, I mean, we have been beaten down, in such a way where we just assume that, okay, we have to conglomerate, we have to mix, we have to do this for us to have that perfection, and assume that what we were doing before wasn't good because the white man wasn't there to add that little top notch for it to. That's why we had it downfall out of it. But it was also that we also did not have that perfection in also to do things right. We have never get it. Even if we mix all this European stuff, are we gonna get it right? No, we're not. I mean, majority of us are not gonna make it. So I mean, we have to build. There are a lot of people that for things to change in Africa, we need to put them in underground bunker. And one of these might be this guy on this panel. I'm telling you for a fact. I mean, we do not need people like this, people that have nothing to bring to the table when it comes to Africa producing something unique based on their own specific mindset, the environment, the things like this. And then we want to say, oh, let's do this. No, it doesn't. And people have to toe the line. I mean, they don't. If they don't have to, and then you just have to sideline them, clean them out.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? You said your own idea will be some form of dictatorship, right? So will that come from? Because I'm from a royal family for full, put it out there.
Ah, God, another argument.
So whatever. But so do you believe that this control or this individual or group of people that will be in charge should be from a royal blood, or how would you get these people in? Who would be in charge is my question of your.
If you want to talk about Africa as a whole, right, and then now that is a bigger question. But if you want to go into a country, like say you want to have that unique culture in the whole Nigeria, or unique language, or
somebody has to be in
yeah, somebody has to be in charge. Now, that is where somebody might come out of the moon and say, okay, can I do these things? Can I force people? When we saw what happened in China, right, when they had Mao Zedong came in power, there was a lot of things that he put in place, especially religious beliefs. People that were roaming around preaching about the Bible in China. What did he do? He engulfed all these people, it took them and put them in prison and said, when your savior comes, and then I will release you guys. But their savior did not come, and what happened? They died in prison, and their followers guess what happened?
So
they submit to the Chinese form.
Hold on, please. So to that individual will come. So you don't mind if the ruling house will say, let's go back to having the king that will be in charge of this region or section, and they have absolute power over this region, for instance, because by royal blood and divine appointment, you can brainwash people to believe that is by God that's made him ruler of all in that area. So that approach,
you can have absolute power, but at the same time you have to be enlightened. What I mean enlightened is you have to be some kind of actually know what it benefits your people, right?
It's called
like
Philosopher King. It's called Philosopher King. It's a European concept.
So how do we know if we got, because the people have no say, remember, right? In this thing that you're proposing. So what if that person is a narcissist and a crazy individual? How can we say, okay, how do you change? How can we replace him if we get it wrong? Then what happens, Kaizo? If we
we have a system like Chinese system.
I mean, it should delete it.
Sling man, stay quiet. Let Kaizo go ahead, man. This guy just keep back.
One man is not here anymore. He already left. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, I think
that's just stupid. Just let him rumble.
Is that Black Hitler? Okay, so I think it can actually work, right? So getting a true philosopher king is hard, right? People think Kagame is one, but who knows? That's what people think. However, getting a true philosopher king is hard. You would have to put someone like me as a president. Then that's a real philosopher king. I don't even have the king part. I don't even have power yet.
You'll be killed the next day. You'll be killed the next day. I don't think you.
That's the problem. I don't have the kingly aspect of it right yet. So what you need is a Chinese system, right? Why? Simple. All the people who work in the Chinese upper level Chinese government, all their families are known. Right, same thing. That's what happens with Korea, right? If someone starts doing funny things, trying to steal money, not just them, but their whole family is, punished severely.
Wiped out.
Now, exactly, right? In some countries like Korea, they're wiped out. Exactly. China,
wait, please. So, we are jumping the gun here. Before we get to that enforcement order. I'm discussing the emergence of that individual or that group of people, the emergence of them, and that's where it's very critical.
But see, the emergence of those people, they just coming out of the blue, right? Like you see what is happening in Burkina Faso right now, right? The guy that is there, I mean, you might call him, he came out of the blue. So you have these people that have been beat down by the current regime. And they have that propensity of change, to make things right, and they just come out of the blue because of their past experience. We see that what is happening in Senegal, Burkina Faso. So these are the kind of people, like you could say maybe Kagame, but if not, there are other people. So you don't have to groom them somewhere. It just come out of frustration of what they have been through. And then if it doesn't work, then the people still have to revolt and bring in another person again, and another person comes out of the blue. That's just what it is.
Okay, out of the blue means military and his family. Because this guy didn't come out of the blue. He's part of the elite class and was part of the military. Like that's what I mean. What is that communist bullshit? Let's give 100. It is a guy who has influence and power. Most likely,
pretty much the military. Then that's what you guys are talking about. If I don't, right?
And that's what we say. Enlighten despot. It might be military. It might be other people. Enlighten. They have that spirit of say, okay, we are able to do these things. I mean, they come out of the blue, but like Bawati, that there are some presidents that came out of that did coup in Nigeria, and most of you guys say there were actually some good leaders out of them, and you know that, right? So that's what we say. You come out of the blue.
What happened to them? They were killed, right? They were killed.
They were killed, but you have to stand your ground. You know that you will not live long, and you actually have to do things right, fortify yourself as well, while you are actually doing things right for your people.
And can I present you SKC? I'm very surprised that you're here on this channel, SKC.
Yeah, I heard your voice, Snake Man. I had to come up and say hello to you. It's been a little while, man, but greetings.
Yeah, I always miss you when you do your stream where everyone can come up.
Yeah, yeah. I did have a question, as an outsider, and
Right.
I just have a
What
question.
is your race? What is your race? White?
You did relax,
It's
relax.
Judah. He's a low IQ Cameroonian.
You did, guys, relax. Don't do. Come on, SKC, go ahead. Come on, guys. Come on now.
Yeah, I just want to, in you guys' opinion, and I know that Africa is a huge continent, but why is there so much division amongst the different countries and tribes?
Okay. Want me to go first, or anybody else want to go first? Kaiser. Okay, let me go first. Different people, different cultures, different kingdoms. So historically, you had empires across the place. Now, the empires will grow or shrink depending on the wars won or lost. So, if a kingdom wins, it expands. It keeps expanding until it loses. Then it starts to shrink back again. So that was you have mergers with smaller tribes. Then if you lose a war, you can lose that tribe to a different culture. So you've had that going around. So I think that would be the best way to address that question. Like, even though we are black, we're different people.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
a great, and those are great points that you bring up, BT. And I was even seeing in the chat, I think someone's been a little bit facetious when it was like, well, why is there division among Asians and Europeans in America and Canada and Mexico? Well, the reason why I'm asking is that it seems as though Africa is in a unique position to be able to look at other places and what has worked and what has not worked. And the divisions seem to slow progress a lot. And it seems as though being a bit more united and I could be wrong, but it seems that the tribal model, it seems like it retards growth and innovation. But what I mean, this is my opinion. What do you guys think?
No, go ahead. Absolutely, you can share your opinion.
Can I give an example?
No, Jude, please let him fully.
It's not Jude now, Babati. It's your guy from Nigeria, Slingman, or how you call it.
I'm sorry, black.
Slingman, can you change your name? Stop calling Jude, man. You change that name from Jude.
Apologies. Relax. I'm sorry. Okay. SKC, can you fully?
The guy has actually taken my name and put it on his profile.
Relax, bro. Please now.
Cry me a river.
Can you?
Oh yeah, go ahead. XCC. Can you expand?
Can you just expand so we know where you're coming from, so that we understand?
Sure. Well, from just observing, it seems as though whenever there are certain groups in Africa that expand and start to grab ideas from multiple peoples, that they seem to thrive. But it seems as though those who keep holding on to tribalism seems to slow the innovation and growth of country and also continent. But I just wanted your guys' opinion on that.
Do you know what is funny about what you just said?
Okay. No, can I say something?
Hold on, please. Give me.
PT, hold on. I think.
Hold on. Just relax now.
So hold on. Because we need to explain this thing in a proper way. For instance, let's use Nigeria for instance. When you look at those who are in charge of the country, like the elites, the politicians, they don't actually practice tribalism. They all work in one accord. You understand me? The tribalism merely exists within the poor masses. And also, it normally become a national issue during election. Then after election, normally die down. Then everybody go back to their normal activity. You understand me? So within the elite structure of Nigeria, they don't practice that BS. except during election, some of the politicians will use that to their advantage. But after election, you will not hear anything concerning ethnicity or anything again. They return back to normal. But you see, the average poor masses, they don't know when to switch it off also. Some of them will not, because during the process of the election, they have already created division between themselves, their friends, their family relative, and now they cannot go back and reamend those friendships. And they become haters for life. And that is the issue. People should understand, during election, politicians will use everything to their advantage. You as a masses, you need to be smart. Know when they are saying BS. Know when they are actually discussing policy and all those things. But you see, people cannot do that. They cannot differentiate from all these things. So that's the issue, really.
And to add to what the Nigeria first says, SKC, if you look at Nigeria, the most developed areas are melting pots. So the more multi-tribal or multi-ethnic places in Nigeria, they tend to be the most developed area.
So
because
let me try to
it's not
let me
only
try to
that.
merge the perspectives, because I think the Africans, you guys are saying something different from what he said.
In those places, people don't give a damn about. Like Lagos, for instance, now, if not for the election, people don't care about where you come from. Everybody's there to make money. So the attention is not about tribe. So you need to just create more of that. More, I call it cultural integration of Nigeria. I think that's what needs to be fixed. When a government can culturally integrate people properly, you will have less problem with race,
It's not only that, brother.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Kaizo. Sorry.
Okay, because me and Kaizo, SKC, we once talked about Nigeria and we talked about, for example, the literacy rate. Because I was surprised that the literacy rate was around 70%, because I come from the South. South is predominantly Christian, also tribes, something like that. And then we split it up in region. The North barely has 50%. The South has around 90% literacy rate. Now, that is more a religious split than a tribal split. But it's not that tribalism in itself is a problem in Africa. It's that all the tribes, let's say, have an ego to think that their specific culture is equal to another.
Snake Man, you're being dishonest. If you say that, then I can say the Muslim North Africans are more into.
That is not my argument.
Wait.
Speak on religion. That is not my argument. Listen to me. I'm not speaking about religion. What I'm talking about is a country. That some tribes have practiced something like in the Muslim North, that they want to live like in Muhammad's times. That's backwards. And the South is more about trade, open borders, let everyone in who has money, something like that.
Yeah.
So, and that's what I wanted to say. It's not that tribalism in itself is bad. It's that some tribes are backwards, and because they live in the same country and think they're equal to other tribes, they're holding those other tribes back.
Okay, Snake Man, we get it. Can we go back to the point? You say that
what was my point? What was my point?
The North practice certain culture, and I make an argument where Islamic cultures are actually.
I'm not talking about Islamic culture. I'm talking about tribalism.
No. This has to do with their culture, because these Northerners are Muslim.
That was an example. That's why I said Kaizo can give another example. That's why you must listen to the point.
You can't make a cultural argument, because it doesn't
make
work.
a tribal argument.
No.
Different tribes practice different lifestyles.
The way they live has to do with their religion.
Some of those lifestyles are backwards. But they must treat everyone equal in the country. That is what I'm saying. It's nothing.
Be straightforward, okay? Don't get out of the, just be straightforward and just say the Islamic culture of theirs are barbaric.
You are not controlling what I'm saying. If you don't like my argument, disprove it.
Yeah, so SKC, I wanted to just clarify so we're all on the same page. So you think tribalism is bad for Africa? You think it's holding us back?
I think that in view of the entire world, when you make a comparison, with a variety of cultures and powers throughout the globe, I think that it's not suitable for the 21st century. It has benefits, no doubt, but on a larger scale, and again, this is my opinion, I think that it ultimately retards growth. The benefits from it are outweighed by the disadvantages in the 21st century.
It retard growth because Kaiser, it retard growth because I'm guessing it's coming from an African point of view. If this was coming from a European mindset where racism is and all these things, right? We wouldn't be talking about racism or tribalism with retard growth because the white man have package it and give you on a gold platter. Now I don't think tribalism with retard growth because is the way we use it. Because look, if I have a person in power and he's from my tribe and actually knows that I can do the job and actually put me in and I'm actually doing the job. I mean, things go right. We have seen it in countries like Rwanda, how things are changing, despite the fact that you only have the Tutsis in power. And then we also seen in other countries as well, where the blacks are obviously dominating South Africa, economic, political, and a lot of things. And things are actually moving forward. So the matter of being tribalism doesn't retard growth in Africa. In some form, they have not been able to use it right. So go ahead, Kaiser.
Yeah. So okay, it's an interesting point. Yeah, and also, guys, click the link to join or send a super chat to support us. We've been here for 6 hours. Help support Black and African media. But anyways, I don't think that tribalism is necessarily good or bad for Africa countries, and we can even specify on a specific African country. But the reason I say this, right? Let me use Kenya as an example. Kenya has at least 42 different tribes. Now, there have been some skirmishes between tribes, like in 2008 when we had the post-election violence. But generally speaking, we've had no civil wars. We've had no real issues in Kenya, yet there's over 42 tribes. Now, I think tribalism is only bad when it's now juxtaposed with other factors like religion. Now, people that have, because obviously African minds, we've been colonized by two great Arabs, right? The Jesus Arabs and of course the Muhammad Arabs. So when Africans juxtapose their cultural identity with these two religions, then they are also fighting now for existential a reality. So it's more than just my tribe. It's also my tribe, my culture, and my God. I think that's when you have issues and things get a little bit more dicey, because now let's say you go to a country that's split half, right? Muslim, Christian. If you go to the Muslim areas, you can't eat pork, you can't engage in certain practices, you can't marry their women unless you convert. That already disallows for cultural integration. So that causes issues internally, and I believe so. Actually, tribalism is less of the issue. I believe really has to do with tribalism meets a more existential thing like religion, and I think those countries have a bigger problem to resolve. This is why countries like Kenya doesn't really have extreme issues with tribalism. Tanzania has barely none, and they have even more tribes there, etc. So yeah, I don't think necessarily. And also, if you are actually very intelligent, you could use tribe as an economic base, right? The way we have states, we have other smaller districts and municipals, whereby you have a governor who has power to actually change the lives of the people that they govern. You could, again, it depends on the leaders that you have, but you could use the similar system for tribes, right? Especially with the low-hanging fruits. I'll give you a very simple example. There are pastoralist communities in most African countries. There are farming communities. There are even hunter-gatherer communities. If there was really a true economic development plan, you could focus on these things, which some countries do, right? Kenya gets most of its beef from the Maasai community, right? That basically means we can get cheap beef because these are pastoralists. They don't pay for grazing, right? The grazing is free. So it already reduces cost of creating a ranch and also water and all that kind of stuff. So what I'm trying to say is, if African countries can be very, very intentional about the economic systems that they create, and they can use very specific advantages that some of these tribes have above others, you can create a system. I think the issue is Africans don't like creating systems, right? Africans aren't very good at managing any system. So regardless, even whether we had tribalism or not, we will still be as dusty as we are.
You know, I can make an argument, Kaizo, when it comes to like tribalism. I think I always had an opinion about diversity being a weakness of Africa, because I think when it comes to like colonization, where I think it had a big impact, being like too many tribes, it was easier Europeans to colonize Africa, because you had so many different tribes that had their own interests, that had they were like in big African interests, you know. Everybody had their own thing. That's a big negative. But tribalism exists. I don't think we should look at it as a negative thing. For example, you have different tribes. When they classified as tribe, they get rights, you know, in their country. Basically, they get recognition, and people want recognition.
Yeah, and also you can't really get rid of tribalism or tribes just because Africans are very cultural people. I mean, this is why the Native Americans, disappeared. Africans didn't, right? They're very, very proud of their culture, right? We are very backwards, right? That can actually work in our advantage sometimes. So in this way, I doubt tribe is going to go anywhere, because I guess what you're really trying to say, SKC, is if we become nation states that understand the concept of being a Kenyan or Nigerian higher level than the concept of being a Yoruba or Kikuyu, then that would allow for cultural integration to a much higher level and will cause less issues. Generally, that is correct. However, the way I see it, even if you solve that very, very contrived problem of tribe, we suffer from bigger issues of governance, leadership, aka you could actually use tribalism positively if you had good leadership in place. So the higher level thing really is leadership, lack of leadership, and corrupt populace.
Yeah, I want to second that motion, because that is something I always say. When you want a solution, you must do it in an African way. That means you must look at the situation that is in that country you want to change, and you must build from that situation. You cannot start somewhere in the air, because, for example, I know I for shit and giggles I always talk about them, but Somalia is a good example. They are ethnically homogeneous, like nearly 100%.
Kezo.
Well,
See, you see, when we come, sometimes we complain about tribalism. Can you please ask any Nigerian here if they have seek any approval for anything from the federal government and it was rejected based on tribalism or based on tribe?
yeah, that's what I wanted to explain.
There's no evidence. They themselves cannot come up with any evidence.
Okay, I just wanted to explain that, and
No,
homogeneous.
I'm responding to what do you call it, case. So this issue of to me of tribalism, it is a distraction, because when you come with a plan, actually, the government of Nigeria will not just say go because you are Igbo or you are Yoruba, you are this. No, they don't behave like that. That's not the way. All this tribalism stuff is just it mostly come up during the election. And if you look at the West, same thing also happened. Just that some people don't know when to detach themselves from that whole drama.
Okay, like I said, Somalia is an ethnically homogeneous country, and that country is on the verge of breaking into three separate things, because there's always a little. That's why I say it's not really the tribalism; it's how the people think. That's a big problem, because there are some people who are progressive, and there are multiple tribes next to each other, like the Igbo and the Yorubas. They are progressive; they have no problems. But there are other things. I only use tribe as a group thing, not that is a problem. Who think, okay, we must be backwards. And when you are in the same country with progressive and backwards people, it never will work. That's what I'm saying.
With the Somali thing is always has been city states. Like it had different powerful cities without always wanted like
Kezo,
independence, and they have
Kezo. For
elites.
instance, okay, can I quickly say this? Like, for instance, in Nigeria, do you know that majority of the people controlling the banking sector in Nigeria, they are minority tribe. They are not from the majority tribe. They are from the minority. They control the banking sector.
What is a minority in Nigeria?
I mean, they are not made. Yeah, you have other terms.
Basically,
You have
they are
like
so
you have
small.
the Edos, you have the Aushi people, you have the the Benue, there are a lot of other minority tribes who are in Nigeria cannot.
Yeah, but
Yep.
those people have no power in political,
Okay,
economic power.
really, I'm talking about economic here. I'm not talking about these things. They have power. What are you saying? Telling
Compared
you
to
that minorities
the
are
compared
controlling the
to
banking sector, you are telling me they don't have power. What?
no, compared to the other.
See, the
Yeah.
Andre,
others,
So
hold on,
okay.
the others just
no,
have
no,
political
no, no,
power
no,
because
Andre,
they are the majority. But when it comes to the economy, some of the minority actually control some major sector in the economy. This no joke.
That makes
Yeah,
no
so
sense.
I would say that actually a big way to combat the negative aspects of tribalism is actually embracing capitalism, right? As I mentioned earlier, the reason
Mhm.
why Kenya is not really having that many issues is because everybody's eating and everyone's getting fat. As I mentioned, right, we had some election violence in 2008 for a short time, and it didn't go that bad
You
because
guys
everybody's
always
so
have
integrated
that,
into the
Kaizo.
economy, right? Hang on. If everyone is so intricately linked in the economy, right, everyone has something to lose, right? If your tribe, it relies on another tribe for meat, the other one relies on another one for fit, whatever goods that are circulating in the market, and you have also had a period of peace and enjoyment where you understand the value of excessive consumptionism, that's going to reduce the amount of problems that's going to cause. As I mentioned, right, Ethiopia went into a full-on civil war between, again, ethnically the same people, right? Because both of these people was because mostly what Amaras versus Tigrayans, right? These are ethnically Semitic people. They're not. It's not even as if it was like the Somalis in Ethiopia versus the Semitic people, right? It was Semitic versus Semitic. Because I believe that country is poor, right? No one's eating good, and they value backwardness even more than Kenyans do, right? They've not embraced modernity. So in a way, I think embracing modernity to an extent, maintaining some cultural roots, and being heavily integrated in economic sort of participation will disrupt some of the deleterious aspects of tribalism.
100% correct. Yes, guys. Yes. I greetings panel. Yeah, definitely. Tribalism is not the problem because I think it's the same thing, scalable from an individual to a group of people. So if you attack tribalism, you're attacking identity, and it's the same thing as insulting an individual. If you insult an individual, they're going to want to fight you and punch you. Yeah, you're cracking a joke at their identity. It's the same thing as if you attack tribe and say tribalism is bad. You're actually insulting uh, a people's identity, and it's the same thing as an insult, and that will result in violence with the individual or the group. That's what I think.
Yeah, so SKC, what's your response? Just let him quickly see
Yes,
where
that's
he's
what I
at.
wanted to say. What SKC? What do you think now after you heard? Besides Andre, he's lost. What you heard of us?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I was listening to all of the responses. I understand, your point of view. If I could, pose a question, what do you guys say are the? Do you believe that tribalism has any negative aspects?
I mean,
No,
yeah. Well, it
Yeah, it
depends.
does. It does because diversity is a weakness. It's not a good thing. I feel like if we all had one interest and we all look for it, it would have made us
There's
stronger.
nothing to do with
It
tribes.
depends. It depends on your question, right? Like, do you mean, because I'm sure IC3 said no for a different reason. Do you mean, are there negatives found within a system that has tribalism in it, or specifically tribalism has I know it sounds like I'm saying the same thing, but
No, you're clarifying. Yeah, I'm asking the latter. Do you believe that there are any negatives within the system of tribalism? And I'll be direct. I'm not trying to do like some sort of gotcha moment. I'm just of the mindset that there's no such thing as a perfect system. You know, there are trade-offs. You understand the cons and the pros, and I'm trying to see if you guys see any of the cons within the system of tribalism, or do you just see it only positive or only neutral?
Yeah. There are a couple cons, but these cons are only cons because we exist in a Western democratic system, right? So any of the aspects of so-called tribalism that lead to interference, right, negative interference in let's say African countries, is because we operate within a Western system. So there will be some clashes of ideas, right? And simple example is voting. When we vote, tribalism, tribal leaders can sway the votes towards their direction, and which the negative aspect comes in, whereby the leaders, even if they're bad leaders, right, even if they're bad for the country, for whatever reason, perhaps they're low IQ, or they just whatever negativeness of that leadership is, people will still generally vote for their tribe. Again, it depends on the country, but they'll vote for their tribe regardless, because even if he's a criminal, he's our criminal. So that's now the negative aspect, but that is directly tied to the fact that we have a democratic system. If we didn't have a democratic
so Kazorian, and I think you're going there, just as a mind experiment, would there be any negatives in as you would say, a non-democratic, democratic, or capitalist or Western system? Would there be any negatives then?
Well, not in a way that you can distinguish it as a large enough problem for it to be, to be observable, right? I'll give you an example. The simple issue with tribalism right now is that a president in Africa carries a lot of power, right? So what that means is the tribe with the presidential seat can control a lot of the economics and trade, right? So that, and also, whatever it is. An example was Kenya's second president, right, Moi. When he took power, he basically put all the people in, military, again, police and security as his tribesmen, right? The Kalenjin. He did this obviously to maintain power for 30 years. Because, if you have your people, they will protect you from being outcooed because you're empowering them, right? So the only aspect here is that, right, we don't have, for example, we've had a council of elders, right? No supreme leader. I'm just saying a more sort of progressive system that is really backwards, right? Because it's really African, like they do in places like China, right? Xi Jinping has power, but no, it's the council that has the power, and these people are, these people are basically are connected to regions and families which maintain a certain order. If we had council of elders and representatives from each tribe in a more, let's say, in a more open manner, again, not like Somalia. Somalia does it, but in a bad way. They call it the 4.5 system, meaning if you're from a minority tribe, you don't even have representation, right? But if we did it in a more open manner, right, and we were very conscious of it, we would actually have a much better system, and all the negative aspects of tribalism wouldn't actually exist anymore, because now you're having a system that has representation and power sort of distributed within it.
Yeah, that is what I said is the problem. It's not really the tribe or the tribalism. It's just there's some ignorant.
With the Somali thing, it's not race. It's like people wanting stuff for their region. Like it's not about race. It's not about. Like,
he never said race.
No. With tribalism, it's a little different in Somalia.
He said that. Like I said, it's not about the tribalism. It's about that tribalism and that is in an African perspective, can enable very stupid people to be in power for a very long time, and they can do stupid stuff.
Exactly.
Now, if every tribal leader would be a perfect philosopher king, and they would just joust each other to find out who is in power, and then afterwards they only would do good things, you wouldn't have half the problem. But most people are selfish and self-centered.
Exactly. Self-centered. That's a good word. Like you look at South Africa, for example. You remember that ex-prime minister? You know, his ethnic group are self-centered. They thought that he was good for them and not good for most of the country. Thought he was bad, and he was bad for the economy. But his ethnicity, his tribesmen, they still support him because he's from that tribe. They won't like leave his side. He can be negative for the economy, but they want people who are from the ethnic group with big power. That's what they care.
So SKC, the main point here is if tribalism was a significant of a problem that's holding Africa back, as a specifically separated problem, country like Somalia should be the richest, most successful, free, fair country. However, this country has had probably the worst record of functionality. They've had a genocide that's occurred between themselves, Somali and Somali genocide. That was specifically why the country split into two countries. That's why we have Somaliland and now we have Somalia, because of genocide, right? Attempt by one clan to another clan. But again, same tribe, same language, same culture, same religion, same everything. Some people are just backwards and low IQ. So right. Meanwhile, you have a country like Kenya and Tanzania with many tribes, but no such events occurred. And again, another country like Rwanda has a history of so-called genocide, just 3 tribes. So I guess what I'm trying to say, tribalism really, I think it just depends on how it interacts with the leadership of the country and the mentality of the country, and also the economics. If everyone is fat and flourishing, there's going to be far less civil wars, civil disputes, and issues like that. There's no correlation, basically. Let me repeat a simple problem. There are no correlation that shows that countries with fewer tribes or genetic or cultural homogeneity somehow have more stability and or less violence, or just are richer and more successful in general. There is none. There's no correlation there at all.
So, just listen to what you're all saying. Really, it's the arts. Then it boils down to the art of good governance, which what you were all saying, good leadership. So what exactly is good leadership? You can't blame it on the tribes. You can't blame it. What would you say? What would you suggest to a leader, or advise a leader a person about to come into leadership? Facing all these people, what would that person be thinking, or what is the science of good governance?
So one thing I would say is, don't touch the state money and use it for your own gains. That would be the first point. Don't be corrupt. That would be the first point.
Don't be corrupt. I think everybody will agree with that. That's
hang on, Crenshaw Grinder. No, hang on. Let me respond to this quickly. That's incorrect, Crenshaw Grinder. Right? You're saying Japan, Korea. Your conclusion is incorrect, not the statements. Japan, Korea, China, Europe are all good examples of low tribal conflict and a successful country. These are all rich Western countries. I'm talking about within an African or so-called global South perspective, because you could say America is the most culturally diverse country in the world, and it is the most powerful and rich country in the world, right? That even contradicts your whole point. So
and when they say European, when they say Europeans, I mean Western Europe, who is rich, not Eastern Europe, who, by the way, has a lot of ethnic conflict between people who has, like the Somalians, the degree of difference between them. If you really break it down.
Yep.
No. Like Eastern Europe have ethnic conflicts, and sometimes it's really retarded, like straight up.
Wait, hang on. The US, okay, I'm really confused. The US, what do you mean by tribal conflict? Because now we're well, obviously, if a country has conflict, any kind of conflict is oh my god.
Semantics. It's semantics. It's semantics. Once
There's
again,
definitely tribalism in America. You guys have LGBT, you have niggers, you have white people, you have Indians, you got Somali. You have tribalism in America. Literally the biggest one. If you're saying it's there's no physical war, well, obviously not, right? But neither is there in Kenya or Tanzania, right? What's your point there, Crenshaw Grinder? Right?
He has no point
There's no
because
point there,
he
right?
speaks on a specific. He basically, you remember what they call that niggerish. Do you remember niggerish? What niggerish means?
Yep. There's literally tribes in America. You have the LGBTs, you have the blacks, you got the Mexicans, you got the Natives American. You have so many different tribes in America. You got Somalis, Kenyans, Nigerians, Europeans. America is the most diverse country in the world, right? And it is the most powerful and richest country. So it's not about tribes and existing and competing with each other. It's whether you can create systems and leadership that allows for that for these issues to sort of be
Yes, that's why when especially Andre said diversity, I thought to myself, you come from the most ethnic. Andre came from the most ethnic, 100% state in Africa, and that is the poorest state. The most ethnic unified state in Africa is the poorest state. Just let's take it when he says diversity is our weakness.
Okay. Crenshaw Grinder, usually I don't call you an idiot, but I'm going to have to call you an idiot today. What the hell do you think diversity, what do you think a tribe is? Like, do you like how low is your 85 Black American IQ to not understand simple concept?
He does not.
A tribe is a group of people with a shared culture, an identity. That's all a tribe is. It's a definition that exists. Nothing more complex than that, right? A Black American, that is a tribe. Even a Creole is a tribe, right? Latinos, all these people who share culture, language, food, and voting tendencies. These are all tribes. Right?
No, the problem is he plays semantic. We use the word tribe. They use something else. And when you have a liberal argument, if you don't use the exact same word, they will not acknowledge it. Like I could kick you into the nuts and call it blue balling. So also one can call it yellow balling. It's still the same thing. I kick you into the nuts.
Yeah, Al says Kaiser is not the same. Look, Al, nothing is ever the same. There are levels of where things converge and things diverge. In Kenya, do you think anyone in the city of Nairobi is out here worrying about tribe? Obviously not, right? It's more of a, by the way, I am from this culture. The actual tribe you people are even trying to refer to is about a bunch of dusties living in a forest somewhere, which these days the numbers are much, much less. So even you're not having the same conversation. If we're gonna start going,
Snake Man, I want to tell you something about. I think heavy ethno states are. What's your thoughts on ethno states like Israel?
I don't really care. I'm a pragmatist. When it's work, it works. But I just pointed out that when it comes to sub-Saharan Africa, the most ethnically similar country in all of sub-Saharan Africa is the poorest and war-torn country in it. Period. This is a fact. We must not argue that shit.
You see, Crenshaw Grinder says you cannot let go of your tribal identity. You are making any excuse.
Kaiser, why are you trying to explain tribe? Kaiser, why are you trying to explain tribe? Like, come
He's
on.
trolling, Kaiser.
I mean, to a certain extent, I think Crenshaw Grinder is trolling a little bit, but I think that there could be a stronger argument that could be placed based upon his premise. Take for example, and I know, hey, Snake Man, I'm the coon and all that other stuff. So, I mean, take for instance, here in America, and I know it's anecdotal on that whole nine, but the whole moniker of blackness, Black America, it's like no, I'm just American. Period. I interact with a wide variety of different people, gather ideas from a multitude of groups, and I've seen it be successful. My family has seen it be successful for several generations. So in that aspect, I think holding on to certain, I would say, cultural identity points. It's I don't see the long-term value in that in a world that's becoming more and more globalized.
Oh,
Okay. I see what your point is. I think your point is coming from a very, I would say, NPC sort of conservative standpoint, right? Because if being Black American means,
zoom in on Judah's camera. Zoom in. I want to see.
yeah, maybe being Black American is sort of curtailed with, being a bitch ass nigga that cries about racism, right? Now that is not the problem of being Black American. That's the problem with the culture behind that whole issues, right? So if Black America, let me give an example, right? One reason why Africans in America succeed and I'll specify, make more money on average than most people apart from Chinese and Indians, right? They make more money, including white people, is because of tribalism, right? Because now that's effective tribalism because the culture around them is more cohesive. But if you have obviously a destructive form of tribalism, like as you mentioned in America, where some cultural identity in Black Americans, some I'm not generalizing, is based on grievance politics and other stuff that is going to hold you back. I get that, but for us as Africans, right? When I went to the UK, I went and joined African Christian Church. I mean, fellowship. Why? To meet around other Africans. I met people that were doctors, lawyers, who could encourage and build that thing. Not inside me, but inside my family and all the other people. Again, Somali Americans, they go there, they all become cab drivers, right? Because they're helping each other. The Nigerians all become scammers because they're helping each other, and they succeed. The Indians do the same. So I guess what I'm saying is tribalism can be very effective in differentiating yourself from the masses if done correctly. The Jews are the richest group in America because of tribalism. Indians, Chinese, all these people have networks of economic as well as cultural trade that allow them to dominate. So I think the issue with SKC is your tribe just happens to be weak tribe and disorganized.
Damn, Kaiser with the heater. Oh my god.
Well, I'll add into that, Kaiser. With the whole thought of the, as you had stated, the quote unquote Black tribe and all of that. Hey, being here in America, it's like, first of all, my family is not solely of one quote unquote tribe. So for the longest time, generations, we've been able to look at the advantages from multiple cultures and be able to absorb those in order to go beyond the idea of having to stick with a certain group of people in order to be successful or to learn or to rub shoulders with people that are in higher places or have better inputs on certain subject matters. So, I mean, I don't take it as a slight or anything with the whole thing about, whatever people want to say about the quote unquote Black people in America as a quote unquote tribe, because I think for a group that, if they want to play the whole slavery, victimization and all of that stuff, well, where were you going to get great ideas and how were you going to grow? You would need to look from without, not from within, because you're already at a disadvantage. I think sticking within from a culture of slavery would be probably the worst idea ever, because now you're having to do things like recreate the wheel, figuratively speaking. And I see some of that style of thinking within Africa as well, so far as some thoughts within tribalism, not being able to accept that way before colonization came, way before Western thought and capitalism and democracy came, you guys had tribalism.
Yeah.
How did that fare against protecting yourselves against different nations and that came with different systems?
So Yeah, before you answer that, IC3, let me just quickly respond to this and answer it quick, and then you can go after me. So collective and group economic that's literally what tribalism is, right? Let me explain what tribalism is, because I think some Black Americans, like Crenshaw Grinder, whether it's trolling me or not is irrelevant, don't understand what it is, right? In a tribe, right, from a very African perspective, you live amongst other warring people around you, right? You have two tribes, right? You have Maasai's, and then you have, let's say, Somalis living near each other. They'll be competing for wealth, food, water, and all those resources. So tribalism in a modern context, obviously those wars don't really happen anymore unless you go to the jungle somewhere. So now, instead of competing for grazing land, which actually still happens around for the pastoralist communities in some countries, instead of competing for that, they're competing for opportunities in a modern economic setting. So collective and group economics is literally what tribalism is, right? That is actually the beginning and end of tribalism. Everything else stems from that power, right? Maintaining power requires you maintaining a position that allows you to control the production and distribution of these goods. That is literally what tribalism is. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you made it 100%. 100% clear.
Before you go ahead, sir, let me acknowledge how being a Bantu is actually a better it's good being a tribalist, because this brother do not understand. I'm thinking he's coming from the United States, so he's having a point of view of United States where they actually have no tribes, and want to downgrade on how the tribes in Africa run their show. We the Bantus, who believe to be supremacists of Africa, we see our tribe as being superior. So we have that powerful,
The
way we do
hierarchy of
things. So
Africans is Bantus, the super black.
let me finish. Let me finish, man. So to tell us that tribalism has instead done more harm than good, or is not good in Africa, I'm confused, because for a different reason it has worked on our behalf, because most of us Bantus, when we go to other places, we kind of unite based on that tribal extent, that culture, that language, that food, that movement. So it builds our community. You have a medical doctor who's a Bantu, out of a sudden there's a lot of enlightenment in the society, where you have other medical doctors that are coming out from the Bantu community. And it's not like other group of people like in America where they are divided. Let me finish, man. So tribalism kind of strengthened. It gives people the room to exploit and grow. What I mean? In an environment where nobody is actually, want to expand or scale or grow. So that is what tribalism is all about. You look out for your own people. A white person looks out for his people. Why shouldn't you look out for your own group of people? So that's just it.
I see two. Go ahead. I see two. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to expand on Snake Man's point about what advice would you give a new leader, because we talked about leadership and so on. And he talked about corruption.
Hey, don't forget, we the Bantus also kicked out the Fulanis. If it wasn't for the Bantus, the Fulanis would have spread all over Africa. So that was a good. So that was a good thing for Africa, man.
Yeah. Okay.
1 second, SKC, are you not part of this community anthropology group?
Yeah, that is me.
Right. I do remember I called into your show and you guys kicked me out. Wasn't that a sign of tribalism? Because I wasn't Black American.
Oh my God! Now he wants to hate again. Kaiser, you can come back anytime.
No,
I'm not a hater. I just want to show that even they attributed the negative aspect of tribalism, because I was an African. They decided to kick me out of the panel.
No. I'm the host. I didn't kick you off.
Oh, please let's go into that.
But if I could respond, my thought was this. Say in this conversation that I'm having with all of you, you guys have a direct connection to Africa. It would be ridiculous for me to, as an American, to come in and to try to tell you guys how you should be doing things, why you're wrong.
You did, my friend. You did. Stop lying. Come on, man. You just did. Like you just said. You're contradicting yourself right now.
Come on. Can we go back into solution mode?
Wait,
No, SKC, before you start, SKC.
Guys,
Andre,
Snake Man, please be quiet. Snake Man, please be quiet. Snake Man, be quiet for a second. This man is contradicting himself because he tells us what to do. He said, how did that fear us when it comes to Europeans colonizing Africa? When he said tribalism was his fault, like why we got colonized.
No, it wasn't tribalism. Hang on.
No, guys, he's saying, how did that fear us? How did that didn't do well for us? That's what he's basically.
No, I get his greater point, right? But he's wrapped around the point in the wrong marker, right? It's not that tribalism is why we got colonized. Is that we didn't have, we collectively, right, didn't have larger systems of governance, right? AKA, we didn't really have nation states. The main reason why so-called Ethiopia wasn't colonized is because, first of all, there was no Ethiopia until 1896. However, the king at that time knew about the Berlin Conference, so he was keeping eyes on it. He was learning about international laws and made sure that if he's actually created a nation state by themselves, and they've also, put it under Christianity, etc. They even tried to join the League of Nations, right, at that time, so that they can prevent colonization. Again, colonization occurred under international law at that time, whereby, right, these were dusty African countries that weren't evolved enough to have a concept of a nation state. They were helping us, right? That was stipulated in the meetings and documents. So they made sure that they were not part of that dusty African thing. So what they did is they created a country called Ethiopia in 1896, and then they colonized.
Let's say it
right.
conquered.
They conquered exactly. Hang on, exactly. Wait, hang on, wait 1 second. H, let me finish, then you can go. They decided to conquer the people of so-called Ethiopia, right? They went to the south. These were the Amharas and the Tigrayans, right? The Habesha. They went into the south. They conquered the Omotics, the Nilotes, and the Oromos, and the Somalis to create a country called Ethiopia and forced everyone into military conscription over a certain age and ability. And they went to make sure that if a war came out with Italy, for example, that they could fight back, right? So that's why they didn't get colonized. Not because tribalism exists in Ethiopia. It was even worse. Right now, they just had a civil war, but they just happened to create a nation state. And when you have a nation state, obviously, you can control the distribution of power and force to a certain direction. So nothing to do with tribalism, more like lack of development in modern nation state ideologies, which unfortunately did occur in Africa, right? The Somalis are one tribe. Somalis are one tribe, but they got colonized because they did not consolidate power. You had the Ajuran Sultanate, you had the Mujahideen Sultanate, you had all these different Somali sultanates and states that never consolidated power. So again, same tribe colonized Ethiopia. 84 different tribes not colonized because of consolidation of power and the nation state.
100%.
I wish the Bantu tried to colonize the Yoruba people, man, and make them succumb, Go ahead. We have to capture those Yoruba.
Let me finish. I got
I've been waiting to address my point.
When give me 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Okay, go on then.
Okay, you were saying our system didn't fear us because we got colonized. That basically is he's like telling us what to do as an Africans, because he's like telling us your system is inferior. The quote unquote the white Europeans who are not tribal, where Europeans are the most tribal people. The Europeans hate other Europeans. It is known why you in tribalism. Africa, basically, black people in Africa are only tribal people. Everywhere around the world are tribal. It's only Black Americans.
Okay, that's 10 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead, IC3, and then we'll let KC3, sorry, SK3, sorry, SKC respond. You guys with these 3-letter words are confusing, but go ahead, IC3.
Yeah, so I want to expound on what Snake Man's solution was. We talked about leadership. What would you advise the leaders to do? And he said the first point would be about corruption, dealing with the problem of corruption. And yes, that always keeps coming up. So after listening to all these conversations and listening to you all speak, that word corruption, it seems to be where the solution is. Because if you're dealing with corruption and you're perceived to be dealing with corruption, then you're perceived to be trustworthy. You can have good governance as an entity or as a tribe or as a party, and it applies. It's scalable down from the individual. If an individual is perceived to be honest or sticks by their word, right, or is not corruptible by bribes and so on, that person is seen to be like like the obelisk, like the ancient. Is
So,
solid. Is firm.
We have solutions. We have solutions for this, right, Mr. IC3? There's two solutions. Now, the Africans won't do it for various reasons, but they exist, right? One is technology, right? That's the obvious solution. If you create a system that is incorruptible, as I mentioned, blockchain sort of systems, there are certain inbuilt codes that prevent, fungibility, right? That's one solution. You can basically fix voting and make sure that everything is accounted for, right? You can't fix whether someone uses a dead person's registration card. Now, even that you can if you link the death certificates into the system. But anyways, that is one solution. Another solution is quite simple. Do what China and North Korea do, which is if some niggas caught stealing money, then them and their whole generation go bye-bye. And that's why Chinese politicians don't steal money. And it's simple as that.
Just you know what they're trying to do in Europe? They did something like that in Europe. Kaiser, have you heard about that? Where if an immigrant family, if they have their boy in criminality, their whole family will be sent back to their homeland. Basically,
that's like good.
It's like if one person does wrong in the family, you guys are all gone.
Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. I'll do that too.
Yeah. They're trying to pass that law in Sweden.
Right, and you mentioned Sweden.
It makes sense because you Somalis are, wrecking a havoc, killing white women, so it's not good. I respect white men.
If you read my name, you know how to feel about that name, that topic.
Yep. No, it makes sense.
Kaiser, you had.
Go ahead.
Kaiser, you had on this panel, on your panel, where we had a discussion of the corruption index, and which countries were the least corrupt and which one were the most corrupt. So, the question to the panel: how does the concept of corruption impact the economy? Is it true that those perceived to be the least corrupt are the most richest and most economic? How does it relate?
You don't judge corruption based on what the person that doesn't look like you put on platforms, right? The most corrupt countries in the world are European countries. Are they doing far better off? Yes, they are doing far better off than African countries that are corrupt. Being corrupt or corruption doesn't mean that your economy does not grow or prosper. You can be corrupt and still have a top-notch economy. You are not corrupt and might not still have a top-notch economy. So
really interesting.
Jude has a point, right? Corruption can be broken down into two types of corruption, right? There's external corruption and internal corruption. European and Western countries are externally corrupt. Same with China, meaning they are stealing and doing evil things, sabotaging each other's economies using drugs. For example, what the British did to the Chinese with the opium trade, right? They do all these things on the external level. The problem with Africans, we are I'm not parasitic. What's the term? We are phagocytic, right? We are self-eating type of corruption. So what that means is, right, I don't care if a politician steals $1 million, right, in Kenya. The issue is not that. Is that $1 million leaves as a Eurodollar function by going. The guy takes the money in shillings, right? Goes to the bank, exchanges the money. The bank, obviously, there's corrupt leaders there too. They take their cut. They facilitate the exchange of the money. They put it through shell corporations, and then the money leaves and ends up in Sweden, Switzerland, and the Cayman Islands. So the money is no longer able to participate in economy. They're stealing. The moral aspect of corruption, stealing is not the issue. Is that Africans steal and the money goes back to white people. Right? No, white people steal from us, and it goes back to them. So it depends on, again, internal corruption, which is bad, versus external corruption, which is
Right.
part of tribalism. Protect your
Right.
tribe, right? We just need to extend the concept of tribe to include other Africans and people within our nations, as opposed to just within the social cultural group we were
There
born
you
in.
go. 100% agree. 100% agree. So yes. So how do you what's your response to that, Snake Man, Judah, everybody else? What corruption and economy?
Oh, what is
Well,
corruption and economy? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
well, I just wanted a bit more clarification on that part, Kazorian, when you stated that black people steal, well, Africans steal, and then they give the money to white people. Slow that down for me, like I'm fifth
Okay,
grade.
so fine. So let me give
Very
context here.
important.
In Africa, our issue is not that people are stealing money. Stealing money is never really an issue when you look at the whole economy. We're not talking about individuals who are having their money stolen. We're looking at the whole economy and whether it's negatively affected. So imagine I'm an African politician. No, let me not use myself. Mr. IC3 is an African politician. He stole $1 billion through various means. It doesn't matter. That $1 billion he's not going to reinvest by building a business in Kenya. He's going to take that money, go to the bank, the Kenyan Central Bank, have some corrupt bank manager
Not
who
even
will
the
allow
Kenyan, take it to Switzerland Bank.
That's right. That's
So
right.
he's gonna go to there, find a corrupt bank manager who will be willing to exchange $1 billion worth of Kenyan shillings. They will take that money in billions of dollars and put it in a European bank. Now that money is now working in European banks by giving it to people as loans and businesses so that they can build Europe and not build Africa. So the issue is that the money leaves, and the issue here is bigger because it doesn't leave us shillings. Nobody cares about shillings. Everybody cares about the euro dollar, right? And the euro dollar is just a dollar. I won't go into that right now, but the dollar is what matters because the dollar holds power and is liquid in any country. So when we don't have the ability as Africans to make to print the dollar, we can only earn it, and we can only earn it or get donations by doing certain things. Donations, we have to comply to certain things. And to earn it, we have to build businesses and export. So the main issue here is the money leaves Kenya. It's no longer, building a Kenyan factory or, pharmaceutical development plant. It's now going in France and then they're giving it to French engineers to do what the money should be doing in Africa. I hope that makes sense.
So, Kaiser,
Yeah,
are we ever
yeah.
going to have a petrodollar in Africa? Or is the United States dollar, always going to be a yardstick for all African currencies to peg on?
Unfortunately, that's a good question. I'll answer that right after SKC's point. That's a good question. It's a bit complex.
Yeah, that's a great explanation. But slow it down for me a bit more. Why would the African value the European? Yeah.
Okay. The reason why
come on. We were talking
more than their own country.
I'll tell you why.
Good question.
It's simple. The dollar is liquid. I can use a dollar to buy machines from China, to buy rice from India, etc. You can't do that with African currencies. No one is going to take a shilling to buy anything, and you need to buy products that you can't manufacture yourself. So if, let's say, Africa had manufacturing hubs, we could make our own phones, televisions, all these electronics that we use and consume, and also the machines to industrialize. For example, the machines to process, trees into whatever it is that they process them into, right? We wouldn't need the dollar. The issue is we are not industrialized enough to let go of the dollar. So more or less, the dollar is just a very liquid form of currency that we need in order to actually do trade with the international market. Everybody needs it. It's not just Africa. This is the same for Indians, Chinese. No one takes a yuan, for example, not many people. Everyone uses a dollar as the standard mode of operational currency. It's the whole world thing, not just African.
Correct. So
Kaiser,
the currency.
But you asked a question about
ahead,
why
man.
do we
I don't
value
wanna...
Oh, sorry, but you asked the question, why do we value European products or their things more than, I mean, if you live in America or you're an African American, have you ever asked yourself, why do you value to live in a European society or in a suburb, or where where the white man have constructed? There are so many reasons. Their environment is clean. They do things right. I mean, you know that you live in the society where even the blacks in America cherish the white man stuff. It's not something new. It's the same thing across the continent. The most blacks on the continent also cherish the European things. You know, they feel like it's more solid. Now they do it right. There's no mistake, or it looks good. Those are the qualities of it. It's the same mindset in America. I hate when this story point is like, why do African this? But it's the same thing that is happening in blacks. In America, we have not produced anything. We cannot manufacture. We don't have companies that can stand a test of time with white counterpart and all of these things. And it's fact. So if black Americans had these companies, Africans will be coming to them and maybe trying to link up with the kind of stuff that they have produced or machineries that they have, but they don't. So it's the same mindset. That's it.
Yeah, that's a great point, Bantu, and I agree. I agree with everything that you stated. I guess the point that I just cannot understand is if, as you stated, here in America, you have quote unquote black people that are living in more or less predominantly white areas. Hey, I do. So why not just accept that it's a better system?
Because it's not. It's anti-black, anti-African. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what it is fundamentally. And in order to maintain that, they've got to push trust in themselves. That word trust is so important. You can trust us. If we will deliver. We are against corruption. You won't find corruption, but you darkies, you can't organize yourself. You're unreliable, and there's too much corruption amongst you. So that's the propaganda. You see?
Now,
So
IC3. IC3. You bring up a great point there. But I just want to just throw into this conversation. I didn't bring up anything about corruption or stealing or why or that different monetary systems are used and that there's a lack of distribution and manufacturing. I didn't bring any of that up. I just stated when confronted about hey, you're in America and why are you asking the questions of why do certain African countries want to use European or Western currency and products? I don't have an argument with that. I just say, yeah, you should. It's a better system. I'm not the one stating, hey, that this is happening.
I agree with you, man. SKC, I agree with you. I mean, we don't just want to accept it. Even IC3 is telling you that this and that. He lives in the UK, in the white man's blossom. So this is the thing. We don't want to acknowledge it, but these are realities. And it's a fact that these things, their policies is right. We have to copy it. If I were Africans, right, I will bend down and let the white man hit me with a cane and say, go ahead and construct this railway. We have to. I mean, if enslavement was still to,
that is the reason why Amazonia will never be free. That is the reason why Amazonia will never be free.
We have not been able to build anything from scratch. I mean, there's nothing to look back to and say we did it. There's always a beat down history, right? SKC, let me finish. If you look at African history, right, or at the black man history, we were colonized by slavery. We were colonized by the white man. Oh, slavery happened to us. Oh, they took this from us. Oh, this happened to us. Oh, they took our food. Oh, they are taking our. It's always that mindset of taking, defeat, loss. It's heartbreaking, man.
You are the only one who talks about it.
You hand down a tradition to your kids, and then they don't go. There's no prospect of them succeeding.
because of your own past. That's why I tell people we need to change that history that we focus on. That history that, oh, we were
Judah, you're the
defeated,
only
oh,
one who
this
talks
happened to
about
us,
it
oh,
all the
slavery
time.
happened to us. We have to clean that out and pass a false history that it has to be acceptable in Africa and show that superiority of us. If not, then things are not gonna change, man.
Okay, Judah, first of all, you're the only one on
Yeah,
Kaiser
so
always brings it up, like straight up.
yeah, also SKC. Okay, let me just clarify a slight point there. It's not that the European products. First of all, it's not that we want European products. We want the highest level of products that exist in the international market. Everyone is in this system sort of linked, right? The Europeans need the lithium from Africa, or there is no iPhone, for example. So it's not that they have control, like full control of any part of this system, of the complete part of the system. They just have control over certain manufacturing aspects, which again is important, but so is the lithium that actually runs the batteries in all these devices, right? So the thing is, right, unfortunately, because of bad leadership, not enough countries in Africa have industrialized to a point whereby we can manufacture these things that would allow us to now become more independent. And that is leadership issue. And I will say it's nothing to do with IQ, right? I believe Africans, we do have a low IQ, right? The average African IQ is 70. I think for you guys, Black Americans, it's 85. So we collectively as Black people have low IQ than white people. So the white people are superior to us. However, that is also not completely
I don't.
correct.
I don't believe in the IQ thing. I think it's a cop out. Personally, I just think that sometimes there are systems that work better than others. And
Are you sure?
I don't know. It just seems
No,
weird that
So,
when you have an
go ahead.
argument stating that, because I've heard similar type of arguments in Black America. People saying, "Well, we need to own this, and we need to do this. We need to manufacture homes. We need to circulate dollars amongst ourselves and stuff." And it's like, okay, but you're not going to do any of that because the system that you're trying to implement it does not work in this country. It doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, because technically no one really answered SKC's question, besides Judas, the eternal booty clapper. SKC is right. The system you're telling, or the product or something, it is better. There is no discussion. It's a fact. It's a fact. Right now, it's better. Cool.
Well, okay,
we understand.
Yeah, let me clarify a couple of things, right? I don't know what you guys mean by the system is better. Do you mean that the system that they have created, where their money is prioritized, is better? Obviously,
that's why I wanted to go in. That's why I want to go in, because the problem is, it's not the system. When you actually hear Africans or Black Americans complain, it's not the system. It's your goddamn place in the system, what you're mad about. What I'm always saying, okay, if you're mad about the place in the system, A, becomes the ruler of the system. If you want to not become the ruler of the system, try to create your own system, or B, destroy it. If you really don't like it, destroy it. But like you pointed out, you eat and do good. You eat and do good of the system. That the idea of it not existing scares you.
That's right. Correct.
But when it's like that, like XSC says, why do you not just accept? If you don't do anything, or you don't want to do anything, why do you not just accept your place?
The system is not better. That word better. The whole system is anti-Black African. It's a very efficient. It's taken centuries to build, so it's amazingly efficient. We're amazed at the smoothness in which this engine operates, but the whole engine is run on the abuse of Black Africa and the Black African diaspora, Black people as a whole.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay, let's slow that down just a little bit, IC3. So, and I know you guys are way more advanced than I am. So it's I'm slow. So let's say if you took something simple, something that's manufactured. Take for instance, like the gun. Is the gun superior to the spear?
Yeah, generally true. Yeah, generally.
Okay.
Not
Is
always.
the gun superior than a wooden shield?
Yes.
Yes.
Why
Hang
do
on,
they?
Okay.
hang on, hang
Oh,
on.
oh,
No, wrong comparison, wrong comparison. A shield
okay.
versus a
So
shield is a defensive weapon. A gun is an offensive weapon. So a gun without a projectile inside it, the wooden shield would be
So
more.
you didn't listen. He said wooden shields. There are also shields that actually can block bullets, but wooden shields cannot.
No, honestly, no. Hang on. The question was wrongly sort of placed. Do you
Oh my
mean? No, the question was wrongly placed, right? It wasn't sure. You know, are you talking about a gun shooting a wooden shield, or are you talking about a wooden shield and a gun that is not being shot at? As in, are you looking at the shield properties of the gun or the
well,
projectile
I'm
properties
just
of the gun and the shield?
yeah, we're going a little bit too granular. What I was just stating
Yeah.
was just
Make your
basically
point.
if say if we just wanted to stick with gun and spear, we can obviously look at the results and state yes, the gun is superior to the shield. But
To the
then
spear.
why does it so to the spear? So then why does it become a problem if we were to state the system behind creating the gun is superior to the system that relied on the spear?
Oh,
Okay, let me
right.
tell you.
Okay. So,
Very easy, SKC. I told you it's not the systems that they're complaining about, it's your placement in the system. Your
yeah,
specific
very good.
placement. That is a problem. But that's why I always say, hey, if your placement is not is what you don't like, and you are smart enough to find out that you must be in those place so that the entire system can actually run cleanly, you have two choices. A, upgrade and place someone else in that position, or B, destroy the entire system. But that's what I pointed out. We eaten too good. The ones who has the power, we eaten too good, and we like the system too much. We like it more than we hate it. That we ever think about a time where the system would not exist.
And Snake Man, an alternative. There's a C. You got the A, B, but there's a C, and that is you build an alternative system. So, A, yes, you're not unhappy with your place within the system, so you try and work your way up the system. B, destroy the system, or C, build an alternative, and that's where I am. I'm in the C section.
Yeah, and I agree with the theory of what you state, IC3, and there's a lot of people who have that same viewpoint uh, in various parts of America. They have that idea of creating a better system. The problem that they come across a lot is laying that the functionality of that system out, communicating it well, going through all of the the A to Z parts of it, and then being able to implement it.
That's right.
And so I think it seems as though they're talking about an idea that is so large.
That's right.
That it becomes untenable.
It's
right.
not even that SKC, because I am on the other part of the manosphere, BGS and something like that. And let's stay Black American. You want to create a new system that can compete with a global system, and you want it to be around a specific group of people who may share some similarities, be it in phenotype or history or family or something like that. Good.
Are you talking about like BGS?
Yeah, BGS. Now I asked
okay.
the question multiple times, SKC, and that is actually the primary problem before everything else comes in. I asked a simple question: our black people are collective.
No.
Now, 90% in the black manosphere said no. So then I asked myself, okay, when you are not a collective, why do you bring up like let's do communist Russia, anarcho-capitalism, I don't know, single class corporation cyberpunk music, all that fantasy shit that don't really work. And I think to myself, why you bring up all those collective things when you don't even did the first step? What is do you actually have a collective that can benefit from it at all? Or that can create it?
And even that's right, or create it. If the collective does not exist, then the collective is the solution. Then the collective has to be constructive. It does, just like it's called nation building. It's the same thing.
Right.
Constructed. The solution is in the construction of the solution itself. It's not there. It has to be built.
And I know on that point, IC3 and Snake Man, that whole thought of you have to create a collective, and I'm only talking from America side of things. I don't know how it is in Africa. That's never going to happen, and there are always going to be people like me who are going to fight against that, because we see the serious faults with trying to build a quote unquote black collective in America, in a system that's already functioning.
Who is the we that you're referring to? When you say we, people like we, who are you referring to?
Like Supreme King Coon. It's those people.
I don't know. SKC, explain. I don't know what you're talking
When he say we, he's referring to Bantu supremacists,
Let SKC explain the exact we he's talking about. I don't know. I don't understand his position. Let me hear it.
There are a significant number of Americans who happen to be black IC3 that want nothing to do with a fully black coalition, because we have seen how that works in a lot of situations.
Oh, you mean the boule?
I mean, you could call it that, but I mean, I don't think that there's any associated collective, because a lot of people who think like myself do not hold to the idea of it has to be black this, black that, black this, black this. No. Whatever works.
No, I don't know. You haven't told me who your we is. You're talking about.
That's me. That's me.
I want to understand. Hold it here. I want to understand this group. Tell me your group. Don't talk about other groups. What is your group, or what is its name?
American.
So
American. Oh, just American.
He's black, but I think but he believes he's American.
But when he say we, he's on this panel, is he referring to us as well, or okay.
No, precisely. This is why, honestly, the Africans and the blacks, unfortunately, apart from you could be our good general. We have a very different mentality, right? So the blacks, they were forcibly removed of their cultural identity, so they have none. So they have now to be participating as a slave class within a European cultural, phenom. That's why for him, he's okay with becoming American, even though he will be a slave class in this concept of American. Meanwhile, because we still have our cultural identity, we are still willing to fight to control our own resources, etc. So there is that slight difference between our wants.
But when he say we though, because the blacks in America are not in control of anything, right? So when you say we,
that's the point. That is his point.
I find that point interesting. I find that point interesting.
Okay, yeah, because America, if you ask any person around the world, when you talk of America, what comes first in your mind is white people. That's white man's country. Most of the time, most people do not actually know that there's a black minority in America. We know that it's a white man's country. So when you say we, I mean, if you had a country
that you have your own, then that would have been nice. But so I actually don't understand when you say we, especially on a panel where you have other Africans, or do you see yourself as African or
No,
not? But okay.
When he says we, I understand it. He means Black American who are tired of the identity politics and just want to live normally. Is that right?
yeah, I'll add into that because I have a question that because Bantu brings up something I think I mean eerily interesting to me. Bantu, when you say you don't associate as African when you were you don't see yourself as African when you were speaking to me, why should I?
Oh no, you shouldn't. I mean, I mean, you're American. Your nationality is American. I mean, this is where you actually call home. And most of
Yeah.
us that live in America, especially from Africa, we came from somewhere. We actually know our parents, our culture, our family members. So
Mhm.
we know our countries of origin. We go there often and often. So I
Now,
mean,
now
this is your
I'll say
country.
that we're similar. We're similar in that respect. It's like I know um, my family 4 generations back, but
Okay.
country, yeah, this is where we're from.
Yeah, this
There
year.
was
I
a
mean, I have no problem. I only
yeah,
have problem with the ones that claim they are from Africa. Do it with DNA tests. That makes no sense to me because the DNA
yeah,
does
that's
not make you
ridiculous.
from that part. I mean, yeah, but
Shout
I
out,
know
shout
that
out
there
to
are
Hammer.
blacks that were. Let me finish. I believe that there were blacks that were already in America before slavery, and those who assume they are from here, that's nice. I mean, I have no problem with it. So you're American, you're American. I'm African, I'm African. Now, are we the same people? We are not. Just the fact that we are black doesn't make us the same people. It's like saying Russia, I mean, the Russians who are white are the same with white Americans. It just doesn't make no sense. So I always blame Africans who pander to black Americans and say, because we are black skinned people, we should work together, we should unite. It just doesn't make sense to me at all. Uniting towards that analogy of say being black, instead of saying what do you have to offer on the table, because as of now Black Americans have nothing to offer to Africans. That's why I tell Africans to learn from the white man, because the white man actually builds stuff. Blacks in
Wow.
general, or the blacks in America, have not built. There's
I,
no. I live in the state. I don't have no. I have not gone to any mode of manufacturing plant that is run by a black man, or this and that, or a computer factory that is produced. I mean, you don't have those things, so we shouldn't work with them. They are not reliable. We cannot count them as people that we should work or forgo Chinese to work with them. No, it's of no use. So that's just it.
yeah, I agree with that 100%, and because I think anybody that is
Jesus, 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 please, I send a message on the private chat. Can you please open? I want to say something about it. Please.
oh, okay,
Go ahead,
yeah,
go ahead, excuse
oh
me.
no, you first.
Can I just both you, Jude and SKC? I think you both highlighted brilliant. Actually, just listen to both of you speak and the two sides. So somehow the solution's in the middle when we can link up SKC with Judea. We've got something
Oh
stronger than your
no,
topic bomb.
No,
no,
the feeling, the
no.
feeling is mutual. So there's no need of. I think I kind of I stand behind the Almighty Jude. Jude is
Yeah,
on the
I
right
mean,
path. So go
exactly.
ahead.
I mean, even SPC kind of agree with me that they have not produced anything. They don't have. I mean, come on. I mean, and we also agree that he's an American nationality. He has no ties to Africa. His
Yeah,
SKC,
parents were
please,
I
here.
please,
He's gonna be.
please.
and I think
So
I think that's the great and interesting point about it all is that like take for
right.
instance myself, I'm a business owner, I have employees, pay
Hey,
taxes and the whole nine. Some of that tax money goes to a variety of countries from all over the world. So I don't need those other countries to look at me and state, oh, ha ha ha, you think you're American. It's like your dollars are it's like some of that aid that you get comes from me.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
whether you accept me or not, it's like it is my work
No.
ethic, it's my ingenuity
Hey,
that's
no.
actually putting
Hold on.
food in
I
some
need
of
to say
those people
something
in
here
your
because
country's mouths.
every day
Yeah.
I
So,
see.
so people can
Hold on.
look at it as a quote
Hold on.
unquote white country and so forth, but yeah, you want to say I'm a slave and I've bought into the system. That's fine, but this slave is making stuff that you guys like.
You're right. Good point,
Judy,
SPC.
you notice that they always throw this word about aid, but these guys they don't tell you what the American government get in return from Africa. What they give as aid, it doesn't even get to the people. You understand me? So we don't receive any aid. The money they have given to Ukraine, Israel, and which other country, we have not gotten for 1/4 of that money. So whatever aid they give, not to us, really, we don't get. I don't receive. We don't receive
I mean,
anything.
now we're just playing semantics.
United
You know,
States
it's
get
like
more from Nigeria. United States get more from Nigeria than Nigeria got from United States. That's a fact. Even across Africa, they get more. All the cell phone you are using, many of the things you use in America, the raw materials are coming from the motherland. You guys don't. There's no. You guys don't own some of these resources. They come from here. Even the cocoa. Even name them. They come from Africa. They get these things.
Yeah. And you bring up a great point, Nigerian first.
So don't bring that your aid here.
The land is valuable, but the people aren't doing anything with that land.
Yeah, that's right. So therefore, it goes back to the Black Americans in America.
So
America
then those raw materials go to a system that is able to produce things with those raw materials for the benefit of people from all over the world.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that logic is crazy.
Yes,
Hold on.
Hold on. The saddest thing is that the people that share the same skin color with us, they are not even part of the conversation when they are turning that material to wealth. They are not available in that conversation because they have single-handedly write themselves off of the economy. So they are not on the table of this discussion.
Right.
I mean, that's what I wanted to say because by that logic, hey, shout out to all the Mexicans, shout out to the Cubans, shout out to the white people who in the Midwest, shout outs to the small heads. Like these groups all shout outs to the Chinese man. Because we when you keep it 100, it's a percentage is not that high.
Snake man, I think your parents should take you to Nigerian often so you can polish your English. You know, English is the number one spoken language in the world.
Okay,
so I mean,
low IQ Cameroonian.
If I could pick,
Shut up! I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking. I don't care. I don't care.
I understand most of the things you say on the panel sometimes. You know,
I
it's
do
hard for me
not
to
care.
draw inference, you know, from your point of view.
I do have a small thing to pick at though that I found just very, very interesting. Okay, so a little bit earlier, somebody stated that, you know, it's that Africa needs to be ran in an African way. And I'm like, okay. But when you speak about very basic things, let's say like take for instance in Nigeria, and correct me if I'm wrong, aren't there a lot of rich Nigerians, you know, millionaires, even billionaires, and you know they have like certain places that they have built for themselves, large mansions and properties and all of that? Am I correct?
I mean, it's not fair.
You're correct. You're
The
correct. Go
richest
ahead.
black
Say
man,
whatever you
the
want to say.
richest,
You're correct.
the
Go ahead.
richest black man on earth is a Nigerian. So yeah.
Okay, so Snake Man and others, what does his house look like? Does it look like it belongs in Europe or in Africa?
I really don't know.
See,
I
see. Let me say this. This is what I always say about.
Why do you
Hold
laugh?
on, hold
Why
on,
do you laugh,
hold on.
IC3?
See, IC3, listen.
Go on.
Me, I always say it on this platform. I don't care whether you build your house like a European house style. What we as Africa should focus on is economic power. Any other thing, how we get it, I don't care. But any other thing is just we are just wasting time. I don't want you to build house that look like Africa house for me. I don't. That's not what I'm
Wait. I'm really
Hold on.
confused though.
I
What
don't
does
think all of us
African
here
house?
are looking for something like that. We just want.
No, what does African house supposed to look like, and what does
I'm
a
tired. I
Western
don't
house
get what
supposed to
I
look
don't get what that means. What supposed to mean?
Now I can build upon that thought, Bantu supremacist. I can build upon that thought. See,
okay.
the idea that I was thinking about.
Hold on. So we have now a circular argument because none of us ever said that we don't build European houses. That guy's actually gone. So we are actually
No, I mean,
disagreeing.
go ahead and put concrete on your point of SKC. Go ahead and expatiate. Let's because I want to know.
Yeah, go on.
Okay,
yes.
I'll expand. Centuries ago, let's say like old Europe, old America, the wealthy would invest in builders, architects from America, from Europe, and they would give them the ability to build upon things in their culture, and they wanted their homes to reflect many of the aspects of their culture from old and integrate the ideas of new building at that time from that architect that was from their culture and land.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you see where I'm going, Bantu?
No, because I don't know which people are you talking about.
Why? He did not call your name, But go ahead, SKC. Sorry.
Why would not Africa do something similar if it has such a rich and lengthy
when
culture
you say
that it
similar,
wants to
because
preserve?
let me tell you, when Africans were constructing houses, Europeans were still roaming around fighting wars. And most of the infrastructure that you claim, when Africans were building pyramid, Europeans did not even have that mindset of designing infrastructure that could stand the test of time. When Timbuktu was standing tall in terms of architectural design, Europeans were not doing it. So, based on your point, I'm even believing that the Europeans came and stole that mindset of building big castle from Africa, because if you see the way African construct their castle, they build it large, a compound that can encompass so many wives in it, right? Why the Europeans actually build, or just American build, a single household with probably one wife with probably 5 kids, so small. So I'm actually believing that the Europeans instead stole that mindset from Africa and kind to change the design and make it look unique to European settings. But the Africans were building from a long time before even the Europeans. And I mean, because you are coming from American mindset, you believe everything started in Europe and America. But we Africans, we were actually doing it.
SKC, when I listen to you, do you know what you sound like? You never were in an African household, were you?
You said what?
You never saw the pictures, the ancient statues, the mass, the other ritual things, the inscriptions. You never did you ever experience that?
Just a little, not a great variety of it.
Man. So you went into an African household and you saw American flags, hamburger, football, security of the local football club. I don't know what other things are you in your household. I don't know.
No. What I was saying is what I find interesting is that, like, say if you were to check out like Nigeria, a lot of the ultra rich there, instead of pouring into their group to build something that would be uniquely Nigerian, a
That doesn't
lot of
exist.
the
By the way, I just wanted to say.
No, I'm talking about on a massive scale. Like, say if you take, for instance, when we've traveled to China and we've gone to some of the higher end places there, you will see a lot of things, even within some of the more upscale homes. You're going to see that the over arching architecture is it's
Kaizo,
Asian, it's Chinese, it's
Kaizo,
it's
if you
and then
hold
it
on,
goes
hold
from
on, hold
there.
on, hold on, we
No,
can
let me
we
hold
can
on,
no 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 he doesn't
No,
know of our
calm
palaces.
down. That's
It,
fake news. Because
I
when
know,
if we go Shanghai right now, when you look at that city, what you see is skyline everywhere. It's high-rise condominiums everywhere. They don't have any sign of Chinese culture or anything, except you went to the rural part of China. But when you are in the city, what you see there is skyline, high-rise condominium, and other stuff and more. What
Exactly,
you
and
see,
high
I
rise
don't understand this.
is not a unique story for any country. Every country, I mean, can build sky rise.
it's not
Right. A
even
lot of
that.
Go
those.
to Dubai, the same thing. Go to Singapore, the same thing. So why do you want Africa own should be different? I don't understand why we
It's not
want
even
Africa.
that. It's not even that, my brothers. If you actually just Google Nigerian palaces, you can see that it's looked different. But once again, these are not your typical uber rich people you meet in America, because that are mostly people endowed into traditionalism and other things. So they actually do it like that. But you're talking about
Let me just
basically
ask.
SKC. What you're talking about SKC is, why do Western Europeans build Western style houses and to get money? I don't know. SKC.
Yeah. Again, I wasn't saying like overall. That's why I specifically made mention of the individuals who tend to be on the wealthy scale. Um, it's just it's
Like I said, you
Hold
can
on,
So
Google. You
hold
can
on.
you
These
can
are
Google.
hold on.
let
Let's
me add
see.
something.
These are
Yeah, let me
educated
add something.
educated, wealthy individuals. They are not illiterate or this
Right.
thing.
Let
They
me
will
add something here, right?
I don't understand
Yeah.
this. Go ahead, Casey.
Hang on. Guys, actually, the modern, like, what so-called Western building is actually the cheapest of all decent structures. That's the point. That's why people build it. Obviously, the mega rich usually have more interesting buildings that look a little bit more different, right? That kind of replicate some colors and some
Did
standards,
you
right? These are
see?
some Nigerian palaces. Don't look anything Western to me, to be honest.
Yeah, hold on, go up. Do you see the Nigerian palaces right there?
yeah.
Yeah,
I see
the
those.
looks African to me. Doesn't look European. But the modern, like, sky rises. I mean, like, guys, sky rises are cheap. You
No,
can
no, no.
house
I understand. No. Let me cook. Let me cook. Now I understand. If you are a Western European living in a Western country, talking to a Westernized African, what we all a little bit are, he will not, like Kaiser says, go over there, go get the blueprints and build a Nigerian palace in a Western country, because it has no meaning. It has literally no meaning for him, because the culture is connected to the land. He will do it probably in Nigeria just to flex, but he will not do it somewhere where white people live around. Why should he? What kind of incentive does he have to do it?
Yeah, but I mean, he's actually, saying that, copying. I mean, I think the world is becoming a global village where people actually do stuff and probably want to do it somewhere. I mean, even in America, the people don't build big houses anymore because maybe the space is not there. In Europe, the space is not there, so they change their architectural design and all of that. But in Africa, they are building large mansions and all of that. Another question that I wanted to ask him is, what does he think about terrorists in Africa, right? People that are calling for them to come to Africa and invest. What do you think about them?
I mean, Ghanaians.
I'm asking him, what do you think about terrorists? People like Al, Fulani guy that lives in Europe, pandering to Black Americans to come to Africa to invest. Do you think that it is the right thing? You think these Black Americans have that money to invest in Africa? What do you think about it, SKC?
I mean, I think people should be willing to do whatever that it is that they want to do. Or if you're asking me personally, what I would do with my family's funds and different things, and if I would think that would be a good idea, no, I would not. Make the jump to Africa and invest in Africa. But if other people feel that way, hey, that's their individual right to to pursue whatever it is that they feel is good for them and their family.
Right. Can I make this observation? You see, I think the whole conversation really is in between SKC's point of view, because I think he's the perfect, a wonderful example, the best example I've come across actually of the Black American mind. He's like the pure Black American, the best example.
He's a pure breed.
And I agree with him 100%.
And I think that Judea is very good in that he's the true African as well in his mindset. And I think he's pure in his angle as well. So it's really interesting, the dance between SKC and Omalti Judea and Snakeman to degree. Snakeman and Judea versus SKC. So this is really interesting situation here, because Judea is like saying, okay, I'm pure, I'm clear in my identity, and I can see what the white man's doing. So I can see what's going on in America. So it's the white country. So I'm going there as a true African to do what I can, learn what I can, and then take what I can out of the white system and see what I can bring back home to Africa and develop my people, the Bantu tribe. So he's raiding the white man's entity. Okay, I understand his position there. And then SKC is saying, okay, I'm American and I'm a Black man in America, and I've got to get the best that I can out of this system, because America is what I am, and I've got to get the best I can out of America, even though I understand that I'm Black, and his hope is that he can make improvements into the concept of America that will improve Black people classified as Black, improve their position within America. So these two positions,
not exactly. I have no interest in this.
You're not Black Jesus
trying to improve the position of Black people. I think that each individual person can improve or reduce their position based upon how they choose to live and so forth.
So America's not anti-Black then? Is that your position, that even though you're Black in America, America's not anti-Black? Is that correct?
No, that is not. That's not my. Well, yeah, I have no. I have had no issues with anti-blackness.
Interesting. So there's no racism in America then. You don't perceive it.
Well, again, IC3, I think that is one of those like either or positions that people try to place a person in. It is racism the number one issue facing quote unquote Americans that
No,
black? No, not at all. It's a very
exactly.
minute issue,
I live here as well, so
and to even posit it as something that, oh man, I should be worried about, or it affects my life. No, it doesn't.
Wow. Let me see if I can get
Snake
my head
Man,
around that.
Kezo, please, can you post the video I just posted on the chat, private
And
chat?
Kaiser, you must give me.
don't you live in Europe where black people are
I
being
live.
bagged with bananas on the pitch, you know, for playing soccer? I mean, there's racism everywhere, and not everybody is
In
racist. It
Germany?
depends on
In
individuals.
Germany?
In
That sounds
Germany,
like
in Italy, in the
that
UK,
sounds like
even if
Italian. That sounds like
even
Italian.
what are you talking about? Few years ago, this Nigerian footballer that plays for Arsenal, Saka, was bashed by English because he missed
Yeah, but
a
I'm in
penalty,
Germany.
and they say he's
I'm in
not
Germany.
English. In Germany,
Yeah.
it happens. I know a lot of Africans that have been white people have been racist too. Even in Italy, is in all European countries. So stop making
Yes.
as if Germany is a perfect country. What the hell
No,
are you
I
talking about?
don't, Judah. But
You know, so
the
that's what I'm
difference is
saying.
I have nuance.
Racism is not only meant for America. It is in the UK. It is in Germany, and it's not of a bigger issue in black people. You know,
Yeah,
when a
not
white person
always.
is racist toward blacks or Africans in general, black people do not take it serious. They still stay there and make their money. That's just it.
It's not even that. It's not even that. Different white countries have different focuses. I know that Anglo blacks, what is the majority here, do not get it through their head. Before I start thinking about racism, like even if it affects me in Germany, I have to look at the science. The science is, are Slavic people and Arabic people pushed into concentration camps? Then I start sweating. Before that happens, I'm good.
So are we saying then?
Let me make a point with this guy. I see the role. Let me make a point with this guy on the panel called Al, a Sierra Leone guy. I was checking on the Sierra Leone map a few days ago. I kind of realized that there's only one road that leads into the major city of Freetown and out. So if that road is being bombed, it means that city automatically, you know, there's nothing going on. It's a small country that I wish one day Guinea Conakry can colonize this Liberia and Sierra Leone and put them together, because I mean there's nothing in Sierra Leone, man. I mean, check out the city. It's just of, I mean, these are countries that went to war and were, you know, dealing with people left and right, and they say it was developed before civil war, but there's no remnant to talk of. You know, countries that have gone to war, you can go there and actually see remnants of what they built. But these guys have never built anything. You know, it's just a dusty, you know, nothing is happening, begging for, pandering for black Americans to come and help develop Sierra Leone, take them out of poverty. I mean, it's just nothing there, man. Nobody is trying to go there and build, you know, I mean, it's just nothing. I wish that country should be put on for auction, man. IC3, what do you think? You know,
I agree. I agree with that. And I just had a question to you, Bantu, that I just wanted to know, like this idea of what do you call it? You said black Americans coming over and trying to, you know, tell Africans what they should be doing and trying to, I guess, reinvest and all that other stuff. Yeah, I think that overall, I think that's a bad idea. It's like, hey, you guys are on the floor, on the ground there. You guys know better with what you guys want to do.
Also, the greatest problem is that most of them that come, they have mediocre to no money. That's the problem. How are you gonna build if you're broke?
And in the same way, I think sometimes the African view of Black people in America, I think a lot of times you guys lead off with the racism thing, and people who think like myself, and I'll just tell you straight, we see completely through that because we're like, I really do not believe that I could move from my neighborhood right now in our little gated community in the whole nine and go over to Africa and be treated better with my resources. It's like, no.
I think you are confused with the racism thing because Africans don't really, because you come from tribalistic system. What is racism? What is that? Like, it's a Tuesday for us. For you, for some of your kinsmen, it's the end of the world. For us, that's a Tuesday. It's a perspective. We are saying it exists, but it's really like, come on, guys, come on. At some point, you must move on. Like, water is red, sky is blue, ice is cold, white man's race is gone.
Okay, so Snake Man, going back to your point, remember you said the A, B, and C.
Wait, guys, are we gonna go over the fact that SKC can be used a C word on him, like the coon word? He says that racism is real.
Yeah, I embrace the coon word. SKC actually stands for Supreme King Coon. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why,
There is a reason why SKC is claiming there is no. Hold on. There is no racism. Let's be honest. It's because he's in our midst here. You understand me? Go to his channel or any other platform, any other time. You will see him complaining about white supremacy and all these years. The reason why if you go to that route right now, there will be a blowback. So he just trying to protect himself. No, I don't care about racism. But deep down, after I'm speaking,
have you gone to his channel before, Nigerian first? Have you gone to his channel?
He does not care. He really does not care. I think you're confusing him with some other pro-blacks you're talking about.
Right. SKC level.
Yeah, I really do not care. And
do you have a channel though?
No, don't invite Judah. I don't need a second hood servitor. Don't invite him.
Yes, I do. But Nigerian first, I know why some people have. Yeah, I know why some people have a problem with that, but I'm just shooting you straight. Yeah. The most racist terminology and ideas that have ever come to me in my entire life have been from other Black people.
Are you mixed race, SKC?
Wait, hang on, Mr. Straight. Right, you guys are conflating things again, right? Racism doesn't matter if someone calls me a word, right? Like someone calls me the supreme niggas or something. I'm not gonna cry. That's not really the issue. The issue is power, identity, and power distribution. So we're talking about being denied access to economic empowerment, and we know for a fact that depending on your name, right, on any job application, it's going to influence you getting a job or not getting a job by up to 66%, especially if your name sounds non-Western European. There's studies on this, like hundreds of studies. I can pull one up right now. So the issue is not the person-to-person racism. If you can't handle that, something wrong with you. The issue is power. It's about the distribution of and access to certain amenities. And this is why I call you a cool next to see. It's like you're a good slave manager, but you'll never be higher than that, most likely. Now you might be as an individual, but the generalities is if you participate in the system and accept it wholly as it seems like you have, you're gonna let yourself become a second class slave. Well, it's called a slave class technically, right? And the issue with that is, well, there's no real dream or hope of anything better than that. That's the only issue I have with you, right? I'm okay with working as a slave. I pay until I buy my freedom, emancipation. Then at that point, I'll try to create a better world for me.
So what do you? There's so much to pick off that bone on that one. But what? Okay, take for instance, my family. We're what? Like, as I can go back about 4 generations.
Okay.
What do we need to build better for ourselves, Kazorian?
How much land do you own?
Huh?
How much land do you own?
We own 3 properties.
After 3 generations?
Yeah.
Okay.
SKT, hang on. For you as an individual, obviously I can't tell you, what you need to do better. That's not really the point. It is more or less a collection of Black Americans, and we know collectively Black Americans are actually the lowest class when it comes to wealth, apart from Native Americans, and even they. You get the point. The point is not the individual, right? Any individual can, you could be.
Well, I think I think that is the point, Kazorian. Why in the heck should my labor, my previous generations, and the things that they pass down ultimately to me, and which are going to go to my children and then eventually my grandchildren? Why should I be worried about Glocktavius down the street that wants to rob and smoke weed? It's like, why should I care about what he's doing and based upon the decisions that he made? What he and his family has chose to do with their resources and their time and energy, and how to live their lives based upon whatever principles that they saw fit were good for them, has nothing to do with me.
And can I hold on?
That is not my brother.
No,
that is not a part of my family. I share no ideals with him whatsoever.
Okay. Can I ask a question? Do you, in your plan, ever, it must not be something tangible, has a tingly feeling, hey, maybe in 4 or 5 generation, I dominate the entire block? Do you ever have that feeling? I have subjugated every family. Hold on. Do you have that kind of green feeling sometimes, SKZ? To be as someone who dominates over other people?
Dominate is in how?
To have economic power over it, to own a lot of land around your, I don't know how you call it, around your main house, as in something like that. To have political influence, something like that. Do you ever dream of something like that at your family as a collective?
Because you asked him the question, do you own land? And he said, we own properties. He didn't say, I own land.
I know, but I just, this is not a question. I just want to ask, do you have any aspiration, any in your family code you try to create? Is there any such thing?
No, he's gonna say
to dominate over other people.
Yes.
He's not gonna.
SKC, do you want to be a king, or are you okay with being a highly rewarded slave?
No, I do not want to be a king. I don't believe in monarchy whatsoever. The monarchy died.
No, we don't care about that. Could you answer my question? Did you ever, like as a family, like let's say 6th generation down, you own a little town and everything in it? Any aspirations?
SKC, you want to own a town in America?
That's why we have our own business. Hopefully it will grow into that aspect. And on top of that, I would say on Mrs. SKC's side, which you'll probably know a little bit more about those aspirations.
How is she, by the way? I hope she's
doing good. She's doing good. She has another. Well, we'll go into that another day. But it's like I find it odd, especially you knowing a little bit more about my family's background and everything. It's like, hey, yeah, I could not have married into that side of the family without having a little bit of those aspirations, a greater aspiration. So far as generations and all of that and legacy.
Oh, is she white?
Guys, chill. I just wanted to. That was actually my personal question, because I wanted to make a joke because we have Supreme King Coon in it, and I always point out
she's
that
white.
No, hold on, stop. I always point out, for some reason, Black Americans like to call themselves king. But every
Oh,
time you
they
go
want to
into,
fight.
hold on, but every time you point them into the direction like land ownership, dominate over other people, economic power, political influence, they start to be silent and start to bubble and try to dance out the questions like, but why yourself calling yourself the king then? Like, why are you using a word and you don't want to be it?
And that is an excellent question, Snake Man. But you have to know that my name is satirical because I poke and prod
Well,
at
hang on,
the
hang on.
quote unquote the
SKC.
quote unquote Black Americans that want to go by all of this Wakandaism and so forth. So it's like if you can call yourself, I don't know, King Shahrazad and all that other crazy stuff like that, then I can be
Maximum
king.
black.
Then I can be king of the coons.
Wow.
Okay, you know what? But it's so satirical
any
when
black
it's
you
true.
see,
That's the
any
thing.
black you see talking about
Yeah.
kings and queens, just know is a little
Those are strange people.
bullshit.
Yeah.
They always involve in bullshit. Yes, I'm telling
These
you, they
days,
are not
Pan
serious
Africans are
people.
even calling themselves professor. They never finished high school.
Okay,
But
so please, can
SK,
you open the link I send you, please?
Oh, hold on.
yeah,
That
SK,
freak. You are a German Turk? Assalamu alaikum, Sadiq.
yeah. SKC, I got a question for you, right? So you married a white woman?
No, my wife is not white.
Is she black or mixed?
Don't snitch, SKC. If you want to know it, you must go to your channel.
Tell me it's African.
Yeah. All I'm saying to you is that
She's not black.
regardless of the fact, I would say this. I will, and Snake Man knows this. When my family isn't just like some sort of, we're not dirt poor or anything, and we're not like some sort of ultra with. No, we just do well for ourselves. And but nevertheless,
Stop it, SKC. Every time
but
some hood nigga comes to your channel talking about their hood, when you're talking about private schools and all those things, so look at you like
that has nothing, that you don't have to be wealthy to send your kids to private school. You don't. But I will say this: my wife's family was way better off than we were. So
Okay, interesting. So, hey, look. To be honest, I think if we were back in slavery, you would be somehow not part of the free slave movement just because you had your own emancipation.
Yeah.
And I get it. Like spiritually, I know that for a fact. I could bet my slavery freedom on that.
Let's talk about that for just a second. Let's talk about for that. Okay, so I do have a small bone to pick when it comes to Africans, and they talk about the whole thing about slavery, because my family does have come from slavery. Okay, so
His family comes from slavery.
Okay, so
No. Does your
we
wife's
were the ones that
slaves?
we were the ones that were sold, right?
No, you were here. You were here in America. So
Okay.
you,
No.
Black Americans are indigenous, native.
All right. So his wife is not black. She's okay.
We were the ones that were sold.
What do you mean? Also, Black Americans that come here tell us that you are native to America.
No, I'm not talking about them, Snake Man. I'm talking about the people who actually accept, some.
So here's the issue: you guys have different, different contradicting narratives. Some people come with this kind of telling me they are native to America, they're black.
Guys, let's stop the trolling. Yes, we saw it.
Yeah, I'm not speaking. I'm not speaking from those people's perspective. I'm talking about from the slave perspective. If my people came from slaves, who are you guys to ever speak about the slave experience at all?
I can tell you, being from
you were the ones that sold us.
Hold on, SKC. Being from the Igbo tribe, I can tell you, I'm your cousin. His ancestor was your brother's ancestor. He had longer legs than yours. He had longer legs. He could run faster.
All right. So that whole idea about slavery and everything, and whatever happened in all of that, that actually was a part of African culture for millennia.
Yeah.
You see, I'm the only one on this panel that agree with SKC. I mean, he's coming from a point of a place where the Africans themselves on the continent did not experience slavery in its form in America. They only experience when the only experience they had was when people were taken and when they sold these people out, but did not actually experience the activities that the guys in America had to go through. And in the most
Nah,
part, that is where most
I
Black
disagree.
American history.
I even disagree with that. Black slavery was not the worst slavery that the earth has ever seen. No, it wasn't.
Exactly.
That
That has
just that
always.
that
Oh man.
it wasn't bad. Shoot,
Exactly.
you had places like Benin. What was that? The
Oh,
homie and stuff that was sitting up chopping people's heads off just for celebrations and all that type of stuff. Oh, you know what? Somebody came over for
Exactly.
dinner. We want to kill 200 slaves to show this person
Even
all that other stuff.
even
It's like, so
even in
come on.
even in Sierra Leone and Liberia, they were eating human beings when they had a civil war because there was no food around, so they were eating their own people. They were using them
I
as
mean,
barbecue, even
Africa
chopping
was
their hands and fingers,
putting bodies
you
on
know.
spikes and
So
stuff. So it's like, come
it's a
on.
common phenomenon.
yeah.
It's
No,
a
no, no.
common
Think about it,
phenomenon in
SKC.
Africa.
Now think
So
about it,
It's a common
SKC.
phenomenon in Africa, you know.
Now think about it,
But I agree
SKC.
with you, SKC. I agree with you.
Now think about it, SKC. You come from a tribe that is known to get his ass whooped by the other Africans.
right. So then why in the world, Snake Man, would this quote unquote tribe that doesn't have any link back to Africa, was pretty much sold out by other Africans? Why should I ever want to go to Africa or invest in Africa?
Hey, I'm not saying that.
Exactly.
I'm not saying that.
I
The only
agree.
thing,
Exactly.
that's the only thing I'm saying. If you want to go willingly, like, don't be low IQ,
Won't you willingly
don't be
go back?
broke. Hold on. If you want to go, that is something that are universally something. That is when you go to Asia, something when you want to invest. Don't be low IQ, don't be broke. Try to assimilate a little bit to understand the country you're going to. That is the only thing I'm saying.
And that's why
Yeah.
I was having that argument, Snake Man, with those other, those pro-black people that try to play this whole reparations game. I'm like, if you want reparations from America, then you should ask it from Africa as well.
I was
They
there.
were
I
part
was
of
there.
the
You
trade.
have to invite me on that panel because I've always tell Africans
No,
if
don't,
the black people
please.
for some reason need reparations. Let me finish. If black people for some reason need reparations, it has to be Africans to pay them. Because when they sold them, these guys left their land behind. They left a lot of things behind, and it's left for them to pay them in the form of land. That is what it is. I mean, you cannot be trying to get reparations from the white. The white man did not actually. They abolished it. They came with a high IQ.
And my idea on that, man, is this: we
Let me ask
lost.
you a question. Did you your land in Cameroon? Were you given for free or you paid for it? Because
I paid for it
I actually
because
paid for my own because no one gave me any land for free.
but not in my community though. I paid for that land because I'm paying out of a different tribe, so I'm paying that land in Douala, but not in my own community. So I'm asking, where is their community that they left behind? They don't have to pay land in that community that they left behind. But if they want to buy in a different city that they are not part of that community, then they have to buy.
But
So
Judas, that's
what I'm
already
saying.
too deep. Judas, that's already. If you actually listen to the ones who want reparation, they want all African countries to pay, even East Africans, South Africans, North Africa. Like none of those people go into the details. That's why I was on the panel with you when I asked simple question. Okay, what is count? Who counts as black? How much money or land do you want? From which people do you want the money? And they never could answer the question. They just always said reparations. Like those people don't think that deep.
SKC, don't forget, most of the people that were also free during slavery also became slave trader. Maybe your own father was also a slave trader. You never know, because a lot of them were freed and they went.
Well, I know on
Yeah,
one part
Judy,
of the family that
Judy,
we do have
Judy,
people that came
Judy,
from a plantation.
Judy. Someone
Right.
was on this
Go ahead,
panel
Nigerian first.
yesterday, and the person, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, the person was actually saying some of the things you were saying before that. If we need to develop Africa really, we need to implement a forced labor policy, and I kind of I think I
But that is
agree
my
with that.
point that they are now taking it to elaborate on. I mean, most of the
Yes,
time I've been preaching. If you go and look on my exactly,
yes, I kind of support that move. People should be forced to work, and if
exactly
America
because
brings
look, Americans did
freedom
it, the
of
Europeans
rubbish,
did it. They enslaved their own people to build Europe. They also enslaved Black Americans to build America.
yeah,
Africans
yeah, it
cannot
has to
just
be
sit down
done.
and say Africa is gonna
And you know,
develop.
and you know the simple solution to a lot of this stuff, and it kind of goes back to what Snake Man was saying, but I say the same thing. Just accept the loss. You lost.
Oh my
A
God.
stronger tribe came and enslaved, captured my ancestors, and we got sold
Exactly, and
over
the
to
stronger
America.
tribe is the white man.
It was a
You are right.
loss when
Exactly.
the Portuguese and other European nations came over to
Colonization, they came
Africa
and
and
colonized
colonized.
you.
You
Yep.
lost. It's an L. Just
Exactly.
accept the L and move
Eh,
forward.
I
But
agree.
SKC,
I agree
Nobody
with you.
owes you anything for beating you in a war.
Exactly.
hold
I
on,
agree with you. That's
SKC.
why I tell you,
I played
in
devil's
in
advocate.
African history, we have always gotten L from beginning all the way to the end, from A all the way to Z. It's always been a loss on everything. We have never win anything in the world. We have never defend ourselves. They have always taken from us, and they are still doing it till today.
And also
So I mean,
we're always begging and crying and waiting to be saved.
like Al and all these other guys on. Yep.
Stop hating on Al. Al is an elder. You know he is not all in the head no more. And
Always,
and, sec- and,
always
se- and secondly, SKC I played devil's advocate. But SKC, Sir L is our
But
culture.
this SKC guy is actually on my on. I mean, he kind of. I mean, you have. I need to find that, and you need to send me a
No,
channel.
no, I
Where
don't.
come
I
No,
agree with you. He has a strong emotional intelligence, which is good. He has
right. He's that
some
kind of
yeah,
guy
of
that
no,
actually know
SKC,
his place.
SKC, Nigerian
calm
first.
and
Can you?
You realize Nigerian first. He said he actually believes that the blacks have not created any. He agrees with that, and the same time he said there is no reason for him going to Africa. His families are here. He's a nationality of American, and that's a fact. Coming to see these other guys say, "Oh, DNA, because my DNA shows I'm from Sierra Leone, I'm from here, I have to go there." Well, it doesn't make sense. Every country has become a country. You have a nationality. You are in Nigeria. I'm a Cameroonian. That will never change till we die, till the next generation. Africa will never unite and say, "Let's form one country."
Hazel,
No, I mean,
No,
it's never
post
going
my
to
video,
happen.
please. Post
SKC,
my video.
please.
I want to
I
show.
beg you.
I want to show you something, please. Post my video, Keizu. I want to show you.
What video is that, Nigerian first? You keep
No. Okay,
Okay.
see, the reason why I want to see, I'm not capping for China, eh? You see, the reason why our dam in is it Niger State has been having problem for the past decade. Some of the structure in the depth of the river, I think they broke. So we didn't have specialists who would go down there to fix all those things. The Chinese came here, about 11 of them. They jump into that beach and fix it up. They restore it.
So Nigeria, the whole country as Nigerian do not have specialists to fix a dam.
Oh, thank you, my brother.
And one boy will come on this panel and say Nigeria is this, Nigeria. Why are your people like this? Nigerian first.
I will dash China about 100,000 lazy ass Nigerian and collect that 11. China, please give me that 11 citizens that actually did that work. Take that 100,000. if you want to murder all of the, okay, let me keep quiet.
Yes,
Let me
that's
not
proving
imagine
my
something.
point.
So if not of these Chinese, Nigeria will not still have electricity in this that was provided by Kenji Dam. If not of these Chinese, 11
Thank you.
Chinese
Some of
people.
the thing broke.
Yep.
No one was able to fix it until
So
the
when it
contract
goes
was.
bad again, you guys still have to go and pay them and call them to still come again and
Of,
fix it.
of course.
Yeah.
That's it.
Wow.
But Judah,
The reason
Judah.
I'm saying
Last
is that,
time,
the thing is that many of our people that say, oh, we left Africa, we traveled to a developed country, they don't even also have these skills. Most of them, okay, fine. Okay, if you have developed yourself, come back. I believe government will pay you to do this, but none of them have those skills also. They are just salary earners. Their mentality, they don't have to create job,
why come
nothing.
back?
So make money. You don't need to. You can make. You can come visit. They pay you, and you go back to your country where you live, instead of paying this money to the Chinese. Don't you
think
see
about-
that?
but-
That's what. See. Let me tell you something. I'm not saying Black America, for example, should come to Africa to live. Nada. I know we don't need them. But I would prefer some of the things that these Chinese come to feed, they come to feed, and we pay them money, and they take the money back to their country and live in their country.
Nigerian friends, you are making my point. Instead of pandering or paying money to Chinese, I mean, pay it to Black America, the ones that believe that, oh, they want Black unity and stuff like that. I mean, those are the ones that you are talking to, not the American ones. But they don't have that backing. You know, they don't have that production line. They don't have
Judah,
skill, you know.
Nigerian first, Judah. I pointed that out with China, with the infrastructure. Do you know what I was called by the Black American? Chinese communist booty clapper. You are not Pan-African. I just pointed out a fact. So that's it. And I said we must do better. And I don't understand.
I mean, they call you a Chinese booty clapper because you couldn't elaborate on your point. If I was on that panel, I would actually succumb them to actually rubbish and put my feet on their back and put my stink on top of it and claim Bantu supremacies. You know what I'm saying? So
one of the things that I'm noticing, and I could be wrong, but one of the things that I'm noticing is that it seems as though, and help me if I'm wrong, do you guys want the advancements from these other cultures and people and places without their system?
What? Who is that stupid?
Whose system?
I mean, I'm hearing stuff about the Chinese. I'm hearing stuff about Europe. I'm hearing stuff about America. I mean, it seems now you want things from them, particularly funds and various skill sets and so forth, but you don't want their systems.
Okay. KC, let me tell you.
It's a win-win situation. It's a business. It's a B2B. It's a business to business deals.
The reason why America is working is that there are a lot of experts from all over the world coming into America to settle down. They are the ones developing and building American economy. What I'm trying, that is the same thing Africa needs. You understand me? So don't come here and think America is just using their brain. No, many people who actually move in American economy, they are not America. They are from other countries. You have the Indians, you have the Hispanic, you have some of the Europeans who came from Europe, and you have Africa. They are the engine of American economy. So don't think it is America citizen. How many things are they developed for the past 10 years? Look at the events, if all the things they have invented for the past, let's say, 10 years.
Correct.
The owners of these things are done by foreigners. Foreign America who went there to
correct. Because correct. I agree 100% with you. They leave their foreign land where their skills and abilities are useless, and they go to a place where the system allows them to be able to maximize their skills and abilities, because they can't do that at home because the system is better.
It's astonishing. It's astonishing how often you run into SKC's trap.
So
Like
the
it's
reason why
like
we're arguing for this conversation, you are making it seem that if Africa let others come also to develop Africa is a bad thing. No, it's not. Just that sometimes I feel like if our own people from all kinds of country coming, they will do their work and take the money back instead of giving it to other race.
SKC.
I would like
Yeah,
to
let
see.
me ask him a question though. SKC, if you want to buy a laptop and a white person is selling you that laptop and a black person is selling you the same laptop, who will you buy that laptop from?
Whoever's going to answer my questions best.
Yeah, but when it comes to quality and trust, or
Right.
a black,
Whoever whoever's
will
going to
you
answer my
trust a
question.
laptop that is coming from a black person? I mean, it's not the same laptop. They produce their own, and a white person produce their own. And you want to buy a laptop that you think will help you. Will you buy that laptop from a black man?
I'm going to buy from whoever answers my questions best because I believe in being an
Okay.
informed.
Then I'm also guessing Africans are also doing business with
did
people that
you
answer their question first. But if you ask me, right, I believe that I will never buy a laptop from a black company, or because they don't have a track record of producing good things. Like I said, a black man has not produced even a car. Buying a car from a black company is like a failure, a disaster, right? You want to buy cars that are produced by a Japanese or a white man, or you know what I'm saying? Because they have a track record. You can go back how many years from then and say, okay, they have produced this, they have evolved. A black man, I mean, what laptop have you produced, or what cars? What? There's nothing. So there's no reliability. I mean, you cannot rely on these people. So that's why Africans are going for top notch. Chinese, they have a track record. They have done it before. They have built a lot of things that look similar to what you want to build. So you bring that expatriate to come in and do the same projects. And that's why they go in
Right.
for them. It doesn't necessarily mean they want to bring in their culture, but it's a
No.
business to business.
Now, I agree with you there. I
To,
agree. I agree with you there, Bantu. But what I'm stating is
right.
take for instance, for whatever reasons, these other cultures have been able to industrialize a lot faster, and many of them have built a culture around that industrialization now because it's been updated. You are I'm not saying you, but certain people seem to always want the latest innovations, the infrastructure, the money, the banking systems, all of those things that come from those systems without implementing what maintains and keeps those things running.
okay?
And one of the main things that keeps those things running is a different mindset.
Okay, let me cook a little bit, SKC, because I have to go now. You are actually like Judah has a point, and you have a point. You are talking about two different things. So the only thing I want to say before I go, please, SKC, I am on my knees. Do not let Judah into my sanctuaries at his Supreme King Kun's channel. Please, that is the only place where I can think in peace about the things that are not retarded. Don't let Judah in. You can let Nigerian first in.
Are you trying to have it to where only one African can be on my panel
Oh,
at a time?
Nigerian first can go in by I don't need an African version of conservative. I really don't. Think about it. What?
Look, man, it's what unfortunate that Snake Man should be calling a Bantu supremacist as a person they don't want on the panel. For some reason, SKC should be happy. Nigeria, Kaiser, hold on. For some reason, SKC should be happy that a guy like Bantu supremacist actually want to come on his panel. Who is this guy? Oh man, who is this?
Yeah, shut up. We have a new panelist.
Is it a Nigerian? Man, that is a rare breed. That's a rare breed right there.
Hi.
We don't know this guy.
Go ahead.
This is my first time in your
post a video so we can see you, man.
Go-
Turn your
go
video
ahead,
on, then after you can turn it off.
No,
Yeah,
don't,
tell
don't
him
you
to
can see
turn
my
his video
picture.
on, then we can turn
no,
it off.
don't listen to Judah. Judah is trolling you.
Yeah,
It's
wait,
okay.
go ahead, go ahead.
You can see I have my profile. My profile
Yes,
picture.
yes. Nice to
Are
meet
you
you.
an
Go
Africa
ahead.
or what, or Israeli?
No, this is my first time on this panel.
Yeah, but first of all, answer this question: Africa or Israeli?
What?
Because you have two flags there. You have a flag of
Yeah.
Eritrean and Israel flag. So
He's from Eritrean. He's Ethiopian, or maybe I don't know. So
okay, that means he's
it-
capping for
No,
Israel.
if he's from Tigrinya, then he's Eritrean. But yeah, go ahead. You can
Then
introduce
he's
yourself.
capping. That means he's capping for Israel. Then
No, I'm not.
I'll let him cook his point. Let's hear where he's coming from. Go ahead, sir.
Someone asked me if African, like, what are you trying to say?
He wanted to know if you were born in Africa or you're
Yes,
a Nicropian. Are you a Nicropian?
No, man, I'm not. I'm Tigrinya is indigenous.
Sorry, are you
from the land of Hamasien? I don't consider myself black or Arab. I have my own identity, heritage.
What's your identity?
All right. How much of the conversation have you heard, and what is your contribution to it? So just give us about 3-4
like I
minutes.
said, this is my first time on this.
So what's your politics? Tell us about your politics, your outlook on the black sphere. Just give us a flavor of who you are.
Like my political view. It's, I used to believe in Pan-Africanism. This, it's not. I don't no longer believe in that. It's bullshit. Like I don't know, man.
What is it with Horner? What is it with Western Horners and being retarded? Straight up.
Come on, man. Allow him flow on anything, man. Maybe you wanted to talk on a topic that he is versed with. I mean, did you come in? Can you contribute to what we were saying? If go ahead, man. And
Okay. So let me ask you, which country you from? Are you Eritrean?
Yes, from Hamasien.
Okay, nice. So you speak Tigrinya, right?
Yes, I speak Tigrinya.
Okay, so how do you say coffee in Tigrinya?
Buna.
Okay, fine. I just wanted to make sure he's not someone else that I thought he was, like a troll. So at least he is African.
No, he's a second Andre. He's a second Andre, and I'm not pleased.
Yeah, of course.
He said,
"Are you guys all
autism run high hornets?" No.
But he said one thing that he said that caught my attention was he said he's not black, he's not Pan-African,
Does he look black to you? This nigga looks whiter than my left shoulder. Does that nigga there look white? Of course not. I mean, black.
He said he's not black. I mean, he stand by it. I mean, what are you? If someone tells you he's white and he looks darker skin to you, and then you have no choice than to accept it.
Forget the skin color, right? This man here is an example of an African that doesn't want to be put in the same as FBAs. That's why even us as a FBA. FBAs were enslaved. They were broken. They lost their cultures. They even became Supreme King Coons, right? That's what happens to the FBAs. So he doesn't want to associate himself with that. Is that correct? You don't want to associate yourself with the slave history?
No, I have no connection with FBAs. I was just real curious if you guys were FBAs.
I'm not sure is he really African because where's the forehead? Like where's the hairlines that begins at like he's a special breed of horse.
Yeah, where's your East African forehead?
What?
We don't see a big forehead.
Why are you guys? Where's you guys' profile picture? Why you guys? You guys are the ones.
But I'm confused, guys. Any person that comes on your panel and he is new, don't you guys do a video check on the back chat before they comes in?
What the heck?
No,
guys, what did he sings did you do to Judah?
Well, come on, this guy. What's your name, anyways? What can we call you? Can we call you Tig or Tiggy
No,
or Diddy?
like read my username. You can
Okay, I'll call you guys. So, okay, so
say
if you're
Tigrinya.
if you're not African, are you Israeli? Like, what are you? Because obviously, Tigrayans, you guys came from the Tigris River, so you guys are really Persians,
No,
right?
it's not Tigrinya. It's not Tigrayan. You're mistaken. It's Tigrinya.
Same thing, Tigrayan, Tigrinya, Ethiopia, Eritrea. It's the same tribe. You
No,
guys
it's
have some
not.
issues there.
You
Do you
don't.
not speak the
No,
same
no, no. It's
language?
not the same
Do you
thing.
not speak
Yeah, maybe
Tigrinya?
for you it's the same thing, but
Oh, right. So my eyes and my ears are different, right? So when I hear someone speak Tigrinya and you speak Tigrinya and it's the same, it's really different.
no,
Really,
Tigrinya is not only a language;
right? It's a tribe, right?
it's a nation also.
A tribe.
Yes.
Hold on.
Right.
Secret nation.
No, look, guys.
I'm being dead
for
serious.
for context, right? This is the issue with the Africans, right? Tigrayans, right, are
Say
Ethiopians.
Tigrinya, man. It's Tigrinya, not
Tigrayans are
Tigrayan. Tigrinya.
right.
Can't you not read?
I get you. I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you. In Ethiopia, they call
Okay,
them
let's continue. So T
Tigray.
gringos. The T
It
gringos,
says,
okay?
it says Tigrinya.
Look, guys, the same tribe separated between two nations, broken down by the Italians, and now they hate each other so much, and they even caused war to fight each other. Same
No,
tribe,
no, no,
same
no, no.
language,
Wait,
same name.
you're correct
Go
on.
ahead.
Yes, the Tigray region we consider our it was a part of our historically was ours. We're the same people, but they've been
Exactly.
assimilated.
So what was the issue? What were you lying to us?
No, you saying Tigrayan like there's no such
Look,
thing as
I can call it Tigaru. Okay, they call themselves Tigaru. This is all semantics, right? They call
No, T
themselves Tigaru.
gringo. T gringo. I call them T gringo.
Look. I know you guys in Eritrea call yourself Tigrinya, right? And the language is also Tigrinya. In Ethiopia, you guys, same people call each other Tigrayan or Tigaru. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
Or
but
it's like
we don't believe in the sovereignty of Ethiopia. We don't. My adult.
wait. Okay, explain.
Yeah, we believe Ethiopia is a fake country. That's why there's
Okay.
it's
But so is
historically.
Eritrea, right?
Yeah,
Eritrea is
but you
also
have to understand most of history. It's the so-called Ethiopian history was stolen from modern day Eritrea, and then they labeled it as Ethiopian. They
We was
fabricated.
Ethiopians. We was
hang on.
Senegalese.
Wait, yeah, go ahead. Let him speak. Let him cook.
We was
Yes.
Senegalese.
Wait, let him cook. Let him cook.
So
Go ahead.
historically, right, if you go back all the way back in time, we have a lot of history. Modern day Eritrea was called the land of Punt, Madri Bahari, the land of sea, Aksumite Kingdom, Adulis. So had different names. It was separate. But Ethiopians they claim our history and then labeled it as theirs and fabricated, lie to the world that it's Ethiopia, this, that.
Okay. So let
They
me ask
made
you a
up these
question.
stories.
So Ethiopia doesn't exist, but neither does Eritrea. Both of these are colonial expansionist political ideas, right? Ethiopia was created in order to combat them not being colonized. Eritrea was created by the Italians, who colonized you. Okay, so fine. However, you're talking about Aksum Empire, right, and things like that, correct?
Yes.
But didn't you know that? But you do know that the Amharas were also part of the Aksumite.
No,
It's
no,
not
this is another lie. There was no such as Amhara back then. It's
Okay,
fake
so
identity.
it becomes now dusty. That's the African talk.
No, this is Amhara is a fake identity. But there was no such as Amhara before TPLF. It was after TPLF. Before that, there was no such as Amhara.
Okay, so the question is then, before TPLF, right? Tigrayan People's Liberation Front. Yeah, guys, where's the super chat? Support Black and African media. We've been here for almost 9 hours, and Kaizo can't be out here making $2 a day. Only, I am African, but Kaizo's life matters. I mean, Kaizo's living conditions matter. So yeah, okay, interesting. So you say you believe that the Amharas, fabricated everything. However, the issue I have with that is maybe not up to Aksum. I agree with you, right? I do know that the Tigray or Tigrinya, I'll respect your name. You guys are the ones who started the whole, ancient empires, right? And again, it makes sense. You guys came from the Tigris River. You're not really African, so you came. You saw a bunch of dusty Nilotes. You mixed with them, and then you guys are wherever you are today. Fine, I get it.
No, where
However,
did he get? We came from Tiger River.
oh, what do you think the name Tigrinya comes from? It's from the Tigris River.
No, that's another
Where do you think the
BS.
language comes? It's a Semitic language from the Tigris River, similar to Aramaic. You guys are not African. You came from the Tigris River, then you mix with the Nilotic women, and that's how you became African. Go ahead.
No, that's a lie, man. Who wrote that? Who even came up with that? There's another
Well,
one
you
that
guys,
said we came
did you
with
say that?
Yemen. We came from Yemen.
Oh,
No,
you
that's
did.
enough.
Southern Sabia, Yemen. I'll give you an example, right?
No, listen.
Go ahead, brother.
Yemen was our colony. We conquered Yemen, right? My ancestors, we conquered Yemen. We assimilated with the Sabians and intermixed with them. And so there was intermixture between the Sabians and the Aksumite or the Agazians.
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't come from there. They were under our colony, though.
So they were under your colony, but they're the ones who taught you how to read and write.
No. They didn't teach us nothing. We already had our own scriptures, written language, our own laws, everything. We even had Greeks live in our land.
Greece. Okay. So according to basic research here, the Ge'ez script was derived from the ancient Southern Arabian or South Sabian script, which is originated from regions centered around now Yemen. So you guys, even your writing script is not really Ethiopian, Eritrean, right? Since you're Tigrinya. You guys actually got it from South Arabians. No. So as you can see, you guys actually stole your own language from the Arabians, and you genetically.
No, this is another lie.
Go ahead.
Who this? Anybody can write this on Wikipedia, man. Like I said, there was a
research study if you want instead.
It was originally founded in modern day Eritrea. I think look it up.
Hold on. Modern day Eritrea.
Yes.
No, he's not wrong. Look, that's where the so-called Habesha. Well, you guys don't. You probably don't even like that term, right? That's where the so-called is, right? The ancient language practiced by people of both
scriptures.
So-called
yes.
The scriptures, right, were written. The so-called Bible in the Habesha Bible, right? I'll say Habesha since it takes into account both people. That is written in Ge'ez, right?
No, we're not Habesha, man, bro.
Well, I get your point, right? But for people listening, to them you're Habesha, so I'm also speaking from their perspective. So the Habesha people have this writing script called Ge'ez. The original Bible that they have is written in that language, and they're able to preserve it. They even have extra biblical books compared to the Europeans. That's correct? Like you have like the Book of Enoch, for example. Other people don't.
Yes, we do. We have our old version.
Yeah,
very old. We're the oldest or the first, Christians in the world. We accepted Christianity before Europe. I don't even know if you guys know that. Before Europe.
Yeah, we know it was before Europe. Not the oldest. Syria would be the oldest Christian civilization. But yeah, you guys are one of the oldest. Yeah. No, you're 100% right there. Question is for you though, why do you not like Habesha and why do you not like the Tigrayans? Why do you want to claim them as Tigrinya instead of the name that they've chosen for themselves?
I don't hate Tigrayans. I don't like the political party in Tigray region.
TPLF?
TPLF is different. There's a political party called Huat. TPLF, they followed us. We trained them, educated them. We basically founded TPLF, my forefathers. TPLF is, they fought against, Derg, which, we also did. Huat, it's a long, they basically started a war, and 1 point something million of their own people died. Their youth. It's very sad.
So when did your people lose the power? When did you got your head caved in?
Well, TPA, I'm not from Tigray, man.
I mean, you say to me that your ancestors built Aksumite as Aksum kingdom. That is okay.
So
Yes.
question is, how did you lose the Aksumite kingdom to the Amharas? How did the Amharas graft themselves into this, creating this? Well, Habesha just derives from Abyssinia, right? But anyways, the Abyssinian kingdom
No,
did have.
Habesha, it's an Arab. There was the Arabs that called it.
Yeah, they were, yeah, fine. I agree with you, but it does have relation to the word Abyssinia too. So the Habesha, hang on, Habesha were in so-called Ethiopia, northern Ethiopia, and so-called Eritrea. Fine. How did Amharas usurp themselves
Also,
into
Tigray. I don't know if you guys know about the Tigray people in Eritrea. There. Do you guys know about Tigray?
The tiger? Let's just say tiger people.
No, man, that's
no. But why was you not part of the Abyssinian? No. Why was your glorious ancestry not part of the Abyssinian kingdom? How did you lose it?
Yeah. How did the Amharas become the progenitors of the Abyssinian kingdom? What happened? How did Aksum get usurped by the Amharas?
Well, Aksum was being invaded multiple times by the Beja, the Muslims, the rise of Islam. It was they closed.
Destroyed by like a Jewish woman, like destroyed the Aksumite empire.
Yeah, Kezu.
No,
Kezu, I may sound ignorant. I want to ask one important question. Why is it that people from this guy's region, Ethiopia, Tigray, and that circle, they always cap for Israel? They want to be Israeli. What's like what? Like
they believe they came from there, right? These are the ancient people chosen by God. Don't you believe that?
That's what they believe.
No,
bro, if they actually believe so, why are they not standing for the actual people who has been there, who is fighting the current leadership in?
Are you a Muslim?
I don't see this. See this. I'm not a Muslim. It's not about religion. It's about land.
It is. It's about religion.
No, it's not. It's not. See, when you live, hold on. No.
Yeah.
See, you want to tell me that America took over? Took Native Americans' land in America because of religion? Is that the reason?
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No, it has.
No, this is different.
Because, no. Hold on. When you look at the map, because one thing, history and map doesn't lie. When you look at map, old map, what you see on the map is Palestinian. That's what you see there.
Yeah, but it's like historically Jews too. The Jews were there too. Yeah.
Why? Nigeria first. Why are you capping for the Palestinian? I don't get it.
No, I'm not. Because see, you know what? Why I normally argue this thing? I see people, they will claim they are fighting against injustice, and they in turn be supporting injustice. And I find it hypocritical when you are doing that.
Is this guy Nigerian?
I don't understand. If you say, okay, I guess you guys are fighting.
You're from Nigeria, right?
You guys are fighting Ethiopia, right?
No, we're not. We're not. Not now.
Yeah, 1 second, guys. Let me just shut up.
Let me ask this guy. Is this guy Nigerian?
Yeah, 1 second, guys. Yeah, 1 second. Guys. 1 second. Let me. 1 second. Let me shout out to the sponsors quickly. Without them, this channel can't run. So shout out to Caesar for $5.
No, I'm not. I am from.
I appreciate the support, Caesar. $5. Kaiser Lives Matter. Appreciate you again. Shout out to Black American. PCH Rights, $10. I really appreciate the Black Americans coming through. I love that money. Keep it coming. Pay me some reparations back. Shout out to Community Anthropology. I believe that's HKC or his alias. $5. Appreciate the support. Take my coon money. We were once slaves. Now we make money and own American land.
So
okay.
People who want to stand against injustice, they should always do that at all times, even if it go against their interests. Stick for justice. Don't always switch sides. I don't like people that believe like that. People like that are always coon. They end up selling you out and cause problem. I like people who stand on something and think on that thing, even if it go against them. I will call them respect to actually just stick on what they believe in instead of switching position. You can't be I hate injustice. Then on the next front, because you like the other person that is committing the crime, then it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. You have to, if you are fighting for injustice, should be injustice against everyone, everyone instead of picking and choosing. Doesn't, to me, it doesn't sit well with me. Stick to one thing.
Let me ask you. You're Nigerian, right? I can hear your accent.
It is not slave morality. If you said you can't say, okay, for instance, you live in Nigeria. Some people say the Nigerian government is fighting against us. That is injustice. Fine, I agree. But if another country is doing it to another person, even if the country that is doing it, you agree with them, you should at least be honest and say that is injustice. At least that's why I respect South Africa as we speak right now. When I see South Africa, I don't argue with them again. I don't fight with them again. You know why? At least they stand for something. You understand me? I respect South Africa for that.
You're talking about integrity. Why are you talking to a T Gringo about integrity?
Wait, hang on here. So T Gringo, I mean, right? You didn't ask my.
Let me ask you guys.
How did Nigeria?
Let me ask you guys. Sorry. Does Nigeria recognize Israel or Palestine as a sovereign country? Which one?
I think Nigeria just it doesn't recognize any of them. So
really?
They're just neutral. But
your
however,
your president is Muslim, right?
No. See. Don't look at
your president is Muslim, right?
No. See, look at the voting pattern of Nigeria. Everything Nigeria supports the direction of Russia and China against the West.
Actually, Nigeria supports Palestine into United Nations.
Nigeria supports Palestine. That's what I want to say.
Is your president is a Muslim, right?
It doesn't have anything to do with that.
Yes, it does. That's why you guys don't get.
It doesn't.
Every Muslim supports.
It doesn't.
It does.
You understand? It does the right. See, okay, for instance, when South Africa was going through apartheid, Nigeria was fully in support. Even there were Muslim leaders then in Nigeria in power. All of us support South Africa because it was the right thing to do. You understand me? It's not a bad religion. So see, this is why I have problem with poor masses. They always want to stick on that. But if you look at this whole thing, it's not a bad religion at all. See, it's about land grabbing, economic and power. That's it. Any other thing, you poor masses are the one wasting your time on that. But the major thing is money.
If I could pose a question really quick, I'm just wondering.
From Nigeria kid is about religion. You can't deny that. That's a fact.
It is not about religion. You make it
That's
like
the hidden
that.
agenda. That's
the hidden agenda.
Not.
See,
if I could just pose a quick question, I'm just wondering, Kazorian and others here, do you guys believe that Africa will become more powerful than like Russia, China, the U.S., Europe?
No, it's for now. I don't know. No, it's not going to happen in this current dispensation.
Not anytime soon. Not anytime soon.
Not anytime soon. We need to be honest.
Yes, my country will once we take power.
Oh, okay.
Wait, you already have power? Like, you know, already.
When they are discussing about power in Africa, you are not on the table. So keep quiet.
My movement, once we take power, once we run our country,
Wait, Kaiser, let me ask you a question. You believe Africa having a religious conflict? Because Nigerian people don't believe that. Guys, you believe Africa having a religious conflict? But I believe so. Do you believe that, Kaiser?
Not in East Africa. Maybe West Africa. But
East Africa. Some people are denying it. The fact are there. We can't deny it.
You said?
No, I think religion is, it can be a problem in West Africa. But in East Africa, I think we're okay because the countries are more or less. If you go
that's why I hate weak people who like to take side in everything. You understand me? Because
sorry, Nigeria first. Sorry, Kaizo. Just quickly on that question that chap asked. Nigeria is set to become one of the top 5 economies globally within the next 20 years. and that is Goldman Sachs. It's not even the Nigerian space. That's the computation from Goldman Sachs.
No, we are talking about we are talking about military power. We are talking about military power here. I don't think Nigeria.
But here's the issue: Nigeria can become top five, but when the North can become power, then Nigeria can talk shit. That's the problem.
You said?
Nigeria can be good now, but not when the North guy comes to power. Nigeria goes to shit. And
Jesus, don't you find this scary that young people who should be building their life currently, they have tied themselves into ethnic, not a religion? You guys are already setting yourself backward. You are too young to involve yourself in all this kind of conversation. Build something for yourself. Don't involve yourself with tribalism.
Nothing to do with age.
Not make you grow. You cannot see. You cannot survive in this world by yourself alone. You need other people to grow.
I know, but the picture.
So this my ethnic group is better than the other one. I'm not part of it. Let me tell you something. My ethnic group have never done anything for me. You understand me? My ethnic group has never in my life done anything for me.
Why? How is that possible? That your ethnic group has never
What happened? What happened?
I think UFC is an extreme nationalist, right? So to answer your question a little bit, SKC, we do have extreme nationalists,
yes,
like UFC superfan. I am not a nationalist, nor am I a tribalist. I actually
you're a technocrat that needs two bullets.
I'm a technocrat, right? Yeah, I am more of a technocrat, right? So to answer your question, can Africa rise? I think it depends, right? And can it happen? And it depends what you mean by rise. Do you mean will the average African have the same living standards as the average British person in the next 50 years? No. However, will Africa have put its foot in key sectors of the economy that allow us to create and manufacture our own consumed products, so that we no longer rely on the Eurodollar system or whatever system is there, whether it's BRICS? Yes, I believe Kenya, Nigeria, if they get their shit together, Ghana, right, South Africa, and of course Ethiopia, right, population, then that would allow us to sort of manufacture things.
You see, guys, but Africa change. There's some people in Africa we need to change them. I'm trying to say something in Africa we need to change them.
Igbo, you were a little bit late. I talked about that there are some ignorant people who want to be backwards, and there are some progressive people. And the problem is that in the countries, I talked about it, both their voices are equal. That's a big problem.
And we need to help Congo. That's need to help. We need to help the Congo people. We need to help them out.
Senegal is not a named character country. Senegal is one of those countries that
named
really
character.
Named character. Well, then the question remains, and I'm just wondering your guys' opinion. If the other world powers that exist right now just said, you know what, we want Africa off the map, we want to go ahead and just take it over and conquer it, do you think that they could if they wanted to?
They could, but they're not going to. Yeah, they could.
Right. Could, but to what cost?
Okay, now why would they not want to do that?
Do you know why?
Afghanistan. Hold on. Afghanistan on a continental scale.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
I'm not saying that
modern warfare doesn't go around having countries invading other countries with non-aggression involved. It doesn't happen, right? You're going to get ostracized by other countries in the United Nations. And since we have a multipolar world, okay, let me say if Europe decided to invade Africa, that's a perfect chance for Africa to now legitimately align itself with Russia and China. That would just start World War III. So it's not going to be like they can just do it, because Africa is valuable enough that it has leverages to realign with another world power.
No,
what I'm saying, if they wanted to carve it up,
it would destroy world economy. Simple.
You mean like NATO?
Yeah, let's say if they wanted to carve it up,
like the Berlin Conference number 2.
No, I just explained it. It's not going to happen because Africa can realign itself with the other.
problem is SKC. No, the problem is SKC. None of the powers want to share it. If let us say if they want to share, if they want to share it, then yes, we are extremely fucked. But right now, in the last 20 to 23 years, they don't want to share it. They just don't.
And that's the point, and that's one of the major points that I think that a lot of people throw
Scott,
out of their mind is that these other nations and powers and so forth, the only thing that really stops them from just taking over Africa is their own greed.
I mean, there's still a lot of
Africa could not stop them.
Listen, there's still a lot of.
I mean, it's like
countries.
like in South America. It would be as a government style like in South America was a like this is right now would just implement against puppet regime. Sometimes they come in with the military assassination bribes, something like that. Like what happened in Africa 25 years ago.
And the reason why it's not gonna happen because you look bad in the West. The West won't look bad again. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, but think about what you're saying though. It looks bad. Like, and that's why I'm not saying you guys, I'm just saying in general. When people talk about this whole thing about power and kings and all that type of stuff, I'm like, come on, you're in a position now that you're pretty much existing at the pleasure of others.
Yeah, but you got.
I mean, a lot of countries does that.
Power
a lot,
and being seen to hold the moral high ground. You can't just run around with power willy-nilly. If you lose the moral high ground, or if it's perceived that you're holding power and without holding the moral high ground, it will disintegrate from the inside.
I mean, let us say so. It's the same like we in Eastern Europe. The only reason it exists so Russia can be stopped. And the only reason Russia didn't take it over like the 15th time in human history is because this time the Europeans are focused. Same in Africa, if all the powerful people came together and said, hey, let's carve it up, it's the same shit. But right now, like you said, it's a greed. They don't want to share it.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Look, them somehow learning to cooperate and share is basically as impossible as Africans deciding to share, to be organized and have Pan-Africanism work. Neither is going to happen.
Apparently.
Yes, apparently, yeah. Anything's possible, but now there are unique circumstances. First of all, they wouldn't take the whole of Africa. That would be very redundant. It won't make sense. They'll take over key industries and areas. So they'll take over Port City in the west of African coast. In the East Africa, they already have Djibouti, right? In the South Africa, they already have South Africa. So they'll have Djibouti. They'll have obviously some Congo, right, in the Western Africa. And those are the main countries that they'll take, right? Congo because of resources, and then they'll just start there and then slowly go into other areas with resources. They're not going to take over Kenya. We don't have any real resources for them. It would just be pointless.
No, that is the reason why. There's always a black swan. There's always a black swan in history. It's the biggest black swan, and we can see it how much they don't like to share is. Let an African country get some nukes. Let's see how the world reacts.
Yeah.
Because how the world reacts will show you how much they're willing to carve Africa up. If they're not reacting at all, they don't want to share. Literally.
It would be interesting because I don't know. I think in this conversation I've created another thought out of that, because it's like for people to talk about racism and all that other stuff, if those countries were so racist, then they would have already taken over Africa.
It's that's why I say it's a perspective. Like if you come from the Western perspective, white man bad. It's not everyone bad. That is the reason why they don't cover Africa, because Chinese men maybe on a global level don't like the white man so much that they want him to carve up Africa. Maybe Europeans don't like the Chinese men so much. So like everyone bad.
Everyone is after their own interest. At the end of the day, everyone is after their own interest. That's all.
Okay, about racism.
It doesn't exist.
This
it comes from Yes,
racism
it comes from that T Gringo.
society.
Was so clear that it comes from the T Gringo. How did you lose your empire, T Gringo?
Yeah, you think racism is just a side issue? No, it is the foundation of the world, not the planet, but the world is a construct. Yes, a political, financial, cultural construct, and it's most clearly shown by the dollar. To accept the dollar is also to accept the culture and the values, the cultural values of the American people. The values of the American people are imbued into the value of the dollar itself. So it's cultural, a cultural aspect.
You're right. You're right, but here's the issue with the dollar, right? Like, okay, so let me give, because people don't know why African countries accept donations, right? Because you guys will say, well, don't take donations. Well, no, you have to take donations, and I tell you why. It's a part of the whole Eurodollar system. If you don't accept donations, you'll end up like Eritrea. Everyone is poor, starving, and no food because you don't have enough dollars to put it to work in other sectors
Kenya
of your economy.
isn't.
No, Kenya's not
Somalis run
starving.
the whole country. Somali run Kenya. What are you talking about?
That's good because
you guys only you Bantus cry victim. Hang on. Cry victim like FBAs. FBA and Bantus are the
I agree with you. Right?
He's not a Bantu, you idiot. He's an island.
Yeah, the guy above
exactly,
me love.
Right?
Love
hang on, brother. My brother. I agree with you. Yes, right. Bantus are docile and Somalis run Kenya. That's fine. Somalis are Kenyan. I have no issue with that. What's your point? But we're not starving.
No,
that's the main thing.
Your country,
we are not starving.
Right? They're crying, saying, "Oh, Somalis are taking over. They're taking over."
Okay,
they're crying.
Who's saying that? Who's saying that? Kikuyus.
It was.
That's one specific tribe saying that. That's got nothing to do with me. Listen, guys, right? Let the Somalis take over. I'm happy. Let them come here. You know what that means? That means more.
They're not starving no more.
All the people here. Let them all come.
Now let them take over. At least Somalis stop starving in their own country.
Exactly, bro. Listen, Kenyans are fat and flourishing. They're not starving. But you guys in Eritrea don't have
because of
food.
Somalis. You're not starving because of Somalis. They created jobs for your people.
Sure.
That's the pastoralists who barely have any grazing land. Okay.
Look, guys, listen. Not all African countries are equal, and this is why I love Lozi. Sometimes because we have people like this thinking we're all the same. Eritrea is literally a shit whole country where people are dying trying to cross the Red Sea, and they're turning into free fish food.
Oh man, repeat that one more time.
Eritreans are dying crossing over the Red Sea and becoming fish food. You guys are literally dying every day, right? You don't have food, so you have to run. I guarantee.
Hold on. So Eritrean.
You will never see a Kenyan.
Your country would be shithole without Somalis or Indians.
That's fine.
Indians and Somalis literally run your country. Your shithole country.
Good. What's your point?
Hold on.
Listen, if it wasn't for them, bro, like you would. It would literally.
Can I understand it right?
Kenya.
No. So the dusty Tigrinya are running from one dusty desert, crossing a sea, and they cannot swim into another dusty desert. Because Yemen and Saudi Arabia are dusty deserts.
But we have to realize
what Africa
allies more to the Middle East and really Africa, most of North Africa. The relationship more to the Middle East and taking Africa. Most people in North Africa.
No, we're on the Horn of Africa.
It's kind of funny. I have a picture. I met some Eritrean refugees when I was in the UK, and I actually
I also know Kenyan refugees in America too.
Well, no, it's not the same thing. Those are not refugees, bro. Those are people trying to get the U.S. citizenship. They're not running.
Yeah, I'm an outsider in this, and I'm kind of wondering which one is in the better position, Kenya or Eritrea. I'm
let everyone know.
Eritrea is one of the most poorest countries in Africa.
No, we're clean. Our country is clean.
Clean because you have no money to buy shit.
Kenya's polluted, it's literally a shit.
SKC.
Anybody can take a shit and down there.
Kenya is probably one of the more. Eritrea is right next to Ethiopia.
Eritrea is one of the most loneliest city, man. We know. I mean, I watched a YouTube vlogger that went over there, and there was nobody on the street. It's
SKC,
like
how
a
much do
dead
you make
city.
a month? SKC, how much do you make a month? Give me an estimate. You can lower it as much as you want. Just give me a number. Right?
Here we go. I know where
how much do you make a month?
I typically oh wait, way more than
that. Right. This is what the average Eritrean makes in a whole year. One whole year, right? This is how much an Eritrean makes in a whole year.
Wow.
Yeah, you think it's improved? Wow. It's gone worse. I'm doing you justice.
No, chip in 2020.
Wait, there's no data though.
No, chip in 2024. Let's see if it gets better.
I don't support
it's not any better.
Okay.
Let me show you.
Yes, we have a problem.
GDP. It's the same.
I don't deny that.
Look, I'm sharing the data again. Hang on, I'm saying it's the same number, $700 per person per year. Again, guys,
where did you get that?
He's comparing
the government doesn't
to an average.
Release. No, the government doesn't release the data.
What government? You mean those camel herders?
Exactly.
Mr. Turbans?
What?
Guys, how about the other country that border Eritrea? That small country that border Eritrea. Are those the same people?
Djibouti.
Newest country I'm talking about? The country that borders Eritrea.
And SKC, for context, right? The average Kenyan makes about $2,200. So 3 times as much money as his people, right? These people are 3 times poorer than us. That means they only eat 1 meal a day while we eat 3 meals a day. That's the difference. That's why they have to run away. I'm not joking, right? That's I promise you to God, you'll never see
both of those numbers. Both of those numbers are annual.
Both crazy, annually? Right? Yeah, annually. Yeah, both crazy numbers. So SKC, right? This is why you'll never see a Kenyan story crossing over the desert or the Red Sea. Never, not even one. But Eritreans, every single Eritrean. Eritreans, in fact, cross over to Kenya. There's so many of them in Kenya because they want to get safe refuge. It's the biggest shit.
Don't your people go to Saudi Arabia too? I heard
that's for work. Bro, that's for work, not for running away.
Yeah,
you don't run away.
That country that borders are the same people. You know, kind of talking about that borders Eritrea, that small country that borders Eritrea and Somalia. Are they the same people? You know, it's kind of talking about.
Yes and no. Some tribes are the same, some tribes are not. Djibouti is mostly Somalis and Afar, and then a few like Beja and people like that. So Djibouti is closer to what Ethiopia and Somalia is. The population.
Can we say that Ethiopia is doing good in that region? Ethiopia
is not doing good. It's just high population, so they're going to have a big economy.
Yeah, Ethiopia is already a failed shithole country, man. The government only controls the capital city. The rest is controlled by rebels, insurgents. It's literally a fake country.
Still, the average Ethiopian makes more money than the richest.
So average Ethiopian still makes more money than
is Ethiopia a poor country or middle class country? Ethiopia.
I think now it's a middle income since 2024. Their GDP is increased by a lot, so it's probably lower middle income. Yeah, they're lower middle income, country.
Now, because they borrow a lot of loan from the,
Boy, and I ain't doing so good. I don't know how is that possible.
Because of the Amharas. You see, Amharas are high IQ, but the Tigrinya, they're the ones who are backwards, you know? Instead of putting money in education, Isaiah has just been keeping power for the last 6 years.
No, bro, Somalis, Indians run your country, man. What are you talking? In your own country.
Yes, and I'm happy. I want more Indians to come here.
Stop lying.
Bro, why would I be unhappy about the country?
Coming in your country, they create jobs for you. That's sad.
That's a good thing. Yes, in America, that's what the Indians do too. They create jobs and businesses and companies. This is what a modern country works for.
But majority of your people don't want that. They're saying they want them out.
No, they don't. Show me where the majority of Kenyans are saying they want Indians out. Bro, if we wanted Indians out, we would have done it.
And I know you guys are. I know you guys are battling back and
Uganda,
forth,
when
but
they had a lot of Indians,
didn't Zimbabwe do that? Kick the Indians out, and then
Uganda did that.
Asking them to come back.
Uganda did. No, sorry, hang on. Zimbabwe kicked out white people. They didn't really have Indians. Uganda kicked out.
Uganda, yeah.
Uganda kicked out. Like, the context there is this, right? When the British came to colonize East Africa, they realized that the East Africans didn't like to work. They used to steal the railway lines, and they used to cause havoc going there and raiding it. So they had to bring in the Indians.
Wait. Slow that down for me, because I'm stupid. Why didn't they want to work?
Yeah, there are many reasons, right? They didn't want to be colonized. They believed that, if the system, right? The white man came with a system of, Western capitalism, whereby you work, you get paid, and then, the African just wanted to do shit the way he's always done it. You go to hunt when you feel like.
Which was what?
Oh, you hunt when you feel like it. You get the meat. You come back home. You go farm.
You must understand Kaiser's ancestors. When you see the naked African, when you see the naked African with a bone, with a bone.
A lot of countries in Africa that have foreign help, like foreign people in the country, tend to do well. You know that, like Kenya have Indians doing well. South Africa have people from Europe doing so well. Why is that? We know that pattern.
We know why, Igbo. So the Indians are able to do what Pan-Africans want to do, to turn a family or a tribe into a functional economic leverage system. So the Indian is, okay, let me give you the context here, right? The white man was in Kenya, but so was the Indian man. The reason why the Indian man outcompeted the white man in both Kenya and Uganda is because of marginal gains. The Indian was willing to go and pay the African farmer more money than the white man, and basically be willing to make small profits on the side. The white man was out there doing big business. Oh, I'm manufacturing stuff in Portugal. I'll take the ships and I'll bring it here and I'll sell it here. So they were doing big business. Indians were basically the middleman, and they do the middleman thing better than the Africans because of trust. So they've built the system of. Go ahead.
When did India came to Kenya? When did they come to Kenya?
It was like 100 years ago. 100 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Kazorian, and I'm just asking. This may happen. I don't know. Why don't a lot of the Kenyans just go ahead and just get married into the Indian families?
Oh, you can't, right? I'll tell you why. No, okay. Some do, obviously, but you can't. Indians practice endogamy, right? They only marry from other people of the same stock. So, for example, the Indians that were sent into the Caribbean islands, these are low-level Indians. They were part of the low class. The Indians sent to East Africa were mostly higher-class Indians, the ones who were mixed with the Persians and have higher blood of the Aryans, right? So they were the Brahmin class, right? So these are mostly the Gujaratis and Punjabis, mostly Gujis though. So
the upper caste.
Right, so they would not marry into an African, right? Again, on average, obviously some do, but you're more likely to see a Pakistani marrying an African than an Indian marrying an African. And we do have Pakistanis due to recent, just trade. But yeah, they don't marry into them because they don't want to downgrade their stock, right? If you marry an African, what will happen is you'll kill your whole business because the African's family won't be useful for you. But if you marry into an Indian family, and this is like, I'm going to
so the culture and the system that the Africans have is not compatible with the system that the Indians have, even though people can look and see that the Indians are building structure and businesses and all of those things. They still don't want to change their ways and accept that.
I have a question. Let's say somebody is born in Mombasa. Can someone from Mombasa become a governor in Nairobi or no?
No, I think an Indian can become a governor of like a small city, but definitely not like a small town somewhere, but not Nairobi. No one's going to vote for them because of tribalism. However, SKC, yes. So the context here is simple. Indians do need help and power. They even live in segregated areas where Africans are not allowed. Well, they are legally allowed, but Africans don't live because they have to protect them. Right. No, hang on. But that said, right, I don't want to argue with the Green guy.
What they have, so they have redlining?
No. They have segregation.
No. The Kenyans control the banks, right? The black Kenyans. Okay, let me kind of correct the brother. I was just letting him talk about Somalis and Indians running Kenya. Indians don't run Kenya. It's actually the black African tribes, right? However, Indians, what they do have with only 100,000 people, they're overrepresented in the wealth faction. 100,000 people don't run a country, right? There's 54 million people here. The Black African tribes do run Kenya more than the Indians. The thing is, they're overrepresented in wealth just because they do well in business.
Your
Now,
people do
Indians
the dirty work. They do the dirty work. The Indian Somalis, they create job for them, employ them.
Tigrinya, at least there's something to build, except in Tigrinya.
But Kaiser,
bro, your national army.
But doesn't Canada does have well land? Because doesn't Nairobi, like rich people will take away the poor people land?
Yeah, but the redlining is specific race. Is specific redlining specific when one race does it to another. No one gives a fuck if a local African chief takes away your land.
Yeah, the Black Africans control the land and the banks, right? The Indian banks are much less powerful, right? That's a fact. What Indians do have power in is manufacturing of detergents, and they're mostly in the manufacturing sector, which gives them an advantage. And also the pharmaceutical sectors, right? They used to be on the day-to-day business as middlemen, but the Kenyans pushed them out of that business. So a lot of them are moved to either Tanzania to build Arusha, or they work in these sort of manufacturing sectors. They no longer control the sectors of economy like they used to, right?
I think I remember when Kenya was building the Nairobi Expressway, people complained that the expressway was for the rich people. I remember that a lot of Kenyans would complain Nairobi Expressway is for the rich people.
What's for rich people?
The Nairobi Expressway. People complain that the benefit of it. I'm saying that you can't have that problem where the rich people come into your land, take over your land. The rich Kenyan.
I guarantee you, Kenya is gonna be slowly gonna be the Somalia. It's gonna be a part of Somalia, man. Your country's not gonna exist.
So endless clan wars.
It's not gonna exist in a few years.
Hold on. So endless clan wars in a dusty environment. Hey, good for Kenya.
Kenya is not gonna exist in a few years. Trust me when I say.
Yeah, no. It should become Somali. It becomes
you're gonna
Somalia.
be a minority in your own country. In your own
and then the clan wars begins, like in Somalia. The clan wars begins and it becomes a country.
There's a lot
you're
of
gonna be a part of Somalia.
What Somalia? No, Somalia does not exist.
Exactly.
You're gonna be their slave.
These people with excessive Yemenite DNA have an issue with IQ, right? You got mixed with the wrong person, right? But the reality is this, right? The reality is this, right? First of all, Somalis are Kenyan. You understand Kenya is a country. It's not a tribe.
No, they don't consider themselves Kenyans. They consider themselves
It doesn't
Somalis.
matter what they consider themselves, right? They are Kenyan. They have Kenyan identity, and they are tribe that are indigenous to this land. Therefore, they are Kenyan. The same way Somalis are Ethiopian because they are Ethiopian, right?
No, they don't consider themselves Ethiopian.
It doesn't matter what they consider themselves. And also, Somalis do consider themselves in Kenya Kenyans because that's what they are, right? I'm going to leave that there, right?
I don't know about that, man.
I mean, I watched a lot of videos on Kaiser's channel. A lot of Kenyans, hold on. A lot of Kenyans in Somalia say Somali Kenyans.
But majority believe in greater Somalia, you know.
But
greater Somalia. No. Somalia wants to break down into Puntland. Bro, hang on. Puntland literally just made a declaration that they want to break down. No Somali wants to be part of a greater Somalia. They literally broke their country into three so far, right? Somaliland, Puntland now wants to leave, and then you have the Al-Shabaab. No, just leave that whole Somali thing. They're not taking over shit. Okay, that's that there. Now the Indians can't take over because their numbers are too small. They're only 100,000 Indians. Now the Somalis could have taken over because they're like 3 million. Right, but they're not going to because again, there's not enough of them to take over a country of 54 million people. There's only 3 million of them.
But are you sure about that, Kaiser? Okay, I was watching this video of this Kenya say all Somali people own the tall buildings. So why in Kenya Somali people very rich in Kenya? Why is that?
It's simple.
One Kenyan lady was saying about that.
It's a simple question, right? First of all, Somalis in Kenya are not rich. It's the Somalis who own the buildings who are rich, who tend to be from Canada, from America. Basically, Somalia and Zimbabwe were one of those countries where if you leave the country and you go looking for abroad asylum, any country under United Nations international law had to give you some kind of asylum. So all of them left the country, right? They all went to Canada, UK, Germany, Switzerland, etc. Somalis don't live in their country. So what that means is all of them, the Somalis in Kenya, have some family member abroad, who is going to help them set up a business or invest. And also the Somali pirates, allegedly the government allowed them to take the money from piracy, the dollars, right, wash them through buildings in an apartment in Nairobi, right? All these things are real, right? That's what happened.
But isn't that bad for the Kenyan people to allow a foreigner to control all the money? Isn't that bad for your people?
No, not really, not really.
Isn't there a Somali that was elected to be like a region or something? I forgot his name.
A region, but they have You sound ignorant, right? Somalis do have regions.
Probably
they are
this seems like a huge battle that's going on between Somalia.
It's not a huge battle. No.
I'm talking about on the panel.
NFD.
Yeah, you must understand. This Tigringo who listen in shit or country things, because no one below the Horn, no one, not Uganda, not other East African country, believes the shit he's saying. That is literally a Tigringo who drank too much camel piss. Hold on, he's a Tigringo. He's a Tigringo. He's a Tigringo who drank too much camel piss, and now he sings because Greater Somalia was sad. Somalia is breaking in 3 parts, and he talks about Greater Somalia. What the fuck are you talking about?
Eritrea, SKC for context, right? Eritrea and Somalia are the biggest shithole countries in Africa.
No
one disagree with me. These two are literally. I can show you literally the poorest countries, the countries with the most crazy bullshit happening is those two countries.
Bro, your whole national army got smoked by Al Shabaab, man. What are you talking about? You can't even defeat Al Shabaab.
The whole army, right? Not even
bro.
The whole army.
Your whole national army.
Snake Man, you know what this sounds like to me, Snake Man, as an American. It sounds, Snake Man, it sounds like one gang in America talking about another gang in America, and they talking about their block, and they don't own either block.
No, the SKC, this is a bit different, right? This let me give you context, right? SKC, a lot of Somalis and Eritreans are retarded, like literally retarded, right? The lowest IQ in Africa. I literally retarded, right? So you can't reason with them. You see, the brother could have said, a part of your army was blown up by Al Shabaab, right? That's a reasonable argument. He says the whole army, right? So the whole 25,000 Kenyan army was cooked by 200 men. No proof, right?
They operate in your shithole country too. They operate in your shithole country. Your security is shit.
Yeah,
your
the problem is
security. Your national security is shit. Your people
okay, to give it very short, because Tigrinya is like the inbred redneck in Mississippi swamp who talks about the South rise again.
Yeah, and also I don't hate Somali. I'm just defending the Kenyans.
Kaiser, let me say something, right? I like when countries like Eritreans and other Somali comes on this panel, because it kind of make that diversified platform, instead of keep getting these Nigerians, Kenyans coming around and saying, oh, we have this economy, or we are this. Now you have an Eritrean telling you how weak your military is because they have been able to infiltrate and probably did a lot of harm on your police force. So I mean, and it's actually what I mean. Despite the fact that if he wasn't here, we would have been talking about Eritreans are weak, they are poor, but we actually have someone who is actually defending and coming in with some, factual things that actually make sense to me.
Jude, Bella is with you now. Jude.
Hold on. Hold on, Jude. It's the same factual things like you. You never bring facts.
Oh, I thought you were going to start this with a joke. I thought you were going to start it with a joke.
Who is this snake guy, man? Go ahead, my guy. Go ahead, my guy from Eritrea. Go ahead. This is the battle on East Africa.
I wish we had more Indians. I wish we had more Indians.
Look at the slum of Kenya. It's shit. It's dirty as shit, bro. Their country.
Why? Okay. Why is Kenya dirty in your estimation?
Look at their slums, like the.
This guy literally said, "Look at the toilet; it stinks." I mean, that's what a freaking slum is.
Everywhere, it's polluted.
Yes, you just said it. Look at the slum. Yeah, it's like me saying, "Look at the toilet; it stinks." That's what a slum is.
Is Eritrea cleaner?
Yes, ours is known for one of the cleanest countries in Africa. Did you know that? My country is known as one of the cleanest countries in Africa.
This is funny.
We take care of our country, our streets,
Hold on,
our
let me
capital
go
city.
that.
Look it up. You can look it up. But if you look at, if you compare it to Kenya, there's trash everywhere. They don't give a shit about their country. It's literally a
But it
shithole.
seems like nobody want to go to Eritrea though, because a lot of people are going to Kenya. Despite the fact that it's dirty. I mean, it's
No,
like
it's
a
not
hot
that. No,
spot
that's
for
political. That's
most Africans.
No, that has nothing to do. Yeah, we have
Bro, that's
problems. Yes,
how bad your country
we
is,
have
right? If
issues in
Kenyans can rather smell shit
government,
every day
political
and
issues
stay
in our
there.
country.
Okay, hold on. I have the first one is Rwanda, cleanest country, Cape Town.
Yes, I agree.
You won't see Eritrea there.
Tunisia, Mauritania.
I said it's one of Africa. I said
That was
I
the
didn't
top
say
five.
most.
Like what place is it? Is it the 50s country?
He said in East Africa. Have you called the first 5 countries from East Africa? Maybe they are among.
He said the cleanest country in Africa. He said
in Africa.
in Africa.
Oh.
He just said it right now, Judah. Stop booty clapping, you
Wait,
idiot.
wait. Look, Eritrea is clean. That's fine, right? It's a poor country. There's nothing going on. There's no dirt to even. They don't even have any shit to put on the floor, right? It's fine. We know this, right? Eritrea is cleaner than Kenya overall.
Yes.
That's true.
So who is the dominant?
That's what you have to brag on. That is clean. We have
in Eritrea.
But Eritrea is a small country, though. It's not up to a town in Kenya, right? I mean, if a place is so small, they should be able to clean their environment.
The GDP
I mean,
of
to me,
Eritrea
comparing.
is the same size as one Kenya town.
Yeah. What's the population difference between the two countries?
Oh,
it's like
2 million.
Population is like 1 million people in Eritrea and probably 50 something million in Kenya.
6 million. It's 6 million.
6 million.
Okay, compared to Kenya, which is like the whole Nairobi is probably more than 6 million people in Kenya.
I know that. Yes,
So,
Kenya is more populated than. There's more people.
It's more than that. The GDP of your country is $2 billion. Kenya is $120 billion. It's a big difference.
Like, yeah, you guys take loans.
Hold on. You just said 6 billion or 6
Yeah,
million?
you guys take loan out though.
No, their GDP is $2 billion, right? Basically, Kanye West.
No, his people is not 6 million. It's 3 million.
No, it's 6, man. What are you talking about?
Good guys, Google it. Population of.
All right,
so
let me see.
Population is 3 million. He says 6. Wow. So it's not even up to the population of Nairobi in Kenya.
It's 3.6 million. Right? Anyway, this is all stupid, right?
3.6. I'm sorry, it's 3.6.
Your country.
How's it? Did you count the Eritrean who live in slavery in Saudi Arabia? Do you count them too?
What?
Holy crap!
No,
I'm like, wow, that's pretty small. My city has more population.
I know.
Yeah, it's a country. It's actually,
guys.
It's an administrative region. It's an administrative region, and these people.
You see, these are countries that in Africa they shouldn't exist on the map. Countries like Eritrea, Djibouti, Sierra Leone, Liberia.
Okay.
I mean, bigger countries like Kenya needs to capture this country and recolonize them. You know.
I know a Nigerian is not Fufu not talking.
He's not.
So Bantu supremacists. Now, okay, from that perspective, and I disagree. But. From that perspective,
no, you shouldn't disagree because these smaller countries are a threat to Africa, right? They connive with other European countries. They act as spy to other African countries. Like you see when Ethiopia wanted to take part of Somalia. Somalia as a country was running to Saudi Arabia and all these other countries, to come in and intervene, going to a country out of the African continent. So when we talk of colonizing these smaller countries,
you're saying that colonization is still happening
and make it in. Yeah, I mean, if Africans were smart, bigger countries should have colonized these smaller countries and bring them into their wing instead of just having smaller countries all over the place. It makes no sense.
They're still colonized by the British.
Yeah, look at this, right? SKC.
The Kenyans are still colonized.
Remember the 2000s when there were adverts of African kids with flies in their eye, right? Do you know which tribe they come from? They come from this man's tribe. This is the face of the dust of Africa. This is Tigrinya. Oh, you don't have to look like that, but your people
Let
look
me
like
see
that.
what you search.
So
Let me see what you search.
this is
What the
your
hell
people.
did it says
These are them.
that's not my people. Those
This
are
is your people. This
Bantus,
is
not
really. These are not, bro. These are literally from Aksum. It literally says
What?
Aksum. This is your people. These are your. These are your people, bro.
Where did he?
So
What did he search up? Let me see. What did he look up?
I searched up African flies, children, and these are your people.
Okay, so what I'm saying is going like back to the very beginning of this entire conversation. What I was saying is this: with all of this going on, I'm hearing you guys have tribal battles live. How is this going to make you stronger?
It won't make us weaker, right? That's the thing.
Again,
Remember,
Africa is not a
Pan-Africanism-
country. What do you mean tribal?
Exactly. Right. That's a good point, SK.
Just right
you
here,
made that
because it's not a tribal thing, it's a country thing. That's Kenya against Eritrea.
Yeah.
This is country
This
to
is
country.
national.
Okay, okay. I'm just okay. That it's hard for me to conceptualize this because I'm like country, like dude, a city has more population than your country. So that's why I'm like,
Okay. No, it doesn't.
You must understand, it was once part of Ethiopia, but then it's separated.
No, we were not.
Hold on, do you say Eritrea was not part of Ethiopia?
We were under illegal occupation. We were annexed, so we were not.
okay. So you were annexed, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that means at some point some people defeated you.
Well, no, man. We were listen.
Bro,
no,
SKC,
no, I'm not trying to joke with him. I'm just trying to.
The story is what. This is how his country got.
Don't know the history of my country.
I tell them history, right? Because you're gonna lie to them. Ethiopia was never so colonized, right?
About my own country, my own history.
Ethiopia wasn't, bro. You being from your country, look, a pauper. I'm not gonna go there. Listen,
bro.
Ethiopia was not colonized, apparently, right? So, do you know how they got to not be colonized? SKC.
Let me
they
ask
traded.
You, if
they
Ethiopia,
sold Eritreans, right? Hang on.
You believe
Ethiopia made a deal with the Italians to take over Eritrea, so that Eritrea will get colonized. And not themselves. Then they also made a deal to get rid of Djibouti to the French. So Ethiopia was actually the mother country of these two countries, but they sold them, right? That's why they're so, hatred against Ethiopians. You were sold by the Ethiopians to the Italians. The deal, I can pull up the deal right now. The sign that Menelik signed. Do you want me to put it up?
Oh my God! You're going everywhere.
He will say the contract never happened. Italy never marched in and colonized.
Yo, let me answer this guy question. SKC. So what happened was, we were under the Italian colonization for part like 30-something years. 20-something. After that, World War II happened. We were under the fascist. Mussolini. He took over. Mussolini. So that was like during like the early 1930s. After that, World War II started.
Okay, and I'm gonna let you keep going, but I'm just saying you from my point of perspective, what I'm understanding. There were some wars. You guys lost those wars. Other people were in power. Were in power over you.
Well, no. The Italians, the first time they arrived on our land, they were defeated. But the second time they came, unfortunately, we had collaborators, some traders, who basically who basically allowed them to.
Yeah, one second. Just let me give context to people, and then you can continue.
No, at first we did
the Treaty of Wallachia, right?
In the battle of.
Okay, that's great.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can go up to. Let me read to these people first. Treaty of with Chale. Actually made a whole video on this topic, right? For one of my other channels. May 2nd, 1889. Pact signed that with Chale, Ethiopia, by the Italians and Menelik II of Ethiopia. By the way, Menelik is the true guy who made sure Ethiopia was not colonized. Shout out to Menelik II.
No, that's another lie. It was
okay.
Again,
right. He's the one who sold you guys. So he didn't sell you.
You know that, right? That guy was hiding.
That's fine. but he sold you, right? So Menelik II
No,
sold
he
you
didn't
to the
sell
Italians,
us, man.
whereby Italy was granted the northern Ethiopian territories of Bogos, Hamassen, Akale Guzai, right, modern Eritrea, and northern Tigray. You literally got sold in exchange for money at 30,000 muskets. You literally got sold. Bro,
Oh my God.
here's the issue, right? You made one mistake, right? You forget that I'm a genius that knows everything, right? There's
No,
no
you don't.
African tribe that I literally know everything that is relevant, right? You forgot that. You thought you can come here, lie to everyone, argue and tell
Okay.
people lies and all that stuff. I know everything
I'm
about
not saying you
Eritrea.
have to believe me,
I know
but
everything about the whole of Horn of Africa. I know
So,
everything about Nigeria.
no, you don't.
one thing I don't
literally-
understand. One thing I don't
Literally.
understand about the Horners besides besides Ethiopia. Why must they cope so hard? Like you took an L. You took an L. That's okay.
You got sold
What
for
it-
some muskets, right? That's it. Like a whole country got sold for muskets.
Okay. Less than 1 million people is not a country.
No, we were already colonized before this even signed.
You
What
were
do you
not colonized.
mean?
You're part of Ethiopia, right?
No,
that's the
listen,
point.
bro. No,
Go ahead.
we were not. At that time, there was no such as Ethiopia. This is why you
So-
don't get. Like I told you, a lot
Hold
of
on. Who's
Ethiopia
in
was
a lot
created-
of
Menelik?
history has been twisted and rewritten. Like especially the Ethiopians, they've lied and
Oh,
made it
so
their
Ethiopia
version.
was not created in 1887. This is 1889. This pact. So clearly, you're part of Ethiopia, right? This is
No.
2 years after Ethiopia was a country.
It was
Look at that. You can add the facts.
Hold on. So it's the Italians because the Ethiopians and the Italians believe that. So both countries who signed the pact are lying just because Eritrea is so mighty and strong.
There was no
No.
Eritrean. That's what I'm trying to explain. Eritrea never existed. It doesn't exist in history, right?
Actually,
Eritrea was the
Eritrea's
name that the Italian.
few years
ahead.
older than what we call today Ethiopia. Little few years older. Eritrea
Really?
was it became yes, it was created. I think it was 1880 something. I forgot.
It was so with Ethiopia. Which year? Give me the year.
I forgot the year, but somewhere in the
Why is he?
1890.
Why is he? What point does it make to deny something
But-
that both countries ruled you agreed upon? Like it
Yeah.
No,
does
the
not.
Italians. I'm not denying Italian colonization. Listen, but
No,
the Italians-
even the Italians agreed. Yo, we bought it from the Ethiopians. What's your point?
no, that's oh my God, you're getting confused, man.
No.
How?
He's lying, right? Eritrea. Hang on. Eritrea does not exist in history. It was a fake country created by the colonialists, right? Ethiopia was created in I believe it's 87, right? That's 2 years before this pact happened. There was never an Eritrea. You guys were called the Bongo, Akale, Guzai, all these regions, right? Bogos, Hamassen, right? Didn't you say you're from Hamassen? That's literally
No,
what you said when you came
bro.
here.
You
Did
again,
you
you're
not say
getting
that?
you're confused.
but
You
weren't
literally
those
said from Hamas.
weren't those tribes?
How are you gonna tell me my history, man? Like what the hell?
No, okay.
I'm-
Did you not say you're from Hamassen? Simple question.
Yes, listen, I said
Exactly.
modern day.
Right.
Listen,
That's-
you didn't listen what I said earlier. I said modern
ahead.
day Eritrea was called. It had different names. It was called the
It
land
didn't
of
have a name.
Hamasin.
It didn't exist. Hamassen is just a single territory in the pieces of land that
Again.
was sold by the Ethiopians.
Here we go. You see, you're not listening. That's the problem. Like I said, right? Modern.
I did
Yes,
listen.
the name Eritrea was created by the Italian. That's true.
Oh,
But before,
okay, good.
just the name, but the land it was called different. It had the modern day Eritrea, right?
We
It was
know
called-
it's the land there, but come on, brother. What are you trying to say? Hamassen is Hamassen the only relevant part here of modern Eritrea? Is Akale Guzai not part of Eritrea?
No. Kologuza, it's a long history.
Is it Tigray? Is it Tigray or
No,
is it
man.
Eritrea?
Just a no. It's just a region, a province.
But SKC, that is the reason why we do not really like Horners over here, because they're always lying. Like they
Well, I'm
cannot.
not lying.
It is part
You don't
of,
have to.
it is part of Eritrea. It says there, Akale Guzai was a historical-
All I'm saying is that
Snake man say you don't like Horners. Don't say we who, we as who. I like
and to
Horners.
the
No. Hang on,
to the
SKC. So
to the much
SKC,
to the much
I-
bigger
I-
to the much bigger picture.
Go ahead.
This is what I'm
Go ahead.
talking about so far as I know for myself and my family, so far as the why I disagree with some blacks who are in America who try to reconnect themselves to Africa and so forth. I'm just like, dude, why are you bringing such disunity and all the various factions and the tribes and stuff into what you got going on? They got enough issues going on over there. It's like, and you're here and you're in one of the most powerful countries in the world, the one of the best economies in the world. Focus on what you have now and move forward.
Yeah, that's a really great point. And also,
all of this going back about the history of this and that and such and what really happened and such as it's like, dude, and to all due respects to you, G's, I understand that people may want to have a connection to their history and all of that stuff, but how? Just explain this to me. I'm dumb. How is this going to help you in 2024?
Yeah, so SKC, let me give context here, right? A lot of so-called Horn Africans are very low IQ, like one of the most infantile in terms of intellectual capabilities people that exist. This is a fact, right? They claim they had great empires like Atum, the great Ajuran Empire of Somalia. These are fantasies that didn't exist, right? These people really came from Yemen, right? They married the African natives, and then they're now pretending that they had a great history. The reality is, these are the poorest countries in Africa.
Your Shiro country official. Why is your Shiro country official language English? You're still colonized.
Yeah, English is a great language, right?
Yeah,
you're asking me why
in your own country. Why should a foreign language be an official language in another country?
Well, it's not only this brother actually have a point, though. I mean, I think he's cooking.
No,
he's cooking
he doesn't have a point. He doesn't have a point. Kenya has both Kiswahili and English as
but why is it national language, like official? Why does English have
both?
To be
it's not the first. It is just one of the two languages.
No, majority of your people speak English. That means
what? Hold on, your national. Hold on. I just googled. Your national language is Arabic, and your working language. And your working language is English.
It's Tigrinya, man. What is
look, let's just leave him alone for a second, right? That's what I'm trying to say. That some people like this,
we have our own alphabets, our own scriptures. We have our own.
No, that's a South Yemen alphabet. We know. We already talked about
it. It's native to our land. We created it. You don't have nothing. So
that's fine. That's great, guys. Again, right? Kenya has two official languages, right? English is one of them. Kiswahili is the other one. People learn both languages in school. Most people can speak at least Kiswahili, and some people can speak English, right? They're both there. That's a good thing, right? You want us to not speak a language that allows us to communicate and trade. Would that make any sense?
Exactly.
English is a trading.
That's also my point when people say, "Oh,
Kazu.
Yeah.
Why
is this?
You don't want me to communicate?
Kazu, what I'm seeing something in your chat, I can see something. There are two types of Black Americans who always come here to cry like a baby. This one called baby Rodriguez, this Spanish slave, and one other woman that call herself one other kind of name. I think she also
like you were the one that was supporting that woman, man. Why are you making something out of it?
No, I'm not talking about no, Judah. I'm not talking about.
Does he have an ape with gold on?
I'm talking about that useless boy that have it looked like a Spanish guy. It looked like a slave that the Spanish people took from Africa somewhere deep in the forest. There's one that calls it Charlie something. That will always cry. Look, if there's opportunity for an ancestor to sell you again, Republicans, I think your ancestor was a dead criminal who steal yams and steal all kind of food from the farm. The other called Charlie. Your ancestor was a thief and useless in Africa, so you need to be sold to the white man. So that's why you always cry always about Africans and black people, you always cry. So that's what I want to say, Kaizo, please. Thank you very much.
Okay, shout out. Thank you very much for your entry. Yeah, some of them unfortunately just don't make sense. Eritrean, this is one of your brothers. He's out here saying all sorts of madness. He's jealous of Kenya that our people are actually eating and not starving. So he came here to cry, right? Don't worry, guys, you're welcome here. All dusty Africans or blacks are welcome. Even white people are welcome, right? I love white people. Without white people, I would not live a good life. So shout out to white man for creating the dollar. Imagine if you guys were sending me shillings, I would not be happy. Huh? So thank you very much.
Yeah,
White man.
I agree with that, Kazorian.
Yeah. So yeah, guys, I got a question for you, right? You really okay? You know what, SKC? Did you bring Gaez here? Is this like your what you call it? Your agent?
No, I've never met anyone that is on the panel outside of Steak Man.
Interesting.
Kaizo says this is agent.
I did share your stream.
Okay.
Though. So
yeah, thanks for that. No, the reason I ask you is
Kaizo, what kind of question is that?
No, it makes sense. You know why? SKC came here fighting against tribalism, and you made a really good point. Oh, tribalism might not be good, and this and that. And then this guy, the biggest tribalist, right? He doesn't even accept that Amharas are people from the same kingdom as him. He literally is the biggest tribalist here. He doesn't even like it's the same tribe, more or less, Habesha. He doesn't want to even claim they're Habesha, right? And he's coping. This is interesting. So SKC, this type of tribalism, yeah, it's not useful for Africa, and we don't want it anywhere near us, right? This type of
and I can only speak in a very limited way, but these are a lot of the conversations that I have seen in America amongst different tribal Africans. So that's why I remember a lot of these conversations in college, and I would say, whoa, y'all are supposed to be from the quote unquote motherland. Why are you guys arguing more than two thugs that are on the street?
It's very simple. It's very simple. Because normally we don't argue like that. Like most of us, so that has to do that we mostly are West African, so there's not much to argue. But like I said, when someone with the same mentality as an inbred Mississippian who thinks the South will rise again comes in and copes and cries.
Can you
you mean the great
Somalia?
Yeah, that is something different. Like he's a child who's coping. I get it. That's why I say
Nigeria, Snake Man. How do you say we don't like Hondas because they come? I do like them, man. Why do you say that? You say
because you like dust. You like dust. You like stupidity. I get it. Yeah, get it. That is a big difference because you never see like West African and Central African.
Kaizo, did you block him or what? Did he leave or Kaizo? Did you block him?
Not me. Maybe one man did. I don't know, but it wasn't. It's not me if he's blocked.
I think he left.
Someone
probably left. The guy.
Kaizo, you kick him out.
The guy is clearly low IQ, right?
Oh, Kaizo, no, kick him out. Oh, come on, Kaizo.
The guy is low IQ, guys. Like this is the kind of. If I wasn't gonna have fun,
he has some interesting point that I could gather from here and there, but
what points? What points?
You just want to have fun, right? Which is fine, but
he thinks his population is 6 million and it's not even close to that. What do you talk about? A retarded child with a IQ from 10 has more to say than hey. Was that what
Kidola,
I mean?
What is happening on the chat, Kidola? Let me ask Kidola. Kidola, what is happening on the chat, man?
Snake man, you're being too hard on one of your continent's own.
What? No,
this is Arab.
He's not my own. Fuck him. What the fuck?
What?
You think if Pan African?
Yeah, but when he came on the panel, he said. When he came on the panel, he said he is not black. That's what he says. He said he's, so.
SKZ, let's go to.
It's an incel honer who watches a show, then gets the courage one day to call into the show, right? We have a lot of these kind of people.
So Africans describe themselves as black now?
No, you must understand. You must understand. You must understand.
Oh,
Let's go.
so hold on.
Let's go into
So
fantasy.
does being black pertain only to Black Americans or African Americans?
No. I'm just wondering. I'm not saying that as a challenge. I'm just saying because I recall during my college days, a lot of the African students, they would tell us, "Oh no, we're not black. We're African."
Yeah, because in
they would
America, you
even
guys
tell
make
us.
it black as if. No, in
They
America,
would
you
even
guys
they
make
would even
black as if. No,
well
the
they would
fact
even
is,
tell
in
us
America,
that
you guys
they
make
would
black
say
as
in
if it's a
Africa
race.
that they don't even use that term amongst themselves.
Yeah, we really don't.
It's like you go to Europe, right, and you expect a white man to tell you he's white in Europe. Matter of fact, yes, Europe is a white place. Of course, in Africa, we don't refer to say I'm black because everyone is black. It's not in America where you have a different race white and you have a black race and you claim you are black. It's like it's like your own minority group. But I wouldn't come to America and call myself black because I'm from Africa. You should actually see I'm black, but we in general on the continent, we are black people. That's where black originate from. So
Yeah, like
yeah.
if you asked us our race, we would say it's Negroid and black. But that in America is a whole different thing. It's a whole different thing.
Right.
And
So
the problem I have is if you don't hear a king or a president say it, then it does not matter. What does it matter that students in America say shit?
But the fact is that this guy is not the first guy to acknowledge that he is not black. I had Somalian guys on this panel before, Mo,
we are
and
the
others.
we are the original Africans. We are your mothers and fathers.
African. He said he's original
I didn't know
African, but
that.
he's not.
Wait. Hold on.
Wow.
The Eritreans are the original Africans?
No,
No, not them. The Somalis. We got the oldest language in Africa.
The Somalis.
Check it out.
You're not black, right? You are Somali.
Our language.
Look. No, I want to ask you a question.
Our language is one of the oldest in Africa.
Bro,
if you check the ancient Egyptian language, is the closest language to ancient Egyptian.
Bro,
and
I know.
And you guys,
bro, I understand.
Find me a language. Find me a language that's 6,000 years old.
I
so
know, but you guys are black? Are you black?
Guys, one mic.
Are you black?
We are your creators.
Let me ask him a question. Is he black? Are you black? Are you
we
black,
are what
man?
you wasn't there when we were here. So how can we? It doesn't work like that.
Ajueni, I'm asking you a question. Are you black? Yes or no?
I know black.
On a Tuesday, I'm black.
I know
but
black.
Today's Monday.
Nah,
you see, most of these guys, man, what is going on with these guys from the East, man? They never accept they are black, bro.
Why?
Inferiority complex, man. They want to align with light-skinned Arabs, you know.
What can I throw in?
Okay. Acknowledge that you guys.
No,
we are the oldest. We are the oldest. We are the oldest race in Africa.
Even close.
If you acknowledge that, then I'll say
you're not. You're not. You're actually very new.
Snake Man, there's something I'm misunderstanding here because
look. The reason why
he said that his
I was joking around, but the reason why
one of the oldest, and everybody else are derivatives of him. What gives you guys the right to even ask him about black then?
Exactly,
because
that's what I'm saying. You get it?
He's not.
He's capping. He's capping. Like
no. You can no. I'm not capping. You can check out. This is factual. Check out the Somali language. How old it is. Google it if you want. It will say 6,000 years old. It's one of the oldest languages in the world. You can even check the genealogy of Somalis. They are one of the oldest people in the world. That's factual. You can check that out. They've done multiple studies.
Let me tell you.
I'm not even lying. That's true.
That land called Somali belongs to the Bantu people, not the Somalis. You guys came from Yemen.
Hold on.
No, that's not true. That's
no. We not continue.
That's not us. To Yemen because
Asherad. Do you know who who's the oldest?
You're being disrespectful to your ancestors. Come on, man.
Okay.
You can't do stuff like this. You're being disrespectful.
Hold on. What is the oldest?
You being disrespectful to Bantu people, the superior of Africa. We are the original people.
Stop that ego shit.
Where? What was you speaking? What was you speaking 6,000 years ago?
Okay, who is the oldest
6,000. Go and
haplogroup?
do your research. We're speaking Bantu
Who is
languages, and the pygmies in Africa are the oldest. They are the oldest bones
But
from
you're
Africa.
not
They
a pygmy though.
existed before the Somalis.
and you are not
But you're not a
pygmy
pygmy.
either. Hold on. You
But
are
I'm
not
a
pygmy.
Who had
Bantu.
a
The
written
pygmy
language
are a
first?
group of the
You
Bantu-like
can't claim
tribe. They are
pygmy.
a
Come
group
on.
of the Bantu-like tribe, man. The pygmy are
Okay.
a
Come
group of
on.
Bantu-like
Come
tribe.
on.
No,
Who
but
had
let's
a
get
written
see.
language first?
Yeah.
Oh my
Hold
days.
on. Stop it. That's what I mean with Horner being low IQ in coping. The oldest group are Khoisan and Pygmies. The grandparents of all of Africans. But
There you
these
go.
Horners out here, these mixed breed Arabs, always trying to
Exactly.
cope.
Mulattoes in America, they call
So
those guys in Somalia
Stateman.
mulattoes. Those ones
Okay,
that are mixed with
I brought some
black
factual
people that are mixed
information.
with white.
Wait.
You know.
Could you answer
All I'm hearing, is
had
insults.
who
I
had a
brought
written
some
language
factual.
first?
I brought some factual information about my language and about my DNA, and all you guys have said is insults and just nothing else.
So hold on.
And
So
just saying you're black or whatever.
Hold on. We want Khoisan and Pygmies are not the oldest groups in Africa.
Yeah, but you're not Khoisan or Pygmy, so why are you talking about
It doesn't matter. You are not part of
it. So why are you talking about Pygmies all of a sudden?
These
because
guys are
you are
from
claiming something that is not real.
We don't need Yemenis here.
Who had a written language first?
That's why they will never accept that they are black Nigerian first, because they are from Yemen. You know, Yemenis do not claim they are black. So,
Who's
but
from
every
Yemen?
person in Africa will claim they are black
Wait.
people.
Check this out. Check this out.
Who had a
What
written
was
language first? Those guys or the pygmies and the other people?
The Khoisan.
The Khoisan, they had a written language first.
Yeah, they're like the oldest blacks in Africa, like the originals. Like, yeah, they are way longer than the Somalis that they claim. If it wasn't for the Yemenis, the Somalis wouldn't be even write down their own language. They claim to, you know, their official language is Arabic, but they use their own language as if is a prestigious language, which is
that's incorrect. You need to check out your facts.
which is of
You're
no
saying
use,
incorrect information.
I mean, the Kenyans who are Bantus have opened their doors for these mulattoes called Somalis to come in and exploit, enjoy the lifestyle of the Bantus. You know, the safe haven. We give them a platform where they could excel. You know, now they want to talk down on Bantus and what they did. If they were superior, they will have built Somalia, but they are not doing that because you know it's of no good over there. So if not of the Bantus, most of them will have, we don't know, you know. So, I mean, we have extended a lot of hand out to them, give them food, you know. So,
Wow.
I mean, they should,
I didn't know that.
by all means, look up to Bantu supremacists and thank them for what they have done to them. So, yeah.
So the oldest group was who again?
The Pygmies and the Khoisans, and these are a group of the Bantus. The Pygmies, mostly the Bakas, you know, the tribal group from the Bantus, you know, and these are the original, like, yeah. The Bantus, you find them. The Baka, the Pygmies, you find them in Central Africa, Congo, you know, Gabon, Cameroon, and all these. The Khoisans, all the way down to South Africa.
Okay, and what was their original written language?
So it didn't have any But that was not the point. That was not the point. Is because we can move now. We can move now from the oldest group to the oldest written script if you want to.
That's what I'm trying to compare. I'm trying to compare who put words to stone first.
Nobody put words together, but they were the first that used certain sounds to make to pass on information. You know, drums,
Hold on,
you know,
let me
sound.
Google it.
You know,
Wait. Check this out. This is another factual information. The oldest cave writing is in Las Anod, in northern
Egyptian
Somalia.
hieroglyphs. The Egyptian
You can search that up.
hieroglyphs.
Las Anod.
No. The oldest.
That's the oldest painting in the world.
No. The oldest script. The oldest
Somalia.
writing script. The oldest writing script is the Egyptian hieroglyph.
So were those the people who kind of mixed with the Arabics and all those people?
There's a Nile Valley.
What's the closest language? What's the closest language to that?
Coptic.
It's a Somali language, is it not?
No, it's Coptic. The closest was the Nile Valley civilization.
No, it's not.
So,
it's Somali.
so nowadays,
you have similar words.
Nowadays, Egypt, Sudan, and that was everything. That was the Portugal.
So the Egyptians, were the Egyptians African, or were they mixed?
They were probably mixed.
Okay, so the first people who came up with the ideas of actually putting stuff to in historical format so far as writing, or were the Egyptians?
Actually, nowadays the founding place of Egypt is nowadays Sudan. So, but you can argue that Sudanese are mixed too.
So they were a mixed group.
Yeah, Nile Valley. Now, we do not know what they're mixed with, because if you look at the genetics of Sudanese people, it's mostly Cushitic and Nilotic. So, and that are haplogroups that are only found in Africa.
Okay. So that's interesting.
Wait,
because
SKC. I want to. I mean, why are people? I mean, so the thing about you guys, Black African Americans. I mean, you guys use the word African American. Okay, now they don't even use that word Black anymore for you guys. So why are you guys, like me saying, why are you guys claiming African? You know, you guys are not. So someone on the
right
panel is saying, why are we claiming Black? I mean, it makes no sense to like something that originated from us, and you say we are claiming it. I mean,
you're right. You're right, Bantu. You're right, Bantu.
Yeah.
I think that designation is stupid. You know, that African American thing. It's like, no. You're just an American.
Right. I mean, if Black was your tribe, they wouldn't have changed it to now African American. So Blacks doesn't exist anymore in you guys. In nothing, you know. So why is someone claiming that it was and the white man was the one that even gave that title to you guys and took it out and replaced it with African American. You know.
That's why I openly state, Bantu, that Black doesn't
so
mean
the question
anything.
is
All that
the question is if the white
and all that.
If the white man did not give you that title, Black, you wouldn't be calling yourself Black. But us in Africa, it wasn't the white man. We grew up knowing that we were this color. And when we see European news, we see white, we know we were Black. But not for you guys. You guys were what the white man tell you guys are. If the white man gets up tomorrow and say, let's change that name to something else, you guys gonna change. He's gonna be like that, you know.
Right. I absolutely agree with you, and I'll take it even further, Bantu. That's why I think that there should be more of a flow of go accept the L and go with the system that works. It's like, even right now, all of we speak of the word, you know, Africa and so forth. Africa is a European designation. When people are talking about, oh man, there's English or different European languages that are spoken, I don't have an issue with that. I don't think that anything should be wrong with that. That's progress.
SKC, I just wanted to say, because Acharan, we had the discussion about the written, because we did Eastern writing script against Western writing script, and we found out that the Western is older, and his cope for that was, we still use our writing script. And that's what I mean.
Let me finish with this lady on the panel. He said the white man came and told us we were African and called me a Cameroonian. Now I want to ask her, what is my race? If I ask you, SKC, what is African race? What are their race? What will you say?
What is? When you said what is the African race?
Yeah, what is their race?
Oh, I don't think it has anything to do with any sort of race.
No, I'm just asking you, what are the race of if an African person stand next to a white guy, what is his race?
I don't know. That depends upon the African.
Wow. So
that's the part. That's the part that I don't understand is if
No, I'm asking
if
you a
you're saying
question. What is African? What is the race of Africans? What is their race?
African,
It is a Judah.
No, African.
Why you
Wow.
making so
So
strict?
it's like me saying American. So it's American. Is American a race?
It's an indirect question.
No, in that I'm asking. I mean, someone is on the panel asking a question that the white man came and told you were African and Cameroonian and didn't tell you were black. I'm like, what the heck? I mean, that I see why Kidola came on this panel and called this. Some of these guys are just so myopic, man. I'm done. I mean, you guys can go ahead and talk.
No, but that
I
was the
mean,
second
this guy have
time.
not been able
But
to give me the race
Judah.
of African. What is the race of African?
No,
What is their race? How will you call
Judah,
them?
I just want to point out this was the second time a Horner came on and lied. I don't
really?
make that shit up. I don't make that shit up. They always lie. They always embellish shit.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. I haven't taken note of that. I'm probably gonna take note of it.
Come on, man. You just had an argument with who is the oldest group in Africa. And the Horner out here. Oh yeah, we mixed breed Arabs out here. Like, come on, chill.
See, man, SKC, let me tell you something. For some reason, you guys should be looking up to African for being the epitome of black perfection in the world. If not of Africans, why now? I mean, look, let me tell you, man. You guys should be happy that there's a yardstick in the world called black people that the white man can use to measure perfection of black people. For some reason, you guys should go down on your knees and look up to the black man from Africa and pray that they should be successful. Because the white man is measuring the success of Africans and comparing it to the black. I mean, if the black man becomes successful and strong today, the white man will respect black America. I'm telling you for a fact. That's why you guys have never been able to fight. And look, when Africans or blacks across the world were fighting to gain independence in most countries around the world, black people in America were fighting to assimilate.
I think I understand you a little bit better.
But
Bantu.
let me finish. They were fighting to assimilate with the white man, So, I mean, when I see, some people that have no clue who a perfect black man is, who an African. Look, we have a country to go to and really say, this is it. A white man can, but go ahead, man. I don't want to, you have been a good guy on the panel, so I don't want to go so detailed into it, but go ahead.
No. We could have the conversation. I'll invite you over, even though Snake Man is saying that I shouldn't, but I'll invite you over. I don't have a problem having that conversation, but I think one of this whole thing of, I guess, looking up to the African, why? Sell me on that, please. Why should I ever do that?
Because the African man is the African man has a home. The African man has a place he can go to and stand down and look at himself and say, even if I don't build this, my kids can build it. The black man in America does not have that same mindset. A black man is coming from a point where he sees a supremacist in front of him. We don't have that same perception, right? The way I see things is not the way you see things. So I'm capable of building things, even if I don't do it now. I can do it in a long run, in years to come. But a black
how
man.
Do you think that I view things?
Okay, I think so because of the trajectory. You can see where things are going, right? The mindset of the people that I'm close to. Most of the things that they talk in their milieu is always sport. They are not talking of building anything. They don't have no track record. You go to Africa right now, kids are building cars. Countries are working. Black people are building cars. Now they are doing armor cars, flight people, a lot of things are, I mean, by 2030 right now, we will start having our own planes that will be flying across the world and all of these things. If black in America do not have that mindset
of doing things
Okay.
like that, you know.
And
So
I think that's the other, I guess the problem that you may be seeing, Bantu, and let me give you like just from a different perspective. We the SKC ancestors were on your team. You guys backstabbed us and sold us for some shaving kits and a gun. We survived.
Yes, we did.
Okay, so we survived. Knowing what you sold us for, you showed us how much we were worth to you, which was virtually nothing. Now we're here. We have fought in the wars here. We have added to the overall culture. We have added to a lot of the innovations that have happened here. There are businesses that we work in. There are places that we stay. We own land. We feed into the economy. Heck, a lot of our quote unquote economy is greater than a lot of the economies that you guys have. So with that stating, why in the heck will we ever look? Why in the heck will we ever look up to the people who sold us and stated we weren't worth it?
What sector do you control in the economy?
That doesn't make any sense to me, Bantu. Why in the world will we ever? Hold on, one at a time.
Control in the economy. Can you share light on that?
One at a time.
Okay.
One at a time. Bantu, why would we ever look up to the people who sold us?
He just asked you a question. Then once you answer, and then we can go ahead and do that conversation. What sector of the economy do you control?
No, it's not about control. Contribute to, just like everybody else here.
Control
just like everybody else here.
No. Control. See, you know the reason why the Jewish are powerful. They control most of America economic. Name the sector. I will tell you. You know the owner. That's why they have power. That's why they can. That's why Biden is scared to even criticize Israel. You know why? The Jewish America. You understand me? So tell me, what sector do you control?
Why would we control something? It's ours.
Right, because you don't have the power to control anything.
We're citizens here.
Yes, but what sector do you control in the economy?
You are not.
Okay, let me tell you something. I'm from Edo State.
Our money goes to your country.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
For instance, I'm from Edo State. We control people from my ethnic group control the media in Nigeria.
Okay, and all of that, and a lot of that is based upon the money we give you.
SKC, give us an equivalent for Black Americans.
Thank you. That's what I want to ask.
Jews, hold on. Jews can separate itself when it comes about control. Also ethnic groups like Italian and Irish can do it. What do you control?
And yet, what do they do? What do
you control? SKC is a simple answer. Say here we control something or we don't.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What do black people control?
What sector do you control the economy?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Even the sports, even the music, you don't control it. So don't come here and lecture us. We are all just agree that.
Hey,
you're not better than us.
What I'm saying is.
Can I say something real quick? Listen,
people are talking about control.
We are not all in the same boat.
Hey, Judy, hold on a second. Let me say something real quick and briefly. Listen, hey, hold on a second. SKC. Let me address something that you said earlier on. You said that the African sold you guys to slavery. So when Black American, were the Black American an African ethnic group in Africa? So how can you say that the Africans sold you guys to slavery? So were you guys one ethnic group in Africa?
No.
So what you're saying is false, because you cannot tell me that the Africans sold you to slavery. You have to specify
why
which
not?
African ethnic group sold you to slavery.
Okay. Let me slow this down. Let me slow it down for you. Various African groups that were in power enslaved other groups within Africa, and the ones that they didn't keep and kill, they sold. What is difficult about that?
Very easy. Actually, my group was the ones where they took the slave from, SKC.
So
that's why I
this
say,
whole
hold on.
idea,
That's why I say, hold on.
needed...
Let me cook. That's why I say, my ancestors is your ancestors' brother. Whose feet was longer. He was faster. You were slower. You were
I'm
cut.
not touching any beating. I'm just asking a question. I gave, for example, my tribe. We are from a minority group. We control the media because many of the media in Nigeria owned by people from my region, the South. So I ask, okay, use
what is your media worth? What is the Nigerian media worth?
It doesn't matter. But when it comes
it does.
No.
Yeah,
yes,
okay. Hold on.
It does matter.
We answer the question. Let us make a comparison. No. Let us make a comparison. You saw us a sector that is owned by Black Americans, and then we can compare.
Okay. I don't know. We'll say we have black people that own stuff. Okay. So let's say I don't know.
We specific started. We talking our media sector. Give us another sector you control, and then we can compare each other.
Music, sports, name them.
Right.
Technology. Okay, what?
Right.
Manufacturing. Name them.
Okay, this is the difference
Banking.
This is the difference between us. You guys believe that you need to control something in order to have power.
We never said that. We never said. Hold on. Nigeria first never said control to have power. We just asked a simple question. Asked a simple question. What do you control? It's like saying, what is your favorite color? No. It's like saying, what is your favorite color? If you don't have a favorite color, just say I don't have a favorite color. What is so hard with that question? I don't get it.
Yeah.
What do you control, Black Americans? Please.
Ourselves.
So nothing.
Okay. If that's what you want, as you want to put it, then yeah.
Everyone owns itself.
Okay.
Everyone controls itself. Hold on. No. Let's see. Everyone controls itself.
Okay.
So okay.
It doesn't sound that way when you guys were having conversations earlier. It didn't sound that way.
Wait, which conversation?
When you guys were having conversations amongst yourselves about different countries and all this other stuff, I heard one guy talking about how the Indians control your junk, and then the other person was saying, the Arabs control your stuff.
That is specifically East Africa. That is specifically East Africa, what is a very small region in all of Africa. So once again, you can deflect all you want. We continue. We continue with the point. If you can tell us, what do you control? Specifically with you, I mean Black Americans. What sector of the economy do you control? Then we can continue. Simple answer. Step through the door.
No, nothing. We don't view it that way.
Step through the. Okay, nothing. Now we can continue. Now you can ask all the other questions.
Okay. This idea of control.
Mm-hmm.
What difference does it make if you control something that is worth little?
See, let me tell you something. When you control something, you have power. For instance,
and that's why I brought up power.
No, it comes with power because
that's why I brought up power.
When anyone go to CNN or whatever and speak against Israel, you notice they lose their job immediately. Because the people that own those things exercise their power.
Right. And all I'm saying is how much power does the Nigerian media have?
Very easy. In Nigeria, hold on, very easy. In the country, hold on, in the country of Nigeria, if you talk bad about, let us say, Israel or other people, nothing will happen.
Thank you.
Okay. How much is it worth?
I mean, compared to nothing, a lot.
Nigerian media, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, if we want to have a shekel debate, we can have a shekel debate. If we want to have a
let's media. Let's go to the sports. The same thing.
Okay, so Nigerian media. I'm guessing you guys are talking about television and video.
Television, radio are all media. Online publication, they are media.
Okay, so about 900 million.
My focus is on the television. Yeah.
Okay, so about $900 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you say that is, I don't know where you find that information. Then fine. Okay, go ahead.
That's what the International Trade Administration is stating. So, $900 million.
What did you type into your search? Because I'm searching it right now too.
Yeah, International Trade Administration, Nigeria, media and entertainment.
Is it a specific site? Because I always
that means they make wait. Did he say they generate? Is that revenue or what I don't know. Is that revenue?
If you throw in movies and everything,
is it revenue?
1.8 billion.
Revenue.
Could you post that into link, because I always try to find a site. No. I always find a site that
done.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Done.
Is it? Thank you. No, because I always try to find a site, because it's very hard to find something like this.
Yeah. So let me see here. And what's the population of Nigeria?
What?
It's 200 million.
A little bit more.
No, it's around that this thing. I don't believe we are up to that 200 or something. We are not.
So about it says 218 million.
I don't think we're up to. I don't think we're up to that 200 million that a lot of people threw around. Let's see.
Okay. So let's shave 18 million off and just say 200 million.
No, 200. Yes, plus 200. I always mention 200 million. Yeah.
Okay, so 200 million.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how many many quote unquote Black Americans there are?
Let me guess, a little bit less.
No. If you want to use population, for example. Let's measure which country I will measure.
Do you want to?
Hold on.
Like you
Hold on. No. If you want to use population,
I mean, if we go like that. SKC. No. Let's make it easy.
You know how much. So let's not use population yet. Discuss.
No. Let's use population. You said that which ethnic group is in control of the Nigerian media?
I said from my state, we are not up to 5 million.
What is ethnic? What is ethnicity? Just give me a group. Is it Edo? Is it what is it?
Because we are like 3 ethnic groups. So let's just say Edo, because it's from both. Okay, the Bini has it. People from Auchi. So it's like just say Edo. That's all.
Okay, then I give in Nigeria Edo population.
Yes.
Not all Nigerian ethnicity controls the Nigerian media.
Majority of it is controlled by Edo and Delta.
Edo tribe
and
population.
It's about 5 or 6 million. or it's not up to. We are not much.
So the numbers I read is around 4 million. But
Yes.
let's take 6 million. So excuse you can the ethnicity.
No. That I think that number is accurate. We are about 5 million. Yeah.
Okay, let's use 5 million. So 5 million Nigerians of a specific ethnic group that don't let us in controls Nigerian media. SKZ?
Yeah, and that's fine. I'm just saying Nigerians as a whole. So
yeah, but not Hausa is not in charge of the media. Hausa never invested. They're Islamics. They don't care about such shit.
You said what?
Hausa, for example, that's a tribe. Is Islamic and never invested and never and never invested and is not interested into the Nigerian media. It's mostly a Southern thing. That means Southern money, build it up, and our media is controlled by the Edo people. So there are around 5 million. There are around 5 million Edo people who build up the Nigerian media.
Okay, Snake Man. If we talk about agriculture, the North control that.
Yeah, we can use the agriculture sector later. We can use when the houses are controlling the agriculture sector, we can use that. Okay. 5 million Edo people have a ethnicity hegemony over Nigerian media. So basically build that shit up with their own hands.
Okay.
Okay.
And we went down this rabbit hole because you guys were talking about what do you control. So how does that give you guys
what I'm trying to say is that when you
once again we're not talking about power. You brought up power. You brought up power. What we brought up is basically we control our own media. That means we can say what we want in our country. That's it. That's literally it. That was the argument from Nigerian first, because he's in the Palestinian-Israel debate, and he always talks about free speech and also nonsense.
Yes, and also the reason why I say it is that those who control sectors of economy, they control the nation. Yeah, because these are powerful people. Because if they do anything, that's why Israel is powerful. It's not because of the nation. They just they have their hand across the economy. Is it a tech? Is it agriculture? Is it entertainment? Is it sport? So you cannot do without them.
How much aid does America give Israel? If I may ask, how much aid does America give Israel in a year?
Oh man,
if I may ask.
A lot. A lot.
There's a guarantee 3 years $4 billion. That's not negotiable. Guarantee every year. Yes.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like the aid that you guys get from America is worth more than your entire media conglomerate.
If you Google it, I would like to have the link.
Okay.
Maybe you're right. I don't know. How do you spell 8?
I'm sorry. I overshot it. They give you guys about 1.2 billion. Your media conglomerate is worth about 1.8 billion.
Hold on. In what year is that?
2022.
Okay, then do 2023. Let's see. Because it is
I don't think the numbers are out for 2023.
It is not guaranteed. Okay, 2023 budget is $73 million. I said the US and Nigeria partnership perspective budget in Nigeria. So that's what they gave Nigeria.
I see somebody called Lozy in the back. He's trying to get up, but
that's what they gave us last year, $73 million. So That cannot buy anything in Nigeria.
I mean,
Well, what I'm
it's still
saying
a
is
lot of
that
money.
yeah,
Of
what
course,
I'm
of
seeing
course,
here
of
it
course.
says that the
I
United
believe
States
that the one
provided
for
nearly
2020. See, if you go and check that aid for 2022, they don't give you the cash.
How do you
Sometimes
this
it's equipment. They give you equipment, and that equipment is from America business. Then they pay those businesses and deliver the equipment. It's just like that. They don't give Africa the money like cash on hand now. It's always transfer of
but why
equipment or something.
okay, and that may be you might be right in that, but why does that even matter?
No, you brought it up. I'm just saying it that they don't actually give us cash.
If they gave you the entire 1.2 billion dollars in military equipment, is not the military equipment still worth 1.2 billion?
Okay, okay.
It's like beggars can't be choosers, right?
See, we don't beg. America give. Okay, can you please type on Google where if you see Nigeria begging America for it?
I'm using
just
a
Google
word.
it.
I'm using the word
Because you call begging because we don't.
in a funny fashion. But you cannot. But the whole idea is that if a gift is a gift, it's still a gift.
It's a gift, not beg. If you can bring
Okay,
any,
but
I would say it's a bribe. I would say it's a bribe.
Well, whatever it is,
thank you.
Whatever it is, you accept it every year.
Bring out this and we say sorry. I will apologize.
Okay. Well, whatever it is, you accept it every year. 1.2 billion, you accept it every year.
Of course. If he's
okay, all right then. So then that 1.2. But think about it from right, and get past the wording of it. That 1.2 billion as a gift is nearly equal to all of the quote unquote power and control that you have over your media.
In Nigeria,
gift.
See. What you don't understand?
Yeah, that is very good. That is very good. And SKC, we go to the no. We go to the small heads and say thank you that they're still giving us the gift.
You don't
we can do that,
SKC. We are
SKC.
talking about. I said my tribe. I'm not saying Nigeria. It is just my tribe. We are We are let's say 5 million or 4 million.
That's fine. And that's fine. I don't care if it was. I don't care if it was
can I ask
population of one.
Which
all I'm
SKC, can I ask
all of that quote unquote power?
Can I ask you, SKC? Can I ask SKC? Hold on. Nigeria first. Hold on. No, Nigeria, please. I have a question.
You know what
can
that
I ask
does
you?
to us? We can actually we have the leverage to negotiate anything for my state. Really, because our politician from my state can actually make use of this China, and we get what we want for my state.
Okay, can I ask you which institution gives out the aid money?
I think it is
all of it comes from the federal government. Now,
but the federal government has different organs.
Department or something.
You can go into the breakdown of all of the. Okay, you can go into the breakdown of all of that. However, it all comes from our tax dollars.
Yes, that's right, and that's why I say I'm very thankful. Shout out to the small heads. Shout out to the white man.
Yeah, the white man. Yeah, they are generous.
I mean, we give them a handshake and something like that, and we give you a little fist bump.
Yeah.
Always in proportions.
And that's fine. And that's fine. I had no problem with that at all. The only thing that I'm saying is that the system, the overall system is more efficient.
SKC,
that is right. That's right, SKC. Hold on. No. We're not playing. You're not playing with semantics. We're not playing with semantics. SKC, that is right.
Let me say something, Snake Man, please. The reason why I discuss this is that when you look at it in general sense, we are all below. We need to up our game. We need to focus as black people in general. We need to focus on economic power. Even if they give you political power, they give you any other power, it is not enough. It means nothing. Even white people don't care about it. They always see America. if you pay attention, when you touch their pocket economy, they attack you, they destroy you. They don't play with that. They can play with every other thing, but when it comes to economy, they don't. You are dead.
Okay.
So economy is the only way out for our.
The difference between us is that you guys are talking about power and control, and on my side, I'm like Worf on Star Trek. No, I don't belong to the Klingon Empire anymore. I'm an officer within Starfleet.
And that is
and
okay.
then you're coming to Worf talking about, well, how much of Starfleet do you control? It's like, dude, this is not the whole purpose of the Starfleet. What are you talking about?
No, because the question is very good, because when Wolf said nothing, okay, then lead us to your leader. Because Starfleet, hold on. Starfleet has a leader, doesn't it?
No, Wolf? It doesn't. It has a council.
Oh, a council and a leader, a leading body. So then we would ask Wolf, hey, if you're not in charge, send us to the one who actually owns everything.
And the purpose of Starfleet is not conquest.
It doesn't matter. We asked Wolf. You are not the owner. It's a council. Hold on. Let's go with that logic. It's a council, and Wolf says, okay, it's a council. Starfleet is controlled by a council. Said, okay, well, show us to the council member.
Oh no, let's.
That is all what we asked. We asked who is in charge. We asked who is in charge to Wolf. No. Nigeria, let me cook. Let me cook.
Let me ask you a simple question.
No, let me cook with this logic.
Can you put on your camera right now and video yourself live and criticize the Israeli government? You cannot do that. You know why? You'll be kicked out from your job tomorrow.
And that is wonderful. What I'm saying is, we asked, I don't make it political. We asked simply Wolf, let us say in Klingon, because he's a Klingon. Klingon speak, okay, who is in charge of Starfleet? Wolf says, I'm not in charge. It's a council of Starfleet. They say, okay, could you please point us the way to the counselor? And then we go to the counselor, and then we see, oh, most of them are human. Start speaking human. End of discussion.
And that's the whole point is you guys are stating, you know what, we're still Klingon, and I'm like, okay, well, why are many of your planets having Federation speak on the planets?
That is
ain't nobody over here.
That is something. Hold on.
Ain't nobody over here speaking Swahili.
Yeah, but that is something we must not discuss with someone who is not in charge. Go back to your post, Wolf. We're talking to the council now. Thank you.
But that's what I mean. You guys don't even have the power to even make that to say, take me to your leader when you get gifts.
Once again.
You get aid.
Hold on. So you're saying to me that African leader? Hold on. SKC, you're falling into a trap.
For other countries.
SKC, you're falling into traps. So you're saying that African leaders cannot meet leadership in America?
Okay, wait.
Not at the same level.
No. We never asked about the level. We just asked, where is your leader? Point us in the direction.
Right.
But
what I'm saying to you, if we're speaking and you're saying on one end, you're saying, hey, take me to your leader. And I say, well, nah, you can't do that. Oh, well, we're going to talk to the leader. You're a foot soldier. So are you.
No. SKC.
So are you.
No, we are not. I'm not part of the Federation. I'm not part of your system.
No, I'm saying within the Klingon Empire, so are you. You're nothing but a foot soldier that has to.
That is okay.
Allow Lozi to speak.
Okay, Lozi.
Yes, SKC. There's no country in Africa that is independent. There's no country in Africa that has power. There's no black group in Africa that has power more than black Americans. That's it. Let's not.
I know that. I know that. That's why I was telling them earlier that even if the other powers on planet Earth stated, you know what, heck with it. We see all the resources. We want to carve the heck out of Africa up. Africa couldn't stop them if they wanted to.
Lozi, why you destroying my trolling? Why you destroying my trolling?
Cannot see, Lozi. If you listen to me, I said all of us are still on the bottom. You understand?
No, Nigeria first. Let him talk. Let him talk. Nigeria. I was trolling because I wanted to see if SKC managed to.
SKC. However, Black Americans are more powerful than any Black group today, as long as the American empire is still powerful. So the Black American life, it's more valuable than any Black group today because their value is attached to the global most powerful empire ever in history today. Now, that doesn't mean things will forever be like that because Africans stand a better chance in the future if they get Africa back. But you guys, Snake Man and Nigeria first, you guys are claiming that we have got power now. We don't, and we're not richer than.
I was trolling to see what SKC was doing.
No, Lozi, I didn't say we have power. No, I didn't say that. I don't know if Snake Man said that. No,
it was SKC. SKC was the one who.
Global economy, we don't control anything. And for you to be respected or have leverage, you have to at least control a certain part of the economy. If you don't do that, you are nowhere. You are not on the table when they are discussing important things. That's why when Africa is holding conference, you don't see important people there.
Okay, listen, I agree with you 100%. We are all powerless as Black people. If we talk globally, comparing to other races, we are powerless because they still own us. However, Black Americans have got a better leverage and a better power compared to the rest of us. And that's because of the empire as well.
Of course, they live in America.
No. Hold on. What's this Lozi guy talking about? You live in South Africa and you're making
you don't
live here. Hold on.
America spending power based on data.
Yes, America holds that, but it's not Black Americans. I mean, we should stop making all these. Lozi, hold on.
Lozi. African life. No, let's be factual here. We cannot be emotional.
Lozi,
Black America have about $1 trillion.
They are. What I'm saying is they are more valuable than the.
Lozi is right, guys. We must stop the call. Lozi is right.
Hold on, everyone. If we do one at a time, Lozi, can you hear me? Hold on. So Lozi has just come in. So let him have a position, and then counter him. So when three voices are talking at the same time, then nobody's talking. Lozi, the floor is yours.
Oh, thanks.
Who's this guy, man?
My point is this. If Black
you already make your point. You're talking about Black Americans. You have to let someone counter you, but keep go ahead.
You interrupted. You will speak after me. I'll give you the chance. My point is this: if government of America has to sacrifice, if the government of America is to sacrifice the Black, the Africans will be first. The government of America values Black Americans more than any Black group. I'm not saying Black Americans are equal to other races or to white race in America. What I'm saying is that compared to all the Black groups, they are very close to them, and they will rather compromise all of us and ahead before them. They are more tied to the system than all of us. And Black Americans, if we bring them to Africa, let's say we give them Zambia, one country, they already have got equipped themselves with so much knowledge ahead of any Black group that they can actually industrialize that country on their own. I'm not in any sense saying all Black Americans are equipped like that. They've got a group of degenerates, just like in any society. But if you take head on head, compare any Black nation with Black Americans, they destroy all of us in terms of the knowledge they have already and the skills and education. That's just the fact. And even wealth now at the moment.
Let Lozi talk. Come on, man.
Go ahead.
Okay, but I made my point. You can.
No, Lozi, you are wrong. You know why I say you are wrong?
Yeah.
Because you see, let's not reduce ourselves to this thing. Yes, we have not reached the height we want, but see, come on, we got the resources. Yes, we may not know how to turn it into good, but see, America will always stand with those they can benefit from. The reason why they are with Africa, they benefit for Africa. It is not a free friendship. They benefit a lot from Africa. Is it oil?
we
Is
don't
it
own the
gas?
resources.
Is it gold? Is it diamond? Is it
Yeah, but we
steel?
don't
Is
own
it
them.
uranium? Name them.
But
So you
Nigeria
cannot
first,
come here and no. You
but we
got
don't
that
own
wrong.
the
You cannot
resources.
come here and say the Black America are more important. No. When it comes to economic,
that's not what I'm saying.
hold on, no. When it comes to world
he's emotional.
economic aspect, Africa is more important because you know why? We have
Africa
something
is
on
more
the
important.
table.
That's not my point. Nigeria first. Africa is very important to the global economy and the natural resources, but we don't own them. The point is, we don't own the means of production that links the resources.
I'll add into that, Lazi, really quickly. And this I'm not trying to sting anybody here. I'm just telling you the truth. Africa, the land is important. The people are not.
And that is what I wanted to say when this guy came on the panel and said Black Americans this and that. He has never been to America. He has no clue what leverage African Americans have. When you talk of leverage, a leverage is something that you put on the table and beat your chest and you say, okay, I have this to offer. I have gas. I have petroleum.
Thank you.
Black Americans do not have that. I mean, what leverage do they have on the table? Are you talking about financial? When it comes to money, they don't even own that. The white control it. That's why when they make Kanye West, when Kanye West said anything, they make him dry. They clean out all what he had. So when you talk about leverage, man, if you don't have no clue, the Africans on the continent are far better off. They have things to count on than African Americans, and that is a fact.
Like what do you have to count on? Like what do you have to count on?
No.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, on that point, Jude is right. I agree with
again, you guys can talk about raw materials and minerals and different things of that nature, but so far as the human resources, I think you're vastly overshooting things.
Yeah,
Okay,
but you guys don't have a better human resources as well. That's not a leverage. That's not something that you're gonna use to. I mean, that's not a better leverage. I mean, when you talk of leverage, you're talking about what do you have? You know, what is the backup plan? You know, if the white man takes everything from you today,
Okay,
ideas trump what's in the ground.
Okay, I must be now. Hold on. I must now talk reference to chaotic truth. SKZ, I hope you know chaotic truth because that's why I was trolling you because you have to acknowledge that both groups have major L's into histories, and the difference is, and that's now I'm quoting chaotic truth. It's like two retarded children arguing over crayons.
Okay, can I say something that look, Jude made some good point that I'll give him credit for, but I don't entirely agree with it. Here's the thing. You are talking about where Africans have got Africa back and they control the resources. At the moment, Africans don't control the resources of the continent. Hence, the continent is not productive as it should. That's because we're not in charge.
That's what we see. See, we always give our leaders way to escape from holding them accountable. See, white people are not owing our resources. For instance, did you see what Niger did? Did they not stop France from? Hold on. Did they not stop France from tapping their uranium? They did.
There you go.
They assess their power. So don't tell me that did they bomb Niger? The answer is no.
Why are they needing Russia to do that? Why are they needing Russia to achieve?
Yeah,
why can't they stand like
USA? They can come into partner with anybody. That's
business to business partners. I mean, how can this guy be low IQ? I mean, it's B2B, business to business.
Nigerian first. My point is that
once again.
Nigerian first. You are talking about
Lozi, why are they not calling African Americans to go there? Let me ask you that question. If they have a better leverage, why are they not calling them?
We are talking about global economy here. It's not about. We are no longer talking about Black America. It's about global.
Yeah, no, I know, but he was saying that why are the Niger calling Russia? I'm asking him if the Black Americans have a better leverage. Why are the Niger not calling them to come there and do things over there?
They call Russia just for
guys. No, you guys don't listen. I presented two scenarios. I did say that Africans stand a better chance in the near future to get the continent back, and that's power on its own. But we're not yet there now. At the moment, Black Americans have got more power and more resources in terms of wealth itself in the current economy. They have got more wealth than all of us. That's what I'm saying. In the near future,
that's a fact.
If we Africans get Africa back into our own hands, that's a different conversation. But we're not there now, and the future is not promised to anyone.
Okay, let me ask you. Let me ask you one question.
Nigeria first. SKC said one thing. He said, actually, as Africans now, we are under the mercy of the West. The West is so strong that if they just decide that they come and want to dismantle all of us or dismantle the entire continent and put it into total chaos, they can still do that. So what kind of power?
On that, I agree. Okay,
Once
let me
again,
ask you one thing.
two children, once again, two retarded children. Hold on.
Let's be honest. In all honesty, without bias,
my entire reason for bringing that up, Lozy, what was not to piss on anybody. The idea was that what is the
Nigeria first? Why don't you let the guy speak?
Yeah, Nigeria.
They have voices for each other.
Yeah, go ahead.
SKC,
I was
continue.
saying, the only reason that I brought that up, Lozy, was that I wasn't trying to piss on anybody. I was just trying to say, what's the purpose of having control of something if other nations, if they just flip their hand, they could take it whenever they want? Yeah. That's not a show of any sort of power or some sort of accomplishment. So it's like it just didn't make any sense to me.
You know what people can take? Okay, let's for instance, Judy explained it earlier. Okay, let me ask you. Can anybody cancel Dangote? You cannot cancel him. You know why? You can go ahead and say whatever you want. Are you going to cancel him? The answer is no, because you know why? The mix of production of his wealth.
Dangote don't count. Dangote is the richest. Dangote is the richest black man on earth.
Thank you.
Period.
He control the mix of his wealth, the production, everything. He controls everything.
I understand what you're saying, Nigeria first. So say with the whole thing with the media thing. This is the other part that I don't think that you're getting. Yes, you can say what you want in your country. That's a great thing. But what I'm saying is because of your general lack of power, nobody cares what you say. Your opinion's really not that important.
That's why I said two retarded children. The conversation before two retarded children. No, SKZ, let me cook. The discussion we had was two. Yeah, okay, you can. Okay, you can. That's why I said it is like I tried to troll a little bit because I wanted to see how far SKZ can go. But this discussion is like two retarded children arguing over crayons. That's now the African American together. Like, oh, cool. His crayon box is bigger than mine. It's still a fucking crayon box. It means nothing in the grand scheme.
Yeah. So good. What was one? Is it Snake Man or One Man? Okay, but we call it Snake Man. Right. Look, my point calling in was not to degrade ourselves as Africans, like Americans. I try to be factual and face reality as it is, as long as I live. I stay away from bias. At the end of the day, it's really important that we Africans stop being delusional and understand what power is. We don't understand the elements of power. I think it's because we have never tasted power in the modern days in many centuries. We have no idea of what power is. Nigeria first, you made a good point when you mentioned Aliko Dangote. He has made some few break-in, but that's nothing. That's a swamp of a fish in an ocean. It means nothing. It literally
crayon box.
You don't understand what I mean. What I'm trying to say is that people can actually hold on. People can actually let me make this point. Yes, this idea that hold on. I don't see. To me, I don't have the belief that the West is stopping us not to do anything. If it's just we are not doing
do you guys ever check the trade percentage, the global trading percentages?
No, they don't.
Do you ever look at how much Africa is contributing in terms of No.
Nothing.
No. You can't say
Well,
nothing.
no. In terms instead of
I'm
global
talking
scale,
about.
we are not
I'm talking about
anything.
products. We do trade with raw material. I'm talking about the finest products that are manufactured on the continent. I believe we're not even more than 5%.
No,
of
we
the
are
global.
not. I agree. We are not.
You see how irrelevant our economies and our few billionaires are in the grand scheme of things. And these are the realities that you guys need to wake up to and live in.
See. If you listen to me on this platform, if you pay attention, I always focus on the economy. I don't care about any other thing because that's not my concern. Because I personally know that when we sort the economy out, then we'll be fine.
Yeah, so but I wanted us to face the fact that we have to understand the position that Black Americans hold at the moment. Remember, their position, they depend so much on the government, the American government. And I said, as long as America is powerful,
of course, they work with American government. Of course.
I don't think they work with American government.
They do. They are no. See.
No,
they are
man.
What is this nosy guy talking about?
Once again.
Black American is not an independent group in America. They are a race of people. They are a group of people. It's like going to South Africa and say white people are unique. The white in Europe should depend on them. They have a leverage. I'm like, what are you talking about? I mean, they are not a country. They don't have no president. They don't have nobody. If an African president want to do business in America, he meets with Joe Biden. That's the president of the United States. You don't even meet with any of these black people. They have no. I mean, come on, man.
But Jude, the white man has got the whole continent on choke as much as they got the Black Americans on choke. The only difference is Black Americans are benefiting more than all of us on the same system that is got all of us on
the African American are not benefiting in everything. Most Black American neighborhoods are disaster. Africans are living far better off on the continent than Black Americans in America. What the hell are you talking about? Are you watching only NBA and American Hollywood? Come on, man. I've been Snake Man, stay quiet. I've been in most neighborhoods where black people live in America. Most Africans will not live there. Come on, man.
You are in America. I can promise you there's more Cameroonians in America than Black Americans in Cameroon. You know why? Because Black Americans will they will downgrade their living standards.
What are you talking about, Black Americans? I mean, do they even have money to travel? To travel is money, man. These guys should stay quiet. For you to travel, you need to have money. Most Black Americans do not have money to travel. What is this guy talking about?
Come on, man. Hold on, Losi, do you see what I mean? Two retarded children, African Americans, okay, two retarded children, African Americans and Africans arguing over a crayon box. So was that his entire discussion?
Yeah, I don't understand what that
these
talking
guys
about.
just talking nonsense that there are more black, there are more Cameroonians in America than African Americans. I mean, why should they even go to Cameroon anyway? Africans are known to be travelers.
Really quickly, Bantu. Really quickly, Bantu. I'm just wondering, for Black Americans in general, how many of them do you think are poor?
How many of them are I think majority of Black Americans live below the poverty line in America, you know.
And that's what I mean. So just take for instance this. This is one of those things that I'm talking about so far as like the difference between Africa and America. Black Americans get a lot of things wrong about Africa. And Africans get a lot of things wrong about Black Americans. Exactly. The majority of Black Americans, Bantu, are not poor at all.
Yep.
Oh wow! I mean,
I live in this country. It ain't even close to majority.
Yeah, but you can tell that to Africans who are on the continent who have not come to the United States. I live here. I've experienced it. Most of my friends here are African American. I've lived in their midst. When we talk of poverty, it's not. Look, people don't get it confused. When we talk of poverty, when we say below the poverty line on American standard, I'm talking about yes, they could still get 1 to 2, 3 square meal a day, but most of them live on Section 8.
No, they don't.
Okay, Bantu. Just so you know, I'm gonna put the link in the back.
Food stamps and all.
Bantu. Just so you know, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. 16% of Black Americans live below the poverty level. That's it.
Yeah.
Everybody, the other 84%, yes, the other 84% are not poor.
SKC, and that is the reason.
Yeah, but we need to understand as well. We need to understand as well is the international standards are not the same in each country. So what we call poor in USA, it's very far away from a person who's poor in Africa. There's standards and levels to these things. So we mustn't just say things for sake of it. What we know is that there's lesser Black Americans who are poor compared to all of us. If we compare the Black Americans to Cameroonians, for example, to your country, and even my country, there's more poor Black South Africans in South Africa than Black Americans. It's just logic, guys.
Right.
Americans,
right. Lozy.
How can you be making logic to go of people that you have never been with? You go on statistics. What kind of logic is this guy talking about? Come on, man.
I'm going by poor by Americans.
I mean, when I see an African so dumb making logic, logic that doesn't make sense, I mean, come on, man. Come on, I mean, you are on the continent, man. Stop pandering.
No, Judah, we are not that's what I mean. Every time you mention something and we bring up stats and something else, you call me, for example, booty clapping for the Americans and some kind of water carrier, true shiner for the Americans. I just accept that they are richer. That's it. It's not booty clapping. That's not cooning for the American. It's a fact.
It's just a fact.
And so, that is the reason why I didn't want Bantu on your show, because you already have enough insane people who do not read.
Look. Let me tell you, right? They are not richer. The Africans that comes here are even more richer than some of them are more richer and more educated. Let me tell you, most of you guys, let me paint a picture. Look, please allow me to paint a picture of
Black Americans, Bantu, just as a whole, Bantu, Black Americans spend more money than any country in Africa.
Yes. So spend money into
how can we be poor if we spend more money than any country in your entire continent?
Is it 5 trillion or how many do you use?
5 trillion.
How do I know it, Judah? How do I know it, but you don't know it? How do I know it? How much to spend? You don't.
Bro, can you stay quiet, man? Who is this nincompoop? Man, stay quiet. I want to ask him, where do they spend the money in? Where?
It doesn't matter. The money that we spend is larger than the GDP
I'm just asking
of
a question.
Of your country.
SKC, you have to humble yourself, man. Come out from your high horse. I'm asking you, where do they spend the money? That's the question, man.
That's the whole point. They spend it wherever the F they want to spend it.
Yes.
What?
The bottom line is they have the money to spend.
The money goes through their hands. The money that goes through their hands is more than any country's GDP on your entire continent.
Bro, they just told you that the richest Black man in the world is from Africa. So how
you can throw him in. You can throw him into your numbers too. You throw him in there too. And Black Americans spend more money than any country in your entire continent.
Not only that,
hey,
Judah.
Man, I don't want to talk to terrorists, man. I don't want to talk to terrorists, but I don't want to talk to panders. I give
you an example.
Go ahead.
Vietnam had a scam, a corruption scam. The money from that one person in the government that embezzled it is more worth than the richest Black man on earth. It was 27 billion. That was one case in Vietnam. So it's good that we have some people who are rich, but I'm once again saying it again, just stating the fact that Black Americans have
even
more
a
money.
Black American on the panel, Felipe, is disagreeing with SKC about 16% of them are the one below the poverty line. I mean, look, man, I live in this country. I mean, it's funny how most of these Africans too on the continent.
You know what he says? He said 70%. He said 17. He said 17. I mean, hold on. Philippe said 17. That's 1%.
I don't know. That's why I'm quiet, because I would rather people who live there to speak on that issue.
Right. I mean, these guys. I mean,
No,
come on, man.
Okay, can I speak, Jude, but can you give us a chance to speak? Let me make this point. If you look at the poverty, if you look at the poverty,
Do you not understand what I mean, SKC?
One man, wait. If you look at the stats poverty of Morocco, they will show that only 6% it's below poverty line. You are telling me that poverty in Morocco, Moroccan people are living, but they're not even living better than South Africans. But
Moroccans are living far better off than African Americans. That's a fact.
Wait. Hold on. I just gotta throw this real number out. This is a real number. The entire continent of Africa, all of the countries combined.
Yes.
$3 trillion.
Yeah.
That is still $1.9 trillion less than African Americans spend every year. African Americans, Black Americans spend more money than the entire continent of Africa annually. What the heck are you talking about?
I mean, what have you done with that? I'm trying to see where you spend the money. I don't see it. That's what I'm asking.
It doesn't matter where we spend it. We can flush it down the toilet. It's more money than your entire continent sees.
Oh, come on.
Okay, SKC, can I make one point?
Hold on. Nosy, hold on. America as a whole, household wealth, it's $160 trillion. So if you said you spend, let's say
there's no country.
It's just no. Let's be honest. America is massive. America is a massive economy. They are the superpower of the world. So if you live in that country, to me, in my opinion, you don't have to be poor if you live
American there. GDP, it's not $30 trillion US.
I'm talking about household wealth. I'm not talking about household wealth.
Okay, you're talking about the assets. Okay, that is true. Okay, you're talking about the assets. Okay, that's true. Okay, but let me make this point. SKC, America being rich, but remember, you guys are still rich, but the dollar you purchasing in America for most part. So the purchasing parity in America, things are slightly cheaper in Africa if we consider purchasing power parity as well. Things get sketchy when you look at the purchasing power, but you guys are still on top. It's just that you buy with your currency in America, which is the dollar. You purchase with the direct value of the dollar in USA. That makes a slight difference, but it's still, you guys are still richer and you still have got more access to resources with the wealth you have as people, as Black Americans, more than even the entire continent of Africa. But with our less than 4 trillion of the wealth in Africa of our GDP, collective GDP.
And Lozy, I'm not saying that is directly due to the fact of Black Americans being Black American. I know I'm not saying that. I'm just saying just off of the location of being in one of the richest countries in the entire world. No, we make more money. We spend more money. Period.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's a
gentlemen, hold on. Let Felipe come into the conversation. Felipe.
Let Sicilian speak.
Hey, it's great to see you guys. It's a tremendous discussion. I give all of you guys credit because these are the discussions we actually should be having, and to try to direct this back to the money. And so in the last little bit, I think it got confused. I was agreeing with SKC that this avatar of Black American existence is sold all around the world. And what Judah believes is the messaging that's put out about us, but it's not accurate. Both, I think it was, oh gosh, I hate to say this thing. This guy and SKC were giving the data. And this is the problem that we have is that in allowing the Mizzou's to create the legal definitions that created Black American, it also created a commodity that's not sold by us. It's sold by them. So when Judah sees certain things, he believes That's everybody, when it's actually a very small percentage, which SKC and we was eloquently pointed out. And this is the kind of stuff where we're suffering from different problems that the Europeans created with us. In the case of the Africans, that they commoditized your land and resources and left you on it. In the case of the Black Americans, they literally turned us into a commodity. And so we're both suffering with this legal stuff that they came up with to make money off of both of us. So I will throw it back to the panel because the discussion is excellent. I don't want to interrupt the flow.
You say I go by what the white man puts out there, right? And this guy just talk about the data spending over $1 billion. That's what the black people spend, and that is also a data put by the white man, and he's believing. Now I live in this country. It's not that I've seen what the white man put out there. I've intermingled.
Can I say something? Can I say something to your point?
Let me finish.
Wait, Judah, can I say something to your point?
Let me finish. You just make a point. Let me finish.
Okay, brother.
Not only in Utah, I've lived in DMV, District of Columbia, Maryland, Virginia. I've been to other states. I've lived in Atlanta, Texas. So it's not something that somebody told me. Most of the guys that I used to hang out with were blacks till I moved to another stage of life, and then I have to abandon them behind, and talk with a white man because that's where the elevation is. When you move a step forward, you have to move out of your black neighborhood and go to the suburbs. So I decided to do that. And these are things that are happening. So no one is giving me lecture. I've learned, I've seen how things go. So I've come to that mindset that amount of money that is being spent is not wage to the African Americans on the ground. It might be these few celebrities that are doing that, but it's not felt. The impact is not felt on the ground. Go ahead.
Judah, this is why I was trying to stop you. Is because you made a good point, but you're missing something, so it's not making sense.
Hello? Can anyone hear me? So sorry, Felipe, I just wanted to say, then I'll leave. I really enjoyed your conversation with Rifleman the other day when it was just the two of you left on the screen. It was a very beautiful conversation. So yeah. So more of that. So let me let you carry on.
Yeah, but Felipe.
Thanks, Judah. This is what I want you to get: is that the problem? What you're seeing is the money is being spent, but it's directly going to the Mzungus instead of amongst ourselves. So, in other words, the Black Americans are earning this money, but it's not being cycled through Africa or through Black Americans themselves. It's going literally right back into the hands of the Mzungus. So it's like a bucket with a hole in it. So it doesn't accumulate wealth. And on the other side is, on the African side, you have resources that are being discounted and land that's being controlled that is not cycling back to the public. It's going directly into the market forces of the Mzungus. The combination of the two of us together keeps us both poor. And if we don't see it, then we don't understand why we're in this crazy situation. That
Philip, do you live stateside, Philip?
I do.
Okay, so I'll just let you know I'm here in Houston, and the people that I know that are Black do very well for themselves. This idea of associating Black people with the lower strata, I understand that a lot of people, especially with sites like World Star and all that other stuff, I think because of media and those type of outlets that people get this idea.
I agreed with you. I'm sorry, but I agreed with you, correct?
Right, right. So my idea is this, Philip. Do you know other Black people that are passing down their generational wealth?
Of course. My dad started a multi-million-dollar company.
Right. And that's all I'm saying is there's a lot of African people that don't believe that.
No, well, because they don't know how we work, and they don't actually see us in the spaces where we're elevated all the time. They tend to go into
it's just their ignorance and envy and pride. That let's face it. There's no we saw Black Americans as the wealthiest Black from the go. That's what media showed. The media also showed the bad side, but there's no Black person who can come on this panel and lie and say the only picture they know about Black Americans is poverty. That's just dishonesty. They know it's just pride. It's just pride, empty pride. Empty. Look, let's go back to the point. Let's go back to the context. The point of the debate was Black Americans on average are doing better than all Black.
Don't say we. Lozi, don't say we. Say you. All South African.
You know why? Let me say why I say
average Black Americans. Which Blacks are doing better than Black Americans? Okay, wait.
Hold on. Let me land.
Name me any Black group.
I will allow you to complete
name me
your
any Black group that is better than Black Americans. That's the debate.
America. Sorry,
that's the debate. Name me any Black group that is better than Black Americans. Then we can look into it. We can debate.
Lozi, can I answer for the Nigerians? Can I answer? It's Americans. Okay, you can continue. Because I want to.
I don't know why we're even arguing about that. It's nonsense. Right?
Philip, we must understand, Philip. You, Lozi, me, and some other Africans we have economic debates. We talk about it, and we had already that debate one time about African Americans being the richest. We all agreed because Judah was not here, Nigerian first was not here. What I wanted to say is, and that is the funny thing, because on another channel I had to debate about who's better, African Americans or Africans, and the African Americans won. But I just said the same thing. Why are two, in the global scale, why are two retarded people arguing over a crayon box?
Well, because as long as we're arguing, we can't focus on making money. That's basically my view. Is that as long as we try to compete with each other as to who is the dustiest or who is not the dustiest, then we are not talking about supply chains and infrastructure.
Philippe, let me ask him a question. UFC, hold on. Philip, your guy was talking about the spending, how they spend on things. I did not actually know what I mean. If it was a white people, a group of people that have that same asset, the spendings, the purchasing power of buying things or creating things that will create impact for Black people around the world. That would have been nice. I mean, if it was a white, take for instance a small population, maybe in Europe, a country like Belarus or Bulgaria and all these other countries, with that purchasing power, they could change that country overnight. But when it comes to the spending that your guy is mentioning on this panel, how come we have not seen impact? There's no factory, no manufacturing plant of cars, no aircraft manufacturing, nothing to account for. No, I mean, come on, what is going on, Philippe?
We talked about this last time.
I know,
yeah, but you didn't listen.
But is this spending legit or is just given to them by white people and they can take it off at any time?
It's a combination of things. It's on the continent. What's happening in many countries is the leadership.
I'm not talking on the continent. I'm talking about the spendings of you guys, or like
okay.
Just mentioned.
It's a different problem.
Get your hand out of my pocket.
Yeah.
Hey, that's my line. That's my line.
Wait. The problem we have here, Judah, is twofold. One thing is, if you notice, coming out of World War II, Black Americans made a huge push. They had been on it already to create their own Black banks. And starting actually coming out of slavery, the Freedmen's Bank, the money is constantly stolen. Just take the Freedmen's Bank. The Freedmen's Bank coming out of the Civil War. Black Americans, because they were created at that period, that they put millions of dollars into a government bank that was promoted by Frederick Douglass with freedom bonds and all this stuff. And they had Mzungu Southerners on the board of this bank, along with Frederick Douglass and a couple of others.
Wow.
And
So
what
it means
they-
even blacks in America were not knowledgeable enough to put in their own people in that bank.
No, they couldn't. See, this is the problem, that, and this is the argument that I've been having in the chat about understanding our legal status. When Black Americans were created with the amendments, okay, because it was Africans that were enslaved, right? So then they come up with these amendments to, quote unquote, give us citizenship. But in creating the citizenship, they actually made us commodities. And so in that commodity status, our rights are not the same rights that the Mzungus have. They're a separate set of rights based on birthright citizenship. That's where it came
and
from.
You are speaking for all Americans, all Black Americans.
I'm speaking for I'm speaking for, because I cannot speak for all Black Americans. I'm speaking for what the law is. That they did is they created the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. And in creating the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, it struck slavery from the law of the land. But what it didn't do was it didn't make us, it didn't rewrite the Constitution that didn't have Africans in it. What it did was create another category of citizenship. And that category of citizenship does not have all of the rights package that the Mzungu Constitution does. That's why you have these people on the Supreme Court now. They're called originalists. There's 6 of them on the U.S. Supreme Court presently. And what they are talking about when they say originalists is they mean the original Constitution without Africans in it.
But I was asking you that question about the spending power. I don't know how you came up with all this. I'm asking you, why are the
I'm trying to take you back to understand what happened with these banks.
Right, Philippe. I think I can answer. I think I can answer the question a little bit better, Philippe. And this is like the whole thing of what I don't.
Okay, I didn't even get in. I didn't even get to the entities and how we try to load ourselves up. But if Judah doesn't understand how we are in the situation we are, then it won't make any sense. Like why we want.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
But there's a point in there, Philippe, is like one of the reasons that I think that's never going to be like a factor in that conversation is because, first of all, in that whole slavery thing, Africa had a culture of slavery from the beginning. So trying to go back and do the whole explanation to Africa about why Black people are not doing this, and the other, it's like, dude, who are you to even ask? You sold us. We don't owe you any explanation.
Yeah,
if we wanted to make the money and then burn it up in the air, we don't owe you an explanation.
SKC, I wouldn't say it's not like most Black Americans were sold out. You know, there is a slavery trade in it, but I believe majority were captured and hijacked and trafficked. You know, like I don't think all the tribes in Africa were just willingly selling out.
No,
not
all. Not all. But
yeah,
but
so
far as when it comes to.
But I respect your history.
No, Lozi, calm down. Let me tell Casey. It was not South. Hold on, Lozi, save your breath. It was not South Africa. South Africa didn't sell. So if you are afraid,
I know, but I'm saying just to be fair. I'm trying to be fair to the West Africans as well. I don't believe everyone was just lining up to sell their own people. I do believe there were sellouts who sold enough people as well. But I do believe that many people were captured and trafficked, and we know what the man is capable of. We know what they're capable of. So I mean, it's a bit it's a bit harsh. There is the slave.
Let's move it forward, Lozy, so that Judah can understand what the hell happened. Here's the problem. You can look it up. I can put the link in the chat. I put it there before. How Chicago lost its last black bank. Okay. And actually,
that bank in Chicago, the black American guy was dealing underground. He was extracting money for. This is the thing. Blacks have not been able to create a company that is legit. That bank was actually doing things wrong. Blame the guy. Blame the bank, not the government from shutting down the bank. That's why they shut it down, because it was more of a criminality environment.
That actually is not true. That's actually not true, Judah. You read the article, the ProPublica. No, Judah, that's not true. Most regional
banks. What you mean it's not true? I've seen ladies that are crying that
you read the article
extracting money. Yeah, I've read a lot of. I've watched a lot of women that were part of that bank, and they said how the bank duped them by taking more money from them and shutting down their homes and putting it out for foreclosures, saying they have overdue they have lost their payments, which was wrong, and they did investigation about the bank and they shut it down, and all these things were true.
Here is what went on, Judah. I understand, and I'm not going to say what you are saying. The end result, what you're saying is correct, but it's not why it got shut down. And this is a problem that.
Oh, okay. So you say I'm correct.
No. Let me tell you, black banks have low deposit rates. When we have our banks, we don't tend to keep a lot of our money in them, so they have low deposit rates. So when you have that, then the bank has to offset the risk, because you have all these accounts with low amounts in them. So they got to buy treasury notes.
No one trusts black banks.
Let me finish,
nobody trusts black banks.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Let me finish. So when they go and they buy these treasury notes to offset the low deposit rates, then it handcuffs them to be able to loan and invest in the local community and in the black people themselves. What happens is they're doing everything to just keep the bank liquid, because it's fractional banking. So in this particular case, once again, the black bank was having a hard time because black Americans were not putting enough money in the bank. And so the federal regulators came in there and said, look, you've got to do X cut and Y cut to keep this bank open. So what happens? A bank in Ghana comes and tries to merge with the Black American Bank in Chicago to help boost their assets. What happens then? Well, you still have the same problem of the low deposit rates. So then you've written mortgages and all these things, but you're not within the regs. You don't have enough collateral. And that's basically what happens in a lot of black banks, that they get regulated out of business.
Because people do not trust black banks, because people put their money in it and they lose it overnight. That's just a fact.
No.
Nobody
In this particular case, what happened was that the United States went to Ghana and challenged the assets of collateral that the Ghanaian bank had and froze it. And then once their assets were frozen in Ghana, then the bank in the United States was short. Now, should it have been frozen? Who knows? But it seems like, because there are plenty of Mzungu banks that do the exact same thing, that it was just an effort to close the bank. So the result.
No, it wasn't because of what was happening in Ghana. It was because many people were putting in complaints from that same bank. Go on YouTube and type it and see a lot. Even black women put in complaints on that banks. Come on, man.
I mean, say the truth.
Judah, I saw it, and there definitely was a problem. I'm not saying that there wasn't. I'm
exactly.
just defining.
I'm
defining what the problem is. What I'm defining is what the problem is. Banks don't work unless they have high rates of deposit and corporate.
Right. So why were people not putting deposit into that bank? That is the question. Why?
Well, I will throw that to the panel. I can tell
I'm asking you because
Listen, my family. I just because I'm dealing with my grandparents' estate right now.
Will you put money in the black bank?
My family has put lots of money in black banks, but unfortunately, a lot of
will you put money
don't.
in the black bank, SKC?
No.
Oh, there you go. Most people do not trust black banks, and that's a fact. SKC,
No,
go ahead. Go ahead, man.
And it's not even a thing about trust. It's what benefits me more.
Exactly.
And this is why we lose. And this is why we lose. We have to have institutions to support our businesses. You don't have one ethnic group. Wait. There's not one ethnic group, SKC, in the United States that doesn't do circular banking with their home country. Just think, the Irish do it, the Italians do it, the small hats do it, the Arabs do it. Every Asian group in this country circulates their money and does remittances. The only group that doesn't do it is Black Americans. They do their banking with whites, and we lose.
Right. Okay. And I understand you count that as a loss. I don't. And I don't view Africa as quote unquote home country. It's like, hey, if you had the quote unquote ancestors on your team and you traded them, then that's no longer their home team.
So then our home team starts as a horse or a pig in slavery. Correct? No. And then our home team starts as a horse or a pig in slavery. There is no history before that, right?
Correct.
I don't agree with you.
And the reason that I state that is because, you know how when everybody brings up these arguments about the reparations thing and all that other stuff, a lot of the other, I would say, quote unquote groups were able to get pressure from their quote unquote home country in order to help out with some of those agreements. Where was Africa? What did they say?
This is where we need to be. But if you are starting out in slavery, you didn't come from anything. You started out as a slave. You didn't come from anywhere. You came from a slave. But wait, by your own logic, you didn't come from any country. You came as a slave.
Felipe, you see, when Africa need help from the United States government, you know what Africa normally do? They lobby some politicians in Washington, D.C. If you need Africa leadership help, you can actually, Black American leaders or let's say leaders can actually do the same. Lobby Africa leaders to take a stand. I don't understand.
Here's what we can do. I agree with you, but we can take it a bigger step further.
We lobby people in DC to get it done. Do the same thing.
I agree with you, Nigeria, first, but we can take it a step further. If Black Americans bought Nigerian bonds, their treasury bonds, which is their national debt, we could make a big influence and maybe they would get our back because we would own their debt. But just like the black banks, we don't invest in ourselves.
Nigeria first. Nigeria
you think it would be a good idea to
Nigeria first. What have we achieved? What have we achieved by any lobbying? Saying we lobby these Western leaders, the American. What do we achieve?
You can't lobby without money. You can't lobby guys without money. You need money first.
It's just money for certain interests. So it is normal. Every country does it.
But their own personal interest, right? That because the continent hasn't benefited anything from any of these lobbies. We are worse. on the continent.
No.
We have a losing approach. We have a losing approach to economics. We don't work together. We pick at each other's faults. And when it comes time to circulate the money, we refuse to do it. And the reasons are numerous. And so we lose because we don't seem to understand that at the end of the day, if we're not circulating and building each other, we all lose. We're a bunch of independent actors that refuse to work together. And because of that, we lose.
What did I say? What did I say?
We're not a group, Philippe. Africa in itself is faction.
You just said we came from a slave ship. You were a group, according to you.
Right.
You're a slave.
Right. So,
and I'm not. I came from Africa. I did not come from a slave ship. That's the difference between your view and my view.
And that's fine. And that's fine. But
can I direct something to you quickly, brother? Look, I think writing off Africa completely, I mean, I understand the history, but writing Africa off completely will not benefit Black Americans. For example, white Americans are still tied so much to Europe because they believe that's where they come from. I think it will just benefit you guys if you keep a relationship with Africa for your own interest, just to benefit. I think it's not wise. Everyone is currently benefiting of Africa. They're raping the entire continent. Why don't you join in and queue on the gangbang and that's what you get?
Okay, now listen to what you're stating. I like if you were saying, you know what, everybody is going in and they are getting what they want from Africa. They, as you were saying, gang banging and so forth. Okay, I don't mind being in that position, but this whole idea of, oh, we're going there to help, we're going there to build some sort of coalition and all that other stuff. It's like, heck no, I'm the Akata, remember?
Wait. Before we even get into that, let's just look at something very. Before we even get into that, let's just look at something very simple. If we start a business, who do we go to scale our business?
To help Africa, we don't want you here because we don't need people who have that mindset. Come to Africa to do business, to make money. That's it. Make money, send it back to America to build more. We don't need them.
Before we even go there, Nigeria first. If we want to scale a business, who do we go to get the money? If I have a business, I want to scale my business. What infrastructure do we have on the continent in Nigeria or Ghana or whatever, or in Black America to help me scale my hustle business into a legitimate multinational business? What infrastructure do we have?
Philip, when you talk of infrastructure, now let me come to this. Right, look, Black Americans or the ones in America do not have a mindset of scaling business. That's a fact. I mean, the initiation stage is not even there. I mean, we have seen it. I mean, I'll tell Africans on the continent, do business with white counterpart, with people that have knowledge of what business is. Black Americans do not have knowledge of business. They are good in sport. And maybe if it's in sport, and then you can say yes. But I mean, when it comes to business, like in all these things, no, they are not good in. I mean, if we want to build Africa, we Africans should rely on white people in Europe to come in and do the job, business to business. I mean, but not with African Americans, because
I agree with Bantu on that. I agree 100% with you on that, Bantu. And this is the reason why. Just like how you were stating, you know what, you can do business better with Europeans and other white people from different groups and so forth. What you fail to realize is that there's a lot of Black Americans that have figured that out a long time ago, and they've been doing that for a long time.
Once again,
and that's why we both have nothing.
Hold on.
And that's why we both have nothing, because the reality of it is, let's just go through the top list. Don Peoples, right? One of the top Black American investment real estate investors. Who finances his businesses, whites or blacks? Let me answer that. Whites. Robert Smith, top investor, now federal informant. Who finances his business? the guy that gave all the money to the HBCU grads, right? So he paid for their college tuition. Where did that money come from? Was that black business or white business that supported it?
White business.
Answer: white. Tyler Perry makes
White
most of his
business.
money off of caricatures of black people, black images. His distribution and financing for his studio, did that come from white banks or black banks?
White. And
Okay.
and I'll tell you another one. I'll tell
Let's
you another one
continue.
right now.
Byron Allen. Wait, let's continue. Byron Allen. Byron
Same
Allen
thing.
is buying up stations and studios all around the country. Who does he hire? Does he hire whites or blacks?
Whites.
Mostly white.
And
So,
50 Cent, 50 Cent
and
is
so,
also
and
building,
so,
you know,
and
a lot
so
of, you know.
what we have is all of these black faces in high places that have very little impact on the reality of Black America. And to
Right.
Judah's point, that Black Americans traditionally did have their own businesses. What happened was in the 1970s that instead of reaching out to Nigeria, which was at its apex, that we turned
reach out
inward
to the
to
white
ourselves
people.
and became employees. And we trained our kids to go try to work in a Mzungu company and compete with Mzungus to hire us. And guess what? They don't like to hire us. They like to hire their sons, daughters, their nephews and aunts and wives. And so now you have a situation where a lot of us are fighting to keep our employment in a space that isn't to our benefit. Period. And that's why we both are struggling. The Europeans loan all this money to the African countries, and the African people on the ground do very little of it because it gets channeled away from the public.
Okay, once again, I told you it at the beginning, two retarded people arguing over crayons. And Kaiser, if you're here, can you place a link so that I send it in the back chat? It's a very short video if you want to. Okay, it's because you can talk.
Yeah, and I understand where Philippe is coming from because I talked to a lot of people that hold that viewpoint, other Black Americans. Nevertheless, where he says, "Hey, who were funding, Byron Allen, Robert Smith, Don Peoples, so forth." The people who had the trust to be able to invest in him.
There you go.
When he says, who is Robert Smith and Byron Allen hiring? The best people for the job.
Exactly.
It's like that whole idea about, oh man, like you need to pick black in order to succeed. No. When you're and I'm not trying to pick Philip, but when you have
you think I
people
was saying hire incompetent people? I mean, you're assuming if they're black, they're incompetent, right?
No, what I'm saying is from a business.
To me, when they're black, they're incompetent to me.
From what I'm saying is from a business aspect. When I'm looking at the numbers on the ground and I say, you know what? Holy crap! There's just been a report that came out of Baltimore that you have 23 schools that had that are primarily black that had 0 students that are able to read at grade level, to do math at grade level. But then you're going to have a group that's talking about, oh, we need to hire more black. It's like, no, you got to increase that. You got to change cultural issues that are on the ground that show that you want to put education in and all of that stuff instead of sports, rapping, drugs, fighting, all that other stuff. Once you fix that up, then we can talk about this whole building coalitions and all that other stuff. But when you have people from the top down that are validating the lowest sectors of Black American culture, whatever you want to call it, yeah, that's not going to exist. You're going to need to outsource and get the best people available. You're only at 13%. It's no way that you could create these huge conglomerate companies with how the culture is going at the current.
Once again, two retarded people arguing over crayons.
Oh man, come on, man. Look, man.
Can I just
Look,
close?
we should be speaking facts on this panel. You know, SKC, you speak the truth, man. I mean, even the blacks in America, we rather rely on Muzungu for a good business deal than with their own fellow counterpart. You know, that's why we had BAT. They sold out. Dr. Dre sold out his beat to a bigger company, right? Because when it comes to even competition, black businesses do not stand the test of time with competition. They are mediocre. You know, there is no. I mean, come on, man.
Right, and I agree with you on that, Bantu, and that's what I'm saying.
Can I just come in? Look, we have established the point that you guys were agreeing from the go. SKCs asked why should they look into Africa for any source of inspiration or anything. That was the whole where this thing started from. I remember exactly. I was listening, reason why I called it, and I was gonna say to SKC, don't even look into Africa. You can't draw any source of inspiration from Africans in Africa. Africa is in
can I say, Lozi?
Yeah, but allow me to make a point. Let me just make a point. Let me learn. So they've answered you, SKC. They came out. Jude is solidifying the position. He's saying, don't even look at Africa. They are all losers. They are all failures. So in my country, SKC, we have decided to trade with many other countries, and we are on part of BRICS because we have realized that Africa is not moving at the moment. So we consider other regions that are emerging markets and that have got a lot of potential, and we are diversifying because we have got this mindset on the continent. So don't look at the continent, brother. It's full of losers, and hence the continent is a total failure.
And so that's why South Africans are trading with the Muzungus more than even trading with the Black Americans. You know,
Lozi, hold on. Let me respond to you. See, when you are speaking, sometimes you need to also use your brain to think. See, I'm not here to attack Black America. We are all poor. See, but the reason why I'm kind of a bit hungry for Black America, let me be honest. They are in the most richest country in the world. They have the market. Okay, fine. Okay, yes. Let me agree. We are failed. Let them also come and steal the natural resources also and build economic power. See, if they are number one in America, at least I'll be okay. At least I will see Black people on top controlling what the economy there. That's okay. That's a win for Black people, Black race. See, sometimes some of you don't see the bigger picture. You just dwell. No, see, the Chinese are in Africa. The Indians are there. The Europeans are there. Let them also come in. Steal the lithium, steal the gas, steal the crude oil in abundance, gold, diamond. Involve yourself in the economy. You don't need to like. I don't need to like you. You don't need to like me. But let's unite on economy. I'm not saying we should come and hug ourselves. No. Sign contract with whatever country you want. Also extract their resources, then use it to build wealth in America. Then you create power there. It is simple. Yes, okay, let's agree we have failed in Africa. Let them do better than us. Is that too much to ask? So that's my view. This I'm not in competition with Black America, really. I am looking at the West because yes, that's where the power resides. You understand me? So I'm not jealous of.
I agree with you, Nigeria. First, what's sad to me is that our people have given up on each other. I'm not going to say, listen, SKC raised a point. A lot, not a lot, but several of my friends run businesses. Many of them are inherited businesses from their parents, their Black people. And one of the number one complaints that they have is that a lot of the kids and young people that they try to hire to work in the Black business are not ready to be valuable employees, because whatever household they came out of, they are not prepared to work in the ways that they need to work. And to that extent, SKC raised a point. Now, my feeling about that is, well, then Black Americans have to work on their families to produce children that are prepared to succeed. I think that that is a core. But it's not to say, well, I give up on Black people and I just got to work with white people. I understand the inclination to do that, but it's a losing strategy for what Nigeria said first.
Felipe, as we speak right now, there's a Chinese company who just set up a lithium processing facility, very massive, in Nasarawa State, in the northern part of Nigeria, because they have large deposits of lithium. See, if it is
where
Black
are African
America,
Americans to
Black
come and do
America
it? They want to
company,
talk about restaurant
hold
business.
on,
UFC, they want to talk about restaurant business.
Felipe,
What is it? Barbing salon.
if that was if that was a Black America company, I would be happy. Believe me,
Yeah,
because you know why?
but they don't have that mindset,
the
man.
money will
You know?
remain within the Black race. If that was a
Yeah,
Black
but they don't have
America
that
company,
mindset. They want to
I
talk
would have
about
been
barbing
happy.
Guys,
salon,
though, can you
restaurant
place
business.
a link into back
So
chat?
that's my view. It's not that I'm trying to shame. No, because I believe you guys live in a country where innovation is top notch, number one. You guys should have more skills than the Africa who doesn't have all the
UFC. Nigerian first, they want to talk about restaurant business, barbing salon, all these
there's no money there.
all these Airbnb. These are the kind of businesses. I mean, instead of talking about raw materials, creating warehouse, polishing gold in Africa, you know, in producing cars, you know, not this mindset.
You just said that.
But
Ghana
you're 100% wrong. That there are Black Americans, and I know a couple of them, that go to Africa all the time and go and help. And it basically winds up being, for lack of a better word, pro bono work, because they're not being paid their rate. I have a friend that just came back from Ghana that was working on their plumbing and on their electrical systems. He's a structural engineer.
Philippe.
What's that?
It should be about.
No, I'm just saying, keep going, Philippe, because I know individuals who have done the same thing, who have gone over to Africa, and they have told me those exact words, that pretty much they're not getting paid their rates, and what they're doing is pro bono work, and then for one of them to have this, I would say, some odd attitudes so far as like why don't you do more type of attitude, or even getting like ideas of getting like spit in your face, who do you think you are, and all this other stuff. Am I lying, Philippe?
No, it's a problem, and this is, Judah, I understand that you got cynical about what's happening with Black America and so on. And listen, there's a lot to be frustrated about. But the fact of the matter is that there are a lot of skilled people in the diaspora, both in Black America, the Black Caribbeans, and in Black Latin America. That there are skilled people. And a lot of these people are going to various African countries and basically doing charity work, donating their skills and their time to try to help African countries with big issues, whether it's water filtration, whether it's
we don't need that
medical. I have a buddy.
Yeah, let me get on this. Let me get on this.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, this guy, man.
Yeah, let me get in on this, Felipe. Hold on. First off, I want to say that when you guys were talking about Black Americans in and having banks and doing business. First of all, there's actually a list of I'll try to go and find it. There's a list of a dozen active Black banks. I used to have a list of over a dozen African Black American banks that are successful and that are doing, still doing business in the Black community now. Some of them are tied in with like the Black church. Like there's Black churches that have their own credit unions and stuff like that. But these banks they're serious banks. They got millions of dollars of capital, and they loan money out and stuff like that in the Black community. But that being said, let me go ahead and say this. As far as like business, like I think Jude said that Black Americans can't scale businesses. Black Americans don't have knowledge of business. The truth is that Black Americans in the United States, most of us are in the public sector, meaning we work for federal or state government, teachers, law enforcement, firefighters, city employees, county employees, state government agency employees, or federal government agency employees. That is where I would say the majority of Black Americans are employed. They're employed in the public sector. They are not heavily into the private sector like that. Now, why is that? We could discuss that, but I think that that's something that we should maybe, as a Black community, lobby for. We need to lobby the federal government that, hey, well, not I don't want to make this about the federal government, but we need to be thinking in terms of, okay, if we're going to lobby, why not lobby for more like federal funding or capital to be made available for Black entrepreneurs, Black business people who wait, hold on, bro, who want to be in the public sector and go for those government contracts. And then one more thing, and I'll hand the mic off, is as far as Jude, do you know Jude? And I read about this last year. There was a young Black brother. He's ex-military. He's in the tech field. He was in the tech field when he was in the military. He got a $14 billion defense contract from the federal government. You can go look him up. Just type in Google black man $14 billion contract from the federal government. He's a defense contractor, and he's a young guy too. That's what I like about it. I think he looked like he was in his early 30s or mid 30s or something. He's a young dude too. He's not no old guy. Okay, so the fact of the matter is, Jude, a lot of Black Americans are doing it. We are getting into the public sector. We are the private sector. We are starting to scale up. Be quiet, brother. Be quiet, brother. I'm not done yet, brother. We are starting to scale our businesses. And who knows what we'll be in 10, 15 years from now. But we do need to lobby for that. We need to. I for one, as a business owner myself,
so you guys
I'm not done, Jude. I'm not done, Jude. Okay, I for one would love to see more, Black American entrepreneurs doing big things in the public sector, and I like to see us become the number one employer of our people eventually. But I'm gonna go ahead and pass the mic. Go ahead.
Okay, very short.
You guys are still fighting for lobbying. Come on, man. You haven't so you guys are just started want to scale your business in this age, in this time of age, and then I see others saying that, oh, we should do business together. That's why I tell Africans, do not, because they have no track record. They haven't done it in the past. Maybe they are doing it now, but it's of no use.
He just laid it out to you. He just laid it out to you, Judah. He just laid it out to you, and you came back with the same stuff.
SKC, Philippe. SKC, let me talk. Judah. The problem
I was talking, and you guys are just all over me, man. Go ahead and talk.
I think City of Truth is right. He said, you guys are not merely involved in the private sector, it's the public sector.
Exactly. So we shouldn't even do business with them, because they live on hand to mouth,
You need to involve more.
The government has to pay them. That's what it is.
That's where the money is. That's where the
exactly. So they shouldn't even be telling us about business, UFC or Nigerian first. They don't live in that. You shouldn't be telling us about business, because that's not your specialty,
Man.
Well,
Really?
okay. Bantu supremacists.
So
like,
wait,
just
Judah.
your ideas on that.
What is the specialty that you brought with you from Cameroon?
Yeah, what is my specialty? My specialty is not here in the United States. I'm actually having businesses on the ground.
Like what kind of business?
Like what kind of business? Okay, when it comes to what kind of business, I'm actually working on real estate business and agricultural business. I'm talking about a landmass which is huge, planting of vegetables, and that's what I'm doing.
And who do you sell those to?
So if you're doing that,
wait. Let's do this step by step. Who do you sell those to? Black people or white people?
No, I'm selling it to my own people.
He's talking about land ownership in Africa. He's basically working in America.
To my own people. I know how to scale
So basically, you're taking U.S. dollars that you earn here, and you're investing them in your country.
So what is your point? Does the U.S. dollars belong to you?
My point is
that's the right thing to do.
You are complaining about what we can't do, and yet you're taking the money that you earn here and investing it in your country, and then telling us that we can't.
Yeah, but you don't have the mindset of doing
wait. Let's get into this. Let's get into this. That you are earning money in the United States and taking that U.S. currency and investing it in your country, while simultaneously saying you have nothing that you can earn or learn from Black Americans who essentially helped bring you here.
Yeah. Whoa, no, you did not bring me here.
Philip,
Come on, man.
Philip.
You did not bring me here.
Philip.
I came in out of my own. Hey, let me finish, man. Come on, man. I came here to America out of my own intelligence. You did not bring me here.
You came here because of the 1965 Immigration Act, which Black Americans helped you get here. Black Americans helped you get here, brother. That the law before was that you couldn't change. Wait, bro. You need to back all the way up. You need to back all the way up, brother. We gotta scratch the record, right? Brother, you are here literally because the 1965 Immigration Act changed the quotas for Africans to be able to come. Prior to 1965, you couldn't come.
1965, what the hell are you talking about? If Africans were already coming to America.
One voice, gentlemen, one voice. One mic.
Yeah, but I was talking
one man. Can you place a clip?
Let me finish. I was talking. Africans were, you did not, you have no clue of bringing people to the United States. That's not your specialty.
I actually do. And I'm telling you that you ask any African, they could not come in numbers before 1965.
That's what I'm talking about, Philippe. That's that type of arrogance that I find a lot with certain groups from Africa. They do not want to acknowledge the roads that were paved before them that they benefit from.
Yeah, but SKC.
And then they want to have the audacity to be able to try to tell you what you should be doing with your money.
Speaking on honesty, when a country have a bilateral agreement and they have embassy in both countries, they allow their citizens to visit both countries. This is about government to government. It's not. It doesn't require one.
This and that. Who fought for the Europeans
there are quotas of how many of each group can come. Are you telling me that doesn't exist?
No.
That out of each country, they have a number of how many people can come.
Before you respond, there's a video online.
And that's what I'm telling you.
Nigerians,
they're gonna try to tell you how your country runs. That's why I say just go ahead. Know that you're an American.
Video of
they're trying to tell you how things work in your country.
In 1955. Schooling in the US debating on Africa issue and issue in general.
You know who paid for those programs for Africans to come in the 50s? It was Black Hollywood celebrities like Lena Horne and Harry Belafonte. The Obama Sr., came on one of those scholarships that Lena Horne and Harry Belafonte paid for, literally out of their paycheck. Bruh, you guys...
Is Obama Sr. not white?
Obama Sr. The father is African, he's Kenyan. The mother was from Kansas.
This Obama Sr. Oh, I'm sorry.
See, this is the thing. You should
Obama
measure the
Senior, that's the
country.
father of Barack Obama.
Africa
He's
is a
from
I thought he
Kenya.
was talking about the grandfather.
Africa is a
No,
country.
no, the grandfather is Kenyan too. But look, man, this is crazy, bro. This is crazy. This is crazy. I don't have a lot of time to continue here, but the bottom line is that Judah, if you want to continue to hate on Black American people, I'm not going to stand in your way. But it's unfortunate because it's not based on facts. It's based on emotion.
South Africa and Nigeria, for example, we have an agreement. So they allow us to come to their country, then we allow them to come to our country.
And Nigeria,
that's how all countries work.
I want you guys out of South Africa. I want to keep
the United States from its foundation. The United States from its foundation until 1965 said that you could not change the demographics of the country based on any law. So if it was 70% white, 20% African, 10% other, immigration laws could not be passed to change that dynamic. That's why there were no other groups here but Black and white until the 63, 64, 65 Act.
There were no other groups.
Go look at the video. 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 There are not a lot of Asians here. There are not a lot of Africans here. There are not a lot of any of these people.
And that's what I'm telling you. You're arguing with people who want to try to tell you about the history of your country. And if you try to do that with them on their country, they'll curse you out.
But SKZ, why would I told you?
Jim Jewell is saying what I'm saying is not true. Okay, show me the numbers of Africans that were here pre-1965, and then show me the numbers post-1965. I think you'll see a difference.
Kaiser, are you here? Normally we don't have a long discussion. We just pull up the stats and the facts.
We got to pull out the numbers because I guess people don't know how they're even here.
It's not because of African Americans. You guys have
it 100% is because of African Americans. The changes in the law. Yeah, it is 120% because of African Americans. That they changed the quotas.
It was,
oh my God!
If not if not for Africans on the continent, Americans wouldn't even have recognized you guys. It was because of Africans on the continent that Americans.
I'm just shooting you straight. I'm just shooting you straight, man. I'm just shooting you straight. Without Black people in America doing their thing in 1965,
no,
the US didn't give a dang about Africa.
On the continent, America wouldn't have recognized you guys. It was the plight of Africans on the continent that made America to recognize you guys. Come on, man.
No, Judah, why are you lying now? Why we did nothing?
Judah, what you mean I'm lying? Maybe your own history is lying to you, but I'm telling you what happened.
I absolutely am not. I absolutely am not. That it's a known fact, Judah, that the law of the land was that you listen. If what you were saying was true, then why wouldn't a bunch of Africans have been here in the 1800s? Why weren't they there?
What are you talking about? How did you find yourself in America? You as a Black man.
Wait, listen, because you don't seem to get it. Any white person that wanted to come here could come, as long as they didn't mess up the demographic balance of how many whites were in the country. And then that's why you had some of these white groups that weren't considered whites, like the Italians.
How did
like the Greek. Whoa, and then you have all of these lawsuits for them to get recognized to be white because they were worried about the quotas. That the Italians, the Greeks, were not considered white when they got here.
This guy doesn't answer question. Man, you just
go Google it. Go Google it. And then some of the Asian groups, like the Arabs, They also were not considered white when they got here. They sued in court. They went to the Supreme Court to try to be considered white. The Asians also tried and failed. You don't know how this works at all.
Hold on. SKC.
Garvey came to United States. What year did Marcus Garvey came to United States?
Let me go for a little
No,
bit.
I'm asking him a question. Man, hold on. Let him answer, and then you can go ahead.
Yeah, but you're talking about the same point for 3 hours now. Just crack a history book.
Marcus
I just wanted
Garvey
to say to SKC.
was here at the early 20th century, but there was no mass immigration from Jamaica to the United States. And cats deported on taxes. What are you talking about, man? Where are the Jamaicans? Where's this wave of Jamaicans that came in the earlier 20th century, man? Stop.
How did they come though? How did they come?
Okay. If I answer the question, would you just let me speak? It's really easy. You brought up Marcus Garvey. He got here because Booker T. Washington invited him to come here.
Right.
A black person that was already here, who was a former slave, invited him here. And because of the statute that Booker T. Washington had, he had pulled against gun. That's how he got here.
But how could you invite another black person and he wasn't a citizen yet?
Because do you know who Booker T. Washington was?
He doesn't.
I know. Of course, I know BK. I know.
Okay, then if you wouldn't know that, then you wouldn't even have to ask that question.
What you mean? I'm asking you a question. You say, I mean, he wasn't a citizen.
You're talking about a person, and not just a citizen, a person who was invited to the White House.
Yeah, but I mean, when did black Americans become citizens of the United States?
So again, the whole thing that you brought up about this one individual, even that one individual was influenced to come to America by another black person.
It wasn't just Marcus Garvey that came to America. It was a lot of blacks that were already coming. So that nonsense of saying that it's because of us.
They actually did it because they were legally banned.
Hold on. SKC, no. I have to say it. SKC, I warned you about Judah. You were laughing and giggling in the background. When you wanted this guy to be invited into my peaceful century.
That's fine. That's fine. The thing about it is, what I'm saying is, at the end of it all, this is the type of stuff
who invited Malcolm. Okay, who invited Malcolm X mom?
But you wanted to invite him.
So far as the audacity of certain certain Africans to try to tell black people about the history of the country in which they were born.
Well, once again, why would you say invite him? And I give you 100 warnings. Do you want the century to be destroyed?
It's like if Philippe or I came into this trying to tell you guys that your history of your country was incorrect, you would curse us out.
Country works. Let's see. When we speak, we need to be honest at all times. The way
it's diplomacy. Nigerian first. They don't know that.
America benefit from Nigeria. Nigeria benefit from America. That's how it works.
Exactly. It's diplomacy. Telling me, they came here. If it wasn't for them, they wouldn't come here. Africa wouldn't come here.
If there were no benefit from Nigeria, America would not allow Nigeria to come into America.
Do you know how many African doctors come to the United States often to help the America field?
Okay, so
you are even talking. Do you know how many medical doctors?
Let's take your argument. Let's take your argument on its head. Okay,
why are you using logic?
Well, hold on, Snake. You were the guys that mentioned to me about racism, because you were saying both of you guys were stating to me, okay, but you got to deal with racism as a black person in America because of white supremacy and blah blah blah. But all of a sudden, you guys are going to change the whole thing around and say that that Nigeria is so valuable that the white supremacist nation of America all of a sudden said we want to do business with these black people.
Of course, they do business with Africa.
Oh,
Of course.
oh,
Even
the racism just
Russia
went
also
away,
does
huh?
business.
Okay,
What is
okay.
this
If
guy
you think
talking
I'm lying,
about?
do
The
you want me to?
racism went
Okay,
away.
do you want me to send you the
How
link
did
of the
the
export and
racism?
import between
Okay,
Nigeria
all right,
and
all
America
right.
last year?
So
They
so
make money
who?
from Nigeria. I don't get what you're
So
trying to
did
say.
okay. So
The
did the
friendship is not free.
racism exist or not?
Did I talk about racism? I
Did
discovered
the racism exist or not?
It's a yes
in
or
my
no
opinion,
question.
it doesn't exist because I don't see
Did
one.
the
One has not
racism
affected me.
exist or not? We're
It's
talking
a
all the way from Marcus Garvey all the way up till today.
I
Was
don't live
there
in America. I
racism
don't understand.
in
There's
now you
nothing
don't
as
understand.
racism in
Okay.
Africa. Stop
yes,
that
In
yes,
nonsense.
the
I'm
United
not that
You
you're
States.
guys don't
discussing
know
racism. You
nothing.
yes,
mentioned the
SKC, yes. Let's
because
continue.
Okay.
I discussed that
Okay.
with you, not me.
Since there was racism in America during all of
Ah.
that time, who were the people who softened the blow of racism?
Can I say it? Black people.
All
Discuss
righty
that.
then. So without the softening of that blow of racism and opening up that into the world, America was not going to do any business with you.
SKC, are you dumb? When it comes to business, there is nothing as racist. What the heck are you talking about?
Okay,
Just because a white man, a Muzungu, is racist to you in America doesn't mean he shouldn't do business
all right.
overseas.
This is how dumb I am.
Come on, man.
This is how dumb I am. This is how dumb I am, Bantu.
Come on, bro. Africa got resources. Americans go there for business.
The business that they did beforehand, the business that they did beforehand with the racism was colonizing your monkey behind.
Hold on, sir. The reason why the white man came into Africa first was because of economic purpose. You understand me? They find progress and wealth in Africa. That was the reason why. It is here you have gold. You have hold on, sir. They did see whatever. See, the reason whatever they gave us is because of what they get from us. It is not free. It has never been free. They didn't offer us nothing for free. And they will get
what did
more
they get
from
from you?
Africa than
Wait. What did they get from you?
They get a lot of resources. Gold, lithium, oil and gas, name them. Human resources, they get all of them from Africa. So I don't understand
So
why
that's why you were allowed in the country?
Of course.
What?
So then why weren't you? Wait. Let's follow your logic. Let's follow your logic. Wait. Let's follow your logic. Wait. Let's follow your logic. Let's follow your logic. They got it from resources. Wait. They got it from resources. That's why they were able to come. Okay. So where was the wave of Africans in 1900? Because they were getting resources from Africa in 1900.
Because
where is it?
Hold on. I need to be honest fully.
Philip,
when the European hold on.
You have higher IQ than this.
Let me use Nigeria for example. When the European was handling the economy, I think you're
Lucy, what the fuck are you talking about? I literally called him American booty clapper. I literally called my Nigerian American booty clapper.
Hold on, let me land now. When the European was actually handling the economy in Nigeria, Nigeria was in a better position economically. I need to be honest. The Mozumbu actually handled the economy properly than what we are currently doing. Nigeria economy.
But the guy is asking you dumb question. Why were Africans not coming here in the 1900s? Africans were stable.
They were already coming.
They have an economy that was going.
Because
things were going. Why should they be traveling? Come on, man. Most people travel to United States in the first place.
No, they weren't here because they couldn't come. And they were getting resources from Africa the whole time. They were blocked.
What is this brain rot?
They were blocked. You guys, they were blocked. If they wanted to come, they didn't even have control of their own land. You guys need to stop this. They didn't even have control of their own land.
Let me tell you one thing. When Nigeria economy was good, it was many of the countries in Africa,
the bigger power was bullying them and taking what they wanted.
Or Europe or England, it was free.
Think about it. I called the American booty clapper because I say it's the same thing like you said. That is normal history.
It is.
I call I call it the water carrier, the air slicker of the stars and stripes, all that things. And now think about it. If you guys are not here, I'm the only one, or Losi sometimes, and he comes up, that tries to stop the brain rot that is happening here. Do you know how, my God. Now you wonder why I was gone for 2 months. Think about it. What is this? What is this?
It's weird, Snake Man. This delusion that I would say in particular that Nigeria was just that important to America. It's like, dude, they had a much more powerful army, and they could come in and take what they wanted when they wanted. They didn't have to make it. They didn't have to make any trade of we are going to allow your people to come over here and all that other stuff. In the middle, I would say, especially at the turn of the century, when racism was at its height.
Why were Lena Horne and Harry Belafonte paying for all these Africans to come? Wait. If you guys could come with the whoa. Why were all of these black celebrities paying for you to come if the whites were bringing? Wait. That it was them that lobbied the State Department to pay the freight of all these blacks that came in the 50s and 60s. They paid black people. It's all documented. There's a whole documentary about Harry Belafonte paying for this. And there's also acknowledgement by Obama's father himself that it was Belafonte and that scholarship that brought him here. Dude, you guys, it's just amazing. It's amazing that you guys think that the Mzungus are going to be your saviors more than black Africans here.
We live in reality.
These guys do not know, man. Nigerian first. These guys, they see the Muzungu as their supremacy.
What doesn't exist?
No, you have. You told me that it was the whites that brought you here, not the blacks that helped you get here. When literally black Americans were writing checks to pay for your airplane tickets here. What?
No,
it's insane.
Okay, wait.
Philip, you not understand.
You are talking to different people now. You are not talking to me back to supremacy. You are talking to Nigerian person in Nigeria.
What is Lena Horne? Jim Jewell, what is Lena Horne? Yes, Harry Belafonte is from the Caribbean, but Lena Horne and Sidney Poitier also paid. The Portier is from the Caribbean, but Lena Horne was not. Listen, it's all documented. You can look it up. Black Americans helped you guys tremendously.
So these guys are actually educated people who doesn't understand how things work.
The guy doesn't know about diplomacy. Talking about people.
You think diplomacy brought you here? You think diplomacy brought you here?
Philip, don't try. You waste your energy. Philip, you waste your energy.
To travel to US. Did you pay for Judas money to come to US?
Exactly.
Like take for instance this.
Wait. Did you guys have a lawyer that helped you? Wait. Did you guys have a lawyer that helped you do your immigration work? Because you got to pay all your taxes. Did you have a lawyer that helped you get here?
On there. There's US
that's why I tell you.
Wait. Was there an immigration lawyer that helped you get here? Who filed your paperwork?
Nigerian first.
Wait. Who filed your paperwork? Were they black or white?
Talking to someone that have no clue about diplomacy. Why do we need a lawyer to file papers in Africa? You see the mindset.
Okay, so you didn't use a lawyer to do your immigration work?
To do this, do that. The thing is,
who sponsored you to be here?
Come on, man.
Wait. Who sponsored you to be here? Who sponsored you to be here?
The Muslim man is sponsoring me to be here.
Sponsor? I don't understand. What
sponsor? You either had a company sponsor you, or you had a family member. Which is it?
What is this guy talking? Nigerian first. This guy Namumu people they be.
How did you get here? How did you get here? I'm not gonna guess. I know how I got here. How did you get here?
There are all kinds of visa. It's like you don't even get it.
Okay, what was it? An
The guy
investment
doesn't
visa?
know
What kind
about
of visa did you
visas.
have?
He doesn't know about tourist visa. He
Wait,
doesn't
wait.
know
Oh,
about
there's
visiting
tourist
visa. He doesn't know about
There's
anything.
B1.
Come on, man.
I just have
Oh,
a
really?
The guy is
question
a
to
mumu guy.
Nigeria first and Bantu. I just have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay. So before, let's say, because I think Philippe is talking about everything that was pretty much before 1960. Okay, when did Nigeria get its independence?
Nigeria gained independence in 1960.
Okay, so how was it negotiating with the United States before it had independence?
How was it?
Thank you. Man, this guy
How
is...
was it? Wait, how was it? Come on, man.
How
Stay quiet.
I'm just asking, how did a nation that did not have its independence negotiate with the United States?
It was negotiated by the colonies because they were in power then.
The United States did not even colonize Africa. So the United States did not colonize any country.
What I'm asking,
The United States did not colonize any country in Africa, right?
How did Nigeria negotiate?
It was the British
to come
administration
to America.
When Nigeria gained independence in 1960, they became an autonomous, independent country like United States, and they had the right to negotiate businesses with any other countries in the world. And most of those times, they started doing created businesses in the United States, embassies, and all of these things.
Okay. So let's start from there. So we are acknowledging that you're talking about 1960 forward, not 1960 and before that. So anything to bring it up about
when Nigeria gained independence, but people were already traveling to United States before 1960.
How?
What you mean?
Wait,
how?
hold on. Let me tell you. I will send you an example.
No,
now.
I'm just saying how, because you do understand. I'm just saying, do you understand? Do you understand ports of entry and what was required in order to get into the United States?
Older today studied in United States. What are you talking about? And they are over 70 years old. Tinubu, what year did he study in United States? These are guys that came to United States. Come on, man.
What was required in order to get into the United States before 1960?
What you mean? What was required? As an independent country, you come in as a tourist guy. It don't matter. I mean, the way they were seeing you guys are ex-slaves. They respected Africans because we saw you guys. So we had leverage. Okay. We were like the masters that negotiated with the white man.
We can just start from here, Philippe. Do you see the issue that they actually believe that before 1960, even as a nation that did not have its own independence, that they believed that people could just hop on a boat and travel over to the United States and just get and gain entry into any of the ports?
They were
as
already
black people.
coming. I just posted a video of Nigeria. Of Nigerian students way back in 1957. We haven't gotten independence then. In America TV, debating on issue of South Africa, apartheid.
1957.
Yes, this video. Open it and let everybody see it. So we need to be truthful when we speak.
Let's not they don't know anything.
Hold on. Are we talking about right? The first we talked about 1956. Now we're talking about 1967.
No, there's a video of a Nigerian debating in America's television discussing the issue of race and
exactly
South Africa apartheid that was going on in South Africa.
Nigerian first, this is the thing, right? Most black Americans have no clue. Nigerian first, hold on. Most black Americans do not have no clue how Africans travel. They have never traveled. Most of them do not travel. They have never been out of the United States. So when we traveled, they doubt. They don't know. How can you be telling me how do you come here? A company have to invite you? No. People come here as tourists. We Africans, we have the money. The white man comes and negotiate and say, come here. Most of our guys do not go to school.
You can't stay here more than 90 days as a tourist. You can't stay here more than 90 days as a tourist.
Hold on. Did we just
say your tourist visa? You can't stay here more than 90 days as a tourist. unless you overstay your tourist visa.
Philip, hold on. Just no, guys. We just moved to goalposts.
That we also use business visa. If I want to open a business in the United States, I can get a visa and stay here as long as I can, and we have that money too.
Why did we move to goalposts? I thought it's about getting citizenship. So we're not talking about tourism.
Come on, man. I mean,
so we're not talking about tourism.
That's why Africans should not do business with these people. We're better off doing business with the white man, and that's it.
Do you my American brothers now understand? You were not there. Philip was there whenever we were talking about solution for Africa, and I told him some people must go to sleep forever, like Dr. Umar Johnson said. I'm not joking. Some people have to go to sleep forever.
Yeah, sleep for good,
man. I get it, and I got to move on. But this is why we have the situation we do. It is because, number one, we can't agree on basic facts. Number two, we spend our time insulting each other
some of us understand
instead of coming up with solutions.
And our country works.
I really think it's tragic that you think that you were able to come here when it's very well known that you could not. But I can't convince you. Look, a rude boy just put it in the chat. Wait. He just put it in the chat that the amount of immigrants that were here prior to 1965 was less than 1%. But yet you guys persist and think that you could come here.
But
it's amazing.
No. What you are saying is that they didn't allow black people in America before then, and that is a pure lie.
No, what I said was that the percentages of the population,
you said they did not allow any black man in the United States.
No, you don't know. The demographics of the country could not be changed by immigration. That was the law. So if it was 80% white, 20% or 15% black, 5% other, it had to remain that regardless to what the immigration
was. It didn't have to remain that because white people
was the law
from Europe.
Okay, hold on. Bantu, hold on. You can check this out very easily. All you have to do is just look up the McCarran-Walter Act of 1952. It says exactly what Philippe was stating. So it's like, I don't understand why you guys are arguing against.
UFC just posted a video on the back chat how Nigerians were here in 1956.
No. Post it in the front chat. And what you guys did was you posted a video of a world forum where students from various countries were asked to come and speak at a forum, and then they took their monkey behind back to their country. What are we talking about?
How did they come here when blacks were not in 1965, when blacks were not given independence yet?
Because they were invited to a youth conference. That was it. They were not given. They were not allowed to.
By the Muzungu, so the blacks had nothing to do with it. That's what I'm saying.
Oh my God!
Had nothing to do with it. By the Muzungu.
Thank you, Judy. By the Muzungu.
They were not given citizenship. What do you guys not understand about that?
They moved. SKC. They moved to goalposts.
People are not moving to the United States to settle down.
They were not given citizenship. Those were guests for a youth forum where they were discussing various ideas. I will post this in the front so people can see exactly what we're not moving. We're not moving the goalpost.
You are.
What we talking about was blacks were not coming here before 1964.
Never said,
that was what he said.
No, they didn't. You just don't listen.
What is this man talking about, man?
I listened. And to mention multiple times. Hold on, Judah. To mention multiple times that black people who are allowed. Hold on, Judah. Do you not let me talk? They mentioned multiple times.
Man, get out of here, man. What are you talking about? We cannot even understand what
Judah. They mentioned multiple times that black people were allowed into the country upon the demographic. They mentioned it multiple times. They never said you couldn't come in. It was restricted. That's why they mentioned how many did come in before black people loosened the law.
Okay, hold on. Let me answer that. If you look, many Africa started traveling abroad to settle down there in the 90s, because that's when the economy in Africa went down. Way back, people would travel to America, school there, and return back to Africa to work. They were not living in America.
So, I mean, America wasn't even that place where people should travel. And
Do you see how they didn't answer my question?
No, that was people started going.
A lot of why were Africans not travel? Were Africans forced to travel to United States? No.
In the 90s.
I mean,
T Gringer. Hold on. T Gringer. Do you want to say something? T Gringer, do you want to say something? We already reached level 10 brain rot. Let's talk about Weavers next.
No, you have.
I mean, it's very unfortunate that Black Americans hold this stuff in mind, that if it wasn't for them, Africans wouldn't be coming here. They don't even have. I mean, when I went to the embassy in Cameroon, right? It was a white guy, a Muzungu pulled me to the side. Oh, welcome to America. Welcome to our country. Our country is this 50 state. Every state is governed by a white man. We control everything. The university, things like, come on, man. I mean,
these people are, man.
my pain.
Snake man. These people that you've been dealing with, they are insane, Snake man. They are insane. It's like I'm sitting up here. I'm looking at the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. I'm looking at the Asian Barred Zone Act of 1917. I'm looking at the Philippine and Guam Immigration Act of 1924, and all of them. They're sitting up here telling them that none of that. That all these other people got barred from coming into the country, but Africans can just come in whenever they want.
I will show you when Nigeria started.
SKC, once again, do not invite him. Do not invite Judah. I want peace.
Thank you. Kidola is here now. His dad went to school in the US. Let him discuss with you. Kidola.
Yes. You see, make I talk my own now. Even 1973, when my father come to America, now white man is now scholarship. As for that time, if you know, immediately after that 1973 Africa Games, now my father enter, they go and scholar me go America by a guy called Dinka, during the Team Molita Mohammed time.
Yeah.
When he get there, and he was serving under the military at that time. So what happened is that when he get there, he went to this school at that time. I think that school just newly opened at that time. That university called in Tallahassee, in Florida. You understand me? That AM Agricultural and Machinery University. It was being run by the white men. My father never ever understood. My father didn't know there was Black Americans even at that time. They were just doing the thing in Africa. Then when he got there, he met a guy called Black Americans at that time, who was also running. The same thing was also running for Nigeria during all those periods. Even to the 1956 Olympics. That guy he met, and you see, most of his doings was with white people. Because I check his album, was with white people, a lot with white people. You understand me? Only when you want to preg, when he's having some kind of side chick that have 3 children for him, I think he really deal with Black Americans. But you have only one Black American as a friend, which is Edwin Moses. Edwin Moses at that time was America 400 meters hurdles world record holder. You understand me? To talk even Uganda guy came to defeat that record at that time. So really, my father experience with Black America, what he told me, that some of them came to meet him. He took 2 of them out with his Cadillac at that time, open roof, that on the way, these 2 guys said, "Oh, I want to pee." They hit that stop. He said they almost robbed his car and robbed him.
What is this?
Oh, wow.
You understand me? He said he was more friend with Latinos, Mexicans. He told me that Mexicans can go up and down.
And even till today, that's who we are friends with. Latinos, white people, Muzungos. Not
that was inside 70 already, my bro. He said the later he come close to Black America, then there is baby mama and two guys that actually he went out to. He said, but they advised him. He said, guess what? When he went to do teachers practice, we say when he went to work on the school there, kind of like internship. He said that was one of the most worst school he ever seen in his life. The black kids don't listen.
Wow.
They drink behind the ones in the back of the class. They drink there. If you want to talk to them, they will threaten you that they have guns and everything. You understand me? They just start looking at them like, wow. So that's the only experience, the closest experience you have with Black Americans. Everything was with white Americans.
Your father wasn't even one of the first from Nigeria. Other Nigerians came here before even your father came.
Yeah, even the Mazikiwe came inside 50s already, 1950 something.
There you go. So it wasn't because of Black Americans that Africans started coming to United States, right?
No. Africa started coming heavily because America was trying to play politics with the Soviet Union, and up to today, it's not because of the black people that they're giving visa to Africans. You see, the visa is a quota system for Americans, even against the Africans. A Filipino person will get visa more easily than an African person in terms of getting visa to the United States. So the blacks are not really doing nothing. Let's
Exactly.
now. Those guys that in New York now, protesting, when they succeed one day in their life, Black Americans, because of you were here. But they will forget that there are Black Americans who also hating on them, while Latinos are giving huggies, giving net, giving blanket to their own citizens, even taking money for Chicago Council to feed those ones, asking the blacks, why are you complaining? These are human beings. But the one in New York, the blacks are complaining. Who are they? What are they doing for? So I think it's time for Black Americans to say, we don't bring you here. Who is this ugly guy, motherfucker, man? So we didn't bring you here. And it's not because of you. The Africans are in America. The blacks have no power to give anybody visa. I've been to the United States Embassy. You see, to be honest, 90% or 95% white. The other ones is the one that mix with Latinos. White mix with Latinos.
Right, exactly. There you go.
That's what you see, bro.
I mean.
I wish you guys a good night. As you can see, if you want to endure that a little bit longer, you can.
I guess Snake Man will say it's because of
forget this Mumu guy. Allow Snake Man to go, man. Let him go.
Sometimes you see what Black Americans have to do. I asked Nakbizi once. I said, Nakbizi, you could live under a superpower, under the umbrella of the superpower as Black people, but you are the least people who project power inside that umbrella. The Latinos are projecting power inside that United States. The white people are the one holding the gold, the golden bar, followed by the Latinos and the Asia. I said, but the blacks actually cannot project power inside that umbrella. Rather, they will join these people to attack even the Africans. You see, one thing the Africans does not like is that Africans see that you people have no power, and Africa deal with more with people. Africa deal with more people with power. And
I agree with Kidola.
Yeah, because you live inside an umbrella, but you have no power. You cannot say, "Oh, why are my people not coming in?" Look at the Latinos. Look at what they're doing now. They're in Chicago, occupying places, but there's nowhere. African America don't play on the larger form of population. The larger you are, the more respect you have, or the more voting rights you have. But the Latinos are coming in millions, dominating, and you have to understand, these Latinos don't treat their own Black people in their countries where they're coming from good. So they will also see you, if you like, wear Timberland, wear Versace. If you like, have the best car. The way they will see LeBron James is the way they will see their people, where they're coming, with the way they see Black people, where they're coming from. They will always, but it's a pity. Akon said something like this. He said when he was in the United States, the Black Americans start calling him dirty. They say, oh, he's too dark, he's too this. He said, but who gets what? Who helped him? It's Puerto Rican guy who continue encouraging him, pushing him. I said, you can do it. He said the guy is dead now. And when the guy died, He gave millions to the mother of that guy. It was not the black Americans that helped Akon. In his record label, we just have to be very truthful about that. He said it himself. He said the blacks were laughing at him heavily about his skin color. They would diss him, they would attack him, they would do all kind of shit on him. You know, so the truth has to be said. People that said, I was watching a girl who said the hell that she received her United States, and the hell is from black Americans. So we don't know why are black Americans so racist to their own skin color. Why are they not? I don't know what to say, man. If it's xenophobic up, they are just like that. What is going on? The Latinos will drive away from their neighborhood. Let me tell you one thing.
Listen,
you might not be able to drive Africans because people look the same, or Africa will not be able to drive because people look the same. But Latinos will surely chase you out of their neighborhood. That's just the truth.
You know what's the similarities with Bantus and African Americans? They both suffer with the inferiority complex. They have self-hatred. So yeah, that's why they're a failed community. They play victim. They cry all day talking about white people. This, all they do is just cry white people. That white people blame white people everything. You know they, so that's why they are where they are today. Stop blaming white people for every problem you have. You guys and Bantus.
Yeah, that notion. Yeah, of course.
We agree with you. We should stop blaming white people. We should focus on our issue and solve it. It's all about problem solving.
Exactly.
We cannot solve our problem, then let's deal with it.
I keep saying that we should not rely with black Americans. So we have nothing in common. The best person to do business is the white man. That's it. I mean, I live in the United States. They have no supermarket. They have nothing. The only thing they do is barbing salon. That's it. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. You count on their money. Their money is not even something that you should rely on.
I mean, it's complicated. It's difficult, man. I mean, they've been through a lot. We can't deny that. African Americans have been through a lot.
What you mean they've been through a lot? What about
all of us have
they
been
did.
through a lot?
What is this guy talking about?
My grandfather, some of us, I'm from Edo State. Some of our grandfathers, they went to war with the Portuguese. You understand me? We are still alive. We are not dwelling on that part.
People are living their life. You say they have been through a lot. So is slavery something a lot? Were they the ones that suffered through slavery? What?
Okay, hold on. Let me ask Kidola.
Yeah, you.
Are there not monuments in Edo State of some of the white people, Edo people killed during the war with white people?
Oh yes. If you go to
Thank you. We fought war with yes, we lose, but at least
I was still we don't think about what happened to us with them because we just want to move forward. Look, that's what I said. When you're a warrior, you fought a battle, you don't think about the past. You move forward. That moving forward is you have to conquer. You understand me? You have to conquer. That's what the black Americans are not yet because they did conquer, they didn't win nothing. Listen, just free them with a pen and a paper. So you can vote. It will not even read free, you can vote now. Then after that vote, you can vote now. Then Vietnamese war came into play. Man, they were shipping them over there to fight like hell.
Are you guys willing to have the conversation, or do you just want to talk, or do you just want to talk past the only black American on the panel?
It's not about, look, bro, look. We're just saying the truth. You people sometimes have secret hatreds against is this start now? This hatred, this start. It's the 90s. This hatred started in the late 60s to early 70s, when Africans started coming to United States, coming to study really because America was trying to conquer the Soviet Union. Because the Soviet Union then was giving scholarship to Africans to come to their own country to study. And most Africans were coming to Soviet Union at that time. They were having like PhD degree. Sometimes they get married to Russian women and everything. So the Americans see it as a part of like a risk to them. So what they have to open up a little bit and let some of these Africans to come on scholarship, sponsored by their own government. Then all of
that is fine. All I'm just saying is from the black Americans that are like me, and we are not a small section. The pro-black people are actually the minority.
I don't know, man.
The majority. Okay. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. Like you told me a truth of how it is. I'm trying to tell you a truth of how it is. The majority of Black Americans don't give a damn about Africa.
Yeah, but we know.
I
But
agree. I agree. That's
yes,
no.
that's what I told you. That's what I told you. That's
true.
what I give you the truth.
What is more? We never will give a damn about Africa.
Kidola,
that's why I told you the truth.
Sorry,
That's why I told you the truth. My father, you just check a guy be born at 43.
I agree. You shouldn't give a damn about
hold on.
Africa.
Everybody,
focus
hold on.
on your people
Coach
first.
Kidola, he let you speak, so you let him speak. All right, carry on.
Like I was saying, just as you guys can have your thought processes about Black Americans and what they should be doing and what they shouldn't be doing and all of that type of stuff, the majority of Black Americans do not give a damn about Africa, nor do we care about anything about what Africans have to say about what we should or shouldn't be doing. You don't have you and the reason for it, and the reason for it is because just as we don't have the right to tell you guys what you should and shouldn't be doing, you guys don't have the right to tell us nothing.
Yes,
exactly. That's true.
Exactly, we agree with you. Facts.
Yes. I think you guys should solve your own, community first before worrying about the so-called.
Right. But that whole idea of even having a whole bunch of African people trying to tell Black Americans what they should and shouldn't be doing, it's like, you know what? If you want to play that game with us, the first thing that we're gonna say to you guys is, if you want to have that conversation with us, get your money up.
Then stop
until you can match our money. Don't tell us nothing.
Then stop complaining about the Asia and the Chinese. We will work. We continue to work with them and develop with them. Then
I work with them. I work with them. Why they need Hashasi?
We did came to your China. You are here to speak on our issues. You see?
Why they need Hashasi? Are you working with them?
Allow you to be in their channel. If you go to their channel,
are you working with them? I am.
You go to their channel, they're gonna put they will never let you in, man. They will curse you.
Does anyone else on this panel speak Chinese?
Look. Africans don't really care about what Black Americans are doing.
Oh, okay. So there we go. But you guys want to talk about working with the Chinese? Okay.
Black Americans are laughing at Africans. Neither in school,
nobody cares about Africa, bro.
So
the majority of Black Americans are not talking about Africa.
The Muslims care about us. At least we do business with them.
You have to understand that.
Okay, well then do it and go win.
Africa
we're already on that path. So relax.
Okay, so then there should be a lot of growth coming out of Africa.
Of course,
what the heck are you talking about?
He already is. Just stay behind and watch.
Oh, okay.
It's Ghana that inviting people, not the whole of Africa.
So then what's the problem?
The problem is
you are here on our platform. We are not on your platform.
If you want to go to your panel,
exactly. You are the one over here. We are talking about African issues. Come on, man. You came to our space.
We don't come to your panel. We don't come to your panel, though. You know what I mean? So it's
how do you think that I found this channel?
I don't know. Maybe your ancestors.
The owner came to my panel first.
Who the hell are you, man? Are you a
criminal?
Yeah. The owner came to my panel first.
Is your ancestors a criminal? Because
but we're just talking about African issues. And when the owner came to my panel, I was not talking about any sort of African issues.
If you talk like
he came into He came into an American space
talk like a criminal
talking
like
about Africa.
I will say you again in the third time. If you talk like a criminal like us, you'll be sold because you deserve to be sold.
Who cares? Who cares?
Nonsense.
Who on the national stage listens to Africa?
We'll sell you again because your dad because your husband used to steal yam in the farm.
I mean, I know that a lot of them refer to the avatar that you have on your picture. I know a lot of people that refer to Africans as that.
Even one of them on the chat is talking about African. These guys should look up to Africans. Africans are the epitome of perfection. African Americans should go down on their knees and worship Africans. That's the fact. Without us, the white man wouldn't have given you that recognition.
That's the whole spin of it all, Bantu, of why a lot of black Americans do not want to work with Africans, because you guys have that attitude right there of that somebody kowtow to you guys, and truth be told, you guys are really not all that on the global scale. When both world wars went off, you guys were just an afterthought.
What are you on stage, or you like the slave that followed the master to fight?
That's the truth. When the rest of the world, when we talk about World War I, World War II, Africa was just an afterthought. You were just a place to plant supplies and stuff and so forth. You weren't involved. The big boys were handling big boy stuff, and you guys were just on the side.
Don't worry. But it wasn't when you come to our land, we'll accept. See, the only thing you have over us against
it wasn't
us,
our
just the
wars. It was
without
the
the nuke.
European.
Without the nuke, Amano, you are not going to beat us. Let's be honest. Except you drop nuke. If you don't do that, then you are done.
That's why it's called. That's why it's called having it. That's why it's called having it.
Hold on. Do you know what that would do? That would.
That's why it's called having it. And to be honest, it's like the majority of the country, the countries all throughout Africa, they exist at the pleasure of the rest of the world power.
You don't know the reason why American economy will collapse. You know why? Many of world trade pass through Africa.
Only because of the resources that you guys cannot refine yourselves. That has nothing to do with the people. The people did not create anything.
No.
All you're doing is just babysitting resources, raw that you can't do anything with yourself.
That is our leverage. You have none. You have no.
That's your leverage. The raw items that you can't do anything with by yourself.
That's our leverage. I think you can use that to negotiate. You don't have anything to negotiate.
The white man dragged your grandfather into a battle that you do want to fight. So who's more important now? You that been dragged like a slave, or the African that start seeing them? What are you talking about, man? Don't talk any nonsense here. You know the bottom of the belly here. You have nothing. You real low.
And yet more money passes through us than your entire continent.
Can you buy jeans? Can you buy jeans?
And yet more money passes through us than your entire continent. All the countries combined. They never see as much money as Black Americans spend annually. The largest continent on the face of the planet, money-wise, does not touch Black Americans.
The richest black man on earth is
the largest continent on planet Earth does not touch the money that Black Americans spend annually.
When I start studying these people, I start seeing things why they realize this. Sometimes why the white man sometimes want to run away from them.
They are government employer. Felipe said it here.
And Jim Jewell, you're right. You're right. We have that because we're riding with Europeans. Yes, we are. And the whole point of that, Jim Jewell, is this. in this position, we're still better than the entire continent.
These people will say
The whole thing.
That's right. But if you look at it,
Who
they
stopped
are
to
the
come
ones.
back eat a burger? How
Did
can
you,
you be better with that? Give you food
The
stamps?
whole thing
How
combined,
can you
Jules.
be better with that? Give you food stamps. I want to know how can you be better with that? Give you food stamps to come back, make a
The
make a
whole thing.
You know,
Well,
you can't even claim
This dude here is talking about food stamps while accepting
yeah, you can't
gifts
even
from
claim
us.
nothing. You can't even claim
By
nothing. You can't even claim
accepting
nothing.
billions
You
upon
can't even
billions
claim
of dollars from us.
Accepting from the white man, not you. Don't pay tax.
welfare.
Yeah,
Nigerian
my
people are
money goes to that.
No,
My
you
money
don't.
goes to that.
No. You are a consumer.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Every time when I pay taxes, every quarter, every quarter.
You take from the US
Most black
government.
Americans do not work. You only consume. How is your money going to Africa when you are a consumer in America? We Africans are the one working. You guys do not work. Come on, man.
Oh, even America are making money as we speak. You have Microsoft, you have Google, you have Oracle in Nigeria. They are making a
always
killing.
play computer games at home.
But
Yes, A86, us, American.
Try to
American.
play hero on the computer game.
American.
You begging for the
do you consider yourself FBA?
American.
He is FBA.
He's
What kind of
FBA.
FBA is it?
So he considers himself
it's
native.
That cry every time. They can cry.
Do you consider yourself native?
Oh, the Africans are still with their black now.
American.
America. Go and chop your hamburger, boy, and your pancake. They're all waiting for you. The sugar stroke.
Okay. American.
Have you ever eaten your pancake? What's your dinner today? Pancake and chicken?
American.
Nonsense.
And this is why I'm saying the whole thing about Africa as a whole with all of that bliggity black talk and all of that stuff, it's ridiculous.
Nonsense. You have money. Can you afford
It's
a jeans?
ridiculous.
Look, I can sell you $5 jeans somewhere. I can tell you where they're selling it.
Okay, well then take that to the stream. Okay, well then why don't you put your money where your mouth is and contribute to the stream? Why don't you help Kazorian? That's your African brother, right?
Nonsense.
That's your African brother, right? Why don't you donate to the stream? I have.
Do you own the building you stay in? Do you own the building you stay in America?
Why don't you do something as simple as that? Why don't you show unity with another African brother and donate to his super chat? Why don't you do that?
You don't need to tell us. We are the one moving this China here. Nigerians donate.
No. I'm just saying on a very simple thing. Nigerian first. On a very simple thing. If Ola is all that, why don't he put his monkey money to Kazorian? Why don't he give him a super chat? The black American that was on the panel did. Why can't he?
Look, let me tell you something. If you drive it back home, I don't know if you drive it, you take it.
Heck with a home. Why don't you just give your own guy who you're talking on his panel? Why don't you just give him a couple of dollars?
Don't go for that. Don't allow this guy to.
Why can't you do that? Before we talking about houses and power and businesses and all that other stuff, why don't you do something small first? Just contribute money to the panel that you're speaking on. Why don't you do that?
Let's be honest. This kind of guy now, who doesn't even know how to do business. How can we relate with this kind of person?
You cannot relate with this kind of person.
How about this? Do business right now. Do business right now. Why don't you do business right now by helping out Kazorian and super chatting him? Why don't you do that? That's keeping money amongst black people, right? Why don't you do that?
We are not kids here.
Look at the very bottom of the screen. I contributed.
Shut the fuck up. You are not
Why
going
can't you guys?
We are not donating.
Y'all don't like y'all brother like that.
Y'all don't. You don't want to donate to another brother.
Okay,
another African brother.
Listen. I have a business proposal for you.
Okay, so the little money, this little money won't mean nothing.
Calm down.
If you got a business, this little money ain't gonna mean nothing. Give Katorian some money.
Relax.
Two Bantus.
Listen. I have a business for you.
Just give him a couple of bucks. Give him $5. Give him $10. You ain't nothing to money. I see all the gold that your monkey avatar got on.
Stop shouting. You're not on the street. Calm down. You see, the business you offer to me is the type of business I will not want to do with you. One.
I'm not talking about business with me. I'm not talking about business with me. I'm saying business to the person that you're talking about. The Zorian Empire is an African, and he can use your donation. Are you going to help him as another African or not?
Let me tell you.
Do you want to do business with another African or not?
Let me tell you where your money might be coming from. Might be your chicken change.
Oh, it sounds like you one of them African scammers.
Hold on, homo.
It sounds like you're a scammer. Like you don't, like you do not want to give, like you do not want to support another African.
Have you heard of a Nigerian prince?
You know something? You know what I'll do for you, Ola? I'll go ahead and donate some more money for you. Okay, I will do that as as this dusty, broke. Black American that don't know nothing. Let community anthropology SKC help you out.
I know your job, brokers. Now that you're a pimp somewhere, pimping your own people, trying to be cool. That's what you know. Something you want to do with somebody. I don't want to do that business with you. Look at your brother O'Shea in Uganda. That's what he's doing. He's doing no shit. You go over to you want to pimp. That's what you not about. So if by the time you be so superior enough to talk to a superior black man like me, the real black from Africa, the Shaka Zulu. Look at me very well. Look at me.
I'm gonna let my money talk. You keep talking. I'm gonna let my money talk.
Look at me, pimping. What do you know nothing about? You only make noise here. I will stay to that. I will stay to what's better for you. You must have to sit there like a little kid and be tortured like a little kid. You are a kid. I have to teach you a lesson. You don't know nothing. If the pancake you eat is not worrying you, that's your problem. Go eat your sugar flow with your peanut butter. Nonsense. You come and make hell out of a noise. What the fuck are you? Look, I feel sorry for the white man. But the white man be taking care of people for a very long time. It's time for the white man to free now. The white man says he wants to be free from you people. The white man is a nice man. God bless the white man. To be with people is very difficult, bro.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
Exactly. That's why the white man put them in a cave and locked them up. Us, we were free. We come and do business with the white man, sit at the round table and talk one-to-one with the white man.
So go ahead and support. Do I have to be the large? Does a black American have to be the largest supporter for this show monetarily?
Make it 200. Make it 200.
How about this? How about you put your Bantu pennies together and match it?
Please make it 200.
How about you do that? No, convince me that you can do that little bit first. Convince me that you can do the little first. We go little at a time.
Let's start with 200. Move.
Let's go a little bit at a time. Let's see if you can put your Bantu pennies together and match it.
Let's go. 200.
And that's what I have found in my lifetime. You put the money up, the Africans shut up.
No, make it 200. Make it 200. Let's go.
Yeah, I never come back, but I was just trying to listen, and you guys, this is really like heartbreaking stuff. What you're doing here, bro.
Why, Felipe? Why,
we
Felipe?
are just being
it's heartbreaking because you have groups all around this world that absolutely hate each other's guts, let's just look at like the French and the Germans. They fought 2 world wars out of their conflict. Yet they're able to work together to get the bag, even though they literally murdered each other in 2 world wars. You've got Africans where, if you count Africans, 1 in 5 people in the world is African. 1 in 5 people in the world is Chinese. So you have the same reach in terms of people as China if you could unify those people. But instead, we spend hours criticizing each other, talking down to each other, accusing each other of each other's failures. It's just absolutely tragic, and it's completely unnecessary.
Do you think Africans want to take lecture from you? I mean, we know what is why we fought for independence
I'm
of the
not
continent.
lecturing you. I'm not lecturing you, Judah. I'm not lecturing you. And Judah, I want you to succeed. I want everybody on this panel to succeed. I came back up here because we were fighting with each other in a horrible way that was completely counterproductive. Judah, if you think that the method of your success is working with whites, there's not a Black American in the country that's going to stand in your way to go and work with whites. Not one. By the same token, that yes, continue.
I just wanted to say, Philip, I want you, 2 retarded people arguing over crayons. Why do no one listen to me when I speak this golden wisdom? Why must it always happen? And afterwards, oh yeah, maybe Snake Man was right. Maybe he talked some truth. But hey,
you know, I hate that it becomes that, Judah. Like, I don't know you, man. I don't have anything against you. But I know that you're African, and I cheer for your success. I don't understand why it's necessary to criticize other people that have no malice against you whatsoever. My predisposition is to cheer for you because you are African, because I am African. And it just is really upsetting knowing, you know, like,
Felipe, we need tough love. We need tough love. Even we here, we criticize ourselves every day here. Even me, I criticize my people, including myself, because.
Well, I understand that, and it's not like we both don't have problems
with mediocrity and laziness. We need to get our ass up and get this done and behave like the rest.
I agree with you, Nigeria. First, we've talked before, but it doesn't help to criticize one another when the task in front of us is huge.
And what is that?
Well, listen. I will give you a perfect example of what that task is.
Go ahead.
There are Nigerian doctors here in the United States. There are Black American doctors in the United States. Do you know that Black Americans and Africans don't like to go to their own doctors? Do you know that we have Black Americans and Africans? Wait. This is the task.
Because there isn't many of them. That's why.
You asked me what the task is, and I'm going to tell you. You've got Black American and African MBAs in this country with no Black American and African clients. You've got Black American lawyers and African lawyers in this country with no Black American and African clients. You've got Black American and African pharmacies in this country. And you've got no Black American or African customers.
Oh, there's plenty.
So what are you doing about?
No. We don't have one multinational corporation that reaches between any African country and the United States that's a Fortune 500
Why
company.
not
Not
start with
one.
your own people
Not,
first and then
not,
bring in
not,
Africans? Why you think
not,
you should
not,
but bring
not
everybody
even,
together?
not even Dangote. We don't have one franchise of all 54 African countries, or 56, depending on how you do the count, one bank that is in the United States and in an African country. We don't have one multinational franchise like that. Yet we've got all of this smoke for one another. We're so far behind the 8 ball, we don't have time for this.
Listen,
but what we do
separation
have,
is the
but what we
solution.
do have is an African
Separation is the
stream
solution.
where we're having conversations about all of these things, and we have it being sponsored by Black Americans.
Actually, if you
I mean,
go,
listen, everyone,
That's what we got.
you know, Kaizo deserves the support and love to bring us together. But man, it is just frustrating as hell to sit, you know, I listen to this while I work, and it's frustrating to see us fight and argue when we don't, we're small potatoes. We're small potatoes in the United States, and we're small potatoes
I had a
in each
quarrel
one.
with you when you came here and disrespected Africans. You say if it wasn't for African Americans, we wouldn't be coming here. You had no
Separation
clue
is the solution.
You had no
Judah,
clue about
Judah,
Just everybody.
Judah, wait, Judah, you intentionally, Judah, you misinterpreted what I said. What I
Felipe,
said.
you said
Wait,
there's
wait,
no
wait.
African bank in the US, and that's
I'm gonna
making
have
it
to break
very.
it. I'm gonna have to
Wait.
break it.
You
UBA have a
misinterpreted what
branch.
I said.
UBA have a branch in New York. So
Philip,
let's.
Philip, is it?
Wait. Well, I
What are
couldn't hear
you? Are
what
you
Nigeria.
African
Hold on,
American? What are you?
Nigeria first. Say what you said.
I said UBA, United Bank for Africa. They have a branch in New York. They have in the UK also. So I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, is that a bank that's serving large amounts of Black Africans in the United States?
no.
Where are their franchises in all the major cities? They're in New York because the UN is there.
That's not the reason.
Where is it?
Nigerians are in New York, so that was the reason why they said it
I'm
up
so
there.
tired.
No, the UN is there. The UN is there.
Yeah, the UN headquarters.
Where is the service of that bank in all the major cities? There are lots of Nigerians in Houston. Why aren't they there?
They have to grow. When they grow, they expand more. It's step by step.
But they're not there.
At least someone. But
You were bringing it up. You were bringing it up to say that we do have it. What I'm trying to say is, look, man, I'm for that bank expanding. I'm for trying to level up all of these things. I'm for it. But it is absolutely galling that we sit here and criticize one another when we have all of this work sitting in front of us. Judah, you sat here for at least 30, 40 minutes telling us about how Black Americans haven't achieved anything. That's just factually untrue. It's factually untrue.
Let me ask you a question.
For hundreds of years, Black Americans have succeeded and
Are
have
you an
built
African American?
businesses. I am an absolute African American.
Okay, Philip.
Yes.
Philip, you must understand. Philip,
Do
you
you
must
support
understand.
Pan-Africanism?
Okay, Philip, you must
Excuse
understand.
me?
Judah don't care.
Do you support a Pan-African?
I support Black people of African descent making money with each other. Period. I don't.
What do
I
you
don't.
mean Black descent? What does
I
that
mean, if you have ancestry from an African former kingdom, now country, I support you and another person with similar descent making money.
Okay.
That's what I support.
Another word,
Must understand.
Bantus.
What?
You must understand, Philip. First of all, don't talk to the horn as they're retarded. Like they're no more retarded than Judah. Second of all, Philip, You know Judah. Judah is someone who makes someone on Kaiser's channel cry because he cannot stop hating. Does not matter how many facts, does not matter how much data you bring, does not matter how many statistics, he does not care. I think he uses this as a trolling platform. Straight up.
And I get that. And listen, man, I support and love Brother Judah just the same as I support every brother on this channel. And I just am not on this kind of, hating one another. I will say this, for the East Africans, particularly the Horn of Africa, arguably you should be some of the richest Africans in the world because of your coastline and your geo.
What the hell? Kaiser, what are you doing?
They should be, but I don't understand why we would want to attack one another when the
because
potential.
We have more difference than similarities. That's
says
why.
you.
We have no connection. Me personally,
yeah, he has his 300 million comment
that's the
pissing.
reality, man.
No, his 3 million.
Wait.
3 million comment
6 million,
comment
bastard.
Okay,
wait.
6 million comment
all of
drinking.
these Somalis and Ethiopians that were brought to the Minnesota area as a result
he does
of
not
America.
care about them. He does not care about Somalis. He does not care about Ethiopians. He's a dusty tribe of 6 million somewhere in the corner of Africa. No one gives a fuck about.
The weird thing about all of this, Philip, with the whole African thing that that perturbs me is individuals that want to come in and try to criticize the efforts that have taken place within America. But then the biggest thing that they're leading with is not any efforts. It's immutable qualities, things that they had nothing to do with what is literally in the ground. Whether you
it's a fantasy, man.
Has nothing to do with who you are as a person or any of that. And they try to throw that in.
You're not talking about Pan-Africanism.
Nobody is supporting.
I'm just saying, man. Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, but we're not talking about Pan-African. Shut up.
Nobody is supporting that. But you know what I do support is there are a lot of Nigerians here in LA. I'm in LA. And one of the number one hirers of Black Americans is Nigerian security companies. And they're good employers. You know, when I was in Chicago, some of the top Black businesses hired Nigerians. Hired them in numbers. So much so that I went to school with several of them. And they helped them to get franchises like McDonald's franchises and other things like that. But instead of focusing on that stuff, we want to call each other dusty, man. And I'm asking, I'm not telling anybody to do anything. We could do a lot more and grow, both of us, if we put whatever our differences are aside and just focus on the money. And I'll leave you with this. China, the now biggest economy because it's past the United States, is actually 54 or 56 different ethnicities. It's 3 or 4 different countries. It's mainland China, it's Taiwan, it's Macau, it's Hong Kong. Those people don't like each other. It's a civilization state, just like Nigeria is. It's made of several different civilizations.
Yeah,
but
they're communist. They're under
communism. Whatever. They're communists, they're capitalists, whatever. That's irrelevant.
Yeah, sorry, guys, give me a second, right? Let me just shout out to SKC for the super chat. Shout out for the support for the $20. Appreciate it. If you want to support the stream, make sure you hit the super chat button. Thanks.
Yeah, man. Somebody got to. Somebody got to.
The only time that people care if something is communist or capitalist is when a Black person tries to do it. They don't care. They don't care. Sweden, Norway, and Denmark and Greenland and Iceland all have a socialist agenda. They can do it. Nobody cares. The Chinese have a free trade agreement with the United States, and so do Vietnam. They're full-on communists. Does anybody care? No.
No.
But let an African country try to do either one of those things, and we got all kinds of drama because it's not about anything. It's meaningless. What I was getting at was these people hate each other, yet they're able to get the bag. And if they can get the bag, they've actually fought wars against each other. It just doesn't make any sense to me at all that we can't work together on some level to get the bag. We don't have to like each other. We don't have to. We don't have to be buddies. Yeah.
Philip, you told me from what I hear you are one of the richer brothers, like more of the higher class of brothers in Americas. Is that right?
I'm not going to call myself rich.
Okay. I just wanted to say if you want to continue that, like you said, with the same class of people from Africa, you don't have problems. What I always say is keep the dust dusty and just move on. Because for me, it's pointless, really pointless, and that is what the beginning of this discussion was. I do not discuss why dusties in Africa cannot succeed. That I don't care about that shit. And that is the same what happens here. If you are able to have dealings with the upper crust of Africa, with the people who actually have the money, who actually have the influence, then do it with them. Also, village dancing idiots that think that riches exist, let them be. They are not important.
Well, this is, and I understand your point. Don't think I'm not listening, Snake Man. What I look at is like Robert Johnson. When he did this huge investment into Liberia with Ellen Johnson Sierra Leaf and built this resort complex, one of the things that he ran into was that the locals in that area did not buy in to that being an anchor investment to build off of. You know, that whole region could have been hotels and resorts. Instead, the local population protested it and protested the government. Also, Robert Johnson was able to get Delta to fly direct flights out of New York and maybe DC into Monrovia, which was huge, huge. And here we sit, 20 years, 25 years after that investment. And it didn't amount to, he wound up selling it, I think, to some Ghanaians. And, it just didn't stimulate the kind of thing that it should have. And I've looked at this. There are all these different investment properties that have been put in Nigeria, beautiful ones. There was one up in the mountains that I saw that was absolutely spectacularly gorgeous that are abandoned. And what I to your point, Snake Man, if you don't have the dusties,
Felipe, please let me respond to you.
Okay.
Mansion you said that was not. It was a house built by the Germans. There's a German white guy that built that house. He was living there while he was in Nigeria. Then when he left, they were now using it for all these weekend getaway. He was actually working. What caused the slowdown? Because of the insecurity in the north, because it was built in the north. Also, when you look at the issue of Robert Johnson, look at Liberia's economy. They don't have the what they call it, the purchasing power to actually sustain that business. This is why I always say, for you to invest, most blacks actually go through the countries that you look at where the economy there, the purchasing power in this country before you set up business there. You don't go to a country like Liberia with how many millions of people, very few population, and they are not that strong economically and expect to make money there. Yo, it's a waste of time. So that was a wrong investment move. Let's be honest.
Hold on. Let me respond to that. Let's talk to this, because this is the kind of stuff that's actually productive. So on the first thing, the Nigerian resort that you're talking about, yes, I saw that it was a German guy or company that had that property, and then they tried to turn it into a resort. And I guess they ran into difficulty with customers because of its
people were using it. It normally get booked on a weekend, but because of the insecurity in the north, people are scared to go there. That was just the issue.
Yes, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Let me, because you were being negative about, the Robert Johnson thing, or a situation like that, which I do think if people were getting the bag in the north, and we dealt with some of the religious conflict that's going on up there, that people would be more willing to support these things. But let me just, to your point, Nigeria first. When I was doing work in Asia, we set up free trade zones, which Nigeria actually has been good, and it looks like they're going to get this online, to incubate the investment from foreign investors.
How rich are you, Philip? You talk about trade zones. How rich are you, Philip?
I'm not discussing that, and I'm not rich.
Are you rich as an Ike?
I'm not rich, and so I should probably not be mentioned in the same sentence as I. But I did do this type of work, and I will tell you that there is no reason why that area that Johnson's built in could have or shouldn't have been incubated into a free trade area that would then bring in further investment. Because they had the people coming in. The whole idea is, look, Vietnam, at the time that I was doing that work, which was 2000, 2001, had a C- bond rating. They normalized relations with the United States in 1992 and went on a spending spree and drove their bonds down to a C- D+ rating. At the time that I was doing the work over there, it was reopening, and they were just trying to get their bond rating up. They were doing Nike sneakers. They had a couple of Scandinavian companies that were doing cell phones, and that was basically it. Now you look, 20 some years later, they're doing electric cars. They've got, they were the biggest beneficiary of COVID. They're a full blown growing economy. Next online is going to be Cambodia, which they're building a canal through there. But the point is that there's no reason why Black African countries can't do that, and that Black diaspora can and should not play a role. There's no reason for that. And to the point that SKC made earlier, I know I have a friend of mine right now that's in South Africa. He's huge. He's doing music venues in South Africa. That he not only does the tours, but he also does the venues. I got another buddy of mine that these are Black American people that are doing this. I have another buddy of mine that was just in Ghana last year, working, as I said, on the sewage system and the electrical grid. He's an engineer, and he does it basically for the love of the game, not because they can pay him. There are plenty of Black Americans doing big time stuff in these African countries. I had a client, as I said before, that was doing medical trailers in rural areas of Uganda. Look, man, the problem is that, number one, we don't know what each other are doing because we're too separate. Number two, we attack each other constantly. And so it makes the environment toxic to try to grow money. And that's really why I came back up here, was to try to reset the table from the attacks.
Yeah, that's only in the Bantus.
You see the
that's
issue?
among the Bantus. Don't
No,
generalize
you see
the whole
the issue,
Africa.
you see, like, the reason why a lot of black people want to invest, you see the politicians make it harder for us to invest. The politicians actually make it harder for black people to invest in that. The politicians are the problem. They make harder for people to invest. They'll destroy your investment. You hear stories of people, black people.
Wait, can you speak up just slightly? I'm having a hard time hearing.
No, I'm saying you hear stories about some black people go to Africa and investment go to shit because our politicians make it hard for us to invest. Our politicians are the problem. They make it harder for black people to invest in Africa.
Dude, I get that, and I'm just gonna say this. I encourage every black American. Hold on, every black American to try to invest in treasury bonds of these different countries to make an investment in.
Speak of dividers. Hold on. Look, the truth of the matter is, if you see why this battle is going on, it's not like Africa like to battle black Americans, but the black Americans throw the shot first by their king master called Tariq Rashid. This time we'll be sitting down, seeing them,
African Americans, they're not
battling us, insulting us. If you go to Twitter Spaces at that time, there are girls, whatever, they talk nonsense. If you say, "Oh, we help Africa," with the showing that fly in their eyes, "Oh, we have that, we have this, we have this," you don't really know much about African. That's what I discovered with people, the black people in the United States. You don't know nothing about Africans at all. All what you know.
Wait, Kadola. I'm with you, brother. I'm with you.
Hold on.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, so it's not Africans who are coming on YouTube or Twitter Spaces attacking black Americans in public like this, but it was the black Americans who always make reference. Oh, if a guy said, "Yeah, I want to show my child that they're in the best life," you go to Africa, that people still live on the tree. You see, will you bully them in school? You bully them again at one particular point. You start bullying them again in this, Have you ever seen a Polish criticizing France on YouTube? Have you ever seen Jammers criticizing white Americans on YouTube? You understand me? But it was a particular set of people who sit back and continue bashing these people, because these people actually are very, very quiet, because of their culture. No, they don't know nothing. They're Africans.
It's because our politicians.
You have more money. You have more money than the Africans. But bro, most of that sit.
Wait, Kadola. How do you know that the Tariq Nasheed thing? Wait. Hold on. Let me just put this to Kadola because he's raising. How do you know that the Tariq Nasheed thing is not an option?
It's not always about politician. If you don't have anything to
say, wait. How do you know? How do you guys know that the separation people, the people that are throwing the shots at Africans, how do you know that's not an op?
Look, for us, right? Because we don't deal with those kind of things. We don't know if it's apt or not. But you just see somebody sitting down there, because I don't understand calling people forehead, line heads, all kind of names. But you forgot the real Africans they took to United States that saw her is dizzy, and the real Africans.
Wait a minute. Tariq Nasheed hasn't been elected to anything. Wait, he's not. He's just a guy online. Why? Why is he now that?
But he can be on the online.
You ain't gonna get anywhere, man, because they actually believe that people like
you just got some dude online
should be taken seriously.
But listen, you got 40 million black Americans. You got one dude online saying whatever he's saying, and I don't even know the dude, and I live in LA. I don't know that guy.
They don't like statistics.
See, you know why I came to YouTube? It's because I saw a guy like him. I saw him first in Breakfast Club. He said he's Pan-African. out of the blue, he tried to make money from Africans. Within 2-3 years, when this something started brazen up this kind of whatever they want to get from America, that's when the hatred started. Oh no, we don't want Africans to be, man.
But wait, Kadola, you know this guy Afro Think Tank.
Especially like me came after 2 years, especially like me came to YouTube. I'm like, okay.
But wait, why would you pay more attention to Tariq than Afro Think Tank?
Look, hold on. Look. Let me tell you the truth, right? When somebody have such a at least maybe bigger platform like that guy that is speeding everything, is a guy that already connect to the Africans, and the Africans like him. The later pass he now turn against the Africans, and some of these Africans are still in this platform. I'm not somebody who paint that to people that say, no, I'm not a coon. No. I give to you. If you do anyhow, if you do anyhow, you get anyhow. That's my spirit. You understand me? If you do anyhow,
Philippe, this is the same argument of like trying to judge all Nigerians from the few who are known scammers. It's a ridiculous argument. We don't do that. We don't do that, and yet this guy wants to come up here with this argument about Tariq Nasheed, who is a known scammer. And it's like, come on, it's ridiculous. How could you be serious about business if you can't even identify what a scammer is?
I understand. And I could be wrong, but my friends that are African, that are from Africa, I can understand an African being really offended by some of the things that Tariq Nasheed is doing and saying. I understand that. I respect.
Filippo, I told Nakbizi, if Nakbizi ever take my offer and come to Nigeria, I will host him. I will host.
This is a thing.
You know why I want to host him? You know I want to host him. I want to show him the love of an African. The love. I will do a live video.
Listen, and you should do that, but not easy.
I will not allow him to go.
As I understand it, not easy went to Africa.
In my house. I will show him around. I will drive him around, and I will.
You're wasting your time because he knows all that stuff already. He's a scammer. He's just trying to say the most provocative stuff in order to get paid and to make waves and so forth. He's just a shock jock. That's all he should be treated as.
Listen, I'm not judging the brother, but I do know that he did go to one of the African countries. I want to say Ghana to do a fight gym, to build fighters. Look, part of what goes on with both of us as groups is we get heartbroken by our group. So, look, I'm of the view that a lot of these people, I don't know about Tariq himself, but a lot of these Tariq people, if we succeed with several of the African countries in really building up their economies together, they'll be the first people there talking about, I knew it all the time. These people are my brothers, blah, 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 blah. It's just that, when you have a losing franchise and you lose a lot of games, then the people on the team stop believing in the team. And we got to realize what it is. Right?
Kidola, the only difference between me and you is that you back down when things get hot.
No, Judah. No, I don't back down. You don't see what I'm doing sometimes, right? Why all this problem are going on is this. Sometimes I think, Judah, about like this. Why? Because they don't know. It's just like me live in Nigeria. Then I have to come to public spaces to be batching my neighbor Cameroon. Man, so Nigerian people say, get the fuck out of that place, fool. You understand me? They would knock me out of that. Most Nigerians would tell me, get out of that place. What are you talking about, Cameroon? What's your problem with Cameroon? Did they take anything from you? What we expect for Black Americans to start batching like this, they would think, what was the problem with Africans? That you only talk about Black Americans.
They used to say listen to their music. Now they are now listening to Afro all this African music right now and all these things, they want to be like Africa. Now it is cool to be an African, right? Back in the days when we came to United States, being an African was like, oh no, oh man, you African, oh this and that. Now it's cool to be an African, man. We are gaining grounds, bro. We are, we have seen it, and now we are going to the mountain top, and we have to conquer it. It's not going to be African Americans to come and tell us, oh, let's do this, or when they are successful. No, the perfection of blacks is African. The blacks on the continent, they have a landmass, they have a continent, they have everything that every group of people look up to. So we should be proud of us being from that continent. For any reason, it is the
Judah.
Black Americans that
Who told you?
not
Who told
going
you?
towards
Who
their
told
own. They are the
you?
ones to come towards us.
Judah, who told you that Black Americans hated Africans? When I was a kid, wait, Judah, when I was a kid in Chicago, we had Black after school where there was math tutoring and Black kids were learning Swahili.
Bantu hating on another Bantu.
I'm just saying, who told you? Listen, were there ignorant people that made fun of Africans? Yeah, there were.
What the heck are you
talking
about?
I'm saying, who told you that? Who told you that there are 40 million African Americans in this country? You're taking a small sample size and saying all of us think the same stuff. Meanwhile, there was a national effort to learn Swahili and to reconnect. What? I challenge you to prove what I said is untrue. Black Americans never hated African.
Philip, ask any African that lived in America, let me say, if he has been here for 10 years, ask him about their experience with African Americans. Every African, they will tell you something. I'm telling you for a fact. Go and do that finding, then come and tell me.
So the fact that wait. So the fact that the Africans were bullied. Wait. The fact that the Africans were bullied by some ignorant person, therefore means that
stop saying Africans. We're not the same people. Stop saying Africans.
No. So the group. Wait. Just think about what you just said. Just think about what you just said.
You said earlier you are not African. So why are you here? I don't know.
Say Bantu. Africans.
Wait.
We're not
so,
the same.
Judah, let's deal with this. So every African that came got bullied. So every African that came got bullied. That means that 40 million people hate Africans.
I mean, when the men are talking.
You're West African.
I'm just trying to get the logic that
Filippo, let me give
every African that came here got bullied. Let's just say that's true. So then that means that all 40 million Black Americans hate Africans.
For over 10 years.
Yeah, there is no logic. There are only feelings.
Filippo, let me give you an example, right? Because it seems like, let me explain to you.
It's like what he's talking about is logically impossible.
Right? What do you mean logic? Go and
let me
do
give
the
you an example. Let me give you an example. O'Shea, right? O'Shea, 5 years ago, O'Shea will sit on his platform, right? Will talk nonsense about Africans, right? He will bully about talk nonsense. I'm just giving you an example on YouTube. O'Shea will talk nonsense about Africans, right? Right now, he's not in Uganda. He's not kind of like Pan-African, right? Apart from that, okay, sorry, somebody go on.
Yes, because O'Shea did it. That makes it true for every other African American or Black American on planet Earth. That's
okay. Wait. I have a cure. I do not speak for all Black Americans, but I want every African within the sound of my voice to know. I apologize that you were bullied when you first came here. Can we move on now and focus on money? I apologize that you were bullied. It shouldn't have happened.
You can move on, but I mean,
Yeah. Hold on. I have a question for Felipe. Felipe, earlier on you were inviting people to invest in T-bills. So can you talk a little bit about that? How it's done, what it means, what sort of profit there is in it?
Well, I mean, as I understand it, it's kind of complicated because, at least in the case of Nigeria, those are the bonds that I was looking at, that they're listed on European exchanges. I don't know that they're necessarily listed on American exchanges. So you have to go through a European conduit to buy them. But the bottom line is, it is my suggestion, not legal advice, not investment advice. This is not, I want to be clear about that. But it could be beneficial if we had intersecting investment in one another. Meaning, for those that are interested and have the resources discretionary to do so, to look at the bonds that are issued. Sometimes they're issued for specific projects. Sometimes they're issued by the country itself, the treasury bills, as we were talking about, one now. And to see if it would be something that they would consider putting in their investment portfolio to buy the debt notes that these countries are issuing to raise money for various projects. And so what that money is then used to do is either to borrow against it, or in some cases to build infrastructure so that a country.
What's the gestation period? Over what period of time? And
Well,
what sort of entry point? Yeah. What sort of money are we looking at?
There are different types. There are 10-year bonds, there are 30-year bonds, and it also depends on how the issuance is being done. I mean, basically, people have to do their research and due diligence.
Who created the app? It's the white man, right?
What?
Who created that investment bond that you're talking about? Isn't it the white man?
Here we go. Here we go.
Sorry.
No.
Can we even have one conversation without you doing that?
No, the individual countries create their own treasury notes if they have their own currency, and then they list them on exchanges.
Yeah. What sort of money do you? What sort of money do you need to put in there? Like you said, it's not financial advice and all that, but
it's not financial advice. Yeah.
Yeah. What sort
well,
of
I think depending, there are limitations, and so I don't want to put it. There are limitations based on the exchange that the bonds are listed on, how small of a quantity you can buy. So some of them, they don't allow you to buy below, say, $5,000 or something like that. Some of them, where they have very low bond ratings, that you can buy them relatively inexpensively, and $1,000, $1,500.
But
it just
if you went in with $5,000 for a 10-year bond, what's the average duration of this bond?
Well, you just said it's 10 years, but then you got to see what the interest rate
and what's the yield?
is.
What's the yield?
Well, you got to look at that too. Some of them,
because sorry, Felipe.
Yeah.
I know that Nigeria
continue.
was pumping. Yes, I know that Nigeria was pumping out T-bills over the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks thereabout, and it was getting sold out quite aggressively. But what I understood was that the percentage was run about 20-30%, but then your money is held hostage for 5-7 years. So unless you are putting millions in there, I cannot see how it's worth an investment. So that's really why.
Well, this is a great question, and you and Kaizo and the various ones, it would be great to just have little mini series shows about stuff like this and looking at the various bonds and what's happening. One of the problems that Nigeria is experiencing, and I'm no expert on it, but is that they're devaluing their money tremendously by borrowing a tremendous amount from the IMF. And for some reason, and maybe somebody on the panel can explain it to me, they refuse to collateralize their resources to their currency. So, and I don't know if they think they will be attacked or because of the influence the UK still has. I'm unclear. But if you look at what the Sahel region...
The thing is, most of those resources are already mortgaged. So they're already tied down. Apart from gas, yeah.
Well, no. I mean, this is a key point. I guess my point is, like, for example, Dutch Shell just pulled out, right? So there could be a legal process by which some of the oil resources are renationalized if they were ever completely held by the nation itself. But yes, I do know what you're saying is true, that unfortunately a lot of the resources have already been mortgaged away. But it's up to
isn't there a Forex backlog?
Explain.
No, that's being cleared. So that's why the Nigeria had like a backlog of.
Before you go further, you raised the Forex backlog. Please explain what you're talking about.
Well, when I was looking at it, it stated that Goldman Sachs was reporting that there was an FX backlog with foreign investors with Nigeria. So I was just wondering if you could give some more detail on that, because it seems like you were.
No, that's been cleared. There was a period that the country was they were having issues with foreign exchange not coming in at the volume that needed to service the economy. And then a lot of companies transacting, let's say Emirates, for instance. So a lot of companies were struggling to repatriate their money. So that built up a backlog of debt, which affected obviously the country's credit rating. But that's being cleared. So the country has been rebracketed now. So that's why a lot of those T-bills are selling out like hotcakes.
Oh, okay.
It makes sense. But this is the problem, when we were talking about the banks earlier, SKC, that the Nigerian banks are still using the US dollar and other currencies as their backstop rather than gold and oil and all of these things that they have.
You see, Philip, the way to solve it, Africa need to have their own company. That's a total problem. We shouldn't allow in the West to have our own company, our own shipping company. Our own. That's to solve the problem. We don't have that. We're down in the West for our ship. We should have our own company, our own oil, control by our own ourselves. We should not. I wish we could by ourselves. That's what we should do.
That's what I'm suggesting. That's what I'm suggesting is for a lot of these countries that there are things that could be done in that the diaspora could help with. That's where we need to focus instead of talking about Tariq Nasheed. I think he graduated from community college, maybe. I mean, he's just not someone that, and no shade to him, but he doesn't represent 40 million Black Americans. I'm sorry to say. He doesn't. And for these Black Americans that bullied Africans, we are sorry that this happened. Can we move forward and make some money now?
And another thing, we should create companies that last for generations. Usually with Africa, a lot of companies, they don't last long. That's a problem. We should create companies that last for generations. So it doesn't matter what CEO of the company will last forever. That's what we should create in Africa. Generational wealth that lasts forever. That will solve all the problem. Because you look at most of the companies in the West, they have companies that last forever. Like Huawei, all the companies last forever. Because they have generational wealth. The company lasts forever. It doesn't stop. In Africa, the issue with Africa, one particular company, in a few years, that company we shut down, and we find to stop that. I think generational wealth is the way to go. We should create our own company that lasts forever. So it doesn't matter what CEO or the companies last forever. That's what create in Africa. That'll solve all the job, all the problem. That's the best way to go. Is have our own, our own company owned by ours, not owned by us. That'll solve all the problems, all the jobs.
Man, forget about we, man. I think I need to create my own channel and stop being on a panel where people want to pander to to other people. We as well, man. I mean, you focus
Well,
on building
I
your
don't think
continent.
Judah. I think you should. I think you should create your own channel to represent your views. I think you should. And to BB Rodriguez, I'm not trying to represent all Black Americans. I only represent myself.
Let me finish. I'm just tired of terrorists, and I'm just tired of terrorists and mulattoes, and people just coming here and just saying,
What the hell is
man.
a tether? What the hell is a mulatto? What? What the hell is a tether? Are you a Tariq Nasheed follower?
Sorry, Felipe.
I don't know any tethers. I do know some Africans from African countries. I don't know any mulattoes. I don't. I know Black Americans who have European ancestry. Yes. They're not mulatto.
And that's what I'm talking about, Philippe, is that those type of new words are not even used in African, Black American vernacular. They're not.
So, sorry, Felipe, can you hear me?
To Tariq.
Oh, he can't hear me. Can you hear me, Felipe?
I can, brother, and I need to get going, but continue.
Yeah. Before you get going, does Kaizo have your details? Does he know how to contact you?
He may not. I'll put my email in the back. Okay.
Because if you are willing, I'd like to wrap a session around all this sort of financial stuff. Maybe that session will get rid of a lot of the dead woods that just come here to howl at the moon. Yes, I'm quite interested to have sessions around that sort of money and investment sort of narrative, and I'm sure that's a space that Kaizo occupies as well. So if you leave your email, I'll forward it on to Kaizo, and we'll see if we can arrange that.
One man, before you go, please, why are some Nigerians wanting the government to accept the approval for US to build a military base in Nigeria? That should be a no.
Yeah, to end Boko Haram now. To end Boko Haram.
No. They will create more chaos in Nigeria. They're already doing that already. We don't want them near our border. We can protect ourselves. You understand me? They don't.
We can do what? We can protect
ourselves.
Really? When have we ever been able to do that?
Okay. Wait. They were in Niger, border close to Nigeria. Where did all the terrorists terrorize in Nigeria? Is it not northern Nigeria? Why didn't they defeat them when they were closer to Nigeria border? I don't see most Nigerians. Some of you don't see the bigger picture. You just like to sell your country.
Don't worry about the bigger picture. The bigger picture is we need American protection because we cannot
need to reject that offer. Because if he approved that, then I'm done. See, I will become hell with that guy. I will create my channel and I'll put my face out there.
That Nigerian president is a Mumu guy. They have to clean him out. He's a Fulan, a Muslim guy in the in sheep clothing.
I will be his greatest hater because I'm telling you, no America based in Nigeria. If he do that,
let me tell you what happened. He went to the United States and they pay him big. That's why he want to open a United. He's calling for them to open a United States.
That's crazy. No. That's a sellout move. No.
But I mean, come on, man. It's a disgrace.
Let me tell you something. He's not going to do it because there are some prominent people already. They have released statement that he should not dare approve that this thing.
Nigerian first. Guess when they open a military base, guess who the military are gonna be? African Americans. They are gonna be the one in Nigeria stealing Nigerian resources and sending them to their white supremacist leader in America. That's what it is, man. It is our own people that are gonna be doing the job for the white man. And come on, man. Look, I mean, Africans, I don't know, man. Like I said, man, we just...
If that guy tried that, he will be the greatest sellout of Nigeria. Well, The good thing is that if he tried, he will not win re-election. That's just it. That is done. He's done.
I heard that French want to have a base in Nigeria too. French.
It's not going to see. Don't worry. It's not going to happen. We don't need them because there's already proof. Look at Mali. Look at Burkina Faso. Look at Niger. What did they do there? They create more chaos in those locations. Because if you look at it, it's always about.
The problem is that Niger has checked out the U.S. military base and French military base. Burkina Faso have done the same thing. Mali has done the same thing. As we speak, even Chad has told the United States military to leave Chad, their base. You can go and check it out. Now they don't have no country in that zone. They want to, find a place in Nigeria.
Yes. No. We are not going to allow that.
Yeah, but
Nigeria, they don't be Mumu #1 in Africa, man.
No.
But the only thing will happen since
I will be his greatest critic if he accept that offer. It is a no for me.
But Nigeria, the only thing will happen since Tinubu always got
I'm not person who like to flip flop. Nigeria first is for Nigeria. Nigeria is for Nigeria. That's why I'm a nationalist. I believe we should govern and protect ourselves by ourselves, not other people. Mostly when it comes to economy, I'm willing to work with other people because no man can make it on his own. You need the help of others, and also you need to collaborate. The idea of
if Black Americans were people that we could rely on, they don't produce any manufacturing weapon. They live in a country where they actually do things, produce mass weapons. They cannot. They don't. Come on, man. These are guys that you could actually say, okay, let's reunite in Africa, produce mass weapons, and protect the continent. But you cannot.
Judy, please see. Less from today, because it's just a waste of time. Because sometimes if we want to explain the reason why we are saying this thing, they don't get it. So let's not discuss issue of then coming to. I have accepted it now. It is the white and the Chinese and India. That's okay. We are good with those people. Let's do business with them. Let our brothers who think they are too big to be corrected or speak the bitter truth, let them stay on their own.
Exactly, because I've always asked, how can these people help us? Okay, if we want to fight China or if we want to fight Russia, are these guys capable of producing weapons? Okay, let's supply us with weapons if we need it. No. Okay, when it comes to economy, are they capable of opening, creating, manufacturing plants? No, they don't have that idea. When it comes to what can you guys help us with?
Let me tell you my stand. I'm a black first. The reason why I'm speaking on this is that I said I would rather see them doing the exploration and making this money than seeing other people. But see, they don't get it. There's no need. Let's move on. You understand? They don't need to, for us to crack our brain and be insulting each other. They don't get it. They don't get it. Let's move on. The Chinese already. For instance, the Chinese came in. They built a very massive factory for lithium. So, but if it was a black company, I would have been happy. Okay, let them make at least the money will retain within black community, no matter the location. I would have been okay with that. I would have been able to live with that. But our money go to Shanghai and the Chinese, it's kind of a little bit worried to me. But I would have loved to see our people, in charge of those things. But what can I do? Let's continue to take the L till we wake up. I think some people here earlier will think we hate the black America. We don't. I don't hate them. I just want them to see the bigger picture. It's not about them. The thing is that many of them see it is about themselves. But no, it's not about you. It is about the collective black. See, no matter how you think you are better than us, these white people, they see you as us. And they disrespect you, they will continue to disrespect us also until we put our shit together as a group. That's why as a group, until we sort that economic issue, we will continue to face backlash and disrespect across the world until we fix and have that economic power, so that whenever they want to discuss, we'll be able to sit on that table and discuss with them as equal. Because currently we are under the table. We
Nigerian first. Hold on, Nigerian first. Hold on.
A group based
Black people
upon
in America
what, Nigeria?
Okay, let me explain.
Wait, black people in America cannot discuss with white people on the same table. They see them as they see them as supremacists, right? But when it comes to us,
let me explain to this guy.
We see them at the same level of, you know.
Hold on, sir. Do you know what they use lithium for?
Yes, I know what they. Yes, my question is.
No, let me ask.
You said for us to. You said for Black Americans and Africans to come together as a unified group, and I'm saying based upon what you guys have. You guys have a unified culture. What would we be unified with you about?
Economy. Any other thing, I don't care. I don't want you to marry my sister or my nephew. No, let's come together on economic interests. That's all. Stay in America. You can actually stay in America and do business in Nigeria or in Ghana or in South Africa. It is possible.
So you're saying in that deal, do not integrate into your families. Stay in America. Bring the lion's share of the money and the know-how. So should Black Americans that get involved in that deal also state, you know what? Okay, that's how you want it. 80-20 cut.
Hold on.
We get 80%.
No. Listen. The reason why I say is like, if that is what you are afraid of, that you are going to hug us. No, we don't need the hugging. I'm just saying, if that is what you are afraid of.
Afraid of what? I'm just saying. What would Black Americans? It's like, sell it to me. What would Black Americans get out of the deal?
Okay, we may agree. Maybe okay, fine. You have all the what they call it. I say okay, you have all the equipment. You might say okay, based on I have all the talent and the equipment, everything. We will take 60%. Then we give you 40%.
Okay, now think about what you're stating. You're stating, I get 60. You get 40.
Yep.
For bringing over equipment and funds.
Who own the resources? You are not going to get you can eat the equipment all you want. Or eat the resources all I want. Both of us will have to need each other. Or we may agree, or maybe okay, we may come together, okay, for 30-70 or 35-65. Depends.
Why not 80-20? Because I'm going to have to take my funds and go back home.
No. See, we may able come to an agreement. Okay, we'll give you maybe we'll say 50-50. But first of all, we give you 5 or 10 years tax break.
Why would it need to be a 50-50 split if I'm bringing the lion's share of the money and equipment?
Listen to me. That's why I'm giving you a fucking 10 years, I'll be 5 years a tax break.
Why do you even have to stand on the point of negotiation, Nigerian first? You are the superior Black man. You have a continent. You have a landmark. You should be negotiating with white people that actually have the mindset of doing business. Come on, man.
Okay, for instance, Nigeria LNG, the agreement was that some European company came to build Nigeria LNG. The agreement was that with the federal government gave them 10 years. They didn't pay nothing. So they used that 10 years to get their money they initially invest. Then when that 10 is completed, Nigeria government now took over the majority share of that venture. You understand? Because they have already, make their money and the investments they invest on that particular infrastructure. I think now Nigeria own about 60%, 60%, then they owe for 40%. You understand me?
Nigerian first, let me ask you a question. Is it possible that Africans can come here and collect or take some of these African Americans and take them back home and enslave them again for them to build Africa?
Shut your stupid ass up.
Judy, let's not go to no, let's not go that deep. Let's be simple,
you shouldn't even be in my country.
Someone has to build Africa, man. That's what I'm saying, you know.
I can't wait till Trump puts you on a plane back to your damn country, Jude.
Oh, America first rifleman. See, I don't hate Black America, but I just believe they should do better because you see, every other race see the potential and what Africa have to offer. But it's like they don't see it. Every time when I hear them speak, it's all about charity, as if we are kids. You are coming here to help us. No.
So Nigeria first. If every other race and group of people see the benefit in Africa, then you're good. It's like you don't need Black Americans for nothing.
No, it's okay. We don't need. See, oh God, you don't get it.
That's our people, SKC.
How so?
What do you mean? How so? Never.
How so?
Wow. Okay. Well, if you ask that question, there's nothing I can freaking tell you.
Thank you, my brother. What else can I say? This conversation is done. Wow.
How so? How so?
Yeah.
You know damn well we come from Africa.
Explain that to me, American.
What do you mean?
Rifleman.
Explain that to me.
Yeah, walk me through it like a fifth grader.
Okay. There was once upon a time these people called Africans from the continent of Africa. They came from various places from West Africa to some places in Central Africa. They had wars with each other. And there were Arab intermediaries that grabbed those people that bought them from the tribes, and they were off the coast of Africa, and they were brought to various parts of the West.
Okay, pause.
Let me guess. You're a Native American. Let me guess. You're Native American.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying
what are you saying?
I'm saying let's go with the story. Let's slow it down a little. Okay, I like how you put in there that some Arabic people came in and that's how we got over here in America, and it's like no, that's not how that went down.
First, before the white man even got involved, they were enslaving us, but y'all don't talk about them.
Right. And then also a lot of the tribes and chiefs and kings and all of that stuff, they went on slave raids and different things with other Africans that were there. They captured
that were opposed as well. So,
okay, but they captured them, and then they some of them they kept for themselves, some of them they killed, some of them they stole.
How does this prove that you're not from Africa? How does this prove that you're not from Africa?
I did not say that I'm not from Africa. I agree that I'm from Africa.
Okay, so why are you talking about
what I'm saying
about?
Okay, this is what the conversation is about. They made a trade.
Okay.
So in that trade, they received benefits. They stated, you know what? We don't need these group of people. You can have them. Do whatever you wish with them. Give us these guns, these shaving kits, these little other trinkets and so forth. They are worth and they are more valuable than they are to us. So we got traded to a different team. Why do we have to have some sort of loyalty to the home team that traded us?
Well, for one, the people of today did not trade us. So I'm not going to hold them responsible for what their ancestors did.
But we do that in America, though.
No, I don't. You do, maybe. I don't.
I mean, some people do that, and they tell us that. Look what the white man did to you. They tell us that.
Well, I don't operate on victimhood, and also I don't.
Right. I don't either. I don't
put that part of my identity. That's not part of my identity.
And I don't either. but what I do find interesting is that how you have people that as you just stated, perhaps they were not involved in any of that, but then they try to come and sell to us, hey, look what the white man did to you and such and such. No. Your ancestors were involved in that as well. So you can't sell me on some type of guilt trip of look what I should be doing with you and so forth. No, you're just that your group did the same thing as the quote unquote white man.
Well, you're not obligated, just like they're not really obligated. But what I'm saying, for the sake of unity and for the sake of Black progress, we need to work together. I don't know why that's controversial.
Unity for what? They haven't been unified since the time when we got stole.
You just have a defeatist attitude. Then there's nothing I can really say.
I'm not having a defeatist attitude. I'm telling you what occurred. Since way before the white man got there, they were not unified. Once the white man got there, they've been disunified.
Plenty of Black Americans have gone back to Africa and reintegrated back into their whatever, a different tribe, whatever. Africans are very accepting people, so they very largely will accept them. People that maybe not be originally from their tribe, they will accept them in. So they recognize that we are Black people. So by and large, they're very accepting of us, whether you want to accept that or not. And you can talk about all the history about how we were sold and they did all this stuff to us. For one, like I said, those were kingdoms and people and politicians and warlords that had an agenda, and they did that. But it's really stupid to come back and be like, oh, you know what, the whatever kingdom, I go to Nigeria and be like, the Bani kingdom, what they did to us, that's messed up. Like, that's stupid as hell. Like,
no. And I agree with you there. All I'm stating with you is this. The trade was made. Fine. It's an L. It's water under the bridge. This is my team now. This is my country. It's not, because
you're talking about it still.
Just as you have America.
You're not talking about it in a historical sense. You're talking about it in a way so we don't work with Africans. That's the way you're talking about it. And if you're not, that's the way a lot of people will take it. That's why I take it.
No, what I'm saying is that we should be open to working with whoever we want. Like, there is no idea of, we need to work with them because of some shared blah blah blah. There is no shared anything.
Yes, there is shared. We share the same DNA with a lot of them.
DNA?
Yes.
We have in our DNA is all sorts of people.
Well, we have admixture, but still, we can trace our lineage from sub-Saharan Africans. I mean, come on.
Okay, how? What 23?
Okay, I'm good. I'm done. I'm good. You can go ahead, brother.
All right, bro.
Yeah, good conversation.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Stay over here with the white man.
And there we go. Why are they the quote unquote white man?
No, I mean, look, you can stay in the West with the white man. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
I don't prefer that for my future, but that's you. It's cool.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying is that if with the whole idea of the whole solidarity piece and all of that, there has not been placed a cogent argument that makes a lot of sense. Because if you want to do the whole 23andMe thing and so forth, from the quote unquote which the DNA, the Human Genome Project, and all that other stuff, then we're all human.
You're African.
No, we're human.
No, you're African. Just like I'm African.
Okay.
Unless your family comes from Europe or Asia or South America.
In our admixture, we have all of that.
I don't have no Indian in me.
Oh, okay.
I got some white admixture and African.
And where did that white admixture come from?
From a white person.
Okay, and they didn't come from Africa.
No, they didn't. They were in America with my lineage that came from Africa, and
that's all I'm saying. And that's all I'm saying is
And that's all I'm saying is that at that point, then now we got to play this whole game about percentages and all that other stuff.
I don't play that game. I don't play that game.
I'm talking about people that want to do it logically.
Well, the thing about it is, obviously, you can narrow it down how much it is, but on average, we have upwards of 20% or less. So, I mean, anybody more than that, you can say they're biracial or blah 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 blah, or half or whatever. But yeah, so that is what it is. And even if you don't agree with that, if your DNA is like 80% or 70-something%, you're black, bro. Like you're a descendant of Africans, whether you want, and with admixture. It is what it is.
And again, I'm not trying to make some sort of huge division or all of that. All I'm stating is that as Black people in America, we have a lot of options of different people to work with. It's not some closed it's not some closed faction as people will want to present it as.
Well, I'm talking about as a collective, as Black people, we need to work with other Black people so we can progress, because the Black race, unfortunately, is at the bottom. Whether you consider that or not,
yes.
that's what
What happened? I'm
other races
thinking
consider.
So you believe that things should be that ideas such as principles, economics, governance, family structure should all be centered around race.
No, I think race is race and identity is important, but unfortunately, a lot of Black people don't like to put those things down. I think that's one thing that holds us back, besides oppressive systems from other races of people. Because the reason why I would say Europeans were particularly successful, because they had enough forethought to say, hey, maybe in certain facets we can put down our identity and race to progress in a certain other thing, or be open about this other idea. And so I think we need to possibly explore those things instead of just black, or we're this or that or whatever. Yeah. So I said,
and that's my whole point is that because we're at a over time, just as things in Africa have changed from times of old, a lot of places have changed from times of old, and we're even seeing where different countries in Africa are making all sorts of deals with the Chinese with their Belt and Road system. There's been more marriages and interactions in that accord. Why can't Black Americans
I
do
think
the
you
same?
mean the Chinese workers are leaving bastards in their wake, but they're not really marrying Africans like that. Like, let's just keep that 100.
Who's this guy, man?
I don't know. Well, he's another American, another FBA.
I can't believe AFR. Salute, man. Salute.
Hey, what's up, DG?
I can't believe AFR now is defending Africa and the continent. No, maybe SKC. Maybe if we give them some reparations, just like he is looking for the white man in America. Maybe
FBA definitely loves handout, but they definitely love handouts from white people the most.
Maybe you will have a different opinion. So those Western African countries where Judah came from, they must give something, But we in East Africa, we have nothing to do with it, man. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, we could critique East Africans, but yeah, you are right. They had, by and large, had nothing to do with anything. They didn't do anything to anybody. Everybody keeps going over to East Africa and messing with them, I will say. So that, yeah. But anyway, SKC, you just prove once again that whatever the white man did to us, or he mentally broke us to where we as Black Americans think we're really special because we were just, we just ended up in a place where we could have easily ended up in Brazil or the Caribbean or other places. But for some reason, because we're next to the most successful white people, we're more special than other black people. And that shit really disturbs me. Even though you don't say it, the way you talk, and you're just like another knock me easy type, it's
About
just really
like who?
disturbing.
You said
Knock
like who?
me, knock me.
Oh, yeah, never heard of them. And
I
no,
know, but
I don't look down on
Oh,
on anybody.
you know now music. Come on, man. You say you don't know now. Come on, bro. You know
I know.
now
Well,
music.
I'm gonna
I
take his
don't.
word for it. I'll take his word for it.
I don't. I have my own channel, my own views, and whole nine. I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you talk about slavery every day?
No, I don't talk
Or
about
white
slavery
people?
every day.
So how come your avatar got a nigga running away?
Because
He
that's what he
fleeing.
did. That's what he did in the past. He ran from a plantation.
So he be fleeing. They be fleeing.
Yeah.
If flee from the white man, that's crazy, man. All your whole
Well, I mean,
history
he
has
didn't.
been fleeing from
Well,
the
he
white
didn't
man.
really flee from the. He didn't. Jude. He didn't really flee from the white man. He just went to the next town over. But he still don't really want to leave the white man.
Yeah.
Oh
I mean,
Lord.
it's interesting to me that you. I mean, it's like America First. I'm sitting here. I was having a conversation with these two guys earlier, and you see, you can have jokes like this about the whole thing about, oh man, you stay in the white man or run to the white man or steal with the white man. And these two guys were sitting up and saying, okay, we can't work with Black Americans. They are not this, that, and the other. We might as well work with the white man,
We are
the
own people,
Chinese.
man. We people that do not consider themselves black
So
or
that's what I mean. It's
African,
like on one end, it's the whole thing about black solidarity, and then when you don't agree with them, then it's we might as well just work with the white man. So
Well, I
it's
never
always
said.
goes wishy
Well,
washy.
hold on, FKC. I never said really that. Instead, just work with the white man. There's a thing called strategic partnerships. There's nothing wrong with working with other races of people to accomplish your goal as a people or to progress or something like that. Just make sure they're not in control of you, whatever. But what we're talking about with people like you, SKC, when I was talking to you anyway as an individual, I'm like, I recognize that Africans are my people. I don't know exactly, obviously Africa is very big, so many countries, so many tribes, but we come from that multitude, and I recognize that. They recognize that. Okay, and they welcome us everywhere we go. But you're on some, how so are we them and all that stuff, and I'm trying to,
American first. I'm just let me lay it out for you. Very simple.
How are we not them?
A little bit earlier,
sir? How are we not? Can you just answer that? How are we not them?
I'm answering your question. A little bit earlier, Nigerian First and Bantu can testify to what I'm about to say. I was on this panel. Africans were fighting with Africans. They were ragging on each other, talking about which tribe came first and which country sucks, which country is an ishhole, who's ran by the Indians. They were going ham on each other for quite some time. I was just sitting here observing.
That's what we do all the time. You're right.
Okay. So American First. So American First. Which one of those groups do you belong to?
Okay, and guess what? When I come with some money and opportunity, they're gonna be like, sit right here.
Right, but which one? But which one? Is it gonna be Geese? Is it gonna be Geese or is it gonna be Nigerian First?
Sir, you can talk about tribe and identity all day. People respond to incentives. Okay,
right.
So when you go over to, so the people in Africa understand, like every human on the planet, opportunity. So if I go over there, they're not going to be like, what tribe are you from, or what part of America, Black America, are you from, or are you left or right? No, they're gonna be like, sit right here, my African brother. Let's do business.
Yes. So they're not accepting you on anything that has to do with race. They're only accepting you because you have money.
No, not like that. Not like that.
I think he's intentionally trying not to understand what I'm saying.
You just stated those were your words. You stated to me that they understand cash.
far, brother, you are a light-skinned dude. You can be accepted anywhere in Africa, in East, North. Yeah, you can come to Ethiopia, Eritrea, Sudan, even Morocco. So
No,
you get the
if
chat box,
you're a
yeah.
guest, if as long as you come with respect, genuine respect, yeah, you're welcome. Other than
So
that,
so geez, let's say I come to your place, but then I'm also cool with the quote unquote Kenyans that you were arguing with this morning. And would that be fine in your country for me to, I don't know, want to be able to support both at the same time?
you have to be neutral, like as an
Oh,
outside.
now I
Exactly.
need
It's
to
like
be
me coming to
neutral.
America
Yes,
and
as an
supporting the
outsider.
white against black. How
Oh,
does that feel? No, hey, what's your name?
Hey,
SKC.
just one
It's like
question,
me
for SKC. SKC, don't you have African Americans
issue
in
telling
America
the white man,
fighting them
oh, the
also?
white man is
You have
right
a
against.
West
How
Coast,
do you feel?
East Coast, you have different dialogues. Come on, man. You are not only a monolithic nation, you have differences. So in Africa, we have also the same. So it doesn't matter which tribe that you are, just go along with it.
So just pick a
Exactly.
tribe to belong to.
No, my
Uh,
people, we're not like tribalists. Where I come from, we're homogeneous. We don't have that mindset, or
Are you a Somali brother?
I'm not Somali, man. What the hell?
Okay.
Uh,
Because
he from
that is
Tigray? Are you from Tigray?
no, I'm Tigrinya. Can you not read? Says is
okay.
Tigrinya
Well,
Gay.
as
So
I just
okay,
said
now
Tigray,
I
sir.
understand that.
Yes. So I don't support Pan Africanism. I don't support this.
Of
Because I
course you
see it's
don't.
a external threat to my identity, culture, land,
Okay,
etc.
now dig into that a little bit because I've heard that before.
So
Why do you not
you have a
support Pan Africanism?
Bantuphobia. We have
It's
something called Bantuphobia. You have a
no,
Bantuphobia,
yeah,
just like
it's a
Islamophobia.
fantasy, man, and it's the hidden agenda. Pan Africanism, another word, to just Bantu. It's only for those with the big nose, big lips. West Africans, Central Africans. It doesn't
You're
include.
you're insane.
Ah,
Yes,
you're crazy,
What are you like
man.
18? What are you like 18?
See what I mean? Let's go. Let's
Oh
go.
shit. This is the most xenophobic thing that I ever heard, man. And I'm
Well,
a
you got to
Somali, I'm
remember.
saying.
Well, also too, I don't blame him because they actually got like a open conflict. He lives, he's from a conflict zone, or he's probably in the West talking shit, really, but more than likely.
no,
But
I'm being
What will
honest.
shock you is when Rifleman, what
I
will
have
shock
no
you is when he
connection
said he's not
with a
black.
Bantu in
He
West
said he
Africa.
wasn't black.
Yes, I'm not
oh,
black or Arab. I'm not black or
yeah,
Arab.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
have my
Okay,
own
Oh wow.
heritage.
okay,
I
cool,
have my
cool,
own
cool, cool.
culture,
Okay, cool,
identity.
cool, cool, cool.
Yeah, yeah, it's
Why
okay,
don't you have an
man.
AK-40, sir? Why don't you have an AK-47 fighting for your identity?
It's we already have my identity.
No. Where is your AK-47 fighting for identity?
We defeated our enemies.
No, where
Those
are
who were
where?
trying to erase my identity. My forefathers fought. So
So
the
the
next
battle is over.
generation.
So nobody's fighting again. So it's over.
Yes, my forefathers and ancestors had to sacrifice, enable for a generation to preserve our identity, culture. I basically
So you guys won the war.
yes.
So who recognizes you as a country?
Dumbass. We've been a country since 1991.
Really? Tigray
He's
is a
from
country.
Ethiopia, man. He's just from Tiger, Eritrea.
No,
Sorry.
no, Eritrea. Judah, Ethiopia is different.
Who's talking to
Eritrea,
me?
not
This is an
Eritrea.
American first rifleman.
Yeah. Okay. Where's your embassy?
Okay,
I haven't seen your embassy in my country.
we do have in Washington D.C. We have
A Tigrayan embassy.
No,
No,
Eritrea
dumbass.
embassy.
his tribe
Eritrea.
is Tigray.
No. My Eritrean brother. Look, I'm also Somali, but also in Eritrea, you have 9 different
No. They're a minority. We don't consider them as a
Oh
tribe.
Lord Jesus.
Oh my God! Come on,
See,
they
that's why they
are
need to wipe
also
y'all out.
They're
You don't
immigrant.
even
They're not indigenous.
You're
What about the
Ethiopian,
Afro?
dude.
No,
You're
no,
freaking
no. Let me
Ethiopian.
cook it. Fad, let me cook it. This is my zone. What about Assad? The Afar people?
Yeah,
Are they
yeah.
Eritrean enough?
They're settlers. They originally came from your country, Somalia, North Somalia. We're gonna deport them back
Oh,
when we come in power.
okay.
Oh my God. I like how these Negroes come on these panels and they ain't never busted a shot to do anything for they fucking. You're another little 20-year-old.
Excuse, my American, black American, my apology, brother.
I'm
Nah, he
being
just a
dead
little
serious.
14-year-old. You ain't never bust a grape in your
We
life,
fucking
Negro.
fucked, man. Look,
Yeah,
man.
I'm being
Well,
dead
actually, he's not a
serious. I'm
Negro.
not
He's something
trolling.
else.
I'm being dead serious. Like
You're
I'm not trolling.
Ethiopian, nigga.
No, I'm not. I'm not
Yes,
Ethiopia.
you are.
We don't believe in the sovereignty of Ethiopia. It's a fake country.
It's not a fake country. It has
It is.
embassies all over the world. I don't know what you
No, the
thought.
government only controls the capital city. The
Government
rest
only
is
control. Okay, but it's an
No,
embassy that's
Fad,
recognized.
the only good thing come from Eritrea is those beautiful women and maybe some coffee. So
Oh yeah,
the
I'm gonna
other
go to
thing is,
Tigray and take your women. How
yeah,
about that?
Nah, nah.
I'm
they're
gonna
fucking
breed your
beautiful.
women.
Somalis also got good women too.
I know, but I'm
Yeah,
gonna
we do, but
Tigray and
but
Ethiopian are
we are
better looking.
African, man. But we are Africans and we are black
Nah,
and
them
No.
Ethiopian women are better
Look,
looking.
don't include us.
Nah, I'm gonna get me a
We don't
Tigrayan
consider.
woman. I'm gonna breed
dude,
me
we
a
are
couple of
honest,
women
man.
from
We're the
Tigray.
origin of the man, man. Origin where the man came from, the
Hey, look,
humanity. What's wrong?
DG. I'm gonna just get 3 women from Tigray. They're gonna be my love women.
We're gonna put a bullet
Yeah,
in your
you are welcome, man. You can
I'm
have 4
gonna
or
get me
5
one
Eritrean women
Ethiopian, and I'm gonna get me some Tigrayans.
You want to get buried? You're gonna get
I'm
buried.
enjoying all this love on the continent.
What?
Look,
Yeah, I'm
the
gonna spread my
continent,
love. I'm
the
gonna spread my
continent
love
is a
to
mess,
Tigray.
man. Look,
Hey, look, I'm
the
gonna spread
continent
my
is a
love to
mess.
Tigray.
If anybody tell you the continent is right, no, the continent, my brother,
Don't think
is a mess.
we're
It's a
like
mess.
the rest of the other shithole countries. Okay, we're
Shithole
not.
kind. Well, I mean, you guys don't have running water.
Come on, you don't even have internet. You live
I know
in
y'all
UK,
don't
my
got
G.
running water. Come on, little kid.
You don't even have internet. Your Eritrean men are
You
all
rely on
Our country is
Ethiopia.
not a sex tourism where you just
Sex
can.
tourism? No.
Yeah, it's not
No.
like that. Okay, you want to
I'm
do
just
that?
gonna
Go to
go
West
there and
Africa.
just
Nah,
get
I
a
mean, it's
couple of
not even a
camels and
tourism,
sheep.
man.
Hey, hold on, DG. Look,
The president,
DG.
Eritrea is like North Korea in Africa, man.
No, we know that. We know that.
Just
But
like
I'm gonna go over there and I'm
Okay,
gonna have a
I know
couple of
Somali.
camels,
I know
a
Somali guy
couple
is
of
not
camels and a
talking.
couple of sheep, and I'm gonna get a
I
couple of
know
women from
Somali guy is
Tigray.
not talking.
No, I'm not from
Well,
Somalia, sir. I'm from America.
well,
I'm,
Talinga, if I was to visit, man, I ain't gonna disrespect none of your women, none of your people.
he's black American. He gonna want a little taste. Don't
Nah,
worry.
I don't roll that way.
Yeah, I don't roll that way. You lying.
He does Latinos. We know that.
No, Somali women are very attractive. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
I'm sure they are.
Nah.
I'm just married with
I'm
children.
gonna say women
I'm
from
gonna marry a
Ethiopia
Somali
are
woman.
actually better looking. We're gonna have to be honest.
I'm going to Mogadishu one day
Yeah,
and get
but
me
the
a Somali.
Somalian women are
Well,
married,
I'm
but
not
they are
gonna get me a
Somali,
conservative.
so I
Halima.
don't care.
They're conservative. They're conservative. The
Oh, don't say
Eritrean women,
Halima. Halima.
Halima is
Halima.
beautiful. Eritrean women
I'm gonna
are
get me a
very
Halima.
open-minded, very feminine, very. They're not tall, They little bit in the middle. So I
Oh,
like
you already
Eritrean
can tell
women.
this dude's short. He's short and
He's short.
little, ugly,
He's
brown, Ethiopian
no,
looking dude.
no. He's short. He's skinny. He's Eritrean. I like
Nah,
him.
he's not
He's
skinny.
my
He's got a
brother.
little big stomach. I can tell. He sound like he got a big stomach.
What?
Yeah, Ethiopian.
Bro, you're retarded. I'm not Ethiopian. How many times I gotta tell you that?
You're from Ethiopia, sir.
I'm not dumbass.
So what country?
But
So what country is your passport, sir?
He's from Eritrea, but I
I'm from
definitely
Hamasien.
bet
Hamasien. You know Hamas.
$1,000 that he speaks
Oh,
Amharic.
Eritrea. Sorry, he's
Hey,
Eritrean. Sorry.
No, I'm from
and
Hamasien,
they
the land
all,
of Hamas.
But
What's your
that, but
passport
that's,
say?
but
they
that's
all speak
still
one
that's
language, which is
What's
the
your
Amharic
passport say, sir?
language.
Huh?
that's still
DJ,
What's your
supposed to be
keep
a
passport
quiet,
say,
man.
sir?
supposed to be a
Allow
part of
people to talk.
Africa, right? So why such disrespect
No,
for
hold on,
the other
SKC.
African dude?
Hold on, SKC. Hold on.
Bunch
What
of
does your
hurt.
passport say, sir? What does your passport say, sir?
I said I'm Eritrean.
Oh, you're from Eritrea. Okay, so you're not Tigrayan. You're Eritrean.
Bro, you're
Eritrean
confused,
also have
man.
Tigray in
You're
Eritrea.
confused.
Is
My
in the
username
border.
doesn't say Tigrayan, you dumbass. It says Tigrinya. There's a difference. Tigrinya,
Oh, whatever.
not Tigrayan.
Tigranian, whatever. You're just some little minority people.
No, whatever. No.
Nobody. Okay, if you were important, people would know who you are. Nobody knows you people.
Okay. Don't talk.
Well, I know. Look. Tigrania is one tribe which makes it part of Eritrea and part of Ethiopia
Well,
also.
also too, he has that fucking Jew flag too. That's another thing.
Yeah.
You need to take that off.
What's wrong with the Israel flag?
They're genociding people right now.
Okay. What? Let's not go there, man. DG,
he supports genocide.
Yeah. They kick the Eritreans from Israel also all the time. They actually
I mean, I kick him too.
they
He act like
did.
him.
We know what happened in Tel Aviv, man. How the Ethiopians and the Eritreans were treated in Israel. Man. Even the Ethiopian Falasha, the Ethiopian Jews, the military even don't take their blood now, even though they are at war. They don't take even the blood of them.
I have a question. Maybe you guys can help me with it. Emperor Providence in the chat, he says, SKC, you see why we always bring offensive topics is for us to expose fake African children of Arabs, white men, Chinese that are being used to overtake Africa. Were the Egyptians Africans or were they of a mixed race people?
No, they were.
Egypt is in Africa. Look. Egypt is in Africa, man. Egypt is not in Europe. It's not in Asia.
No, but
so
they're not sub-Saharan African, sir.
No, they are Nilotics, Nubis, East Africans, yes. And some,
here we go.
Some of them
people,
also.
DG.
No. Look at the wall, man.
They're not our people, DG.
No, you can definitely they pray to my direction where I can.
Oh my God! See now we're gonna get into it.
See, American first rifleman. You know why all of this is happening? Because they want to claim those pyramids and the hieroglyphs. That's all it is.
It's not that they want to claim pyramids. Hold on. It's just that they have an affinity for Arabs and Islam. No, they have an affinity for Arabs and Muslims, so they like the cap. They like the cap for them.
We are talking about before Islam and Christianity even came to. We are talking about 5,000 years ago. What are you talking about, AFR?
Okay, but we didn't. Okay, listen. In Nubia, they have these little pathetic pyramids, not like the ones the Arabs built or whoever built them. Whatever, I don't care.
Arabs did not build anything. What's wrong with you?
Okay, sorry. Okay, black people build the okay, gotcha. Okay, I got you. Black people build the pyramids.
No,
and
I don't care whether they are black or not. No. Let me tell you one thing. I don't care whether they're black or not.
I was just wondering because
one thing is for sure.
When they talk about Africa, they always lead with Egypt.
The history is
DG, mute your mic, please. There's echo.
Yeah, I just asked about Egypt because a lot of times when the whole Africa conversation comes up in histories and all that, a lot of black people want to lead with Egypt. And I mean, I just want to know what you guys thought about that.
Let me tell you guys, they're not our people. It got invaded. Look, black people used to run the place. It got invaded, and now Arabs run it. So we need to accept that it's their place now.
But let me tell you.
No, it's not only Egypt. It's Egypt, Morocco, Algeria, Libya,
Wait, I'm
all
gonna
these
tell you
North
guys
Africans.
something.
The Arabs have invaded them and took them,
Listen,
but
listen.
they are not the origin, and that is historically fact.
Yeah, let me
It's
tell
an
you guys,
African
okay?
country.
The African Americans or Bantu West Africans have no connection to the history of ancient Egypt. No connection at all. The Horn of Africa does, like land of Punt. Land of Punt was
You,
today Nubia,
we
East
was
Nubia.
pharaohs.
No, you wasn't. We conquered. My
No,
forefathers,
I'm
my
talking about
ancestors.
you. You think you were? I don't care. I
Dude,
come from
Far.
West Africa, sir.
No,
Yeah,
Far. My
you were slave, man.
150 gram,
The white man
150
owned you.
grandfather is Ramses II. I can take my ancestry to ancient Egypt.
A slave has no
My Eritrean
history
brother is
other
right.
than being slave.
They all came from East Africa. Look at the
Yeah.
wall, man. Look at Michael Jackson. Are you Americans like the music? Huh? When Michael Jackson play his
Bro.
yeah, you do. Look at Michael Jackson. Iman, that the Somali model was the queen. Look, that's not.
Oh man,
No.
Stables 08. Stables 08. He says that black people came from Africa. Black people that came from Africa came from slaver societies. What do you say on that, American First Rifleman?
Humanity,
Yes, they did.
humanity is a slaver society.
Okay, so
West
you would agree
Africans.
then that that slavery was part of the culture in Africa,
Okay, slavery is a part of the human experience. We still have
right?
slaves today.
Right.
We have slave labor in white European countries, like damn near. So
Dude,
it is
you
what it
have
is.
slaves in Amazon warehouses in America, man. Come on.
Yeah, for real. And also too, they had slaves. They had slaves build the UAE from the Philippines and Bangladesh and all other Muslims. So that's just the story of humanity.
Right. So
Like rich
I'm
people
just one.
exploit labor. Capital exploits labor. I don't know what to tell you, sir.
Cheap labor.
Yeah. So would you say that the West was kind of unique in trying to break that cycle?
Yeah, there's been other societies that have broken from slave labor. Like they've diversified their economies off of away from slave labor, or was a small part of their economy. So yeah, that's a good thing. That type of economic activity frees humans, and it makes the human experience better.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking like what societies did that before the West.
Before the West,
there's always been
it depends.
slavery throughout
It depends.
history.
You have to. There's case examples, so you have to look at each one. But they're there.
I mean, like what are some? You guys educate me. Like I've never heard of any before the West. Let me educate me.
Like, are you talking about like the human history throughout human civilization? There's always been slavery. People.
Right. That's the idea that I had. But I'm saying
it was just what the percentage of the economy it was. Some of them had a small slave economy, some had larger ones. It just depends. You have to look at that.
But I'm talking about so far as like any sort of ruling government that actually put it into print that this is bad. We shouldn't do this anymore.
I mean, like I said, it's a part of the human experience. It's a part of the human experience, bro.
Right, but who did that before the West?
Bro, we're like 6 meals away from putting other people in slavery if times get hard. So, like, that's a part of the human experience. Like exploitation. Like you're just talking about different degrees of human exploitation. Like you're not really saying anything.
Well, I think that I am saying something in that I'm just asking.
You're literally saying the sky is blue, the water is wet.
Okay, so you believe that putting into print that slavery is bad is just like the same as saying that the sky is blue, the water is wet?
I mean, in modern terms, yeah, because we have different sensibilities. But like I said, we as humans, like slavery, just exploiting other people's labor is a huge part of the human experience. Like we can put all types of human. Okay, so it's just like you can put as many human documents as you want. You know what I'm saying? That's just how we live.
Right. But it seems to me as though that point in history seemed to be a break from the norm.
Okay, but it's still the norm. They just articulated a better way to protect yourself from that.
So you're stating that, let's say, if we were to warp back to, I don't know, 300 years ago, that you and I would be in the same position that we are today?
Of course not. Nobody would be.
Okay,
It
so
was a
then
different world, sir.
So then there was some sort of change. It did have some sort of, I would say, major change, because we're here enjoying a much higher level level of freedom that our ancestors did, either in America or Africa.
Yeah, because white people are great.
So something changed, and what I'm stating is that the mark of that change began with certain documents being produced to state that what was being done was wrong.
Can I say something real quick? Before I, BB Rodriguez, nobody wants to hear about your
bring up
dusty ass
DG and
ants.
where he go? I wanted
Well,
to
I'm
ask
just
him a
saying,
question.
BB Rodriguez, I don't want to hear about your dusty ass slave trafficked family. Nobody gives a damn. Okay.
Oh wow.
She put up 1875 to
Good grief.
1975. Shut your stupid ass up, BB. Stupid ass. Like, she got to be a troll. She's stupid. I don't know. I can't stand that fat woman. I know she's fat.
That's a woman.
Yeah,
She's
unfortunately.
a troll, man. I fuck her. You know.
Yeah, it's my first time. It's my first time over in this sector of YouTube totally today.
No,
So.
you've been around before. I've seen you before. This ain't your
No,
first time. Stop
I
lying.
have never been in this on this side of
Dog,
YouTube.
nigga, you've been on Brandon channel. You've been on other people's channels.
Brandon
You don't come
who?
around a lot.
Yep.
Brandon who?
Yeah. We know Nick Negro. We know your little picture.
Brandon who?
Okay, Pan-Africanism strikes back.
Pan-Africanism strike back. Come on, man. You know him.
Yeah, he played stupid. Like nobody knows who this Negro is.
Right.
I have never been on an African channel in my life.
We've seen you around before.
Not
you just don't come around a lot, but we've seen you before.
Other American channels. Come on, man.
Yeah, there's billions of channels on YouTube.
Nigga,
I'm saying in this sector, I've never been over here.
Nigga, you FBA, bruh.
No, I'm not.
We just
no, I'm not. I don't believe in any of that Ado stuff. Nah. I don't use any of those monikers.
I think no. Hey, look, Jude. I think he smokes a lot of weed. That's what I think.
I don't smoke at all. I don't use any drugs. You guys, I don't use any drugs, and I don't even curse. What are you talking about?
Wait, hold up. Give me America first. Are you FBA?
No.
So what are you?
I'm a descendant of slaves. I was born and raised in America, but I recognize my lineage comes from Africa, so I'm African.
African American.
Well, whatever. I don't really like that term. I'm Black American, but anyway, I come from Africa.
Okay, so you're.
Yeah, geez,
I'm a descendant of
a little,
slaves, sir.
I'm a little different. Geez, I'm just an American.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah.
You have
so
a
what do you
passport
think
that says
of,
that.
FBAs?
They're nincompoops, as Jude would say.
Yeah, very much so.
All right.
They're stupid as hell. They're actually their ideology is going to morph into something way more dangerous. They're a xenophobic hate group that primarily love to attack Africans and Black people in general, and it's just gonna get worse. So I'm very pro free speech, but I think the ends justify the means to keep people safe, and I think we should ban them off of the internet. I'd be completely fine if the white man or the Jewish man just like ban them off of the internet. I'd be totally fine with it.
Yeah, they skirt too close to the sun, especially with a lot of their comments. Suspected this, suspected that. It's like nah.
Well, also too, they've already devolved into like illegal speech, like saying they're going to kill Africans. Like like crazy stuff. So
oh wow,
like yeah, so yeah, I know. So so they, like I said, like it's going to get progressively worse because they distinguish themselves by their closeness to white people. That's
They
why
don't got the same energy for the white men, though. That's what.
no,
That's
well,
one
I mean,
thing.
they want to be the white man. That's why. Like, you know, I understand. I just understand. I'm always going to be a black man, or whatever, and I'm comfortable with that. But some of us, whether it's from slavery or whether it's from jealousy or whatever, that they in their mind says their black skin is a detriment, and they'd be better off if they were a white person. That's just how it is.
Failed
Now that's interesting. That I think that's an oversight because just because you don't you leave no room for other options.
No, I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. There's quite a bit of people that would be totally happy to be a white person. The thing about it, like, this ain't like